A lazy youth, due to his peculiar disposition, chose to study the often overlooked art of light magic. Unbeknownst to him, he unwittingly stepped closer to the great wheel of fate, gradually evolving into the legendary Grand Magus. Through his relentless efforts, he bridged the divide between the eastern and western continents, erasing the distinctions of race and earning the adoration of all as the son of light. Chapter 1, The Beginning. As dawn broke, I was greeted by the overwhelming rays of sunlight, compelling me to pry open my drowsy eyelids. Sigh, why must my room face the sun? Cry, each morning I am roused by this bothersome star. Lazybones, are you awake yet? At the sound of that endearing voice, I instinctively leapt from my bed. Yes, I'm up. Hurry, breakfast awaits. You'll be late for school otherwise. All right, I'm coming. Fortunately, my reflexes are swift. If I were to delay my response for too long, that affectionate voice would transform into a rudimentary water projectile, to be precise. This is my mother's preferred alarm. She is a proficient intermediate water mage. And should I be struck, it will be quite dire, though. That is not the primary concern. The real reason is that the first time she used it, my blanket got soaked, leading to jeers from my friends for wetting the bed. Such an injustice. I almost forgot to provide some context. I am, of course, the protagonist of this tale, known as Chonggong Wei. I reside on the continent of Tianwu, which, along with the western continent of Libo, constitutes the only two landmasses in this world, the rest being an expanse of ocean. Tianwu is home to three nations: the resource-rich Daru Kingdom, the chivalric Shoda Kingdom, and my homeland, the magical Aisha Kingdom. The Daru Kingdom is the largest, occupying 1/3 of Tianwu. With abundant resources, it thrives in wealth and strength. Its military comprises primarily warriors, with mages as support. Due to its financial power, Daru possesses the largest military force among the three kingdoms, boasting formidable might at least on the surface. However, the kingdom does not glorify martial prowess and shows little interest in expansion, earning it the moniker of the peaceful nation among the continent's inhabitants. The Shoda Kingdom venerates the dignity of knights, with only a handful of mages present. Its military is predominantly composed of warriors, and its cavalry is the strongest among Tianwu's three kingdoms. The unique Dragon Knight Brigade, composed entirely of knights holding intermediate titles or higher, is unmatched in open fields, where no army can withstand their charge. As for my homeland, the Aisha Kingdom, it is truly a land of magic. Every citizen, even the most impoverished, receives fundamental magical education. The kingdom boasts numerous large magical academies, and every citizen has the right to learn magic provided they can afford the tuition. Even those without means can learn basic magical knowledge from village or town elders. The magical education system is divided into 3 stages. First stage, the primary magic academy, typically attended by children aged 5 to 10, lasts for 5 years. Graduates who pass the exam receive the title of magic apprentice or junior mage, depending on their innate talent. Second stage, the intermediate magic academy, where students advance based on their performance in the primary academy's graduation examination. The better the results, the more prestigious the academy one can attend. There are no set school years. Graduation requires accumulating 60 credits, with the fastest records taking 3 years and most students taking 5 to 10 years to graduate. Most families of moderate means halt their magical studies after this stage, with approximately 300,000 to 450,000 intermediate mages in the kingdom. Third stage, the Advanced Magic Academy, which one cannot enter merely by obtaining the title of intermediate mage. Admission requires passing an examination by the Mage Guild, after which students are placed in schools according to their test scores. Notably, no tuition is charged for those attending the Advanced Magic Academy, as all expenses are covered by the state. This policy significantly contributes to the flourishing of magic in our realm. The Royal Magic Academy stands as the pinnacle of advanced education, accessible only to those with exceptional magical aptitude, and even princes and princesses must undergo rigorous assessments to gain entry. Graduates receive various certifications based on their examination results. The 3 human nations of Tianwu are united by a common adversary, the demonic and beast races from the Western continent. On the Western continent lie 2 kingdoms: the Holy Light Empire, ruled by demons, and the Lanwu Empire, governed by beastmen. Demons closely resemble humans, save for their distinctive purple eyes. They are inherently aggressive, ambitious, and natural practitioners of dark magic. In contrast, beastmen lack the ability to wield magic, yet their formidable physiques serve as their greatest weapon, complemented by their high magical defense. The beastmen's elite forces are particularly fearsome, surpassing even the might of the monstrous behemoths. The eastern and western continents are separated by the Tian-Diao Mountains, where humanity has sacrificed millions of warriors to construct the mightiest fortress in history, the Strand Fortress. Since its completion, neither demons nor beasts have been able to breach its defenses, resulting in 2 centuries of relative peace across the continent. In this world, elemental magic is categorized into 6 schools: light, dark, water, fire, earth, and wind, alongside various specialized magics, such as summoning and spatial magic. Mages are ranked as follows: apprentice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, grand mage, mage scholar, mage tutor, and the legendary grand magus. Magic levels are divided into 9 tiers. Levels 1 to 3 represent elementary magic. Levels 4 to 5 denote intermediate magic. Levels 6 to 8 signify advanced magic, and level 9 corresponds to forbidden spells, which require the collaboration of 6 or more mage tutors to cast. That a grand mage is capable of casting forbidden spells alone, a feat once chronicled in legends. Warriors are classified into levels: junior warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, knight, earth knight, sky knight, radiant knight, sword saint, and the legendary war god. Fighting spirit ranks include fighting spirit, earth fighting spirit, sky fighting spirit, divine fighting spirit, and holy light, which grants immunity to all magic except forbidden spells. Summon beasts come in 2 forms: growth type and level type. The latter's abilities increase with their rank, ranging from levels 1 to 9, while growth type summon beasts are exceedingly rare. When encountering level type beasts, growth types must fight to the death, denying their opponents any chance for growth. Currency is classified as follows: 1 diamond coin, 100 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, 1 million copper coins. Magic crystals range from high to low quality: purple, blue, red, green, white, black, and green. This concludes the background exposition. Let us now embark upon the true narrative. A new chapter is about to unfold, as history begins to turn in accordance with its destined course. Chapter 2, The Choice of Light Magic. I hurriedly took a few bites of breakfast before dashing out of the house to attend school. Hurry along. Don't be late. Don't leave a bad impression on the teacher. Focus on your magical studies, and take care on the way. Return home promptly after school. My mother's words were so familiar that I could recite them by heart. Yet, her concern always warmed my heart. My name is Chong Gongwei, a 7-year-old boy residing in a small village bordering Senkei City, the 2nd largest city in the kingdom of Aisha. My family is relatively well off, and my parents, who aspire for me to succeed, sent me to the Senkei Junior Magic Academy in the city, where I am now in the 3rd grade. Since childhood, I have harbored a keen interest in magic, but my inherent laziness has hindered my progress. Despite over 2 years of study, I have only mastered some basic spells and fundamental magical theories. Today, I must inform my teacher of my chosen primary and secondary magical disciplines. Each magician specializes in their primary discipline while dabbling in no more than 3 secondary disciplines. What should I choose? Sigh. I have a fondness for fire magic, yet I perceive it as too perilous, conflicting with my principle of safety first. What magic is the safest? Light magic seems relatively safe. The teacher mentioned that light magic lacks offensive spells prior to advanced studies, mainly encompassing defensive or healing arts. It seems unlikely that I would have to compete with others, so I shall choose it. In the kingdom of Aisha, where magic is greatly esteemed, students frequently engage in competitions to bolster their practical experience and ascertain their magical proficiency. However, due to my current low level of magic, few have sought to challenge us lower-grade students. Such contests typically occur in the 5th grade or at intermediate magic academies. I am rather clever. Now, for my secondary magic choice, perhaps wind magic would suffice. I could learn a bit of Gale, a basic wind spell, for quick escapes. But wait, wind magic, while swift, cannot compare to the instantaneous nature of teleportation. I recall my mother mentioning a magician who once teleported 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye, and he was a true sorcerer. Space magic it is, then. Finally, I have made my decision and exhaled a sigh of relief. The future Grand Master of Light Magic, known as the Son of Light, Duke Whitner, Chong Gongwei, has embraced the destiny that will allow him to traverse the continent through the light magic he has chosen, alongside the space magic often employed for hasty retreats. Strolling leisurely towards the city, I envisioned a future filled with safety and beauty, inadvertently drooling with happiness. Changgong, you startled me. My best friend, neighbor, and classmate, Otto, the village chief's son, bounced beside me. Have you decided on your magic choice? Indeed. I will primarily study light magic and secondarily space magic. That suits your character perfectly. You truly know me well. I need not explain my choices. I gazed at Otto in surprise. Of course. You are all about safety first, aren't you? Ugh. By the way, what is your choice? I shall major in water magic and minor in space magic. Otto puffed out his chest proudly. I can see why you chose space magic, but why water magic? You wouldn't understand, Otto replied, adopting a mature demeanor. Come on, enlighten me. There are many girls in water magic, and hardly any boys. I can tease them and steal their snacks, At such a young age. You're already so mischievous. I'll tell your father. I raised my chin defiantly. Though I was somewhat tempted by his reasoning, I reconsidered. While there may be many girls in water magic, bullying them in the intermediate academy could lead to dire consequences. After all, Brother Luo from the village was punished severely for bullying the school flower of his academy. Otto, my friend, you're in for trouble, I thought, casting a sly glance at him. Why don't you study water magic with me? To divert my attention, he attempted to recruit me. No, just promise to share some of the treats you acquire, and I won't tell your father. Deal? All right, deal. After all, we're good friends. As we approached the school, Otto urged, run. We'll be late. The Senkei Junior Magic Academy is the largest magical institution in Senkei City, sprawling over 20,000 square meters with numerous training grounds and various teaching buildings. Otto and I are both students of class 3 to 4. Thankfully, we're not late, otherwise. The old witch would make us stand in punishment. Otto murmured to me, enough, here comes the old witch. The old witch refers to our homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, a stern fire magic master in her 50s, lacking in physical allure, which led my friends and me to bestow her with such a title. Good day, students. Good day, teacher. As the old witch entered, the classroom fell silent, for no one wished to provoke an eruption. Have you all decided on your magical disciplines? Yes. Good. Step forward one by one to register. When it was my turn to register, the old witch scrutinized me. You have chosen light magic as your primary discipline? Yes, teacher. Are you aware that very few people in the kingdom today choose to specialize in light magic, apart from monks who study it solely for healing purposes? Why is that? I had no idea. It turned out that 200 years ago, during the Holy War of the Eastern and Western continents, many humans practiced light magic. Light magic is the nemesis of dark magic, and those who studied it constituted over 30% of the magician population. Even the most basic healing spell from light magic would inflict damage on dark beings. Light and dark magic have a reciprocal enhancement effect. However, in the 2 centuries since, with an absence of war and a life of ease, light magic has become largely obsolete, overshadowed by the more practical fire, water, earth, and wind magics. Moreover, light magic primarily comprises defensive and healing spells at the beginner and intermediate levels, which has led most combat-oriented individuals to favor the offensive disciplines. Even among those who seek healing, the water magic spells, while slightly inferior to light magic, offer a more balanced mix of offensive and healing capabilities, prompting many girls to abandon light magic in favor of water magic. Only the peace-loving monks maintain their studies in light magic. As a 7-year-old, I was oblivious to these historical nuances. Nonetheless, after the teacher's explanation, I remained steadfast in my choice of light magic for the sake of my safety-first principle. All right, all students have now selected their magical disciplines. We will dismiss early today. Tomorrow, you will be grouped according to your chosen magic categories. Class dismissed. Hooray! Class is over. The journey of the Son of Light in studying light magic is about to commence. What awaits us tomorrow? Let us await the unfolding of events with bated breath. Chapter 3. My teacher returning home with a sense of accomplishment, I found my mother had already prepared dinner. You're back. Did you behave well in class today? She inquired. I was very good. By the way, Mom, I have chosen my major and minor magic subjects. What? Come here quickly. Our son has chosen his major and minor. My father exclaimed. Is it wind magic, son? Upon hearing this, my father rushed over. It can't be. Our son must have chosen water magic, right, son? My mother looked at me with hopeful eyes. My mother is an intermediate water mage, and my father is an intermediate wind mage. They had started debating about what magic I should major in since my birth. Looking at their eager expressions, I felt a pang of guilt. What should I say? Suddenly, I had an idea. No, neither. My chosen major is light magic. What? They both gazed at me in astonishment. What did you choose then? Is it earth or fire magic? You unfilial child. How could you not choose the same element as your mother? Your pocket money for this month is gone. Humph. My father threatened, glaring at me. No. Mom, Dad. Please don't be angry. It's not fire or earth magic either. I chose light magic for a reason. It's all for you. What? For us? They asked in disbelief. Yes, of course. It's also for the harmony of our family. Think about it. If I chose water magic, Dad would surely be upset. If I chose wind magic, Mom would not let me off lightly either. So I avoided those two. Fire magic opposes Mom's element. And I certainly can't choose that for my gentle, beautiful, and kind mother. Likewise, for my handsome, suave, and imposing father, I cannot choose earth magic, which opposes wind. Thus, I chose light magic, which does not conflict with anyone in our family. I am considering the happiness of all family members. As I spoke, tears welled up in my eyes while gazing at my parents. They exchanged looks, and my mother came over to embrace me gently. You're such a good boy, thinking of your parents. My father joined us, wrapping his arms around us both. I cherished this harmonious atmosphere. Who would have thought that a little fib and some flattery could enchant them so completely? Long gone, you must study hard from now on. At the very least, you should become a senior mage. My father encouraged. Yes, Dad. I will not disappoint you. Suddenly, my mother seemed to remember something. Long gone. Doesn't light magic lack offensive spells in the beginner and intermediate stages? It seems that very few people study it now. Don't worry. I will definitely become a senior mage. In my mind, however, I thought, become a senior mage? No way, I don't want to put in that much effort. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen light magic. I'll just get through this hurdle first. Alright, let us eat and celebrate your choice. The night passed without incident. The next morning, I was awakened by the sun and my mother. After breakfast, Ada came to find me. Long gone. It's time to go to school. Today is the day for class assignments. Coming. We hurried to the classroom, arriving just in time. The old witch approached us. Alright, everyone quiet. We will begin class assignments now. All students in this realm have already selected their major and minor magic. We will rearrange the classes based on your chosen elements. Here is the breakdown. 3 classes for fire magic, 2 for water, 2 for wind, and 1 for earth. She began announcing the class assignments. A large question mark arose in my mind. Why is there no class for light magic? Tang Di, Fire Magic Class 1, Li Cha. Fire Magic Class 1, Auda, Water Magic Class 2. One by one, my classmates were assigned to their respective classes until only I remained. Long gone. Come with me. I will take you to meet your teacher. Since you have chosen the light element, which has not been selected in over a decade, the school has arranged for a special instructor to guide you. What? A special instructor? I hope it's a kind teacher and not someone like the old witch. Otherwise, I'm doomed. I thought as I followed the teacher out of the classroom. We arrived at the 3rd floor of the faculty building. Isn't this the principal's office? I wondered. Come in, long gone, the old witch urged, sensing my hesitation. Upon entering, I saw the kind principal seated behind his desk, who smiled gently at me. Mr. Lin, this is your class's light magic student, long gone. Allow me to introduce you to your instructor, the great mage, Shiyu, who specializes in spatial magic and is also proficient in light magic. I glanced at the principal's hand, and there stood my future teacher, a man in his 50s. Impeccably dressed in a purple mage robe adorned with a 4-star mage emblem. His stern expression made him appear quite intimidating. Hello, Master Shi. I entrust this child, long gone. To you, Mr. Lin said. You are long gone. From now on, study magic diligently under my guidance. I am quite strict, and I expect you to work hard. I will impart my knowledge to you as best I can. What could I say? I was left speechless, my mind racing. Why had I forgotten this? It seemed I was destined to be cannon fodder. Oh, the unfairness of the Creator. Thank you, teacher. I will do my best. I realized that my future was filled with hardships. On the way home, Auda asked whom I would be studying magic with. To save face, I boasted about having a very amiable teacher. Auda expressed his envy, lamenting that his class teacher was very strict. Strict? Can anyone be stricter than Master Shi? I thought. Now, I could only hope that Master Shi would suffer a heart attack tonight and not be able to teach me. While dining, Master Shi suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? Historians of the future would later reflect. Had it not been for the great mage Shiyu, who laid a solid foundation for the light child during his childhood, perhaps the world would not know peace today. However, What kind of foundation was that? And how was it established? 30 years later, when the light child had become a great Archmage, just the mention of Master Shi's name would send shivers down his spine. Chapter 4. Fundamental knowledge long gone. What time is it? Master Shi glared at me, seething with anger. Teacher, what are you doing here? I'm sorry. I woke up late this morning. Due to the overwhelming fear of my terrifying teacher today, I lingered at the school entrance for quite some time, hesitating to step inside. To my dismay, he eventually emerged, and I knew I was in for it. Surely, waking up late had taken a toll on my spirits. For a magician, mental fortitude is paramount. First, you must invigorate yourself. Run 5 laps around the academy to awaken your senses, he commanded. With no other choice, I reluctantly began to run at a leisurely pace. By the name of Shiyu Shio, I summon you, my servant, the Radiant Tiger. This formidable creature was a level 5 phantom beast. Every magic practitioner possesses their own phantom beast, and summoning multiple at once greatly depletes one's mental energy. Long Bao. You must hurry. If he catches up to you, you know the consequences. The Radiant Tiger, towering over me by 4 or 5 times, bared its teeth, compelling me to muster every ounce of strength and sprint ahead. The tiger, however, followed me at a leisurely pace. Just as I slowed down, a beam of light, a level 2 attack spell, shot towards me, prompting me to accelerate once again. What a miserable predicament I found myself in. Finally, after what felt like an arduous journey akin to the Long March, Teacher Shio graciously allowed me a 15-minute respite. Alas, why must my life be so burdensome? All right, have you rested enough? Now, let us assess what you have learned thus far. What spells do you know, Long Bao? I know the light spell. And what else? That's it. In 2 years, you have mastered but a single spell. Teacher Shio proceeded to pose numerous fundamental questions about magic, as well as some unexpected twists. My grasp of the basics was abysmal, for I often dozed off in class. Yet I managed to answer the tricky questions quite well. After all, I am rather clever. After scrutinizing me for a good 2 minutes, Teacher Shio sighed deeply. How did I end up with such a lazy student? No wonder Teacher Lin insisted I discipline you. While I was aware of your consistently poor grades, I never anticipated you would fall to such depths. Very well, class is dismissed for today. Do not be late tomorrow morning. Even he seemed at a loss dealing with a student of my caliber. What? Is that it? Am I free to go? It's still morning. As if reading my thoughts. He added, oh, and here is some homework for you. He handed me 2 substantial books. Upon inspection, one was titled Fundamentals of Magic, and the other, Elementary Light Spells and Their Explanations. What is this for? I inquired, bewildered. You are to memorize the fundamentals by tomorrow. I expect you to catch up on what you have neglected. I refuse to have my student fall behind others. The other book is for future lessons. You may peruse it as well. Now off you go. Teacher, do I really have to memorize the entire Fundamentals of Magic book? I clung to a sliver of hope. Of course. I will be checking tomorrow. If you wish to play with the Radiant Tiger, you may forego the memorization. With that, Teacher Shio turned and departed for the faculty office, leaving me in a state of shock. What manner of teacher is this? A veritable demon, expecting me to memorize 300 or 400 pages in a single day. The weather was splendid, clear and windless, standing in stark contrast to my current mood. Upon returning home, I found my parents absent. They had gone to work. My father is a blacksmith, and my mother is the village healer. I retrieved the Fundamentals of Magic and flipped through its pages. Despite my laziness, the thought of the impending punishment from that demon compelled me to begin. My calves were still cramping, but I had no choice but to press on. As the sun gradually descended, I managed to memorize 10 pages. Only 10 pages. How would I ever complete this? Who returned home so early? My mother, typically the earliest to return, entered the house. It's me. Upon hearing my weak reply, she hurried over. My dear son, why are you home so early? You appear dispirited. Did you make a mistake that upset your teacher? No, mother. The daunting task ahead caused me to collapse into her embrace, unable to contain my tears. After all, I was merely a 7-year-old child. Sweetheart, what troubles you? Speak to me. Has someone bullied you? Yes. My new teacher is so mean. The homework he assigned is utterly impossible, and he even punished me. What homework? How did he punish you? I hesitated, but eventually recounted the events of the day. Long Bao, this is on you. Although I was aware you struggled with your studies, I never imagined you had fallen so far behind, failing to grasp the fundamentals in 2 years. The teacher's actions are justified. You, my little sluggard, require a stern educator. Your father and I have spoiled you. Your mother is right. Let me see what homework you have. What is so impossible? My father had returned. After examining my assignments, he chuckled. My foolish son, are you not usually quite clever? Why the sudden lack of wits? Though the book is thick, you need not memorize it verbatim. Allow your mother to prepare dinner. I will help you with your studies. With that, my father began to teach me how to tackle this seemingly insurmountable task. Long bow. This section discusses the principles of magical application. In our world, there are numerous elements, 6 of which are fundamental. Do you know how to wield magic? We must communicate well with these elements, allowing the one you wish to use to acknowledge you. Gather them around you. Then, through incantation, transform the magical elements into your desired outcome. That is magic. Observe, by my esteemed name, elements of wind. Heed my call and come forth to protect your ally, Wind Shield. As he elucidated, he provided practical examples, breaking the book into several parts, each addressing a key concept, and intertwining these principles with real-world applications. Under my father's guidance, I quickly discovered the key to understanding, igniting a burgeoning interest in magic within me. Well, it's quite late now. Let us finish the remaining sections in the morning, shall we? All right, father. I had no idea magic could be so fascinating. Having absorbed a wealth of magical knowledge, I found myself entranced by the vast ocean of magic. Long bow, it's not your fault. Your parents have not been attentive enough to your studies. From now on, I will frequently assist you. You, Long bow, shall certainly become an exceptional magician. My father affectionately ruffled my hair, gazing at me with kindness. Father, I promise to study magic diligently. The light child proclaimed lofty aspirations he could scarcely believe he could achieve. Yet he indeed rose to the occasion in his subsequent studies of elementary magic, albeit driven by the pressing presence of Shiyu Xiao, who left him no room for complacency. Chapter 5. Contemplation and repose with my father's guidance. I have finally grasped the fundamentals of magic. Not bad, right? It seems your efforts yesterday were indeed commendable. Follow me. As soon as I arrived in the morning, Teacher Xiao conducted an assessment. Although I cannot claim to have answered flawlessly, I managed to respond adequately, demonstrating that my hard work bore fruit. No lengthy runs for me today. I have successfully passed Old Master's trial. Following Teacher Xiao, we arrived at a modest cottage in the Academy's backyard. What could this be for? Are you going to teach me magic here? Chonggong, Teacher Xiao began. You have a basic understanding of the fundamentals. However, continuous self-improvement is essential. Do you know what determines the potency of magic? The level of the spell, I replied. And how can one cast higher-level magic? By reciting incantations, of course. I answered. Such obviousness warrants a reprimand, Teacher Xiao said, delivering a playful thump on my head. To wield advanced magic, a formidable mental fortitude is requisite. Otherwise, your foundational knowledge is futile. The most effective way to enhance your mental power is through contemplation. Starting today, for the next 3 months, you shall meditate daily. Tomorrow, I will journey to the capital and may return in about 3 months. Joy filled my heart. Finally, I would be liberated. Yet, Teacher Xiao's next words plunged me back into despair. Chonggong, my specialization is spatial magic. Although I am merely a grand sorcerer, I can teleport back instantly. If I catch you slacking off, prepare yourself to become the national long-distance champion, Teacher Xiao threatened sternly. During your meditation, concentrate your mind and attune yourself to the elements of light and nature, storing them as much as possible. This will gradually amplify your mental power. While I am away, you must sit here for at least 8 hours each day. Do you understand? If upon my return, your mental power does not meet my expectations. Hearing those words made my heart sink. 8 hours a day? How could I endure such a trial? The basic methods of meditation are included in your foundational knowledge, and I trust you know what to do. Meditation requires a certain finesse. Feel free to visit the library to seek out your preferred techniques. This should yield better results. Upon my return, I will teach you the specific applications of magic. Now, begin your meditation. Under his watchful gaze, I settled onto the mat, closed my eyes, and embarked on my meditative journey. Though the devil had departed, I still could not perceive the beauty of the 49 years. How could I enhance my mental power without such tedious effort? It seemed I had no choice but to explore the library. Upon reaching the library nestled in the Academy's northeast corner, I perused numerous tomes on meditation. Finally, I discovered what I sought. Huzzah! Liberation at last. I flipped through a yellowed book I had found in a corner, evidently ancient, authored by a light magic master over 150 years ago. The text revealed that as long as one could sense the magical elements to be gathered, any posture would suffice. It cited examples of lying down and sitting while meditating. I could meditate while lying down. For someone as indolent as myself, this distinction was monumental. What bliss! Returning to the solitary classroom, the modest cottage. I followed the book's guidance, lying on the ground, embracing unity, and attuning to the light elements in the air. Gradually, I sensed numerous tiny points of light swirling around me, exuding feelings of acceptance and warmth, akin to the embrace of my parents. How delightful! Are you the light elements? I inquired within my mental realm. A wave of warmth enveloped me. Hello, dear light element uncles and aunts. I am Wei. May I play with you henceforth? Another surge of warmth responded. Then we shall be good friends. I felt the myriad points of light split, sending delicate strands of light into my forehead, enveloping me in a soothing energy. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed a faint halo of white light surrounding me, enduring for an indeterminate duration. Gradually, I sensed a conduit of communication forming between the light elements and myself through my forehead, filling me with warmth. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted into slumber. What I did not realize was that I had inadvertently gained the light element's recognition. Every sorcerer on the continent cultivates their magic by sensing the surrounding elements and forcibly commanding them to coalesce, thereby augmenting their magical power. As my magical prowess increased, so did my mental strength, fulfilling the purpose of my training. However, I had not intended to meditate. My laziness led me to ponder how I could increase my magical power effortlessly. Thus, I did not compel the elements to converge upon me. In my interaction with the light elements, I revealed my innocence, which earned their approval. Henceforth, my rate of magical accumulation and recovery would surpass that of ordinary individuals by threefold, and I had truly become friends with the light elements. Time passed, and I felt someone nudging me. Drowsily, I opened my eyes to find it was my mother. Mother, what brings you here? Do you have any idea how worried I was? What time is it? You haven't returned home yet. I just visited the principal, who informed me you should be in class. Do not overexert yourself. You've fallen asleep. I glanced outside and realized it was already evening. It felt as though I had merely lain down for a brief moment. It seemed this method of meditation truly worked wonders. Quietly, I checked my magical power. The minuscule amount I had previously possessed had significantly increased, transforming into a small sphere of light. Wow, the results are remarkable. Let us hurry home. You must be hungry. I am so pleased to see you working so diligently. My mother exclaimed, blissfully unaware that my teacher was absent and I had simply napped the day away. Ha! How splendid. From now on, I could practice magic while indulging in sleep. After dinner, I returned to my room, reveling in my brilliance for devising such a clever method. By the way, with my increased magical power, my spell strength should also be enhanced, right? Time to test it. By the name of Wei, light elements. Illuminate all before your friends. I invoked the only spell I knew, illumination. As I recited the incantation, I felt a warm energy merging with the magical energy within me, flowing into my outstretched hand. A white orb of light materialized, radiating a gentle glow, bright, yet not blinding. Wow, this effect is remarkable. Previously, I could only produce a faint glow in my palm. Yes, my illumination spell has reached its pinnacle. I felt energy continuously flowing into the orb, sustaining its brightness, while light elements streamed in through my forehead, showing no signs of depletion in my magical energy. This is the astonishing recovery speed of my magical power. Wonderful. I can practice like this and no longer need to toil through tedious meditation to augment my magical energy. Time to sleep. I shall continue using the method of lying down for meditation as it brings such delightful slumber. Thus, my daily routine became: rise early, have breakfast, arrive at school to meditate, nap, return home for dinner, begin meditating again. 3 months have elapsed, and through my relentless efforts, the magical energy within me has progressively intensified, with the luminous sphere expanding 5-fold. Each time I engage in meditation, I feel an ever-deepening intimacy with the light elements, as if they are my venerable guardians, nurturing me with meticulous care. I, akin to their cherished offspring, find solace in their embrace, playfully basking in their warmth. Thus, the child of light devised a singular method of meditation, which ultimately became the fundamental source of his boundless magical prowess when he ascended to the rank of Grand Sorcerer. Chapter 6: Encounter with the Devil. Oh dear, that hurts. As I was lost in contemplation, an unknown object suddenly assaulted me. Groggily, I opened my eyes to behold a stern visage before me. The old devil. I couldn't help but exclaim, What? What did you say? The teacher, Xiao, had just returned, casting a chilling gaze upon me. Ah, nothing. Teacher Xiao, you're back. I missed you so much. Is that so? Then what is this about the old devil? I felt beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead. Oh, I just had a nightmare. I dreamt that many devils were pouncing on me. I wasn't referring to you. How could someone as kind-hearted as you be called a devil? Hee hee. Oh, is that so? Teacher Xiao looked at me with a puzzled expression. I asked you to meditate here, yet you were merely napping. You are quite the character. In my name, Xiao. Obey my summons, my servant, Light Tiger. Longbow, immediately go out and run. No, teacher. I've been diligently meditating lately. I was simply exhausted and dozed off for a moment. I couldn't tell him that I was lying down in meditation. Who would believe that sleeping could enhance one's skills? Is that so? Then I must check. Come here. I walked up to Teacher Xiao. He retrieved a magic stone from his dimensional space, a kind of basic magical measuring stone designed to assess magical energy, and handed it to me. Recite after me. In my name, Light Element, heed my call and gather before me. As I chanted, the light elements converged at my forehead, merging with the magical energy within me, and surged toward the stone in my hand. The stone emitted a faint glow, which gradually intensified as I continued to channel my magic into it until the energy from my forehead and the stone reached a harmonious balance. The stone's radiance illuminated the entire room, comparable to my illumination spell. Teacher Xiao was astonished. You truly haven't been slacking off. I never expected your magical prowess to reach the level of a novice magician in just 3 months. It seems you must meditate at least 18 hours a day. No, even 24 hours wouldn't yield such results. Typically, diligent practitioners on the continent require over a year of meditation to progress from a non-magic practitioner to a novice magician. It seems you are indeed a prodigy in practicing light magic. Of course, I am exceptionally intelligent. I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. What are you so proud of? This is merely the beginning. It will depend on your future performance. Mere magical power is useless if one cannot apply it. Teacher Xiao promptly doused my excitement with a splash of cold water. After returning Light Tiger, I discreetly wiped the cold sweat from my brow. I had passed this trial. It seemed my nap was not in vain. Now, it was getting late. Let us hurry home. Tomorrow we will begin learning basic light magic. Remember to bring the beginner's light magic book I gave you. All right. Goodbye, Teacher Xiao. I dashed out of the classroom like a gust of wind, watching my departing figure. Teacher Xiao revealed a faint smile. It seems this child is well suited for learning light magic. Good morning, Teacher Xiao. Having successfully completed my task yesterday, the thought of no longer needing to run filled me with joy, prompting me to arrive early today. You are quite early. Did you bring the book? I did. Good. Today we shall commence learning basic light magic. Many intermediate and advanced spells are derived from basic spells, so mastering the fundamentals is crucial. Today, we will learn our first spell, Light Shield. Light Shield? Yes. After learning the basics, you should understand that most basic and intermediate light spells are designed for defense and restoration. The Light Shield is the most fundamental defensive spell within the light magic domain. In my name, Xiao, Light Element. Heed my call and gather before me to ward off all evil. A faint, transparent halo appeared before Teacher Xiao. The Light Shield can block most basic magical attacks. Its duration depends on the caster's magical energy. Now, it's your turn to give it a try. Oh, in my name, Longbow, Great Light Element. Gather before me and ward off all evil. Wait, you recited it incorrectly. It should be heed my call. Ah, how can this? A shield thicker than Teacher Xiao's appeared before me, silencing his words. You recited it incorrectly, yet the effect is superior to the correct incantation? I don't know. I just felt that the light elements were like my elders, nurturing me. Hence, I thought it inappropriate to speak to them with a commanding tone. So I recited it that way. Teacher Xiao tried my incantation, and to his bewilderment, the outcome was identical to his previous attempt. In truth, the light elements recognized me. My respect for them made them more inclined to assist me, resulting in this phenomenon. Although Teacher Xiao is a grand magician, he does not specialize in light magic and has not garnered the light elements recognition, thus unable to achieve the effect I produced. Now, let us test the effectiveness of your light shield. In my name, Xiao, Gentle Water, heed my call and gather before me to eliminate the creature before me, Water Bullet. A water bullet with a diameter of 5 centimeters surged toward me, and I instinctively shut my eyes, feeling my light shield tremble without any pain. Upon opening my eyes, I saw the water ball had vanished. Huh, It seems my light shield is quite formidable. Seeing this, Teacher Shio initiated a series of attacks on my light shield using various basic spells. Initially, it merely vibrated, but gradually, my magical recovery could not keep pace with the depletion of my shield. Approaching a critical point, I cried, Teacher, Teacher, I can't hold on any longer. Please, spare me. Only then did Teacher Shio cease his magical assault. Your light shield's effectiveness is commendable, significantly stronger than average. However, using the shield also requires technique. Teacher Shio proceeded to instruct me on the nuances of utilizing the light shield, such as avoiding attacks whenever possible and only using the shield as a last resort to conserve magical energy. Thus, I embarked on my journey of mastering my first basic light magic. Over the next 10 days, Teacher Shio relentlessly attacked me with various basic spells, gradually familiarizing me with the use of the light shield. It was exhausting. I even attempted to persuade Teacher Shio to alter his teaching methods, but he merely summoned his light tiger. Instantly, I expressed my preference for the original teaching method. Truly, he was a devilish teacher. Having barely overcome the trial of meditation, I wondered what lay ahead for me. It seems that I am destined to be ensnared by this devilish grasp, leaving no room for idleness. However, the silver lining is that regardless of the extent of magical energy consumed during the day, as long as I engage in contemplative meditation at night, I awaken revitalized the following morning. Moreover, it appears that my magical prowess is augmenting at an even swifter pace than before. Thus, the illustrious child of light embarks on his protracted journey of enlightenment. Chapter 7. Spatial Magic. Thanks to the dedicated guidance of Teacher Shio, my magical prowess has experienced a remarkable transformation over the past 6 months. During the grueling training sessions, I have become capable of enduring approximately 2 hours of relentless attacks. Every morning upon arriving at school, I engage in a cycle of defense, and more defense. By the time I am utterly exhausted, Teacher Shio allows me to meditate and replenish my magical energy, only to resume the barrage of magical assaults in the afternoon. Throughout this period, I have focused entirely on elementary defensive magic of the light element. I often feel that Teacher Shio possesses a penchant for sadism, while I am but a pitiable little punching bag, subjected to his relentless onslaught. As I reach the doorway of the classroom, I first cast a light shield upon myself, followed by a reflective prism magic outside of it. The prism magic has become my favorite among the spells I have learned during this time. It is a defensive spell that reflects attacks, and I have mastered its application with great proficiency. Carefully controlling both spells, I pushed open the door, apprehensive as I entered. Each day, I am bombarded upon entry, often leaving me dusty and disheveled. Thus, I typically enhance my defenses before stepping into the classroom. Good morning, Teacher Shio. In response, a bolt of light energy shot towards me. I swiftly sidestepped, redirecting the arrow using the prism's angled surface. The reason I utilize the angled surface is that, while the prism can indeed rebound an opponent's magic, it consumes a significant amount of my magical energy. Employing the angled surface greatly reduces the effective area of the opponent's magic, yielding excellent results. My control over these elementary spells has become quite proficient. I generally merge the light shield and prism into a new shield, roughly the size of a basin, which I have dubbed the light prism shield. Although it does not provide complete coverage, the dense concentration of light elements significantly enhances its defensive capabilities, allowing it to reflect magic effectively. Teacher Shio once employed a mid-level magic attack against me, and for a brief period, he was unable to breach my light prism shield. Quite quick on the uptake. I see. Let us momentarily set aside defensive magic. Today, we shall commence our study of spatial magic. This is my area of expertise, and I hope you will dedicate yourself to it. Wow, spatial magic. Excellent. Now I can escape. I shall no longer fear this old man. I will study diligently, and when he torments me, I can simply use a spatial spell to return home. Is it really that simple? Allow me to first explain the fundamental principles of spatial magic. Spatial magic is divided into movement magic and attack magic. Movement magic primarily relies on skill, but the magnitude of one's magical power determines the distance of the transfer, while mental fortitude determines the accuracy of the transfer. Generally speaking, shorter distances yield greater accuracy. The specific operation of movement spatial magic involves locking onto the desired location with one's mental energy, and then employing a simple incantation to harness magical power for the transfer of one's body. It is classified into short-range teleportation, long-range teleportation, and large-scale long-range teleportation. Short-range teleportation is commonly used to evade enemy attacks, while long-range and large-scale long-range teleportations are seldom utilized due to their high demands on mental energy and lower accuracy, which may result in landing hundreds of kilometers away from the intended target. Additionally, large-scale long-range teleportation requires the support of a magic circle. Teacher, does that mean when you said you returned from the capital using long-range teleportation to supervise my studies, you were deceiving me? Inadvertently revealing too much. Teacher Xiao displayed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Focus on your studies and refrain from asking so many questions. Today, we will begin learning the short-range teleportation spell. This spell can allow those with magical power and mental fortitude at the level of a great mage to reach any desired location within a radius of 500 meters. As he spoke, Teacher Xiao suddenly vanished from my sight, only to reappear behind me with a gentle pat. Wow, how magical! Teacher, how did I not hear you utter the incantation? This is what I am about to explain. The incantation for short-range teleportation is remarkably brief. It consists of a single word. As long as you control your magical energy and quietly repeat that word while envisioning your desired location, it suffices. What is the word? Go. It is that simple. Now give it a try. All right. I concentrated, fixing my target on the corner of the classroom, and silently repeated, go. In an instant, I felt a swift shift in my position. Why does it feel like my feet are on air? Oh no, splat. I had miscalculated and ended up in the water basin outside the classroom. Clambering out, drenched and disheveled, I spat out some water. This is terrible. The margin of error is far too great. Upon returning to the classroom, Teacher Xiao observed my disheveled state and could not help but crack a smile despite his serious demeanor. Now you understand the mental energy required for teleportation, do you? During the transfer, your focus must be unwavering. Even the slightest distraction can lead to significant deviations. For today, practice diligently here, aiming for precision in your transfers. Yes, Teacher Xiao. As I watched him leave, I plopped down onto the floor. It was certainly better than the previous days. At least I would not have to endure the grueling training. For the sake of my own safety and my escape plan, I resolved to practice earnestly. Go. I set my transfer target 3 meters ahead. Ah, splendid. This time I succeeded. Go, 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 go. I persisted in practicing short-range teleportation until my magical energy was nearly depleted. The results were commendable. I was growing increasingly adept. Within the confines of the 30-square-meter room, I could now teleport precisely to any spot I envisioned. Yes, no more practice. I shall rest and prepare to surprise the old demon tomorrow. With this thought, I gradually slipped into a meditative state. From that day forth, I diligently practiced short-range teleportation. Despite my hopes of escaping the grueling training, it remained unrelenting. I was subjected to 1 hour of torment in the mornings, followed by my practice. Gradually, I expanded my range from 30 meters to 50, then to 100 and 200 meters. After a year of dedicated effort, I reached the limits of short-range teleportation, allowing me to transfer freely within a radius of 500 meters with remarkable accuracy. Come, let me take you to a new training ground. I followed Teacher Xiao to the back courtyard of the academy, where I discovered an expanse of 300 square meters filled with wooden frames towering 5 meters high, each tied with thick ropes supporting heavy burlap sacks. Teacher, what are these for? As I mentioned, they are for you to practice short-range teleportation. Just watch. With that, Teacher Xiao pushed all 100 burlap sacks from their elevated positions, causing them to sway chaotically across the ground. Observe closely. In an instant, Teacher Xiao teleported into the midst of the sacks, seamlessly dodging them as he executed short-range teleportation, never once colliding with the bags. After a minute, he emerged from the chaos. Now it is your turn. You will practice amidst the sacks. I will have the light tiger assist you in pushing the bags. Teacher, please spare me. Rest assured, you will be fine. My recovery magic is quite effective. If you prefer, we can replace the sacks with iron balls. I would much rather stick with the burlap sacks. Hearing such a terrifying suggestion, I ceased my complaints and promptly jumped into the array. I dodged, I evaded. But within mere moments, I was knocked out by a sack, feeling quite pained. Teacher Xiao promptly employed a rudimentary restoration spell, propelling me back into the fray. I found myself incessantly dodging and being flung away. My tender physique was mercilessly ravaged by the demons. Curiously, despite enduring inhumane torment daily, my body grew increasingly robust. Teacher Shio imparted to me the wisdom that one must endure hardship to rise above others. Only by safeguarding oneself can one hope to survive. And the best means of protection is to run. This aligns quite well with my own beliefs. On the first, third, and fifth days of the week, I delved into the study of magical knowledge, while the second, fourth, and sixth days were dedicated to the burlap array. The challenges of the burlap array gradually intensified in accordance with my growing abilities. The so-called difficulty was not substantial. It merely entailed Teacher Shio unleashing a comprehensive intermediate spell, such as a lightning strike, from outside the array. Chapter 8. Evaluation of Magic. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, I am already 9.5 years old. Despite enduring relentless torment each day, it has not hindered my normal development in the slightest. I stand at a height of 1.52 meters and weigh 40 kilograms, with a cascade of light blue hair cascading down to my shoulders. Although my features may not be conventionally attractive, they exude a certain charming grace. As noted by the villagers and my classmates, my father often remarks that if my features were examined separately, they would not fare well, yet collectively, they present a pleasing visage. In such moments, my mother often smirks, teasingly implying that it is my father's genetics that are lacking. Nevertheless, my mother is a stunning beauty, and even in her 30s, not a trace of age can be found on her visage. Over the past few years, while I have harbored a deep-seated resistance to the old devil's teachings, I must concede that I have learned a great deal of magic from him. The pace at which my abilities have improved has astonished both my parents. Within the burlap array, I can now evade virtually all attacks with ease. When I activate my instantaneous teleportation, only a faint shadow remains within the array, rendering even Teacher Shio unable to trace my movements. The single-target offensive spells can no longer reach me. I have come to treat the burlap array as a game, often practicing while playfully making faces at Teacher Shio, who has been driven to the brink of using advanced magic, though he can only wield level 7 spells, primarily in the space category, against me. However, due to the immense power of his spatial magic, which poses a risk of devastating the entire area, he refrains from doing so. To my irritation, he has even sent a light tiger into the array to pursue me. Nevertheless, my mastery of short-distance instantaneous teleportation is now unparalleled, making it impossible for even Teacher Shio to capture me. The rate of improvement in both my magical and mental prowess is remarkable. I can now sustain the use of both the Prism Shield and instantaneous teleportation for over 3 hours. Throughout these past 2 years, I have acquired the following spells. I will only mention those that are particularly notable and favorited by me. Basic light defensive spells. 1. Light Shield, an all-encompassing defensive spell of the light element. I no longer use this due to the efficiency of the Prism Shield. 2. Prism Mirror, a reflection spell of the light element. Thanks to my enhanced mental strength, I can now reflect directional attacks at any angle. 3. Prism Shield, a combination spell of the light element that I created, providing a small area of defense that approaches the level of advanced magic. Even Teacher Shio, a typically stern individual, has praised this spell, though he is unable to utilize it himself. How amusing. 4. Sacred Guardian. This spell protects against toxic gas invasions and low-level dark mental magic, a form of dark magic that can induce confusion and madness. It effectively isolates harmful gases, like a gas mask, so I often employ it when Teacher Shio passes gas. Its efficacy is quite impressive. Basic light offensive spells. 1. Arrow of Light. The sole offensive spell among the basic and intermediate light magic. It concentrates light elements into an arrow-shaped attack. Its power is modest. Basic light healing spells. 1. Healing Art. A low-level healing spell that offers excellent treatment for minor injuries and can alleviate ailments like colds and fevers. I regret learning this spell, as it has led my mother to frequently drag me to the village to treat others, and without any pay. 2. Divine Healing, used to cure various states of confusion. Basic Spatial Magic. 1. Short-distance instantaneous movement. This is a skill in which I excel, within a radius of 500 meters. No single target spell can land a blow on me. 2. Long-distance instantaneous teleportation. While I have theoretically mastered it, I have yet to put it into practice. Otherwise, should I be transported to the demon realm, I would find myself in dire straits. The animosity between the demon and beast tribes toward humans is profound. 3. Small Dimensional Slash, an offensive spell within spatial magic. This is the most powerful attack spell in my repertoire, capable of tearing through surrounding space and devouring all objects, including magic, within a defined range. Teacher Shio has prohibited me from using it, as I once devoured one of his cherished cups. Currently, I can unleash a dimensional slash approximately 1 meter in length. While consuming low-level spells is manageable, Teacher Shio warns that the backlash from this magic can be severe if my magical power cannot withstand it. I risk being consumed myself, though the current output certainly would not suffice. Only a greater dimensional slash could achieve that. He advises me against reckless usage. Thus, these are the spells I currently possess. Teacher Shio evaluates my skills as exceptional in evasion, moderate in defense, subpar in healing, and inferior in offense, though in his heart, he is quite satisfied with my abilities, particularly my talent for defensive and movement magic. My control over instantaneous teleportation has surpassed even his as a Grand Mage, and I am capable of creating my own defensive spells. Overall, if we disregard offensive magic, my strength is approaching that of an advanced mage. Alas, it is not my intention to neglect offense. After all, who could resist the allure of short-distance instantaneous teleportation? Haha, should I find myself unable to win, I can always make my escape. In less than 6 months, I will graduate from here. Haha, I will finally break free from the clutches of that devil, though the burlap array can no longer torment me. Teacher Shio's all-encompassing intermediate magical attacks still leave me utterly exhausted. As I contemplate my bright future, I cannot help but grin. What delights me even more is that upon arriving in the classroom this morning, Teacher Shio announced his departure for the capital, where he will be for an extended period but will return before my graduation examination, urging me to diligently meditate and enhance my magical power in his absence. Without him around, I shall be free from the devil's training. I am overjoyed, practically bubbling with excitement. In the time to come, I can indulge in daily slumber once more. Chapter 9. Peril on the way home. How effortless school feels now. Each day, I awaken at home, slumbering until it's time to go to class, where I simply continue my repose. The sensation reminiscent of 1949 has finally arrived. I sleep, comfortably sprawled on the ground. I focus my mind, attuning to the luminous elements in the air, and under their gentle embrace, I gradually drift into slumber. The orb of light within me has already claimed approximately 2/3 of my meridians. Teacher Shio has informed me that my magical prowess is sufficient to cast level 5 spells. However, due to my tender age and the risk of overextending myself, she has refrained from teaching me intermediate magic, advising that I await my enrollment in the Intermediate Magic Academy for further education. For reference, the classification of magic practitioners is as follows. A mage capable of casting level 1 spells is termed an apprentice. Those who can wield levels 2 and 3 are known as junior mages. Level 4 and 5 casters are classified as intermediate mages. Level 6 practitioners are designated as advanced mages. Those who can cast level 7 spells are referred to as grand mages. Level 8 practitioners are called sorcerers. And those capable of combining level 9 spells are known as archmages, while those who can independently wield level 9 magic are the legendary grand archmages. What time is it? I stretch luxuriously and glance at the darkening sky. It's time to return home for dinner, as my stomach growls in protest. I skip joyfully out of the academy, heading in the direction of home. Leaving the city of Senkei, I follow the familiar path I tread daily. Being slightly timid and afraid of the dark, I conjure a light spell with my left hand, illuminating a 30-meter radius as bright as day. I wonder what delicious dishes my mother has prepared today. I fervently hope for some bone soup, my absolute favorite. As I contemplate the sumptuous dinner, I can't help but smack my lips, feeling my hunger intensify. Suddenly, I sense the temperature around me rising. What is happening? Who is employing fire magic nearby? A thunderous roar suddenly reverberates in my ears. Oh no, a fire lion, a level 6 magical beast. No, it is classified as a monster. A magical beast is one that has not formed a contract with a human at birth. My legs begin to feel unresponsive. Its blood-red eyes fixate on me, perhaps sharing my earlier thoughts, licking its lips hungrily. Great fire lion, I am but a child. You cannot devour me. I am a flower of our nation, and I possess little flesh. Perhaps I could fetch you something to eat from home? My plea remains unfinished as the fire lion lunges towards me. Instinctively, I activate my teleportation ability, having been pursued by the light tiger numerous times in the past. As I evade the fire lion's assault, I shoot a flare into the air, a signal for help. Foul fire lion, what can you do to me? You cannot catch me. With the reassurance of my teleportation ability, I feel more at ease. Surely, The fire lion cannot surpass the strength of both the light tiger and the old demon. At least, it cannot overpower me before my magical energy is depleted. Before my magical energy runs out, I would have already teleported far away. With each teleport covering 500 meters, I could easily escape several times. The air feels stifling. For the sake of safety, I cast every defensive spell I know upon myself. First and foremost, I invoke divine protection, which filters the air and insulates me from the heat radiating from the fire lion. Next, I summon a light prism shield in my left hand. I make a face at the fire lion and, while reciting the incantation, I unleash a light arrow towards it. Although its power is modest, it will still sting upon impact. Enraged, the fire lion retaliates with a series of intermediate fire spells directed at me. I dodge and evade, maneuvering around it with ease, causing it to become disoriented. The flames emanating from the fire lion begin to diminish, suggesting that its magical energy is rapidly depleting. Panting, it gazes at me, and I chuckle to myself. Magical beasts are not as formidable as I had imagined. I release both divine protection and the light prism shield, acknowledging that casting multiple spells rapidly depletes my magical energy. I decide to rely on evasion. After all, it cannot strike me, and I am merely waiting for assistance. The village is not far away, and I anticipate the guard team will arrive shortly. Suddenly, the fire lion raises its head and lets out a furious roar. I notice that the temperature, which had previously dropped, suddenly skyrockets. What is happening? Oh no. It's a level 6 fire spell, Raging Inferno, an all-encompassing magic. There is no escape. In the name of my longbow, great elemental light, gather before me and thwart all evil. I manage to cast a light shield just in time. But the overwhelming flames cascade down upon me, engulfing an area within a 300-meter radius in magical fire. My momentary lapse in concentration has rendered my teleportation energy ineffective, and I channel all my magical power into the light shield, fervently reciting the incantation. Yet, the might of the flames is too great. I can scarcely hold on, fearing I will be reduced to cinders. Water elements in the air heed my call, transform into unyielding hailstones, and vanquish this malevolence before me. Suddenly, I feel a surge of relief as an unknown incantation dissipates my pressure. The hailstorm counters the fire lion's magic. The fire lion, too, is nearing its limit. Its magical energy has been nearly exhausted, and its recent attack was merely a final desperate attempt. It's Longbow. Longbow, come quickly. It's your son. Mother has arrived. Finally, I am safe, and I succumb to unconsciousness. I am unsure how long I have been out, but I gradually regain consciousness. Upon opening my eyes, I see my mother, her eyes red and puffy, sitting beside me. Longbow has awakened. Quickly, come here, she calls, her voice trembling. How are you feeling, dear? I'm feeling much better, father, I reply. You would not have seen your mother again had it not been for the elder's timely intervention, she says, pulling me close and weeping. What on earth happened? My father inquires, his expression grave. I recount the events that transpired. You foolish child. Remember this. Never grant any enemy an opportunity. With your current magical abilities, if you encounter an enemy who is an intermediate mage or above, you must flee immediately, for you have no means to inflict harm upon them. Moreover, how could you be so careless in combat? If you had expanded your light prism shield for broader protection, perhaps you would not have been injured. I absorb my father's words, though the latter part of his advice doesn't fully sink in. However, I am resolute in my memory of the necessity to escape upon encountering an adversary. From that day forward, I ensured to fortify my defenses against any foe I encountered. Thus, the Child of Light navigated through the arduous trials of his first significant challenge. Chapter 10. Between friends due to my injury. My mother kindly requested a leave of absence from school, allowing me to rest at home. After finishing breakfast, my parents left for work, leaving me alone to languidly gaze at the ceiling from my bed. Chonggong, are you home? Open the door quickly. Who is it? So early? It's me, Auda. Can't you recognize my voice? Auda, what brings you here? As I spoke, I made my way to the yard to open the gate. Chonggong, I heard you were injured. How are you feeling now? Much better. I was so unfortunate yesterday. How could a magical beast appear near our village? Who knows? Here. This is a snow spirit pill. I had to grind for ages to get it from my father. You brought your father's treasure for me? The snow spirit pill is the village chief's prized possession, crafted by Auda's grandfather over many years. It is excellent for treating fire poison. There's no need, Auda. Thank you. But I'm nearly healed. Don't waste this precious pill. Enough with the false modesty. Just eat it already. Once you recover, I want to spar with you in magic. Thank you, Auda. With reddened eyes, I consumed the snow spirit pill. A wave of coolness enveloped my entire being, bringing considerable relief. What thanks? You're my leader. I still rely on you. Just don't forget your brothers when you become successful. All right. We brothers shall share both fortune and misfortune, feasting together, haha. I am 2 months older than Auda, and having grown up together, he always calls me leader. Why must I be older? When we played as children, he always insisted on me giving way to him, claiming respect for elders and love for the young. I never expected Auda to be so kind to me. The pure affection between children is truly precious. Why didn't you go to school today, Auda? Our teacher recently instructed us to meditate at home to enhance our magical powers. In a few months, we will have our graduation exams, so we have a month off. Meditating at home is just as effective. Oh, you all are so fortunate. Compared to your luck, I feel. Sigh. Watching Auda, I regret not choosing water magic with him. Chonggong. We've been so busy with our studies these past 2 years that we haven't spent much time together. How has your light magic been? Is your teacher treating you well? You always seem so listless when I see you. Ever since I started studying under the old devil, I have been working from dawn until dusk, rarely seeing Auda. Even when I do return at night, I am utterly exhausted from the old devil's torment. I never expected Auda would think of me. True friendship is revealed in times of hardship. Not just bad, it's downright devilish. The old witch pales in comparison to his terror. More terrifying than the old witch. You really have it rough. Auda gasped in astonishment. Auda, what good magic have you learned? I've learned a few water healing spells and water attack magic. My wind magic, however, is quite good. My gale spell is the best in our class. Seeing Auda's proud expression, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity and asked tentatively, is it so you can outrun the girls in your class? Auda's laughter abruptly ceased, and he asked in surprise, how did you know? Ha ha ha. We both burst into laughter. Chonggong, how long will you be resting at home? About 4 or 5 days. Then I'll come to play with you every day. Once you're healed, we can spar. Okay, you little rascal. Just wait. You think you can bully me because I lack offensive magic? Auda's skills, no matter how good, couldn't possibly surpass my magical prowess. Just wait until then. I'll exhaust him. After all, we are just children, filled with competitive spirit. Soon, 2 days passed, and my injuries had healed. Auda visited me daily, and today we agreed to duel. I was eager to see just how skilled he had become. Leader, I'm here. Come out quickly. I'm coming. So eager to meet your demise, haha. Humph. Who will win is still uncertain. You can't even cast an offensive spell. What do you plan to use to defeat me? Let us find out. Auda took his stance, casting Gale and Water Shield before beginning his offensive spell. I watched him calmly, unhurried, knowing that with his level of skill, he couldn't possibly perform an all-encompassing attack spell. My instant teleportation would surely allow me to evade. Sure enough, a water orb flew towards me. I deftly used instant teleportation to sidestep by 1 meter, the water orb grazing past me. Auda rubbed his eyes, bewildered, thinking he must be seeing things. Then, various basic water spells came at me. But how could such magic touch me? Leader, what kind of magic is this? It's much faster than my Gale. Of course. This is instant teleportation, a space magic. Leader, you're being unfair. What kind of duel is this? Always dodging. Fine, I won't dodge anymore. Come at me, I declared, reinforcing myself with a prism shield. Seeing I wouldn't evade, Auda immediately launched a water orb at me. I smirked, aiming my prism shield towards him. The water orb struck my shield and rebounded perfectly, splashing Auda and knocking him off his feet. Enough. I concede, what is this? I give up. Auda scrambled to his feet. Admit it. Unless it's an all-encompassing magic, it can't affect me. My defense and evasion have reached the level of an intermediate mage, truly worthy of being my leader. I didn't expect you to be so formidable even without offensive magic. I concede. From now on, I will follow you. Seeing Auda's admiring gaze, I felt a surge of satisfaction. Tomorrow, let us go to school together. I'll take you to a place that is excellent for practicing evasion. While it may not be as powerful as my instant teleportation, it will greatly improve your Gale. All right. Thank you, leader. Thank you. Tomorrow, I'll let you experience the might of the sack formation. Chapter 11. The Royal Academy. Early in the morning, AD came to find me. Why are you here so early? I haven't had enough sleep yet. I protested, clutching my blanket. Let me sleep a little longer. Come on, Longbow. Didn't you say you would help me improve my Gale technique today? Get up, get up. As I buried myself deeper under the covers, he insisted. If you don't get up, I'll resort to ice magic. Annoyed, I finally dragged myself out of bed upon hearing him begin to chant a spell. This kid was so eager to suffer. I might as well indulge him, I thought with a smirk. AUD moved swiftly within the sack formation, demonstrating remarkable progress. In just 2 months, he could endure nearly an hour in the sack formation. Of course, that was without my magical ambush. I couldn't help but chuckle at how clumsy he had been in the beginning. He now understood why I came home utterly exhausted every day. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Let me out, he gasped. If he thought he could escape without my permission, I would instantly teleport him back. All right. The graduation exam is in a few days. Conserve your energy. Gasping for breath, AUD dashed in front of me and plopped down on the ground. Boss, I'm improving quickly, right? Well, it's decent, considering you're not using teleportation. Achieving such results is commendable. The exam is just around the corner. Do you think you can get into that academy? There are 13 intermediate magic academies in Senkei City, with 2 being Class A for Class B, and the rest classified as C and D. Class A schools are the best, with a few students each year gaining entry into the Royal Magic Academy, the highest institution of magic in the country. At least aim for a Class B, he suggested. What about you, boss? I'm not sure. The subjects for the graduation exam vary each year. Who knows what it will be this time? If it's about evasion and defense, I'll definitely make it to a Class A school, but if it's about offense, I'm doomed to a Class D. In truth, I wasn't overly concerned about which academy I would attend, but my mother had promised me 5 silver coins monthly if I got into a Class A school. For me, that was a significant fortune. For the sake of my cherished money, I might as well give it my all. Boss, didn't your teacher say he would come back before the graduation exam? It's the day after tomorrow. Why hasn't he returned yet? I don't know. It's best if he doesn't come back. I can't handle pre-exam training. You want pre-exam training? I can accommodate that. A familiar voice suddenly chimed in. Teacher Shio, you're back. No need for pre-exam training. I was just joking. I stammered. Boss, I'll take my leave now, AUD said, noticing Teacher Shio's stern expression, and quickly turned to flee. AUD, you little rascal, don't let me catch you again. Longbow, Teacher Shio called to me. Why do you feel uneasy whenever you see me? Your legs are trembling uncontrollably. Teacher, with the graduation exam approaching, do you have confidence in yourself? I can't say for sure. It depends on this year's exam subjects. Foolish child, you are studying light magic, the only one in decades. The school won't test you on offensive magic. That would be unfair. Teacher Shio's severity softened into kindness. That's wonderful. Then I'm sure I can get into a Class A school, I exclaimed, jumping in joy, primarily for the sake of future pocket money. You have quite a competitive spirit. However, this time I don't wish for you to participate in the Academy's graduation exam. Why? I asked, puzzled. I have already registered you for the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. I hope you can directly take the entrance exam there. My expectations for you are high. You must work hard. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is a prestigious institution under the Royal Magic Academy, known for nurturing exceptionally gifted young magicians. Each year, 1/3 of its students gain entry into the Royal Magic Academy, making it the best intermediate magic academy in the country, classified as S level. What? No way. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is so renowned. They must have strict regulations. I barely escaped the clutches of the old devil. I can't fall into another trap. Teacher Shio, am I skilled enough? The students there are the finest talents in the nation, and my magic is so weak. I quickly protested. Who says your magic is weak? You are my most outstanding student. How will you know your potential without trying? Hearing Teacher Shio praise me directly was exhilarating. Yet I felt no joy. I'll discuss it with my parents and get back to you tomorrow. No need for that. Today I'll accompany you home. And I'll speak with your parents. They will surely agree. Is that so? Why is Teacher Shio so eager today? Reluctantly, I followed, knowing my parents would surely be thrilled to hear about the capital's prospects. As I expected, after Teacher Shio spoke to my parents, they were far more excited than I was. After all, what parent wouldn't be thrilled at the prospect of their child attending the best school in the country? However, Teacher Shio, I heard that one must have a noble recommendation to enter the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. We are commoners. Will they allow us to take the exam? My father posed a crucial question. You needn't worry about that. I've already taken care of it. I have a good friend who is a viscount, and he will provide a recommendation for Longbow. My mother suddenly nudged my father and whispered, the tuition for the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is quite expensive. Even if it means selling everything we have, I will ensure our son attends. I refuse to let his talent go to waste. My father's resolute words filled me with a sense of pride. Father, mother, rest assured, I will surely pass, I declared, though I regretted it immediately. Longbow, you're such a good boy. My father patted my head. Mr. Wei, you needn't worry about the tuition. I will cover it entirely. Teacher Xiao continued as we looked at him with puzzled expressions. I have a great passion for magic, but my talent is lacking. Despite putting in 10 times the effort, I barely rose to the rank of a grand magician. Even with further effort, I will likely only reach the level of a magic guide. However, Longbow is different. I see immense potential in him regarding light magic. I hope my student surpasses me, achieving the rank of a magic guide or even a grand magician. Longbow, you must not disappoint your teacher. Upon hearing Teacher Xiao's words, my parents were immensely grateful. With all obstacles cleared, there was nothing left to discuss. It was time to embark on this new journey. Chapter 12. Arrival at the capital Chang'an. You must heed Teacher Xiao's advice and study diligently to bring honor to our family. If you truly cannot succeed, return swiftly. Do not let your parents worry. Teacher Xiao, I entrust Chang'an to you. Mother held me tightly, weeping for a lengthy while. Enough now, dear mother, do not cry. Chang'an will return, said father. Let them set off quickly. After bidding farewell to my parents and the teachers and classmates at the academy, and of course, to Ode, who cheekily advised me to practice magic well to protect him in the future, Teacher Xiao and I embarked on our journey to the capital. Teacher Xiao, how far is it to the capital? We have quite a distance to cover. We must traverse 3 provinces, approximately over 2,000 miles. Such a distance. Throughout our journey, we averaged 80 to 90 miles per day. After more than 20 arduous days of travel, we finally reached the capital. Neither Teacher Xiao nor I possessed the ability to fly with magic. Only advanced wind mages could utilize the wind flight technique, and the distance flown depended on their magical prowess. Initially, I wished to use the teleportation spell, which could cover 500 meters in one go, but Teacher Xiao disallowed it. Along the way, he imparted numerous examination tips and applications of magic. Determined not to disappoint my parents and Teacher Xiao, and for the sake of my future prospects, I exerted extraordinary effort, astonishing Teacher Xiao, who thought I had undergone a transformation. The culmination of my 20-plus days of diligence, along with 2 months of contemplation before Teacher Xiao's return, had filled me with magical energy, bringing me to the precipice of becoming an advanced mage, as Teacher Xiao noted. Due to my lack of offensive magic, Teacher Xiao taught me 2 light-based spells, the Radiant Binding Array, an intermediate offensive spell designed to restrain foes, the only offensive spell among intermediate light magic, and the advanced light spell, Light/Sword. Given my current magical capacity, I could only utilize this spell once, and Teacher Xiao advised against using it unless absolutely necessary, as I still had the option to run away. The capital was indeed a grand city, with towering, robust walls, boasting 8 wide gates. The streets bustled with pedestrians, and merchant carts frequently passed by, their wheels creating a constant clatter. Lavishly adorned carriages, intricately carved, presumably carrying nobility, intermingled, a true testament to the magnificence of my homeland's capital, Aisha City. As Teacher Xiao and I strolled through the city, it surpassed Sankei City in size, lined with an array of shops that piqued my curiosity for new wonders. However, Teacher Xiao firmly guided me towards the vicinity of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy in the eastern part of the city. Chang'an, behold the magnificent complex over there. That is the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. The admission examinations commence in 3 days. Let us find a nearby place to rest. We settled into a modest inn. Teacher Xiao had initially wished to find a more upscale lodging, but all the better establishments had been booked by nobles arriving from various regions, leaving us with no choice but to make do here. Nobles, of course, hoped for their children to gain admission to the academy. Had we not acted swiftly, we might not have secured even this accommodation. Indeed, you are wise, teacher. I realized why he had urged me not to waste time wandering aimlessly upon entering the city. Chang'an, come, let me take you for a stroll. Certainly. We ventured onto the bustling streets, where magical supplies were abundant. Given that it was the capital of a magical kingdom, we visited a shop specializing in magical artifacts. Inside, a dazzling array of magical items awaited: robes, low-level magical crystals, wands, and even mythical beast eggs. Every mage possesses a mythical creature, but one must hatch their own. The eggs sold here were sealed and required blood as a medium for hatching. The resulting creature would recognize its first-sighted individual as its master. Only eggs of creatures below level 4 could be found in such ordinary shops. Higher-level eggs were exorbitantly priced, and those above level 7 were unattainable even with wealth. Luck was paramount. Chonggong, see if there is anything you fancy. It shall be a gift from your teacher. Yay. Thank you, teacher. I eagerly began to select. Ultimately, I chose a white mythical beast egg and a wand adorned with white crystals. Young master, you certainly have an eye for selection. This wand is our finest item. The mythical beast egg is a level 1 egg, and it is a gift for you. The wand costs 50 gold coins. The mythical beast egg was of the light element and had little demand. Such an expense? Teacher Shio frowned but acquiesced, as a teacher must endure sacrifices for their students. Upon returning to the inn, Teacher Shio examined the wand, confirming it could enhance my magical attack power by 30%. Indeed, it was a remarkable wand. Though the mythical beast egg was rather ordinary, merely a level 1 creature. You have received your gift. You must strive in the upcoming examination. Do not let your teacher down. This wand accompanied me for a significant duration until I acquired, and the creature that hatched from that egg became my most crucial companion. Perhaps it was fate. The egg obtained by the Child of Light turned out to be a growth-type mythical beast, playing an essential role in the Child of Light's journey to becoming a Grand Mage. Chapter 13. Entrance Examination. At the break of dawn, I was roused by Teacher Shio, who reiterated the details of the examination while escorting me to the entrance of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Why are we here so early, Teacher Shio? There is still plenty of time before the exam, I yawned. I was nearly driven to distraction over the past few days, as Teacher Shio incessantly repeated the examination rules and details, leaving me with a throbbing headache. I had intended to attempt hatching my magical beast to see what it would be, but Teacher Shio forbade me, insisting I needed to conserve my mental and physical energy before the test. Teacher Shio seemed even more anxious about this examination than I was. Let us assess the situation. Chonggong, if you follow the steps arranged by your teacher, you should navigate through successfully. All right, I understand. The hour of waiting felt like an eternity, thanks to Teacher Shio's relentless chatter. You may enter now, Chonggong. Good luck. Teacher Shio gave me a thumbs up. I reciprocated the gesture. Upon entering the academy, I was awestruck. Truly, it was a distinguished institution. The grand playground stretched over 15,000 square meters, bustling with students. Teacher Shio had mentioned that over 10,000 candidates were vying for admission this year, with only 200 spots available. The magical broadcast, transmitted through unique magic crystal stones, echoed. Attention all examinees, please arrange yourselves from east to west according to your registration numbers, with every 600 candidates forming a line. Kindly maintain order and prepare for the first test. I was number 1503, positioned in the third line, standing amidst the throng. Glancing around, I noticed that nearly all the candidates donned splendid magical robes, while those in simple attire like mine were nearly invisible. The surrounding examinees cast disdainful glances my way, some even sneering, how dare a commoner attempt to apply? Humph, what is wrong with being a commoner? Are we not human? Just because some have a bit of influence, does that make them superior? Silence, please. The first test is about to commence. Each candidate, please approach the proctor at the front of your line in order, announced the broadcast. There were 20 lines, each manned by 2 proctors, one to guide the students and the other to record their scores. The first test was straightforward. Simply measure your magical power using the magic crystal stone. The entrance examination consisted of 4 tests, with the candidates ranked according to their total scores, and the top 200 would be admitted. I waited impatiently, feeling the minutes drag on. An hour passed. Candidate 1503. Please proceed for testing. Finally, my turn had arrived. Good day, esteemed teacher. I am candidate 1503, I greeted. Recalling Teacher Shio's advice to be polite and leave a good impression, perhaps securing a higher score. Very well, you may begin your test. The proctor replied with a smile. I concentrated my magical energy, placing my right hand upon the crystal stone. Light elements rapidly gathered from my brow and streamed into the stone, which began to emit a soft white glow. As I infused more power, the light grew increasingly radiant. That is sufficient, young candidate. Thank you, teacher, I replied, ceasing my magical release. Your magical energy is quite strong. You must be studying light magic. Keep at it. For advanced light magic is formidable, the proctor remarked. You may rest in the designated area while awaiting the next examination. Feeling pleased, I thought this test should pose no problem. None of the candidates ahead had displayed as much magical power as I had just demonstrated. The next test would assess magical comprehension, requiring us to cast our most proficient spell within a designated barrier. This would occur in the afternoon. However, we were not permitted to leave the academy for lunch, which was provided by the institution. After dining, I strolled around the expansive campus, which was indeed impressive, featuring numerous small testing grounds, several educational buildings, and a beautifully landscaped environment adorned with lush greenery, groves, rockeries, and fountains. It seemed studying here might not be so bad after all. As the afternoon examinations commenced, all candidates were divided among 10 testing sites, each overseen by 5 head examiners. Each examiner would assign a score, which would be summed to determine the candidate's total score for this portion of the examination. This is intense, I thought, noting that the minimum magic tested at this intermediate academy was at least intermediate level, with a few candidates even showcasing advanced magic. The head examiners frequently whispered amongst themselves, their smiles revealing their satisfaction with the current candidates. Candidate 1503, it is your turn to demonstrate your magic. Yes, teacher, I replied, bowing slightly before extending my left hand. In the name of my longbow, great light element, gather before me and shield and reflect all evil. That incantation is unfamiliar, I noted, as a luminous shield formed on my left arm amidst the head examiner's skepticism. Is this a light shield? No, a light shield is an all-encompassing defensive spell, one of the examiners remarked. After a brief discussion, the central examiner asked, could you explain the characteristics of your spell? Certainly. This spell is an original creation of mine, derived from the light shield and light prism. By combining the properties of defense and reflection, I have fused 2 basic light defensive spells into one, capable of blocking level 6 non-directional offensive magic. The head examiners exchanged astonished glances, ultimately arriving at a consensus: genius. The fusion of magic is inherently challenging, especially when combining single-type spells. Achieving an advanced magical effect from 2 basic spells would surely astonish them. Another hurdle cleared, I thought excitedly as I exited the academy. Due to the large number of candidates, the remaining 2 tests would be held the next day. It was that simple. I couldn't help but chuckle at the amazed expressions of the head examiners. As I stepped outside the academy, I spotted Teacher Xiao, whose anxious demeanor made me realize for the first time just how endearing he truly was. Chapter 14. My fortunate luck. How is the longbow? I gestured an okay to Teacher Xiao. Today, I should have no problem with these 2 subjects, so please rest assured, Teacher Xiao. Do not become complacent. Continue to strive tomorrow, as it is the final score that matters. The night passed in silence. The following day, I arrived at the academy at the same time for the 3rd subject, magic control. The examination methods varied according to the candidates' majors. For instance, the fire magic exam was quite simple. One merely needed to cast the basic fireball spell and control it along a prescribed route to the finish line without it exploding along the way, with points awarded based on completion time. Other elements followed a similar pattern. As for the light element, Teacher Xiao had informed me that, due to the lack of candidates majoring in light magic in recent years, he was uncertain about what the exam would entail. It seemed that fate was inescapable. As the sole candidate majoring in light magic, I proceeded directly to my examination venue, room 5 on the right side of the academy. To my surprise, I found myself alone with 5 invigilators. This was rather extravagant. Greetings, esteemed invigilators, I said. Student 1503, hello. As there have been no students studying light magic in recent years, you are the only one in this realm. Therefore, after discussions among the examination committee, we have established a new method for your test, said the teacher seated in the middle. Is this special treatment? I exclaimed, taken aback. What must I do then, teacher? The invigilators exchanged glances, and the central teacher smiled mysteriously at me. It is quite simple. We heard that you created a defensive spell during yesterday's magic comprehension exam. Today, we would like to test it. You need only withstand our continuous attacks of basic magic for 30 minutes to pass. We will score your magic control based on your performance during this time. Is it truly such a favorable scenario? This happens to be my forte, I replied, though I decided to be cautious and inquired. Just basic magic attacks? Can I use my secondary spells? Do not worry, only basic magic will be used. However, I must remind you that our basic magic attacks are not weak, so please be attentive. You may use your secondary spells. Now let us begin. I immediately gathered my elements, conjured a light prism shield, and cast a divine protection spell on myself, preparing for instantaneous teleportation. Basic magic lacks comprehensive spells, which gives me a significant advantage. The 5 invigilators launched their attacks. When the examination concluded, I emerged unscathed, having scarcely utilized my light prism shield. It was astonishingly easy, far simpler than the sack formation. Although the initial attacks from the 5 invigilators resembled arrows, many gaps were present. How delightful! Teachers, have I passed? I asked eagerly. The invigilators exchanged looks before reluctantly announcing my success. Student, why do I feel that your major resembles space magic? One of them remarked. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, esteemed teachers. During my time at the Basic Magic Academy, my mentor described my skills as top-notch in evasion, mediocre in defense, subpar in recovery magic, and utterly lacking in offense. Hence, Student 1503, there is no need for embarrassment. In magical confrontations, the ability to evade attacks is crucial, especially in battles against warriors who often deny mages the chance to chant spells. Maintaining a safe distance while casting advantageous spells greatly enhances one's chances of success, so do not feel ashamed of this. Keep striving forward. Wow, I never realized that evasion had so many benefits. This will be my motto from now on. I laughed heartily. Thank you, esteemed teachers. I bowed sincerely to the invigilators present. Upon exiting the examination room, I pondered my extraordinary luck. With nothing pressing to do, I decided to explore. According to Teacher Xiao, the top 500 candidates would be determined by their overall scores after the first 3 tests, leading into the 4th test. This meant that the results would be announced tomorrow, and the final examination would commence the day after. I was in no rush to return, as doing so would only lead to Teacher Xiao's endless chatter. I arrived at the fire magic examination venue and, inadvertently, turned to see a male candidate with red hair, around my age, sitting in a corner. He appeared rather dejected. I approached him. Hey, what's wrong? Did you not perform well? Far worse than that. I performed too well, came a melodious voice. Why is that? My teacher advised me not to excel too greatly. Merely qualifying would suffice. Otherwise, in school, I would face numerous challenges and have no time to practice magic. Wow. Your teacher is even more eccentric than mine. Mine is only a bit intense during training, but yours doesn't allow you to give your all even during exams. Impressive. Please do not speak ill of my teacher. He has my best interests at heart. Well, he certainly thinks of others. I thought. Enough about that. How did you excel so much? Initially, I aimed for an average score, but seeing a few candidates perform exceptionally well, I impulsively pushed myself. And I ended up completing it 10 seconds faster than the quickest among them. And how many seconds did you take? 6 seconds. Wow, you are quite the prodigy. I didn't realize you were so remarkable. Hello, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Changong Wei, majoring in light magic and minoring in space magic. I extended my hand. He quickly stood to shake my hand. Hello, I am Mark Sade, majoring in fire magic and minoring in wind magic. Shall we become friends? Absolutely. From this day forth, we shall be friends. Thus, 2 youthful voices sealed a lifelong friendship. Chapter 15. The Fate of a Genius. After bidding farewell to Mark and Teacher Xiao, I returned to the inn, and a sudden thought struck me. Given my current standing, I was undoubtedly among the top achievers. Wouldn't that mean I would be challenged by many in the future? Oh no, how could I have overlooked this? It seems that Teacher Mark possesses great wisdom. Teacher Xiao, I inquired, if my exam results are exceptionally good and I gain admission to the Royal Academy of Magic, will I be faced with numerous challenges? Indeed, she replied. What? Why didn't you warn me to temper my expectations? Only through real combat can one truly progress. If you wish to avoid being vanquished by others, you must strive diligently. This approach is for your own benefit. For my benefit? It appears my future days will be quite daunting. With a heavy heart, I struggled to enter a meditative state. Get up, Changgong, let us check the rankings. At the mention of the rankings, I sprang to my feet, eager to see where I placed, hoping desperately not to be too high up. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Royal Academy of Magic, I spotted 4 large yellow papers affixed to the wall, displaying the names of the top 500 students in individual subjects and the top 500 who proceeded to the final assessment. I rushed over, scanning from the back, determined to locate my name among the lower ranks, praying fervently not to be within the top 100. The pride I felt after completing the exam had completely evaporated. No way. This can't be happening. My results were as follows. Magic Power. 9th, Magic Aptitude. 1st, Magic Control. 2nd, the 1st was that Mark fellow. Overall total. 2nd, the top spot was claimed by a certain Hai Long Yang, who ranked within the top 5 in every category. Oh dear, this is disastrous. but at least I wasn't in first place. Just then, a teacher emerged from the academy, approached the overall ranking board, and covered Hai Long Yang's name with yellow paper, writing it between the 10th and 11th places. Attention candidates. Due to Hai Long Yang employing certain improper methods during the assessment, the academy has decided to lower his rank from 1st to 10th. Consequently, the remaining top 10 candidates will each move up one position. The surrounding candidates erupted into a frenzy of chatter. Wow, I wonder what underhanded tactics Hai Long Yang used. What bad luck he has to lose his first place. With Hai Long Yang's rank diminished, that meant the first place now belonged to Chonggong. I barely registered the ensuing discussions, for I was in a state of shock. Could it be that I was so fortunate? Surely, even a genius could not be this lucky. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder from behind, startling me. I turned to see it was Mark. What's the matter, Chonggong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you not do well? Let me see the rankings, I replied. My name is Heir. My magic power, 18th. Magic aptitude, 16th. Magic control. Wait, what? First? This is terrible. But at least my overall score is not too high, just 12th. Thank goodness for that. Let me see yours. I urged. Mark stared at the rankings in disbelief, then suddenly seized my shoulders, exclaiming, Wow, Chonggong, you're incredible. You're first overall. At Mark's shout, nearly 4,000 pairs of eyes turned toward me. I quickly reacted, not even having the time to scold Mark, and executed a short-distance teleportation, fleeing 500 meters to escape the crowd, then teleporting several more times directly back to the inn, all while shouting, Mark, are you trying to get me killed? I could only hope no one had caught a clear glimpse of my face. Teacher Xiao returned, wearing a peculiar smile. Chonggong, you truly are the exemplary student of a teacher, achieving first place. Well done. However, you'd best avoid going out before tomorrow's exam. At least 1,000 people are waiting to challenge you. Haha. I could no longer muster any surprise at Teacher Xiao's mischievous grin. I could only lament my fate as a genius. There were many candidates stronger than me. Why was I the one in first place? The Royal Academy of Magic's entrance exam does not solely assess current abilities, but rather considers long-term potential. Teacher Xiao, can we return to Senkei City? Upon hearing my desire to go back, Teacher Xiao immediately erupted in anger. What? Return? Fine. If you wish to go back, you can do so without me. Your parents would surely not let you off easily either. Consider the immense hopes they had for you when you set off. How could you return and tell them you ranked first, but ran away out of fear of competing with your peers? Would they ever forgive you? How would you continue your studies in magic? Recalling my parents' earnest words as I departed, I found myself at a loss for words. Though I may be lazy, I possess the greatest virtue of all, filial piety. Without my parents, there would be no me. Teacher, please don't be angry. I was just joking. I will do my best. Seeing that I had abandoned the notion of returning, Teacher Xiao's face brightened again. After all, my first-round victory reflected well on him as well. I've prepared the rules for tomorrow's exam. First, 500 candidates will draw lots for a series of duels. The victor earns 50 points, while the loser receives 30. The scores from the first round will be added to the second round. Thus, securing first place in the first round grants you an additional 50 points in the second round. This means even if you lose tomorrow, you will still have 80 points, ensuring a place in the top 200. The second place in the first round earns 49, 9 points, and so forth, with the 500th place receiving no bonus. Therefore, performing well in the preliminary round is highly advantageous for you. Note that the use of summoned beasts and combat skills is prohibited during the exam. It is a magic academy, after all. It seemed I could no longer escape the clutches of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. It appeared that genius comes with its own share of woes. What a farce this genius business is. I resolved silently, I must lose tomorrow. I must. Chapter 16. Encountering a fierce rival at last. The ultimate showdown has arrived. I wonder who my final opponent will be. Ideally, it should be someone of moderate skill, so if I were to lose, it would merely reflect my own inadequacies. Fellow candidates, the draw has concluded, and now I shall announce the matchups for the examination. The first-ranked candidate, Longbo Wei, will face the 12th-ranked Mark Seed. The second-ranked Richard Lewin will take on the 79th-ranked Lei Se Honglan. What a coincidence. It's Mark. This kid. I've made up my mind. It's all or nothing. I would rather claim victory today than let yesterday's humiliation go unavenged. A gentleman does not forget a grudge, after all. Just wait, Mark. I'll ensure you. The matches are arranged in reverse order of rank, with those ranked lower competing first, making me the last to perform. Where has that rascal Mark run off to? I scanned the crowd, puzzled. Where could he be? Surely he isn't too frightened to show up today? No way. His teacher wouldn't let him off so easily. Humph. I won't go looking for him. We will meet on the battlefield. The competition commenced, divided across 10 platforms. In truth, Mark is tucked away in a small corner. Upon hearing that his opponent is me, he nearly fainted. After uttering those words yesterday, he regretted it. Oh no. Longbow Way will surely have his revenge tomorrow. How could I be so foolish? It's all my fault. Oh, Creator, please let me survive this ordeal intact. The determination among the candidates to gain entry into the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is palpable. Each competitor fights with utmost fervor. Currently, it's hard to discern which group is competing, but I see one contestant is a water mage and the other a wind mage. They unleash their most powerful offensive spells without any defensive magic, creating a tempestuous scene. Your hailstorm meets my tornado. How terrifying. I can't help but wonder how I would fare against them. After much contemplation, I conclude that my only strategy would be to focus on defense and evasion, exhausting their magical energy before attempting to defeat them. Fortunately, my magical reserves should surpass theirs. Ultimately, in this match, the water mage was caught off guard and was struck down by a wind blade from his opponent. To ensure safety during the competition, the Academy dispatched 10 master water mages and 2 magic instructors. Their presence, while the matches were fierce, prevented any unforeseen accidents. 3 hours later, it's finally my turn. I stretch my limbs and saunter onto the platform. Behold, the first-ranked candidate of the initial round, Longbow Way. He doesn't seem particularly impressive, a mere light mage. Lacking any offensive spells, yet he secured the top spot. Surely, he bribed the examiners. Where's his opponent? I glance around the arena, still not spotting Mark. And I can't help but wonder, could he truly have fled? I've already devised a plan to thoroughly defeat him, sending a clear message to all candidates below. I am not to be trifled with. Is the 12th ranked candidate, Mark, present? The examiner calls. If he does not arrive in 30 seconds, we will consider it a forfeit. Here he comes. Reluctantly, Mark finally appears, propelled by a gust of wind magic. He bows to the examiner, then, looking down, whispers to me, "Boss, I didn't mean it yesterday. Please don't be angry. Have mercy on me." So, he is aware that I let him off the hook. How self-aware of him. Humph, you've already crossed the line. Can one unconsume food? If you want my forgiveness, you must endure a good beating. Please, boss, I'm terrified of pain. Spare me. Just give it your all. I want to see your true strength. Hoping for mercy is futile. All right, boss, I'll be careful. He casts a fire shield around himself. I quickly summon my light barrier. I cannot afford to be careless, for this fellow is quite powerful, after all. Otherwise, how could he have claimed the title of Master of Magical Control? Boss, here I come. Mark knows that pleading for leniency is pointless, so he prepares to unleash his full potential. We are both unaware of each other's true strength, but based on our rankings, we recognize each other as formidable opponents. To fight half-heartedly would only result in a thorough thrashing. A novice fireball hurtles toward me. I raise my left hand, using my light barrier to intercept it. Just as the fireball nears, it veers off at an angle, bypassing my shield to strike from behind. Truly impressive. This is what it means to master magical control. I quickly teleport to the side and retaliate with a light arrow, but it proves ineffective against his fire shield. Meanwhile, his fireball is back on my tail. Does your fireball not explode? Haha, boss, this is no ordinary fireball. It's a concentrated fire element. I can control 4 fireballs simultaneously, so watch out. As he speaks, he launches 3 more fireballs, all converging on me from different directions. Well, that's just great. I'm running. The audience boos, witnessing the first-ranked candidate being chased by fireballs. What a disgrace. I think to myself, if only they knew I wouldn't be so easily intimidated. I teleport away, but suddenly realize that this tactic is unsustainable. Our magical reserves are nearly equivalent, and my expenditure is certainly greater than his. I cannot evade forever, otherwise I will lose. It seems I must resort to a more cunning approach. With this in mind, I teleport right next to Mark, swinging my light barrier directly at him. His fire shield cannot withstand my barrier's force, and as he revels in my plight, he fails to notice my sudden appearance, sending him tumbling. The fireballs he released, now devoid of momentum, detonate in a corner of the arena. Wow, boss, you can do that too. I remain silent, immediately transitioning into a left hook. Mark dodges to the side, unleashing an intermediate fire spell. I swiftly evade. Boss, you've pushed me to this. Element of fire, heed my call. Form infinite meteors to obliterate my foe. Goodness, this kid is fierce. An all-encompassing high-level fire spell, meteor shower. I must concede, his power is indeed formidable. However, the arena is quite small. If we were in an open space, his spell, covering 200 square meters, would likely miss me. But here, in a 15 by 15 arena, it's a different story. I know my light barrier 1T suffice to block it, but I must take the risk. O great light element, my friend, I beseech you to converge into countless blades and eradicate all that stands before me. Chapter 17. In the center of the examination area, an elderly wizard clad in a white robe, approximately in his 80s, sighed. The world has indeed changed. Nowadays, children are employing advanced magic even before entering intermediate magic academies. In my youth, at their age, I could only manage a few trivial spells like illuminating charms. Beside him, another elderly wizard in a red robe remarked, indeed, these two children show great promise. Look at the one named Chong-gong. He has already devised a defensive spell at such a young age. And Mark is quite adept as well, exhibiting remarkable control over fireballs, guiding their trajectories with finesse while keeping the energy contained. It seems he specializes in fire magic. I shall observe his character to see if he is worthy of inheriting my legacy. Mark is commendable, but Chong-gong appears to be focusing on light magic, a discipline that has seen no students for quite some time. I shall not let this opportunity slip. He must become my apprentice. The magical badges on the robes of these two old wizards, crafted from purple crystal, indicated they were among the last 10 Grand Magisters in the Tianwu continent. Meanwhile, Mark and I, oblivious to the machinations of these Grand Magisters, were fervently pushing our limits in our magical duel. This was my first time wielding the light/sword, and I was uncertain of its efficacy. I sensed my magical energy depleting rapidly. The first wave of light blades collided with the fire meteors. Oh, it seems my light/sword possesses greater might, cleaving through the smaller meteors and even neutralizing the larger ones. Observing my magic gaining the upper hand, I hastened my release of magical energy. My absolute magical power was slightly greater than Mark's. His greatest miscalculation was engaging me with advanced magic. My control is inferior to his. He ought to utilize minor spells to contend with me, but the fire meteors are exceedingly taxing on magical energy, leaving him barely able to sustain his spells, let alone exert control. The arena was a chaotic scene, marred by scorch marks from fire magic and deep gashes from the light/sword. Mark's robe bore several tears, and my own attire was singed in numerous places, an unfortunate fate, as I lacked the funds to procure a new robe. Our magical energies were nearly exhausted, now sustained solely by sheer willpower. Boss, I can't go on any longer. Please spare me, Mark weakly implored. As soon as he uttered these words, his fire meteors dissipated entirely, and even the fire shield he conjured for defense vanished, leaving him unconscious from the severe depletion of magical and mental energy. I quickly halted my magic, unwilling to inflict harm upon him. He had held on valiantly, but this boy truly is formidable. With my own magical energy nearly depleted, I slowly rose and approached him. You little rascal, not so tough after all. The supervising teacher on the stage, noticing I was still standing, promptly declared Mark's magical energy exhausted. Chong-gong Wei Sheng. Upon hearing of my victory, a wave of joy surged through me, though I lacked the strength to contemplate what lay ahead. After announcing the results, the instructors responsible for first aid hurried to the stage, employing restorative magic on both of us. I soon succumbed to unconsciousness, following in Mark's footsteps. When I awakened, I found myself in an inn, with Teacher Xiao vigilantly watching over me. You're awake. Excellent. First place once more. Now that you're conscious, I can rest easy. Please take some time to recuperate. At a loss for words, I simply closed my eyes to meditate. The following day, I awoke near sunset, and Teacher Xiao was absent. Stretching, I felt ravenous and descended to the ground floor, where the innkeeper was present. Uncle, do you have anything to eat? I'm famished. Indeed, just a moment. I'll prepare something for you. Perhaps the innkeeper was aware of my recent triumph, as he exhibited exceptional hospitality. Shortly, a steaming pot of beef stew with potatoes was placed before me, its aroma tantalizing. Thank you, Uncle. I'm going to dig in. Hurry up. Don't choke, he chuckled, gently patting my head as I ravenously consumed the meal. In my effort, I polished off the entirety of the beef and 6 bowls of rice. A commendable feat considering I had hardly eaten in 2 days. Teacher Xiao, you're back, I exclaimed, having finished my meal and spotting her return. Yes, I went to fetch your admission notice. Come, let us return to the room. Back in the room, Teacher Xiao presented me with the admission notice, adorned with gold trim. Changgong, you can report tomorrow, and classes officially commence in a week. You may take this time to familiarize yourself with the school environment. I will depart tomorrow, but I have already covered your tuition for this semester. Study diligently. I will return when I can. I must go tell your parents the good news, and then I may travel to the kingdom of Xiao to teacher. You're leaving tomorrow? I shall miss you dearly. This sentiment was at least half sincere. After all this time, Teacher Xiao had been exceedingly kind to me. Your success in studying is the best way to repay me, she replied, her face radiating warmth as she stroked my head. From her garments, she produced a small cloth pouch, handing it to me. The school is a closed environment, so you won't need to spend much. Keep this 50 gold coins for emergencies. I will come to fetch you at the end of the semester. Wow, this is the most money I've ever had. Thank you, I exclaimed. By the way, what about the magical beast egg we bought last time? Bring it out, today. I shall watch you hatch it. All right. Eagerly, I retrieved my treasured white magical beast egg. Chapter 18: The Birth of the Magical Beast, cradling the magical beast egg in my hands. I began to channel my magical energy, having recovered about 70% after a day of rest. Light elements poured from my palms, levitating the egg into the air. I traced a magical pentagram with my left hand, and as the egg hovered within its center, I began to recite the incantation. Before all the beings of the world, I, Changgong Wei, willingly share my energy with the creature before me. Contract. I bit my middle finger, it hurt quite a bit, and let a drop of blood fall onto the magical beast egg. In an instant, the egg emitted a brilliant golden light. Ah, a growth-type magical beast. Teacher Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. The egg began to crack, revealing a small white triangular head that peered around, shaking itself. Upon spotting me, it let out a joyful chirp and darted onto my shoulder, licking my face with its tiny tongue. It turned out to be a small white snake, not the legendary by Su Zhan, utterly adorable, with two sparkling eyes resembling black gemstones and a delicate layer of scales. A golden line ran along the center of its head, extending to its tail, truly charming. Teacher Xiao, what kind of magical beast is this? Ah, Teacher Xiao snapped back to reality from her astonishment. Changgong, you have struck gold. This is a rare growth-type magical beast. Though it is currently a level 1 beast, its abilities will increase alongside your own. However, until it becomes powerful, you must keep it hidden, as no magical beast of any rank will permit a growth-type beast to thrive. Oh, I did not pay much attention to Teacher Xiao's words until later. Shall I give you a name? How about Little White? No, that sounds like a dog's name. You have a golden thread running from your head to your toes. So let us call you Little Gold instead, shall we? I looked at Little Gold with curiosity. It seemed quite delighted, darting about energetically. All right, Long Gong, let it attach to you. Once it levels up a bit, you can bind it as your destined beast. The destined beast can establish a psychic connection with its master and can be summoned with the simplest incantation. For now, let it absorb energy from you. I allowed Little Gold to attach to my chest, gathering the light elements within me to the spot where it clung. Little Gold greedily absorbed my energy until it had taken half of it. Then it appeared to fall asleep on me. Teacher Xiao, why did it absorb half of my energy? Shouldn't a typical phantom beast only need a bit to survive? If it continues like this, it might drain me completely. Since it is its first time absorbing your energy, it naturally needs more. It shouldn't do this in the future. You must diligently practice magic. Only by strengthening yourself can your phantom beast grow stronger. At last, I, too, possessed a phantom beast, a growing one at that. How splendid. To foster its growth, I surprisingly developed an earnest desire to study diligently. The next morning, Teacher Xiao escorted me to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, giving me repeated instructions before departing with reddened eyes. Strangely, I felt no joy despite having previously resisted him. Taking a deep breath, I decided not to dwell on it. Teacher Xiao would come to see me again, and I needed to report in. I arrived at the registration office on the first floor of the main teaching building located at the heart of the academy and knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice beckoned. Hello, teacher, I am here to register. Ah, you must be Long Gong, the top candidate from this realm's examination. Strive to bring honor to the academy. Upon entering, I realized the teacher was a grand sorcerer of the wind element, as indicated by the emblem on his robe. Likely in his 50s. Due to your outstanding performance in this competition, the school has decided to place you in the second-year class. Second-year class? I was astounded. Had I not even started school, yet found myself skipping a grade? Excuse me, teacher, how many grades are there in the academy? 5. When you reach the 5th grade, you will take the graduation exam, after which you will be assigned to an appropriate advanced magic academy based on your results. No one has failed to enter an advanced magic academy after graduating from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Since the Academy's establishment, the most remarkable graduates have been certified as grand sorcerers upon graduation. You must strive diligently. I have heard from other teachers that you are already on the verge of becoming a grand sorcerer. Strive to break that record. Goodness, is advancing a level so easy? If I graduate from the Intermediate Magic Academy, I would become a magic guide. Wouldn't that be monstrous? Teacher, may I start from the 1st grade? I cannot make that decision. It is a school regulation. With no other option, I accepted the textbooks and dormitory key from the teacher and left the registration office to find my dormitory. The Academy's dormitories housed 4 students per room. I arrived at the 2nd-year dormitory. My room was 208. Using the key, I opened the door, discovering it seemingly unoccupied, likely because everyone was in class. I approached the only empty bed, unpacked my belongings, and lay down, beginning to meditate or sleep. Who was hitting me? I groggily opened my eyes to find a green-haired boy tapping my head. Get up, get up. How did you get in here? Who allowed you to sleep? He seemed rather arrogant, likely of noble birth. Ah, hello, I am the new student. New student? You wouldn't be the long gone from this year's entrance examination, would you? Yes, that's me. You know of me? I heard you've been quite the sensation. Now you've even jumped straight to 2nd year. Come, let us have a duel. No, I'm merely lucky. How about I acknowledge you as my leader? I certainly cannot win against you, judging by your demeanor. You've already reached the realm of Grand Sorcerer. Competing with me, a mere junior sorcerer, would be beneath you. I flattered him to avoid the duel. All right then. If you are to be my little brother, you must listen. Truly, flattery seems to be my only means of survival henceforth. Chapter 19, 1st class. Dear classmates. Today we welcome 2 new students to our class, Gong Wei, who secured the top position in the recent entrance examination, and Mark Seed. Let us extend our warmest greetings to them. The classroom erupted with a gentle applause. This morning, I was assigned to the 2nd grade A class by the teachers from the administration office, which I have heard is the finest in the 2nd grade. To my surprise, Mark was also placed in the same grade in class as I was. Even the green-haired leader I met yesterday is in this class. It seems that the days ahead may not be easy. Lost in contemplation, I was oblivious to the teacher's words until the class concluded. Afterward, the teacher explained to Mark and me the learning methods at the academy. Classes are held only in the morning, while the afternoons are reserved for personal practice. The academy's teaching approach is surprisingly flexible, allowing students to study at their own pace and seek help from teachers or consult the library for resources. This was entirely different from the strict educational environment I had initially envisioned. Hey, where's your dormitory? I'm in room 209. Mark began chatting with me as we exited. I'm in 208, so we're neighbors. Have your dorm mates been bothering you? Not at all. They seem too busy practicing magic and meditating to pay me any mind. By the way, are you still angry about what happened last time? Am I that petty? I already dealt with you during the exam. Let bygones be bygones. Just be cautious with your words in the future. All right. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Hey you, come here and help me with the chores in the classroom. It was the green-haired leader. What gives you the right to speak to my leader like that? To my surprise, Mark stood his ground. And who are you? You've lived long enough. He is my newly recruited subordinate. So what is it to you? The green-haired one sneered. What? You dare to take my leader as your subordinate? That makes me a subordinate's subordinate. No way. I challenge you to a duel. Who is afraid? You're just a newbie. What is so impressive about that? As their conversation escalated, I sensed the green-haired one was all bark and no bite. Fire element, heed my command. Coalesce into a fireball and vanquish the foe before me. Unfamiliar with the opponent's capabilities, Mark cast a minor spell to gauge his strength. Wait. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. My father is the current prime minister. You wouldn't want to cross him, would you? Mark and I exchanged glances. Realizing he was merely a coward. Remembering yesterday's humiliation, my anger flared. I signaled to Mark, and we shouted in unison. Take him down. We didn't even need magic, fearing we might injure him too severely, as we swiftly educated the green-haired one with a real-life combat lesson. Green-haired pest. Why are you here again? You truly disgrace our academy. How can you stoop to the level of this wretch? This last remark was directed at the 2 of us. It turned out he was also a second-grade student. The school uniform bore grade distinctions. With a mane of thick black hair, he looked no older than a teenager. Yet his face displayed a resolute demeanor. I felt I had seen him before. He seemed to be a classmate. Hello. It's like this upon hearing my explanation. The black-haired youth erupted in laughter. You two must be the new students. The green-haired pest is quite the spectacle at our school. He is utterly useless. Having entered solely due to his father's reputation, with no real talent to speak of. Hello, I'm Chong Gongwei. If his father is the prime minister, why do you all frequently bully him? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? I inquired, a bit taken aback. Hi, I'm Mark. I'm the top student in the second grade, specializing in wind magic. Only the most exceptional talents are admitted to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, and here, one's strength speaks for itself. Scum like him? Humph. Besides, our principal and vice principal are two of the 10 magisters of the Eastern continent, holding an unparalleled status domestically. Only they have the authority to dictate academy matters, Mark declared proudly. Such reasons abound. May I ask what it means to be the top student? Mark asked, puzzled. You don't know that? It means you are the strongest in your grade, the green-haired pest interjected. Oh, so can we say you are the top student among the newcomers? Mark asked me, seeing the spark of fury in the eyes of the black-haired youth. I thought if looks could kill, Mark would be dead 100 times over. Realizing my glare, Mark knew he had misspoken again. Since you're so capable, we should find an opportunity to spar, he suggested, and trouble loomed. I resolved to avoid being associated with Mark for my own safety. We're merely newcomers. How can we compare ourselves with you, senior? Let us practice for a couple of years before we challenge you. I quickly employed some flattery, while subtly hinting to Mark that picking on newcomers was beneath him. Very well, but you must strive not to embarrass our class. Now, I must take my leave. Green-haired one, hurry and attend to your duties. It turned out he had summoned the green-haired one to do chores. Mark and I wandered around the academy, where we encountered numerous students. Aside from the newcomers, the upper-grade students were mostly silent, diligently practicing their magic. The atmosphere of learning here was palpable. Looks like we need to put in some effort. Just look at those students, tirelessly honing their skills. Those elegantly dressed ones must be nobles. They are also relentlessly practicing magic. Truly, this is the Royal Magic Academy. I also felt a sense of urgency. Indeed. Let us head to the library and seek out the magic books we need to practice diligently. My usual laziness was replaced by a compelling urge to study. A testament to the remarkable atmosphere here. Chapter 20. Illusory Beast Magic. Mark and I arrived at the library, a vast establishment with 6 floors, each encompassing approximately 3,000 square meters, divided into 3 distinct areas. The first and second floors primarily housed foundational knowledge of magical theory and introductory spells, levels 1 to 3, while the third, fourth, and fifth floors were dedicated to intermediate magic, levels 4 to 5. The sixth floor contained advanced spells. Both Mark and I had attained a level sufficient to access the second area, as barriers prevented entry to those not yet qualified. Naturally, the third, fourth, and fifth floors were the most populated. We made our way to the fourth floor, each of us searching for magic that piqued our interest. I found the selection of light magic tomes disappointingly scarce, uncovering only one comprehensive guide to intermediate light magic and 2 intermediate books on spatial magic. Meanwhile, Mark gathered several volumes on fire and wind magic. We settled in the reading area, engrossed in our studies. To my dismay, the intermediate light magic lacked any remarkable features. However, upon opening a book titled 100 Practical Cases of Spatial Magic, I found it quite captivating, filled with the practical experiences of spatial mages. Before I knew it, time slipped away unnoticed. Mark, it's getting dark. We should head back. We have class tomorrow. All right. By the way, I'll find a secluded spot tonight to check on my little illusory beast, Xiaojin. After finishing dinner in the cafeteria, we returned to our respective dorms. The green-haired boy now refrained from saying anything to me, while my other 2 roommates were deep in contemplation. I was unfamiliar with them and their names, but their seriousness at such a young age was impressive. I quietly made my way to the academy's backyard. By my name, my illusory beast Xiaojin. Come forth and heed my command. A flash of white light illuminated the air, revealing Xiaojin's adorable form before me. I cradled it in my hands. Examining it closely, it appeared to have grown a bit larger and sturdier since its hatching, and it was developing rapidly in just one day. Xiaojin, can you perform any magic? I inquired with eager anticipation. Xiaojin seemed not to fully comprehend, merely nudging its little head against me. Xiaojin, shoot a light arrow. It shook its head, and nothing happened. How could this be? It was supposed to be a growth-type illusory beast. Surely it should be able to do what I could. Foolish child, you must connect with your illusory beast from the heart. Speaking to it like that is pointless. A gentle voice interrupted my thoughts. Who are you? I swiftly turned around to find an elderly man in a plain white mage robe, devoid of rank insignia, standing behind me. Who are you? Are you a teacher at the school? Indeed, I share your major, for I too am a light mage. The old man approached and playfully patted my head. Try connecting with your illusory beast from the heart and see if it works. Very well. I have no other choice. I shall give it a try. I focused my mind and, through my mental link with Xiao Jin, instructed it to release a light arrow, explaining the method and effects of the spell. Xiao Jin looked at me, then emitted a faint white glow, and a light arrow shot forth from its mouth, striking a nearby flower and breaking it. Yes, it worked. Elated, I realized how to enable Xiao Jin to cast magic. After releasing the spell, Xiao Jin appeared exhausted, as if it had expended all its energy. I quickly summoned it back to my side. Thank you, old man. You possess a natural talent for magic. You grasp the method of communicating with your illusory beast remarkably swiftly. Would you like to learn light magic from me? The old man bent slightly, looking me in the eye. No, thank you. I prefer to study independently. Very well, then. Farewell, old man. I must return to sleep. We have class tomorrow. I hurriedly turned and ran, eager to avoid encountering another demanding teacher. The old man watched my retreating figure and muttered to himself, such a personality. Others wish to study under me, yet here is one who declines my offer. How intriguing. He shook his head with a chuckle. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found the green-haired boy already deep in slumber, while my other two roommates remained lost in thought. I lay in bed, beginning to commune with my light element relatives. The light elements flowed into me from my brow, as I gradually gathered some within my entire being, while channeling a portion to Xiao Jin. I sensed a wave of joy emanating from Xiao Jin, as it appeared quite pleased. Lately, no matter how intently I meditated, my magical capacity seemed stagnant. If my body were a vessel, it felt as though it were full to the brim, unable to expand further. Rather than remain in this state, I decided to bestow more light elements upon Xiao Jin. As I did so, I perceived Xiao Jin growing under the pure energy of my light elements, filling me with a sense of accomplishment akin to nurturing a child. You are still but a child yourself. Maintaining this state, I drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, Mark came to fetch me for breakfast. Today's meal was quite sumptuous, featuring steamed buns, eggs, porridge, and milk. I seemed to have devoured 2 buns, 3 eggs, a bowl of porridge, and a bowl of milk. The students around me stared in astonishment. Even the cafeteria staff began to consider whether to increase my meal allowance. Regardless of their thoughts, I prioritized my hunger. Full now? Let us go, Mark. Time for class. We bounced our way to the classroom, and to my surprise, everyone else had already arrived, including the green-haired boy. Had I misremembered the class time? No, it was indeed 8:30. Mark, quickly take your seat. From now on, we must arrive half an hour early. We are in Class A, which is distinct from the other classes. Our homeroom teacher appeared quite amiable. She had introduced herself yesterday as Shulan Leah. Yes, Teacher Shulan. I stuck out my tongue at Mark before hastily returning to my seat. All right, class, let us commence. Today, our primary focus will be on the long-distance teleportation magic circle. Teacher Shulan began to expound on the origins and applications of magic circles. Much of this was material I had already learned from the old mage. I felt drowsy. The last thing I heard before succumbing to sleep was something about the importance of positioning in the long-distance teleportation magic circle, followed by the sound of class dismissed upon awakening. Chapter 21. Campus Life Chonggong. Today's lecture was rather intriguing, yet I noticed you were dozing off, remarked Mark as he approached me after class. I've already mastered these concepts. I can perform long-distance teleportation magic, though I've yet to put it to practical use. Why would I stay awake when I already know it? Remember, my specialization is spatial magic, I replied languidly. Oh, I see. It's a pity that spatial magic isn't my field of study. Otherwise, you could teach me, he said. Well, let us go. I'm off to grab a bite. In the afternoon, we should practice some magic. Changong, if you continue to eat like that, I will not sit with you, Mark complained, observing me as I voraciously devoured my 5th bowl of rice. Hey, I'm in my growth phase. I need to eat to grow. Who is stopping you? I mumbled through my meal. After wrestling with my 6th bowl, Mark finally dragged me away from the dining hall. From that moment on, I earned an early nickname, the Light Elemental Glutton. Wow, Changgong, look over there. That water magic student is stunning. Mark exclaimed suddenly. Is that so? I turned to glance, and my heart raced. Indeed, she was breathtaking. Clad in a pristine azure robe, with deep blue hair and porcelain skin, her large, sparkling eyes hinted at a future beauty. Though still a child, she would undoubtedly grow into a remarkable woman. She is lovely, but I feel no spark. Perhaps she is just too young, I commented. She is quite attractive, but not my type, I added dismissively as I headed back to the dormitory for a nap. Boss, if you're not interested, I might just go after her, Mark teased. Go ahead, I'm leaving. Just wait and see how you fare. A girl that beautiful will have many suitors. I won't join that fray, I retorted. Back in my dormitory, I resumed my contemplation for my little golden spirit. All the meditative insights I gained were dedicated to him. Of course, as afternoon descended, I awoke from my reverie. Feeling aimless, I sought a secluded spot to practice magic. I certainly didn't want to be on the receiving end of a beating in the future. Today, I would focus on this, the intermediate light magic, soul restoration. I began to gather magical energy according to the incantation in my tome, which I had, of course, modified. Oh, great light element, as your friend, I beseech you to save the being before me. As I chanted, a thick layer of white light enveloped me, gradually coalescing in my hands. Suddenly, I realized I had forgotten a crucial detail. Who was I going to use this on? Just then, fortune smiled upon me. A figure resembling a battered pig rushed towards me, exclaiming, Changgong, help! I'm in dire straits. I was taken aback. How did this person know my name? Never mind that. It was the perfect opportunity to test the potency of my magic. I directed the gathered white light towards the unfortunate soul before me. This spell consumed nearly a third of my magical energy, but I managed to heal the pig-headed individual. To my astonishment, it turned out to be Mark. Mark, what happened to you? I asked, bewildered. Don't ask, boss. What kind of magic is this? It's incredible. You healed me instantly. This is the intermediate light magic, soul restoration. This is intermediate magic? I thought it was advanced. Its power rivals that of advanced water healing magic, he marveled. So my healing magic was this effective. What a relief. I wouldn't need to fear injuries anymore. Mark, you still haven't explained what transpired. Changgong, you must help me. That girl is truly fierce. Mark recounted the events leading to his current state. It turned out he had approached the very girl we had seen earlier, attempting to strike up a conversation with the usual lines. May I treat you to an ice pop, little sister? What is your name? What grade are you in? She completely ignored him and rudely exclaimed, Get lost, you fly, or I'll make you regret it. Naturally, Mark couldn't back down. He boasted about skipping a grade and how handsome he was. In a fit of rage, she summoned a fourth-year student who promptly beat him to a pulp. Listening to his tale, I couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. He had it coming, as I had anticipated this outcome. You fool. You couldn't defend yourself? Aren't you capable of advanced magic? Defend myself? You have no idea how strong that guy was. Just a casual spell was level 6. Thankfully, he showed restraint and merely bound me with magic, he lamented. Then how did you end up in such a state? Even without magic, he could use his fists. Bound and unable to fight back, I was helpless. Mark looked back on his past with regret. Who told you to approach her carelessly? You brought this upon yourself. From now on, avoid provoking people like that. No way. I must go back. You don't understand how adorable she is when she is angry. She is truly beautiful. Mark's eyes sparkled with infatuation. Is it possible you comprehend such feelings at your age? You're merely 11. Isn't that a tad too early for puppy love? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Boss, the power of love is immense. Besides, with your formidable healing magic backing me, what do I have to fear? If necessary, I can always rely on you for a soul restoration, he grinned. It's called soul restoration, you idiot. If you get into trouble. Don't expect me to bail you out. You're on your own, I warned. Please, boss. Mark persisted, bombarding me with his pleas. Finally, overwhelmed, I agreed to assist him to the best of my ability in the future. However, I sternly instructed him not to disclose that I was the one who healed him. Is the allure of girls truly so powerful? To inspire such sacrifices, it's unfathomable. I, who understand little of the dynamics between men and women, scoffed at Mark's behavior. Chapter 22. The Growth of Shaojin Boss. Just as I was about to head to class, Mark rushed over to me. What is it? Boss. I found out who hit me yesterday, Mark panted excitedly. Who? His words piqued my interest. Boss, it seems I still have hope. That guy from yesterday is the older brother of that girl. Haha. It looks like I might have a chance. Mark exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, is that so? That's great. Aren't you going to seek revenge? Of course not. How could I possibly hit my future brother-in-law? He chuckled. What are you talking about? You haven't even made a move yet. What grade are they in? Upon hearing my question, Mark seemed a bit deflated. That girl is in the 3rd year. 2 years older than us, majoring in water magic. Her brother is quite the figure in the academy, a 4th-year top student majoring in fire magic. I've heard he's one of the top 10 experts in the school. Wow, and you still dare to pursue her little sister? I truly admire your courage, I said, relishing in his predicament. The power of love is great. I must persevere. Perseverance is victory, he declared, his face alight with passion. I chuckled, then go for it. But don't get yourself beaten up. You're such a downer. Hurry to class. As I listened to the teacher, I kept an eye on Mark, who seemed to be plotting something. He would frown one moment and grin foolishly the next. It was quite amusing. I tossed a paper ball at him, and he jumped, giving me a playful glare. Just as I was caught off guard, the teacher called out, "Classmate Changong, please answer this question." Oh, what is the long-distance instantaneous transfer magic? The teacher seemed to be intentionally putting me on the spot since I hadn't been paying attention. Asking this. I steadied my mind. The long-distance instantaneous transfer magic is based on spatial magic, which increases the transfer distance through a magic circle, opening a virtual passage in space to transfer individuals within the circle to another location. It is a high-level spatial magic with a low success rate, typically used only by mages with exceptional magical control. I answered the question smoothly and turned back to glance at Mark with a sense of pride. Very well. You may sit down. Classmate Changong answered excellently, but do pay more attention in the future. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I replied, "Yes, teacher." Having been warned, I dared not let my mind wander again. I focused intently for the rest of the morning, and by the end of it, I was utterly exhausted and ready to sleep. Finally, lunchtime arrived. After finishing our meal, Mark dashed off to pursue his romantic endeavors. The lad was quite precocious. I decided to take a nap. Otherwise, I'd end up with dark circles under my eyes, which would ruin my heroic image. After a delightful nap, I felt invigorated, filled with light elements. Though I couldn't grow further, the sensation of vitality was quite pleasant. I drew back the curtains and peered outside. Wow, it was already evening. I had slept for quite a while. Oh no, I needed to hurry for dinner, or I would miss out. I sprinted to the cafeteria. Fortunately, though the dinner service was winding down, there was still food available. I quickly ordered 3 portions of dinner, devouring it like a whirlwind. Wow, look at that glutton from the light department. Just look at how much he can eat. Yeah, he eats like a pig, came the laughter and whispers from behind me. How annoying. Why do they care how much I eat? I chose to ignore them. After all, I have a good temper. I quickened my pace, finished my meal, and dashed to the old man in the white magic robe where I previously summoned Xiaojin. This little creature could eat just as much as I did. But instead of rice, it feasted on the light elements I had painstakingly gathered. Was it that hard? It seems more like it just slept through it. Wow, you've grown quite a bit. You little glutton, you really can eat. Xiaojin rubbed against my hand. Its body was now 3 times its size at birth, over 2 feet long and as thick as a small cup. Let me see if you've made any progress. As I began mentally commanding Xiaojin, I was pleasantly surprised. It had not wasted the vast amount of light elements. Now I could utilize all the basic light magic I could perform. However, it still seemed unable to draw light elements from the air by itself. Note: growth-type magical beasts grow quickly in their early stages and can learn all the spells their master knows. Level-specific magical beasts can only learn spells of their respective levels. I happily reabsorbed Xiaojin back into my body. Xiaojin, let us go back to sleep. You must grow well. As my figure gradually faded, the old magician I had encountered last time emerged from behind a tall tree. This creature of his seemed far from ordinary. Its growth was remarkably swift, and I wondered what special abilities it might possess. This child certainly had a bright future ahead, and I must ensure he becomes my disciple. Unbeknownst to me that I was being plotted against, I returned to the dormitory, where Green Hair was waiting. Changong, I was wrong last time. Please don't be angry. Green Hair cautiously approached me. It's fine, just don't come to me for trouble again. I'm going to sleep. Changong, I heard your friend Mark was beaten up today, and it sounds quite serious. Ah, is that so? Thank you, Green Hair. I'll go check on him. Shaking off my drowsiness, I rushed next door. Wow, it looks even worse than yesterday. Mark, why didn't you seek help from the school healer? Boss, you're here. I was too scared. I didn't want to get expelled. Fighting on school grounds leads to expulsion. Public duels are allowed. What can I say about you? Great light element, as your friend. I implore you to save this poor creature. Though I scoffed at Mark's relentless pursuit, he was still my brother, and how could I turn a blind eye? This time, he would surely learn his lesson. But Mark's very first words shattered my thoughts. Boss, thank you. Today she told me her name. I nearly fell over in disbelief, staring at him as if he were a monster. Boss, please don't look at me like that. Just because she told me her name doesn't mean she won't hit me. Huh. I found out her name because I overheard her brother calling her. Sigh. Her brother said that if I was looking for her, he'd break my legs. I guess I'll have to wait. It's not good to be without legs. Boss, do you have a method to heal broken legs? Mark looked at me with a foolish expression. Luckily, the other occupants of their dormitory had not returned. Otherwise, having such a dim-witted little brother would be embarrassing. From Mark's dorm, a chorus of cries erupted. Boss, please stop. I was wrong. Spare me. Chapter 23. Encounter with Heir. Time flies. 3 months have swiftly passed. I have gradually adapted to life at the academy. Honestly, it is far more leisurely here than during my previous studies with the old demon. My days are mostly free. Aside from attending classes in the morning, it has been quite delightful. Over these 3 months, my magical abilities have seen little improvement, particularly in terms of magical power. However, my mental strength has grown, and my control over magic has become significantly more adept. I find myself pondering how to enhance my magical power further, but for now, I shall let it be. In terms of light magic, I have mastered an additional spell called Light's Praise, which is a mid-level auxiliary magic primarily used for dispelling large-scale toxic gas invasions, low-level dark mental magic, and various status anomalies. I have also refined my light prism shield, which I can now envelop around my entire body, transforming it into a comprehensive defensive reflection spell. How splendid! In the realm of spatial magic, I have reached the limits of short-distance teleportation, and I am still hesitant to attempt long-distance transfers. The only progress I have made is with the minor dimensional slash. I can now control this spell effectively. I once tested it against Mark, and my minor dimensional slash consumed one of his mid-level spells, a rather impressive feat. The most remarkable growth during this period belongs to Xiao Jin. This little creature has become quite formidable, now over 5 feet long, with significantly thicker golden stripes than before. Strangely, a small golden horn has sprouted on its head. Yet, it remains deeply attached to me. Even when summoned, it prefers to frolic within a 5-meter radius. Its abilities have made great strides, now comparable to a level 4 shape-shifting beast. It can utilize most of my mid-level light spells, but unfortunately, for reasons unknown, it cannot employ spatial magic. Witnessing its continuous growth fills me with pride. It has truly become a part of my life. A day without summoning it feels rather empty. Having peacefully navigated this time, I have gradually forgotten the old demon's warnings. Thus far, I have not encountered any level-type shape-shifting beasts that pose a threat to my Xiao Jin. What troubles me, however, is the persistent presence of the old wizard clad in a white robe, who frequently appears in my life. Each time I take Xiao Jin out for a stroll in the evening, I almost always run into him. He seems to be following me around, and no matter how many places I change, he remains like a shadow. Eventually, I ceased hiding. After all, I refuse to become his disciple, and I wonder what he can do about it. Mark is simply relentless. He pursues a girl named something or other daily. To this day, I still do not know her name, nor have I interacted with her, lest I be mistaken for the infamous red-haired rice cake, a nickname bestowed upon Mark for his clingy nature. Although he often returns with bruises, he remains undeterred. According to him, he is making progress. Despite the girl's indifference, he has managed to avoid most of the beatings. Thanks to her brother, who happens to be the top student in the 4th year. He assigned Mark a challenge. If Mark's magical prowess surpasses his, he may pursue his sister. Since then, Mark has been training vigorously, and now he is on par with me. His growth is astonishing. Mark, let us go eat. Class just ended. Oh, I have noticed he seems to be absorbed in his training, as if nothing else matters to him. That beautiful girl is looking for you. Where? Where? Mark's eyes instantly lit up. Come on, you're not being a good friend, trying to trick me again. He complained, having seen no sign of her. You've become infatuated. Does she possess such allure? You wouldn't understand. Just seeing her makes me feel fulfilled. Mark's eyes sparkled with heart-shaped glimmers. I can hardly bear it. By the way, what is that girl's name? I still don't know. What do you want? Mark shot me a wary glance. I kicked him lightly. Do you think I'm as lovesick as you? I can't keep referring to her as that beautiful girl. Oh, Her name is Heir Xing, and her brother is Heir Xing. That is a lovely name. Have you made any progress recently? Still the same. She hardly acknowledges me. Her brother is quite friendly. Though, by the way, he has asked me several times who treated my injuries. Did you tell him? I asked nervously. Of course not. How could I betray you? Mark chuckled. You shouldn't overexert yourself. You're always training. Only because you care. For the sake of my lifelong happiness, I must diligently practice magic. Having a goal seems commendable. I have my own goal, freedom. Let us hurry. We'll miss dinner. Mark's reminder jolted me into action. Eating is a vital part of my life. I eat. After finishing our meal, Mark was off to meditate in the dormitory. And I too sought a brief nap, so we headed back together. Just as we were walking, Mark abruptly stopped. What's wrong? I nudged him. Boss, look. It's her. Following Mark's gaze, I indeed spotted Heir Xing, accompanied by 3 or 4 other students from the academy. This was only my second time seeing her. Boss, shall we go greet her? You can go, I won tea. I don't want to be mistaken for someone like you, the infamous red-haired rice cake. Come on, boss. If we go together, you can bolster my courage. With no choice, I allowed myself to be dragged over. Wow, not only did we run into the red-haired rice cake, but now the light magic rice bucket is pursuing you too. A petite girl beside Heir giggled. I paid little attention to this. My focus was drawn to a student, around 15 years old, clad in a fire magic robe. Wow, he radiated an incredible aura that felt almost as powerful as the old demoness. He noticed me as well, and our eyes met, igniting a spark of recognition. Chapter 24. The unfortunate duel. Are you the second-year student known as the light magic rice bucket? The student in the fire robe did not divert his attention like others, remaining fixated on me. He must be Haiyue's brother. Heir Xing. Hello, I am Chonggong Wei, a second-year student majoring in light magic. And you are? I replied. I am Heir Xing. So, are you good friends with this rice cake? He gestured towards Mark. I hesitated before responding. Yes, we are good friends. Then it follows that you are the one who treated his injuries? Heir pressed on relentlessly. Well, yes, I used light recovery magic on him. Then today I shall see if you can heal your own wounds. As the radiant presence of Heir surged forth, I felt compelled to challenge him. Just as Heir relentlessly approached me, Mark was not faring much better. Heir completely disregarded him, while he desperately attempted to amuse her with antics. A third-grade girl beside Heir admonished him. You, the red-haired nuisance, stop clinging to Heir. With your abilities, you're merely a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Mark sighed in response. What can I do? I fell for him at first sight. This lad truly possessed an extraordinary thickness of skin. Then Heir spoke. You're so annoying. Can you not bother me? How can someone so young be so wicked? You'll end up a notorious playboy when you grow up. Upon hearing Haiyu's words, Mark was instantly entranced by her voice, akin to a golden aureole, while the substance of her words merely fell on deaf ears. Noticing Mark's eyes transform into heart shapes and his silence, Heir impatiently demanded, Hey, did you hear what I said? What? Oh, what did you just say? I replied, feigning ignorance. I said you're so annoying. Heir reiterated, her voice rising in frustration. Mark chuckled. I swear, I'll be devoted to you alone. I will never like another girl, all right? You. Heir was so exasperated that she could barely speak. At that moment, Mark realized the atmosphere was shifting, exclaiming, Hey, boss, what are you doing with Heir? Who is your boss? Quickly tell me, will you accept my challenge? The first part of his statement was directed at Mark, while the latter was naturally aimed at me, the unfortunate one. Big brother, can we not fight? I'll be your little brother, just don't bully the junior. The crowd erupted in laughter. This fellow was truly a coward, devoid of any backbone. Backbone? How much is that worth per pound? My life is far more valuable, I mused silently. Even Mark could not lift his head in shame. Wow, I can't believe I have a boss like you. This is utterly humiliating. I stepped forward and grabbed Mark. You still have the face to say that? If it weren't for you, would I be forced to compete? Mark fell silent. At that moment, Heir's words shattered my dreams of evasion. Don't want to compete? Huh? Then you can serve as my punching bag. I don't care about reputation or any rules against bullying juniors. If I find someone displeasing, I'll hit them. He extended his massive fist towards me as if to demonstrate. It was over. It seemed I had no choice but to engage in this contest. At least a competition wouldn't lead to my demise. I resignedly declared, Fine, I accept your challenge. A group of us moved to a training ground, where the others set up a defensive barrier. As Heir and I stood in the center, I realized there was no escaping this. Come at me, I called out, casually waving my hand in the air, causing a small rift to appear. From within, I retrieved my previously unused magic wand, a space storage pouch, an intermediate spatial magic I had just learned. I had placed the wand inside for convenience and never expected to use it today. Heir seemed surprised. You know spatial magic? Of course I do, I replied nonchalantly. Since evasion was no longer an option, I decided to be bold, thinking, who is afraid of whom? Without hesitation, I cast a protective light shield around myself, enveloped by a thick layer of light elements, fully prepared for battle. All right, let me see what strength you possess to meddle in my affairs, Heir declared, his aura reaching its zenith. Chanting an incantation, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards me, which I recognized as a mere probing attack. I quickly executed a teleportation to appear behind him and retaliated with a light arrow. Perhaps due to his overconfidence, he failed to dodge, and my magic struck him squarely. Though it was only a basic attack and was swiftly neutralized by his fire shield, surprising him nonetheless. It seems I underestimated you, Heir acknowledged, enhancing himself with a wind spell, moving like a shadow throughout the training ground. As he began chanting, I realized his speed with this wind spell rivaled my teleportation, and I could barely catch a glimpse of his form. His power was astonishing. A basic spell in his hands wielded the might of an intermediate spell, a truly unfathomable phenomenon. It was likely that in a speed contest, neither of us could land a hit. However, observing his method of casting, I suspected this spell required considerable energy. So I resolved to remain still and wait. The fierce contest commenced, leading to the question, could my longbow withstand Heir's onslaught? Stay tuned for the next chapter, which promises to be thrilling. Chapter 25. The little golden one takes the stage. I concentrated all my magical energy, preparing to cast my strongest spell, the light blade. In anticipation of Heir's full throttle assault, I sensed the fire elements in the air becoming increasingly volatile. As Heir darted back and forth, the entire arena grew sweltering. A thick layer of fire elements gathered around him, gradually obscuring his form, rendering him akin to a massive fireball flitting about. I felt somewhat dizzy and quickly closed my eyes, relying on my other senses to detect his position. I knew he was amassing fire elements, and when he halted, that would signal his final strike. In a contest of magic, sheer strength would undoubtedly favor Heir. Boss, be careful. That's a high-level fire magic, Raging Inferno. I never imagined it could be utilized in this manner, Mark shouted from the sidelines. Brother, how can you wield such a formidable spell? What if something goes wrong? It appeared this young girl possessed a kind heart, and I silently appreciated her concern. Little sister, don't worry, I know my limits, came Heir's voice from within the fireball. If he knew his limits, then I felt reassured and was eager to see how long I could withstand his onslaught. I had quietly gathered enough light elements to cast the light blade. Being recognized by the light elements allowed me to accumulate magical energy at a significantly faster rate than the average person. I awaited Heir's next move. The flickering shadows of fire danced in the sky, converging before me. As the fire element enshrouded Heir coldly regarded me. Let us settle this with one decisive blow. Show me how strong you truly are. Raging Inferno. With his declaration, a massive wall of fire surged towards me. His intensity was undeniable. Light blade. Countless beams of light formed into swords, racing to meet the fire wall. The inherent might of the light blade was not lesser than that of Raging Inferno. However, my magical power paled in comparison to Heir's. Thus my light blade was naturally subdued by the overwhelming force of Raging Inferno. Nevertheless, the advance of Raging Inferno was significantly hindered, allowing it to move only sluggishly forward. Upon contact, I felt the vast disparity between Heir's and my own strength. I could barely hold my ground, desperately channeling light elements, mentally pleading, "Oh, light elements, please lend me your strength. I can scarcely endure." Sweat poured from my forehead, and the firewall loomed just 5 meters away. Observing Heir, it was evident he still had an abundance of energy at his disposal. The elemental spirit of light seemed to comprehend my lament, and the accumulation of magical energy increased slightly. The speed at which my magic gathered gradually became my advantage. Although the output of the light element surpassed its input, my duration of persistence had significantly lengthened. Heir now appeared perplexed. He believed that my magic was not particularly strong. Merely able to withstand transient attacks was already commendable. Yet, he felt the effort to sustain his fiery onslaught was becoming increasingly strenuous, while my magical energy continued to support me. It seems you can endure quite well. Allow me to reveal my true strength. I called out to the fire element. Boil forth, unleash your endless flames. This was an amplification spell of the fire element. Although I was unaware of its name, I understood it was certainly not a harbinger of good tidings. In truth, Heir was also left with no choice. He sensed that he could not maintain the blazing inferno for much longer. If he refrained from amplifying his attack now, the ebb and flow might allow me to regain the upper hand. As the blazing inferno combined with the amplification spell, I immediately felt an increase in pressure. The fire wall advanced swiftly towards me, and I could no longer hold it back. The fire wall slowed only upon reaching the light prism shield before me, but it continued to inch forward, exerting relentless pressure. Blood trickled from the corner of my mouth, and I found myself teetering on the brink of collapse. That wretched Heir, who previously claimed to have restraint, showed no signs of stopping. Seeing my struggle, Heir urged the remnants of his magical energy to unleash and retract the blazing inferno, sending me hurtling through the air until I collided heavily against the barrier, though the inferno dissipated in the process. How about that, kid? You can't keep up, can you? Haha. Heir gasped, triumphant. Humph. You're older than I am. What's so impressive about that? I retorted, feeling a mix of indignation and frustration. Yet, it was undeniable that Heir was indeed stronger than I. Had I not relied on the rapid accumulation of magical energy, I would have surely lost by now. What's with the huffing? Not satisfied? Don't make excuses. If you can't do it, you can't. He taunted, infuriating me. Ah, wait. I still have Xiao Jin. Doesn't he have power? However, I did not foresee that this would be my first grave mistake, one that could have dire consequences, nearly leading Xiao Jin to ruin. In my name, appear. Come forth. Xiao Jin. As I summoned, a flash of white light appeared, revealing Xiao Jin, who was disoriented and seemed to have been in a deep slumber. Xiao Jin, quickly. Attack that guy? I immediately communicated my command telepathically. Xiao Jin glanced at Heir and promptly shot a light arrow towards him. Heir was struck directly. With his magical energy depleted, he winced in pain. You little brat, you have a spirit beast too, he exclaimed. I have one as well, he declared, summoning his own spirit beast while barely managing to cast a wind spell to dodge. To my dismay, a fearsome red tiger materialized, an impressive fire-type spirit beast, likely of level 6. Oh no, he has a spirit beast too. How foolish of me. I needed to recall Xiao Jin immediately. As I contemplated summoning Xiao Jin back, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 26. The death of Xiao Jin. Heir's red tiger let out a long howl, charging towards Xiao Jin like a red arrow. Xiao Jin appeared somewhat frightened, casting a light prism shield and firing light arrows in a futile attempt to halt the tiger's advance. Panic surged within me as I sensed Xiao Jin's danger and fear. Xiao Jin, come back, I urged, but it was too late. The light arrows Xiao Jin unleashed merely tickled the tiger, which ignored them entirely. Hearing my call, Xiao Jin attempted to retreat, but the tiger ensnared him with a fiery binding ring, rendering him immobile. Without mercy, the red tiger lunged at him, unleashing 3 mid-level fire spells. Witnessing Xiao Jin's peril, I felt the weight of his importance to me for the first time. Although we had only spent a few months together, he had become akin to family. No, I screamed, gathering every ounce of remaining magical energy to cast a light prism shield for Xiao Jin. Yet, how much could my dwindling energy accomplish? At that moment, Heir also noticed the tiger's unusual behavior. Hong Hong, return. That's enough, he called, desperately trying to recall the tiger. The tiger hesitated momentarily, but then charged unrelentingly towards Xiao Jin. The fire magic unleashed by the tiger mercilessly engulfed my Xiao Jin, who emitted a youthful cry before being consumed by flames. Xiao Jin, I cried out, my voice filled with anguish. But what use was it? All those maintaining the barrier were stunned, unable to comprehend how the competition had devolved into a massacre. Boss, with the barrier lifted and seeing my danger, Mark rushed toward the red tiger, but he was too late. Xiao Jin had already been swallowed by the inferno. With a gasp, I spat out blood. Xiao Jin, Heir, you are too cruel. Even if I pursue your sister, there was no need for this. Mark shouted angrily at Heir. No, it wasn't me. Hong Hong wouldn't listen. Heir replied, his pride diminished. Hong Hong, return. Perhaps sensing that Xiao Jin had perished, the tiger obediently returned to Heir. Everyone was left in shock, for each person understood the profound significance of a spirit beast to its master. The loss of such a creature was an unparalleled blow. I coughed up more blood, my vision dimming as I lost consciousness. Xiao Jin, Please don't die. I awoke from my nightmare to find many people around me. My gaze had grown vacant. Xiao Jin, where is he? You must return my Xiao Jin. I pleaded helplessly to those nearby. Boss, don't be upset. Xiao Jin has Mark's voice trailed off. No, Xiao Jin cannot die. He won't. Your spirit beast is of the growth type, right? It's my fault for sending out Hong Hong. Level type spirit beasts will instinctively attack growth type ones. Heir lamented. His arrogance vanished. I turned to face Heir. It's your fault. You must return my Xiao Jin. I'm sorry, I didn't want it to happen this way. Take care of yourself. If you ever need anything, just let me know, he said, turning to his sister. May, let us go, Heir instructed. May approached, her gentle voice failing to soothe my aching heart. It was our fault. We shouldn't have pressured you into this duel. We'll try to make amends. Please accept our condolences. Compensate. How can you compensate? Can you bring my Xiao Jin back to life? That was a life, a precious little life. Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. Boss, please don't do this, Mark implored, unsure whether he feared my sorrow or sought to defend May. You only know how to chase girls. If it weren't for you, my Xiao Jin wouldn't have died. Where is Xiao Jin? Where is he? I could no longer contain my anguish. Mark hesitated but ultimately handed me a large cloth bag. I unwrapped the bag, revealing Xiao Jin, once pure white, now charred over 80% of his body, with only his golden patterns faintly visible. Xiao Jin, no. I began to sob uncontrollably. Boss, please, don't, Mark urged. Leave, all of you. I wish to see no one. Witnessing my loss of control, everyone bowed their heads in sorrow, departing one by one, including Green Hair and 2 other roommates with whom I was not well acquainted. I was left all alone, desperately gathering my magical energy. I cast a spirit restoration spell on little Jin, and under the nurturing light of the elemental magic, his body gradually regained its pristine white color. Yet, I knew this would not restore his life. You cannot do this, it is futile. A voice, both strange and somewhat familiar, echoed in my ears. Did I not tell you to leave? Why are you still here? It is none of your concern. I shouted in agitation. What if I could save your phantom beast? Would that not concern me? What? My entire body trembled as I swiftly turned my head. Ah, it was him. Chapter 27. Sharing life. An elderly wizard donned in a white magical robe approached me. Do not be disheartened, my dear child. Allow me to examine your phantom beast. Perhaps there is still hope for its salvation. Here you go, I replied, filled with hope. I implore you, please save it. As long as little Jin can be revived. I care not for anything else. I grasped the old wizard's hand, pleading helplessly. The old wizard did not respond immediately. Instead, he placed his hand upon little Jin, and a gentle white glow began to emanate from his palm. The light was soft and not blinding, enveloping little Jin entirely. It resembled my own spirit restoration technique. Yet there was an essence within it that felt distinct. After what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, the wizard withdrew his hand with a sigh. My heart sank into despair. Is there truly no hope? I asked urgently. Fear not, child. Listen closely. Your phantom beast is one of the finest growth-type creatures I have ever encountered. You should not have released it before it had the means to protect itself. Did your previous instructor not impart this wisdom to you? Shame washed over me, and I lowered my gaze. I recalled how, in my excitement, I had forgotten this crucial advice. Do not blame yourself. The troubles you have caused must be faced by you alone. Yet, is there still a chance for little Jin? One could say there is hope, and yet, it largely depends on you, the old wizard replied, gazing at me with profound significance. What must I do? I implored. The situation is as follows. I have just assessed your phantom beast. Its physical injuries have been healed through your spirit restoration technique. Yet it has exhausted its vitality during the final assault of the Sea Sun phantom beast. The primary concern now is to provide it with enduring vitality and awaken its spirit. As the old wizard paused, I interjected, what must I do? Before I instruct you, I must pose a question, he said. Please ask. Do you love your phantom beast? Of course I do. Little Jin is like family to me, I replied, my eyes welling with tears. Very well. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for it, even your own life? Without hesitation, I declared, I am willing. I would do anything to see it revived. Seeing the determination in my expression, the old wizard offered a faint smile. Excellent. To revive it, you must share your vitality with it. In essence, you will allow it to become a part of you, and through your spirit, you will awaken its consciousness. This is something only you can achieve. Share my vitality? How is that done? Will there be any repercussions? Should you succeed, I can assure you of several outcomes. First, you will no longer be able to possess other phantom beasts. Second, it will become your life beast. If you perish, it shall not survive either. As for the third, the old wizard paused for effect. Your vitality will be halved. Halved? I understand the first two, but what does halved mean? How does this subtraction work? In simple terms, if your natural lifespan is 120 years, by sharing your vitality, it will be reduced to 60 years. Are you prepared to exchange 60 years of your life for its revival? This is paramount. I glanced at little Jean. Its body still glowed white. Yet the golden stripes seemed to have lost their former luster. I tenderly stroked its head. In a voice filled with unwavering resolve, I replied, I am willing. Thus, at that moment, the child of light and his most intimate companion, as well as comrade, forged an unbreakable covenant for eternity. Good child, you have not disappointed me. The old wizard sighed. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to restore your vitality in the future. Now let us begin. I nodded in acknowledgement. The old wizard led me to a secluded chamber within the academy, where he cast a formidable barrier around us. We commence now. The old wizard gestured to me. I cradled little Jean and positioned myself at the center of the magical star, carefully placing little Jean in the very heart of it. I gazed at it lovingly, raised my arms to either side, and began to chant the soul spell I would cast in my lifetime, life-sharing. According to the old wizard, this was an ancient spell he had unearthed from a relic, inscribed upon a stone tablet. He had never employed it before and was uncertain of the outcome. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this spell would later become instrumental in my ascension to the title of Grand Sorcerer, for in its invocation, I would grasp the true essence of the light element, love and sacrifice. O great Creator, I beseech your aid. With your boundless power, please unlock the source of my life. I wish to forge an eternal bond with this being before me, sharing my life with it. As I chanted, a white glow emanated from my being. Initially soft, the radiance grew stronger, transforming into a blinding light until I was enveloped, obscured from view. The brilliance intensified, gradually morphing into a golden hue, rendering me akin to a small sun. At the peak of this golden effulgence, a beam of light shot forth from my forehead, illuminating little Jean. Under the golden light's embrace, little Jean's form began to blur, merging into the same golden luminosity, slowly ascending from the ground and, with a swift motion, integrating into my being. As the aura around me faded, I felt an overwhelming weakness consume me, yet simultaneously, I sensed little Jean's presence. I gently called out to it in my heart, "Come back, little Jean." The golden light that had entered my body quivered momentarily, and then a warm communication resonated from within, affirming my success. My little Jean had returned. I peacefully closed my eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 28. Studying under a master. When I awoke once more, I found myself in a modest bedroom. Where am I? Little Jean, how is it? I quickly turned inward and, to my relief, although little Jean appeared to be asleep, I could distinctly feel its vibrant life force. My little Jean, you have finally returned. I whispered, tears streaming down my cheeks. A sense of reassurance enveloped me. I truly cared not for my half vitality. A knock at the door heralded the arrival of the old wizard. You are awake, he exclaimed. Yes, but where is this place? This is my quarters. Rest assured, you shall recuperate here. You must be famished. Allow me to fetch you something to eat. Thank you, I replied, filled with gratitude towards the old wizard. Without his intervention, little Jean would not have returned to my side. After a brief interlude, the old wizard returned with a generous spread of food. I devoured it hungrily, my spirits lifted. My appetite flourished. Slow down, don't choke, he cautioned. How long have I been asleep? 7 days. 7 days? I exclaimed in astonishment. That is quite rapid. Your mastery of magic is commendable. I had anticipated you would slumber for at least 10 days. No wonder I was so ravenous. I had been in slumber for such an extended period. By the way, I have yet to inquire your name. I am Laluen Di. I am Changong Wei. I wish to inquire about a matter I have previously discussed with you. Would you be willing to accept me as your disciple and impart the teachings of light magic to me? The venerable old mage has revisited this topic. After some contemplation, I responded affirmatively. My intent is not to coerce you due to my assistance in rescuing the mythical beast. I sincerely hope for your voluntary commitment. Teacher D, I am indeed willing. I sense your immense strength and am eager to learn from you. This experience has illuminated the fact that my own abilities are rather lacking, and I aspire to grow stronger. Why do you wish to become stronger? Teacher D inquired with genuine curiosity. I seek to protect my family and friends with my own strength, I replied resolutely. Excellent. I shall take you as my disciple. You will be my sole apprentice and my most cherished student. Teacher D expressed satisfaction with my response. Given your formidable prowess, why do you lack disciples? I asked, perplexed. With a sigh, Teacher D explained, currently, there are very few individuals willing to learn light magic, and even fewer possess the requisite talent. This is precisely why I am so determined to accept you as my pupil. Will you not test me? I queried, recalling my previous teacher's words about the rigorous trials faced by aspiring apprentices of powerful mages. Foolish child. The recent incident with the mythical beast served as your most significant trial, Teacher D replied. Thank you, Master. I shall diligently study magic under your guidance. My previous laziness has been shaken awake by this harrowing lesson. Only through strength can one truly protect others and oneself. That is a commendable mindset. Quite mature for your age, Teacher D chuckled. Master, when shall we commence our studies? I asked eagerly. Patience, my eager pupil. It appears you are truly keen to improve yourself. In truth, I yearn for your progress even more. My sole request is that you strive to become a legendary Archmage. Teacher D stated solemnly. Rest assured, I shall become an Archmage, I vowed. By the way, Master, I have been absent from school for several days. What shall become of my studies at the academy? Do not worry. I have already secured your leave. You may rest here with peace of mind. Is the academy truly so accommodating? I asked, a hint of skepticism in my voice. I forgot to mention, I am the principal of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Teacher D revealed with a sly grin. What? I exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation. What is your rank in magic? I am an Archmage and also the honorary vice president of the Magic Guild. How do you find having me as your teacher? Wow, you are extraordinary. You are among the 10 Archmages of the continent. Indeed, I rank 4th among them. Teacher D replied, a note of regret in his tone. Do not be disheartened. You are already impressive. Moreover, although you rank 4th, you will have a student who excels above all others in magic across the continent. What an honor that will be. A student who surpasses all others in magic? Who might that be? He seemed momentarily bewildered. I pointed to myself. It is I. Teacher D playfully thwacked my head. You cheeky rascal. How bold of you. Now, focus on your efforts. I am quite strict with my students. Do not embarrass me. Or else. Though my formal studies have yet to commence, I can sense that Teacher D is a kind and humorous elder, quite unlike the former harsh master. Rest assured, I will not bring shame upon you, I promised earnestly. You need not return to the academy. I have spoken with your homeroom teacher. You shall reside here. And I will teach you magic privately. Do not blame Heir for the recent incident. He was unable to control the situation. Also, I implore you not to disclose the revival of the mythical beast to anyone, as possessing a growth phase mythical beast incites jealousy. It is best that everyone believes the little one has perished until it can safeguard itself. Understood. As long as the little one is safe. I hold no grievances against Heir. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me for having let the little one out. Take good care of yourself. Your body remains quite fragile after expending half your life force. I have employed advanced recovery magic of the light type to treat you. Though the effects seem less than satisfactory, perhaps due to a misalignment with your condition. Teacher D expressed his concern. Do not worry, Master. I willingly accepted this. And I shall bear any consequences myself, I reassured him. Chonggong, you are truly a good child. I find it remarkable that even while you sleep, light elements gather around you with astonishing speed. Upon hearing Teacher D's inquiry, I felt a touch of embarrassment and recounted my experience of meditative contemplation while lying down. Foolish boy, I am at a loss for words. Should I regard you as a genius or simply a lazy one? I never anticipated you would inadvertently gain the light element's recognition, something I achieved only at the age of 60. All I could do was smile foolishly. Chapter 29. The compression of magical power. After nearly a month of recuperation, my body has finally returned to its original state. Longbow, you seem to have recovered as well. Let us commence our lessons today. Certainly. Teacher D, what shall you teach me? First, I must assess your current level of magical ability to tailor my instruction accordingly. I am uncertain as to my own level. To what extent can you now meditate upon your magical power? It has been some time since I made any progress. I feel as though I have reached a bottleneck, unable to break through it no matter how I meditate. Then your magical power must be at the high tier of intermediate mage. Well done. Do you know why you cannot progress further? Teacher D inquired with a smile. I scratched my head in confusion. Let me give you an analogy. How much water and air can a bottle hold? The capacity of the bottle determines how much it can contain. Teacher D's question seemed rather simplistic. Is the volume of water and air in the same bottle equal? Of course, they are equal. The space is the same, merely containing different substances. Such a simple riddle could not stump a genius like me. Teacher D nodded approvingly, affirming that indeed, the amounts of water and air the same bottle can hold are identical. But if the water were to transform into steam, could the bottle still contain it? I began to grasp what Teacher D was implying, though the concept remained somewhat hazy. Noticing my deep contemplation, Teacher D chose not to interrupt. Very well, this concludes our lesson for today and presents you with your assignment. Reflect carefully on the questions I posed. As understanding magical knowledge relies greatly on personal insight, the master opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Your capacity for comprehension will determine your success. I will take my leave. There are still over 2 months left in this semester. You will undergo intensive training here for a month before returning to class with your peers. The purpose of this training is to prepare you for the end-of-semester magical competition for the entire academy. Participate in the competition, Teacher D. Is that possible for me? After witnessing Heir's magic, I have little confidence in myself. Of course, it is possible. You are my student. You cannot bring me shame, so practice diligently. Teacher D turned to leave. Is it possible to opt out of this competition, teacher? Absolutely not. This competition serves as the final examination for all students each semester. Poor performance may lead to retention. This little rascal wants to shirk responsibility. No way. I shall amend the school rules. Watching Teacher D's somewhat sinister smile, I felt as though I had been ensnared. Regardless, I must begin earnest practice in magic. I will address the matter later. After Teacher D departed, I began to contemplate the assignment he left me. Water, water vapor, air, bottle. What is the connection? Water vapor can revert to water, and a bottle can hold this much water. I gestured with my hands, and it can likewise contain an equivalent volume of water vapor. If the water vapor were to transform back into water. I understand now. In my current state, I am akin to a bottle, while the water vapor represents my current magical power, which has stagnated. However, if I could compress my magical power like water vapor into liquid form, then I could contain a greater amount of it. How astute I am. With this realization, a sense of clarity washed over me. Excellent. I shall attempt this at once. I began to meditate, this time not in slumber. I retained my consciousness as I turned inward to observe the magical power within me. Suddenly, another question arose. How does one compress this magical power? No matter. I shall give it a try. I utilized my mental energy to partition approximately 1/5 of my internal magical power, dispersing the remainder throughout my body. I concentrated this fifth into the upper dantian, the area between my eyebrows, and began to attempt to compress it with my mental force. It proved to be quite a struggle. It seemed as though they were reluctant to be compressed, resisting my efforts vehemently, refusing to diminish in volume. What could be the reason for this? I spoke to the light elements within me. Dear comrades, uncles and aunts, it feels so distant when we are apart. Let us gather closer together. It would be much more lively. It appeared that the light elements comprehended my plea and gradually began to compress, ultimately forming a small orb of light, roughly 1/5 its original size. Success. I had successfully compressed the light elements, and I was immensely thrilled, promptly falling into slumber. Compressing magical elements is exceedingly taxing on mental energy. I had reached my limit and inevitably succumbed to sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, I felt that the light elements within me were far more abundant than before. The high-purity light orb I had compressed remained in my upper dantian, while the portion I had dispelled had replenished itself automatically. My meditation practice had improved remarkably during my slumber. Yes, this sensation is truly delightful. Teacher D entered through the door, observing my face intently without uttering a word. After a moment, I felt somewhat unnerved by his gaze. Teacher D, what is it? Why do you keep staring at me? I ventured to ask. Longbow, you have truly exceeded my expectations. You are the fastest learner of magical compression I have ever encountered. And at such a young age, your future is boundless. I have discovered a treasure. Oh yes. Teacher D suddenly leaped up in excitement, reminiscent of a child. What do you mean? How do you know that I have grasped the method of compressing magical power? I inquired, puzzled. Silly boy, just look in the mirror and you will understand. Is that so? Let me see. Approaching the mirror, I was taken aback. Is this truly me? Though my complexion had always been good, it paled in comparison to my current appearance. Now, My face glowed with a gentle radiance, as if light coursed beneath my skin like jade, utterly striking. What is happening, Teacher D? Chapter 30. The first golden elixir. This transformation is due to your comprehension of the method of compressing magical power. The light elements have begun to reshape your body, and this phenomenon will become increasingly pronounced. Depending on the type of magic learned, the colors displayed by the body will vary. For instance, fire magic is red, water magic is blue, earth magic is yellow, wind magic is green, and the light magic we study manifests as white. When you are enveloped in white light, it signifies that you are nearing the successful compression of all magical power. Individuals exhibiting such signs attract the attention of the magical guild and are invited for level assessment. To my knowledge, you are the youngest to reach this milestone. You are only 11 years old, correct? Teacher D said with gratification. Yes, I am 11 this year. And teacher, do you recall when you completed the compression of magical power? It was when I was 26 years old, and it sent shockwaves across the nation. Aside from the continent's top spatial mage, Tion Arun, I was the fastest. Tion Arun accomplished it at the age of 20. How come I am able to achieve this so swiftly? Is it really that difficult? I am not entirely sure. Perhaps it is because you have already been recognized by the light elements. How long will it take to completely compress the magical power of light elements? It is uncertain. The initial stages of compressing magical power are particularly challenging and require personal insight, which is why I have not taught you. Once understood, the process accelerates. If you apply yourself diligently, you should be able to complete it within this month. Teacher D, after I compress my magic, will I be surrounded by light every day and become a monster? I certainly do not wish to become a monster. Rest assured, that will not happen. Once you have fully compressed your magical energy, it will return to the state it was in when you first began the compression, which is to say, your current form. Teacher D replied with a smile. Oh, that's a relief. Should I take the test of the Mage Guild then? Teacher D pondered for a moment and advised. It would be best to refrain for now, as you are still quite lacking in practical applications of magic. Moreover, if you were to accept the Mage Guild's test, you would become a national celebrity, which could be quite exhausting. I hope you can diligently hone your magical skills. You must understand that if you fully compress your magical energy, your level will approach that of a magus. And for a child of your age to reach such a level would surely cause quite a stir in the kingdom. All right, I have no desire for fame. The memory of my initial entrance exam, where I secured the top position, sent a shiver down my spine. Little did I know that I would eventually become the most renowned person across the entire continent. Your task this month is to effectively compress your magical energy. When you return to your classmates, do not let anyone know. Once you have fully compressed your magical energy, I will teach you some practical applications of magic, which should suffice for the upcoming finals. Teacher D paused before continuing. Honestly, I never expected you to grasp the method of compressing magic so swiftly. I originally intended to teach you about practical applications first, but it seems not only are you a genius at learning magic, but I am also quite adept at teaching. Wow, could it be? To think you are even more self-important than I am. Truly, you are my master. I am in awe. I tentatively inquired. That genius must be referring to me, right? To my surprise, Teacher D reacted with unusual intensity. You little rascal. Were it not for my careful guidance and nurturing, would you have comprehended it so quickly? You truly infuriate me. He puffed up his cheeks in indignation. Yes, it is your excellent teaching, I hurriedly reassured him, knowing it was necessary for my future. You merely told me a story yesterday. What is so impressive about that? That is more like it. Now meditate well. I shall take my leave. As I observed Teacher D's lingering frustration, I resigned myself and decided to focus on my own thoughts. In truth, Teacher D was rather commendable. At the very least, he did not punish me, but rather encouraged independent thought. I sat cross-legged on my bed, clearing my mind and directing a small portion of the gaseous light elements within me to coalesce into a solid light element sphere in my upper dantian, beginning the compression process. Gradually, I relaxed and relied solely on my mental will to drive the aggregation of light elements. The gaseous light elements merged with the already solidified light elements, and the results were promising. With my mental energy still intact, I added a bit more gaseous light element, employing the same technique for aggregation. The solid light sphere was slightly larger than yesterday's. All right, time for sleep. I am utterly exhausted. Thus, each day, apart from eating and other necessities, I devoted myself to condensing these light elements. Once my mental energy was depleted, I would sleep, automatically meditating, and upon awakening, the gaseous light elements would surely replenish, allowing me to continue condensing. The solid light sphere grew larger, and the white light surrounding me intensified. Teacher D would deliver my meals daily, casting a glance my way without disturbing me. Such a tranquil environment was undoubtedly ideal for meditation. Recognized by the light elements, I unknowingly grasped the essence of light, resulting in a remarkably rapid aggregation of magical energy. Finally, the crucial moment arrived. The light elements within me had completely compressed into a solid state. I felt as though I were a part of the light elements, my entire being seemingly constructed of them. The light elements coursed through me, imparting a joyous sensation as I sensed their transformation. The solid-like light elements began to undulate slowly. Previously rigid, they gradually softened and commenced a circulatory movement within me, their colors brightening. No, something was amiss. The colors were shifting from white to gold. However, their volume diminished until they coiled around my body like a golden stream, circling my meridians 7 times before coalescing into a small golden sphere in my upper dantian. If anyone were to see me now, they would witness the white light surrounding me suddenly surging into my body. I felt enveloped by a gentle warmth. And as I attempted to absorb the light elements, I found it impossible. Why was that? Could this be yet another bottleneck? Not only did I sense a transformation within myself, but the small golden sphere also seemed to undergo a change. It appeared to awaken from slumber, offering me a joyful message before beginning to absorb the light elements within me. As it did so, the golden sphere began to circulate within my body, enabling me to gather light elements once more. It turned out the golden sphere itself could absorb energy. The small sphere absorbed energy from the golden sphere, which cycled within me to replenish its own energy. Chapter 31. Further evolution. I lost track of time, but it seemed that the small golden sphere had absorbed sufficient magical energy, returning to its initial state and ceasing its circulation in my upper dantian. I emerged from my meditation, opening my eyes to find Teacher D's concerned gaze upon me. Teacher D, it seems I have succeeded. Indeed, you have successfully compressed all of your magical energy. From a magical energy perspective, you have reached the realm of a magus, Teacher D expressed with satisfaction. Really? That's wonderful. The rapid enhancement of my magical energy thrilled me. However, I must continue to work hard. Please share with me what you are feeling at present. I glanced at myself. The external white light had vanished, and my skin appeared remarkably supple, tempting me to bite into it. It seems I have compressed my magical energy into a golden sphere. Is that correct? Exactly. That golden sphere is the embodiment of your current magical energy. It will greatly aid you in your future studies of magic. That's splendid, Teacher D. Am I a genius? I asked with a cheeky grin. You little rascal, do not become overly complacent. The journey ahead is still long. Although your magical energy is now condensed, it remains unstable. Achieving stability will require a lengthy process. Do not assume that you are truly a magus just yet. There is still much for you to learn. To temper my pride, Teacher D immediately poured cold water on my enthusiasm. Oh, I responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. Do you know what the highest state of magical energy for a mage is like? Teacher D posed a question I had never considered, instantly piquing my curiosity. What is it like? It involves 6 magical energy spheres, and from the perspective of light magic, they must not only be golden, but transformed into transparent gold. Do you understand? Transparent gold? I echoed. Teacher, what does your current magical energy look like? Teacher D scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he confessed. I currently possess 1 transparent golden magical sphere. Ah, as a magus, you only have 1 transparent golden magical sphere? I exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, not just me. All magi possess only 1 magical sphere. He sighed deeply as he spoke. Why? To possess 6 magical orbs is to become the legendary Grand Sorcerer. Thus far, we, the old-timers, have found no means to augment the number of these orbs. This is the direction in which you must strive. Teacher D said to me with profound meaning. Rest assured, Teacher D, I shall achieve it. And so, from this moment, the Child of Light embarked on an unwavering journey towards the pinnacle of magic. Enough of this. You must stabilize your energy orbs. Remember, the path of magical cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they inevitably regress. Continuous practice is essential. For today, rest well. For tomorrow, I shall teach you some applications of magic, after which you must return to your peers to prepare for the final competition. Very well. Regardless, I have completed this arduous training, and now all I desire is a hearty meal. Since I am in the phase of intensive instruction under Teacher D, I can only convey to him my culinary wishes. Upon hearing my menu, Teacher D's only response was, "Are you a pig?" Hee hee. I didn't request much, merely a feast akin to a Manchu Han imperial feast. What is so astonishing about that? After all, I am but a blossoming flower of our great nation. Teacher D, do you know what my nickname is at the academy? What? The glutton of the light department. I replied with a sly grin. You are truly bringing shame to the light department, he exclaimed, puffing his cheeks and glaring at me. Although Teacher D was dissatisfied with my voracious appetite, he nonetheless fulfilled my modest wish. After feasting and drinking my fill, what do you suppose one might wish to do? As for others, I cannot say, but for me, it is undoubtedly sleep, the best remedy for digestion. Youngsters, do not emulate me. My digestive capacity is quite exceptional. Hee hee. When I awoke, the sky was still dark, indicating it was quite early. After a refreshing slumber, I felt utterly relaxed. What shall I do now? Oh, it seems Xiaojin has evolved as well, and since our last encounter, I have yet to see it again. Let us summon it for some playtime. Having learned from my previous experience, I first drew the curtains, locked the door, and inspected every light-exuding crevice before commencing the summoning. Xiaojin, by my name, appear before me. In a flash of golden light, a strange entity manifested before me and immediately lunged in my direction, startling me. Wow, what is this? I swiftly teleported aside. The unfamiliar entity appeared quite aggrieved, and I felt a voice within my mind say, "Master, it is I, Xiaojin." Ah, Xiaojin can speak now? I marveled. Examining the creature closely, it seemed to resemble a large golden python, over 6 meters in length, adorned with 2 charming golden horns and covered in delicate golden scales. Those small horns vaguely resembled Xiaojin. "Is that you, Xiaojin?" I inquired cautiously. It nodded in response, as if it understood. "Xiaojin, you have transformed. Weren't you white before?" I asked incredulously. "Master, your magical advancements have been significant. I have now fused with you. As you progress, so too do I evolve. Do you no longer want Xiaojin?" The strange voice echoed in my mind. It truly is Xiaojin. I rushed to embrace its large head. "Xiaojin, I'm so relieved you're all right. I missed you dearly." Xiaojin seemed equally exhilarated, wrapping its long, thick body around me, its smooth scales pressing gently against me, a wave of warmth enveloping my entire being. Chapter 32. A reunion with Mark. I gently stroked Xiaojin, and to my surprise, I felt a large protrusion on its body. I promptly asked Xiaojin, through mental communication, "What is this?" Xiaojin replied it was unaware, and this peculiar phenomenon was not isolated. I extricated myself from Xiaojin's embrace and examined it closely. Indeed, 5 small protrusions had formed beneath its belly, as if bones were pressing outward. Additionally, 2 of the 3 golden stripes on its back had sprouted plate-like extensions, though they were still not very pronounced. What could this mean? Is Xiaojin no longer a mere snake? No, I must consult Teacher D. After playing with Xiaojin for a while and noticing dawn approaching, I decided to return it. Xiaojin had made remarkable progress. I could sense its burgeoning magical power. Moreover, it seemed to have undergone some unique transformations, enhancing its extraordinary abilities, though it itself was unaware of their nature. Compared to before, it felt as though we were 2 parts of a singular whole. With the sun fully risen, Teacher D arrived. "How did you rest yesterday, Longbow?" he inquired casually, placing his belongings down. "It was fine. The food was splendid, and I ate well," I replied, ignoring Teacher D as I eagerly delved into my feast. "After your efforts, Teacher D, the food you brought is delightful. Why are you silent?" I asked. "Humph, you little rascal, your only talent lies in eating," Teacher D grumbled. "Do not say that. I possess considerable talent in magic as well." I began to employ a strategy of endearment. "After all, I am still a child. Enough of your self-praise. Whether you possess magical talent will be determined by your performance today. Time is limited. You have only 7 days. I hope you can master some useful spells within this period. You must take it seriously." Seeing him adopt a serious demeanor, I refrained from further jesting. "Yes, teacher. You have not ventured outside for quite some time. Let us take a stroll on the lawn." "Oh, how refreshing. It has been ages since I inhaled such fresh air." I stretched widely, greedily breathing in. Although the sunlight was somewhat blinding, the sensation was truly delightful. Teacher D allowed me to roam freely for a while until I calmed down. "All right, let us commence our studies. First, I shall impart to you the theory of advanced magic. Do you know how magic is utilized at my level?" Different levels employ different methods of magic? I queried. Magic is merely about incantations and releases. What novelty is there? Teacher D shot me a sidelong glance. Observe, for this is true magic. With a casual wave of his hand, a beam of white light surged forth, akin to a blade, striking a massive rock nearby, causing a fragment to crumble. Wow, is that magic? No incantation, just a simple wave to achieve such results? Teacher D, how did you accomplish that? Hee, this is the prowess of a sorcerer. At my level, my understanding of magical elements is profoundly comprehensive. Thus, it suffices to merely envision how to manipulate the elements. My last move was somewhat akin to a warrior's energy slash. In fact, as magic and martial energy reach a certain threshold, many commonalities emerge. You must diligently study and practice, striving to master this elemental manipulation before graduating from the academy. However, today we shall focus on learning advanced light-based offensive and defensive spells, as that is of greater importance. Once the competition concludes, you may practice harnessing the elements. Greetings, esteemed Teacher D. Your prowess is truly remarkable. It appears that magic can be wielded in such diverse manners. I regard him with admiration. Indeed, I am a mage master, he exclaimed. Let us dispense with trivialities and embark on our first lesson. The weeks swiftly elapsed, during which I gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Teacher D, particularly in the realm of magical control. Bolstered by my formidable magical power, I made significant strides in mastering this art, and the golden sphere within me exhibited greater stability. I inquired about the transformations of my companion, Xiao Jin, and after much contemplation, Teacher D confessed that he had never encountered such a magical beast. It was likely a mutation resulting from my use of life-sharing magic. However, he reassured me that it should bear no adverse effects. This alleviated my concerns. For as long as Xiao Jin thrives, I am indifferent to its form. During these 7 days, I received delightful news. Teacher D informed me that Mark had been accepted as the direct disciple of the Vice Dean 20 days prior. Thus, we have become the dual prodigies of the Academy, and it is worth noting that the Vice Dean is also a mage master. Tomorrow, I shall return to my companions. As Teacher D took his leave today, he cautioned me not to divulge that Xiao Jin is alive or that he has taken me as his apprentice. Teacher D is truly an amusing fellow. His teaching methods are refreshingly straightforward. He either provides a spark of inspiration for independent thought or shares incantations for personal experimentation. His approach is wonderfully liberating. Despite the significant age difference, where he could easily be my grandfather, he occasionally exhibits a childlike playfulness that endears him to me. I find myself rather fond of this intriguing old man. Upon entering the classroom, I was met with astonished gazes from my peers. I said nothing and took my seat. Boss, a familiar voice called out from beside me. It was Mark. I turned to face my long-lost friend, and we exchanged a prolonged gaze before embracing tightly. Mark whispered in my ear, Boss, I know all about your endeavors. You must give it your all in the upcoming competition. Indeed, you must as well, I replied. The bell signaling the start of class rang, prompting everyone to return to their seats. Today, the rules for the forthcoming final competition would be announced. As I recalled the targets Teacher D had set for me, a wave of apprehension washed over me. Chapter 33. Competition rules. The homeroom teacher approached, and upon spotting me, she offered a warm smile. All right, class, quiet down. Due to some special arrangements at the academy, Gong has been unable to attend class recently. Let's extend a warm welcome to Gong for his safe return. A gentle applause filled the classroom as I stood and bowed. Thank you, everyone. Now, I hope Gong excels in the upcoming final competition starting tomorrow. I share this hope, as it serves as a test of my recent dedicated practice, which was also an assignment given to me by Teacher D. I wonder if I will be able to accomplish it. Today, we will not delve into new knowledge, but rather discuss the methods and rules of the competition. It is crucial for you to pay close attention, as this will greatly aid in your forthcoming examinations. Since first-year students are exempt from the final competition, this will be the first time for us second-year students to participate. The teacher began to explain the competition details. Tomorrow's event will consist of drawing lots, while the actual competition will commence the day after. The competition rules are as follows. 1. The competition adheres to the principles of fairness and impartiality. To showcase the participants' magical abilities, the use of phantom beasts during the competition is strictly prohibited. This is advantageous for me, as I wouldn't dare use my phantom beast. 2. Competitions will be organized by grade level, with separate contests for each year. The top 100 students from each grade will be allowed to begin their winter break early, while the bottom 100 will remain at the academy until the next semester begins. In order to return home for a rest, I believe everyone will strive hard. 3. The draw will determine the competitors. Aside from the second-year students participating for the first time, the other 3 grades will have seeded players who can directly enter the finals for their grade. 4. The draw will implement a round-robin format, grouping participants into sets of 10. This means that each individual will compete in 9 matches during the preliminary round. Based on win rates, the top 5 from each group will advance to the finals, followed by knockout rounds until a champion is determined. 5. Competitions must conclude decisively. Intentional harm will result in disqualification. Being knocked out of bounds counts as a loss. Encountering aerial barriers is also a loss, and voluntarily conceding is deemed a loss. If no winner emerges within the allotted time, the refereeing teacher will declare the outcome. 6. The champions and runners-up of each grade may challenge the champions and runners-up of higher grades. If a lower grade participant succeeds in their challenge, they may advance a grade. The champions of the 5th grade are exempt from entrance examinations and can directly enter the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. Students who successfully challenge the 5th grade champions will enjoy the same privilege. 7. The grade champion will receive a reward of 100 diamond coins, while the runner-up will earn 50 diamond coins. Those who successfully challenge higher grade champions will receive double the prize. After absorbing the rules of the competition, I felt they were quite fair. The prize for the champion is substantial, 100 diamond coins, equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. If I were to win, I could return home and surprise my parents. The teacher proceeded to outline additional points to consider during the competition, urging everyone to give their best effort and fully utilize their skills. We must strive to bring honor to Class A. For failing to place within the top 100 would result in rigorous training as punishment over the winter break. As class ended, I remained lost in thoughts of potential wealth when Mark nudged me. "Boss, what are you thinking? Class is over. Let's go." I snapped back to reality. "Oh, right. Let's go." Just outside the classroom, I encountered Oak. "Changgong, where have you been? You've been absent from class." Oak playfully slapped my shoulder, grinning as if we were old friends. "Are we that familiar?" I pondered silently. I didn't feel well after losing my Phantom Beast in the last match against Heir, so I took some time off to clear my mind. I had anticipated someone would inquire about my absence and had prepared my response. "Oh, you have my condolences. Losing a Phantom Beast is indeed unfortunate. You should find another one when you have the chance. The competition is tomorrow, so you must give it your all. If you encounter me, I won't hold back. I look forward to a fair duel with you. You know, your endurance in the last match against Heir has become a source of pride for our second-year class." "Oh, he fears I might seize the top position in our grade. Thank you. I will strive to do my best, and I won't go easy on you either." "Then let's both give it our all. I must take my leave now." "Boss, do you think he has ulterior motives?" Mark remarked, watching Aka's retreating figure. "Perhaps. His strength is formidable. Yet he still has a way to go, as my magical prowess has already crystallized, which puts him at a disadvantage." "Humph. I doubt he's anything special," Mark scoffed. "If you're unconvinced, challenge him on stage. Now let us eat first, then return to rest, and see what luck the draw brings us tomorrow." After dining, Mark and I made our way back to the dormitory when we encountered several students approaching. What a coincidence. It was Heir and his sister Haiyu, along with some older students I did not recognize. Heir stepped in front of me, his eyes shining with intensity. I defiantly returned his gaze. Just earlier at lunch, Mark mentioned that since the last incident, Heir had been laying low and rarely showing up at the academy. I had not bothered Haiyu at all, and I even praised him for being a good friend. "Changgong, you've made remarkable progress. I can hardly gauge your abilities now. I'm here mainly to apologize for the last time. I'm truly sorry for what happened to your Phantom Beast." I raised my hand to halt his words. "We shall meet on the competition field. This time, I will not lose to you." With that, I grasped Mark's arm and continued towards the dormitory. Heir's voice followed behind. "All right, I'll be waiting for you." "Boss, you were so cool just now. So impressive." "Enough. Let us hurry back and get some sleep. I'm quite tired after eating." Copyright reserved. Unauthorized reproduction is prohibited. Chapter 34. The competition begins upon returning to the dormitory. Only Green Hair was present. "Where has Longbow been lately?" I shot him a glance and replied, "It's a secret." "Do share. What have you been up to?" "I heard you were competing against Heir, and that he defeated your Phantom Beast." "Really, must you bring that up? It's quite annoying. If you provoke me further, I shall not be courteous." Seeing my irritation, Green Hair retreated to his bed, unwilling to engage with me any longer. At that moment, 2 other roommates returned. They were also from our class, though I was unfamiliar with their names. To be honest, after a year at the academy, I could count the names I knew on one hand. Everyone was preoccupied with practicing magic, leaving little opportunity for interaction. You must be Longbow. What are your plans for tomorrow's competition? Perhaps due to the impending contest, a palpable tension lingered in the air, prompting one of them to initiate conversation. Hello. I have no grand plans. I only aspire to win the championship for our year. As I concluded, my voice resonated with unwavering determination. Ah, the championship for our year? The 2 roommates exchanged glances, and even Green Hair approached again. Longbow, you can't be serious about aiming for the championship. Do you think the Great Hiku is a mere illusion? I cast a weary glance at Green Hair. Must you always insert yourself into everything? Everyone should have a goal. With effort, it is not impossible to achieve. Longbow speaks the truth. I am Longda, and this is Shui Yang. Let us strive together, said one of the slightly taller roommates, offering words of encouragement. Indeed, let us work hard together, I reciprocated. Longbow, come here. The voice of Teacher D echoed in my mind, utilizing telepathy, which I could now manage, albeit with difficulty. Please rest for now. I will step out for a moment. I greeted my roommates and exited the dormitory, heading straight to Teacher D's quarters in the back courtyard of the academy. Teacher D awaited me on the verdant expanse outside. Teacher, why the urgency to find me? I inquired, breathless. With the competition tomorrow, do you feel confident? I should. My magical power is quite formidable. The draw begins tomorrow. You cannot wear that outfit. Follow me. As we entered his quarters, Teacher D retrieved a white magical robe from the wardrobe and handed it to me. Try it on. Is this a gift for me? I gazed in astonishment at the exquisite robe. Indeed, my student cannot appear so shabby. From now on, it belongs to you. Teacher D smiled warmly. Thank you, Teacher D. I quickly unfurled it. It was stunning, crafted from an unknown fabric, pure white with golden trim. The robe was quite ample, resembling a cloak, and at the chest, 2 pure white magical stones glimmered softly. Centrally located on the back of the robe was a magnificent 6-pointed star, bordered in gold. It's breathtaking, but isn't it a bit too large? Foolish child, try it on. Allow me to assist you. Teacher D approached, draping the robe over my shoulders. As he connected the 2 white magical stones at the chest, they clicked together and transformed into gold. Simultaneously, the robe adjusted to fit my form perfectly. How marvelous. What just happened? My child, this magical robe was passed down to me by my master, and now I bestow it upon you. It was crafted through mysterious means, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Additionally, the magical stone at the chest accelerates the gathering of magical power. It is as potent as the purple stones. This robe can also adapt its size to the wearer, making it a true treasure. I hope you don it as you stride toward success. Teacher D gazed deeply into my eyes. I will, I replied with unwavering resolve. I gently caressed the soft fabric of the robe. It was the first beautiful garment I had ever received, so splendid and regal. For the sake of Teacher D's high expectations, I vowed to triumph, to ensure that his hopes were not in vain. Now, let us commence the drawing ceremony. Second-year students, please gather in the front courtyard, lining up according to class order for the draw. The drawing proceeded swiftly. I drew 11 to 4, indicating that I would be in Group 11, Position 4. The group matches would unfold as follows. The first and second positions would compete, followed by the third and fourth, and so on. This was the first round. The second round would feature the first against the sixth, the second against the seventh, and so forth, continuing in this manner for a total of 9 rounds. Winning a match would earn 3 points, while losing would yield none. If no victor emerged within the allotted time, both would receive 1 point. Once all had drawn their lots, per the supervisor's instructions, we reformed our lines according to the draw order. Mark was in Group 5, Hiku in Group 9, and I stood in Group 11, Position 4. The individual before me would be my opponent in the first match. I had not encountered him before. Seemingly from another class. Each year comprises 4 classes, each with 50 students. He turned to greet me. You must be my opponent for tomorrow. I am Tian Feng, specializing in wind magic. From Class B, hello, I am Longbow Wei, specializing in light magic. I smiled in response. He evidently did not recognize me either, and we exchanged pleasantries. I sensed a strong fluctuation of his magical power. He seemed to be the diligent type. Unfortunately for him, he was about to face me. Boss, your outfit is stunning. Why have I never seen you wear it before? After class, Mark rushed over. I whispered to him that it was a gift from Teacher D. He immediately leaped up, declaring that he must also obtain a robe from his teacher, and dashed off to find him. I shook my head. With the competition looming, I glanced at the golden gem on my chest, filled with immense confidence. I would secure the championship for our year and challenge Heir, not out of hatred, but to engage in a fair contest. All rights reserved. No reproduction without permission. Chapter 35. A smooth advancement. The competition commenced, with a total of 20 arenas, each overseen by 2 invigilators, one responsible for establishing the protective barrier, while the other determined the victor. The magical duels unfolded swiftly. Dominance in ability often led to rapid conclusions. Soon, it was my turn. I stepped into the center of the arena and exchanged formal greetings with Tianfeng. Come, let me witness your prowess, I smiled at him. Very well, I shall not hold back, Tianfeng replied, casting a wind surge spell upon himself, swiftly circling around me while chanting an offensive incantation. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was unaware that speed was my forte, and I could easily pinpoint his location. I conjured an all-directional prism shield, refraining from immediate attack, eager to see what formidable offensive magic he would employ against me. Free winds, heed my call, transform into a furious tornado, he declared. Oh, a mid-level wind-based attack spell, the Wind Tornado. It appeared to be a probing strike. A small tornado manifested at his incantation and raced toward me. I smiled faintly. If this is the extent of your attack, defeat is inevitable. With a graceful flick of my wand, I rent the space before me. Devour all that intrudes. This is space magic, dimensional slash. I had now mastered this spell with great proficiency. A black fissure emerged between me and the wind tornado, which was instantly consumed, causing Tianfeng to falter momentarily. His speed noticeably diminished. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. Space-based offensive magic. I retracted the dimensional slash. Shall we continue? Tianfeng, resigned, glanced at me and conceded, I admit defeat. The dimensional slash could rival high-level offensive magic and was notably challenging to control. His ease in witnessing my command of it revealed the vast chasm in our abilities. Rather than face a humiliating defeat, he chose to withdraw gracefully. You are quite strong. But alas, you encountered me. Keep striving. I shall return to challenge you again. I am ever at your service, I replied, now unafraid of any challenge. Imbued with confidence in my own capabilities. As the preliminary round required each participant to compete in 2 matches daily, I returned to my dormitory. Shortly after, Mark arrived. How did it go, Mark? I inquired, observing him in his pristine magical robe. What else is there to say? I dispatched my opponent with a single flame inferno. Mark also possessed considerable magical talent, and with recent guidance from his instructor and his relentless efforts, he faced few rivals in the second year. Let us dine first, then rest before the afternoon matches. The afternoon contest proved easier for me. My opponent from Class B was weaker than Tianfeng and conceded after exchanging a few spells. It was only in the final match of the preliminaries that I encountered a formidable opponent, a fire mage. You are also from Class A, right? I remarked, finding him somewhat familiar. Indeed, I realize I may not be your equal, yet I still wish to contest with you. He had maintained an undefeated streak in his previous matches. Then let us begin. Unlike Tianfeng, who had merely tested my defenses, this mage launched an immediate assault without any protective spells, unleashing a high-level fire magic. Fiery flames, heed my call, manifest in this world and scorch all before me. Oh, once again, it was the flame inferno, such a monotonous tactic. I sighed, raising my hand skyward. O mighty light elementals, my friends, purify all that lies before me with your gentle radiance. I invoked the purifying light, a spell of my own creation that enhanced the original Holy Guardian spell, designed to dispel various afflictions. My version not only retained its original effects, but also formed a thick protective barrier, qualifying it as a high-level defensive magic. He relentlessly urged the flames against my purifying light, yet I remained leisurely within my shield, believing it more dignified to allow him to recognize his limitations rather than force him from the arena. I anticipated that he would yield once his magical energy was spent. Suddenly, he underwent a startling transformation. His fiery red hair stood on end. Burn, my life force. The invigilators were taken aback. How could this student incinerate his own life essence? Such reckless ambition. The life force was a technique employed by fire mages, enhancing their spell levels by sacrificing their own vitality. His flame inferno, previously a level 6 spell, could be instantaneously elevated to level 7 through this sacrifice. The flames outside my barrier shifted from bright red to a dark crimson, then deep indigo, intensifying the pressure upon me. The purifying light appeared increasingly strained. Who would have thought you possessed such prowess? Clearly, I must reveal my true strength to compel your surrender. He now radiated an aura reminiscent of Heir's formidable presence. O glorious light elementals, I beseech you, allow me to borrow your immense power. Let infinite light saturate the earth and shine forth. I chanted, invoking the light-based attack spell, illuminating the 9 continents, a level 7 magic. This was the most potent spell at my disposal. As I intoned the incantation, I gradually levitated, my form enveloped in blinding white light, the fabric of my robe billowing dramatically behind me. The golden magical gem upon my chest radiated a golden glow, intertwining with the white light I emitted. As I tilted my head back, a third of the energy from the golden core at my brow suffused my being, causing the surrounding radiance to momentarily contract before erupting forth. The azure flames were swiftly engulfed by the brilliance of my white light, and the arena's barrier began to falter. Fissures appearing. This student wields astonishing magic. A second year capable of level 7 spells, has he achieved the status of a magus? The 2 invigilators hastily infused the barrier with energy, stabilizing it just in time. Though the barrier held, my opponent collapsed, rendered motionless. The spectators were temporarily blinded by the dazzling white light I emitted. In truth, I had only unleashed a third of my spell's potential, utilizing merely a third of my magical energy. While both spells were of level 7, his was a forced elevation, while mine was naturally within my capacity. Furthermore, light-based offensive magic above level 7 surpassed most other elemental magics, save for dark and space-based spells. He had exhausted his reserves after employing the life force. O magnificent light elementals, as your ally, I implore you to restore the vitality of this being before me. I hastily cast a spirit restoration spell, my version rivaling high-level restorative magic. Gradually, the audience regained their sight. It was evident that I stood as the ultimate victor. Chapter 36. Advancing to the top 4 under the influence of my powerful restorative magic, he gradually regained consciousness, though he remained exceedingly weak, having exhausted his life force. Thank you. You truly are remarkable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly, he said with resignation. Please refrain from using magic in such a manner in the future. Depleting one's life force can be perilous, I cautioned, aware of the consequences from my own experiences with life magic. I appreciate your concern. I shall be more cautious, he replied. The supervising teacher approached the stage and nodded approvingly at me, evidently impressed by my efforts to assist my opponent. I hereby announce that Longbow Wei has advanced as the first place from Group 11, and Charlie Otto has secured the second place, the teacher proclaimed, announcing the names of those who progressed from Group 11. It was only then that I learned his name. He had already been carried back to the dormitory by his friends. I had taken a solid step toward my own goal. Teacher D arrived in the stands, undoubtedly drawn by the magical fluctuations occurring here. Upon seeing me, he waved his hand, and I could hear his voice in my mind. What happened, Longbow? Was that you casting a powerful spell? My telepathic abilities were still unrefined, and I hesitated to respond freely. I'll explain everything when I come to see you later. I replied simply. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Exiting the venue, I employed several short-distance teleportations to evade the throng of inquiries that would surely ensue. I decided to seek out Teacher D. He was undoubtedly waiting for me. Teacher D, I have arrived. Come in, he beckoned as I entered his office, where he gestured for me to take a seat. What transpired? I recounted the events of the competition. Alas, Teacher D sighed. You youngsters should not wield life magic so recklessly. Remember, your body and its vitality are gifts from your parents. You used it to save another life last time. But this was merely a competition. Such ambition is excessive. He shook his head. It seems I must introduce a course on psychological guidance at the academy. Please don't be disheartened. We merely need more education in this area moving forward, I consoled him. You rascal, after using such formidable magic today, who among the second years would dare to compete against you? Surely not. My Radiant 9 provinces is still quite immature. I struggle to control it, and can only unleash about a third of its potential. Besides, I did not intend to use it so soon, but I had no choice. I replied, feeling aggrieved. You alone are aware of your limitations. Given that so few utilize light magic, the rest of the students will surely hold you in high regard. You may now enjoy a well-deserved respite. As expected, after witnessing my performance, no student was willing to challenge me. Once the semifinals commenced, any opponent I faced would promptly surrender after a mere exchange of gestures. Those who drew me as their opponent would inevitably exclaim, "How unfortunate am I?" With little effort, I advanced smoothly into the top 4, overshadowing even the previously favored contestant, Woke. In contrast, Mark faced a much more arduous path. Every match following the round of 32 proved to be a formidable challenge for him. Even amidst such difficulties, he felt fortunate. After all, he had not encountered me. Among the final 4, 3 were from Class A, myself, Mark, and Woke, while the unexpected 4th contender was a girl from Class D, specializing in water magic. I had never witnessed her compete before and was taken aback by her prowess. The top 4 were now to be divided into groups, and I drew in a ticket. Mark, muttering incantations under his breath, clearly wished to avoid facing me. However, fate had other plans, and he also drew in a ticket. This promised an entertaining match ahead. Mark descended from the stage, looking as despondent as a wilted flower. "What troubles you, Mark?" I prodded him gently. "Boss, why must I be so unfortunate to meet you so soon? What misfortune is this? I may not necessarily triumph over you." I was perplexed by his lack of confidence. "How can that be? You don't understand. Teacher Long informed me that I am not on your level yet, and have much further to strive." So it was Teacher Long who had instilled such fear in him. Teacher Long, the deputy head of the academy, was a renowned dragon mage, and his words carried significant weight. "Let us give it our all tomorrow. I hope we can have a good match like during the entrance exam. How can you know you cannot defeat me without trying?" Very well. The semi-final matches attracted nearly every second-year student, creating a lively atmosphere. As Mark and I took our positions on stage, I cautioned him, "Mark, don't embarrass yourself. Many are watching." Mark smiled wryly and initiated his magical assault. Mark's greatest strength lay in his remarkable control over magic, allowing him to confront my teleportation fearlessly. He began with a high-level single-target attack spell. Great Fire Element. Converge by my side and take the form of a fire dragon to vanquish my foe. I was taken aback. Just yesterday, he claimed he could not defeat me. Yet here he was unleashing a fire dragon. This fire magic's power was no less formidable than the enhanced inferno from the other day. A massive fire dragon erupted from Mark, circling him before lunging ferociously toward me. Though I had empowered myself with the light prism shield, I dared not collide with his dragon. What to use? Purification light would likely not suffice, and the dimensional slash could not withstand such a tremendous assault. Great Light Element. Heed my call and gather into a sacred halo to obstruct the enemy's advance. The advanced light defense spell, Sacred Halo, manifested around me. A white aura coalesced into a solid barrier 3 feet in front of me, repelling the fire dragon. However, the dragon did not vanish. It immediately turned and charged at me once more. Mark's strength was impressive. I had never seen him utilize this spell during the preliminary or semi-final rounds. I summoned my magical energy to fend off his relentless assaults, perceiving that controlling the fire dragon was no simple task for him. It seemed he could not maintain it for long. "Boss, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." "What? He has an ultimate move?" Mark produced a fire-red magic wand from his pocket and began to chant. In the audience, Teacher D promptly grasped the beard of Teacher Long beside him. "Oh, you've even resorted to your trump card? How dare you bestow the wrath of the fire god upon that lad?" Teacher Long, not to be outdone, seized Teacher D's beard in return, retorting, "And you, didn't you also gift your light god robe?" As the two elderly gentlemen bickered fervently, I found myself embroiled in the most formidable challenge I had faced thus far. As Mark continued his chant, a red orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized from his wand. I understood all too well that this was no trifling matter. It was a pure energy sphere, far more terrifying than the fire dragon before me. Chapter 37. The defeat of Woke. It appears that his wand possesses a formidable amplification effect, for I am acutely aware that, at his current level, he cannot conjure this pure energy sphere without considerable effort, an endeavor that even I find strenuous. As Mark's magical sphere emerges, his fire dragon begins to fade, indicating that he is also grappling with the strain. Seizing the opportunity while the pressure has lessened, I hastily commence my incantation. It seems I have no choice but to invoke the radiance of the 9 provinces once more. I remain uncertain if it will suffice to withstand his attack. In truth, I yearn to wield the energy sphere myself, but I recognize that my magical control pales in comparison to Mark's, which would undoubtedly result in my own defeat, even if I might not reach him. Thus, I must adopt an all-encompassing offensive, merging attack with defense. O great elemental light, grant me the privilege to harness your overwhelming power, allowing boundless radiance to envelop the earth and illuminate all. Gradually, I rise from the ground, my body emanating a brilliant white light, my magical robe billowing behind me, and the golden magical stone upon my chest radiating its own golden glow. Intertwining with my emitted white light, I tilt my head back, channeling a third of the golden energy from my core into my entire being. However, unlike the previous occasion, I allocate another third of my magical power to control this spell, knowing full well that Mark's energy sphere is no less formidable than my radiance of the 9 provinces. With all my might, I condense the spell, creating a grand light column with a diameter equal to that of the arena, directing it towards Mark. "Boss, you're ruthless. Let us go all out," Mark exclaims as he gestures, sending the energy sphere soaring towards my light column. Alas, due to the dispersion of my radiance of the 9 provinces, I find it unable to halt the advance of the energy sphere, merely slowing its momentum slightly. Desperately, I muster all my strength to erect a light prism shield before me, yet the fiery energy sphere reaches me, and I glimpse a cascade of shattered light points. The shield has failed. My light prism shield has shattered for the first time. A wave of searing heat engulfs me, and I realize the inevitable. I have been struck. In this critical moment, an unforeseen transformation occurs. My magical robe erupts in resplendent golden light from the central magical stone, forming a transparent membrane that serves as a protective barrier between myself and the energy sphere. Teacher D's voice echoes in my mind. "Quickly, channel your remaining magical energy into the stone on your chest." Unconsciously, I comply. The energy sphere and my protective barrier engage in fierce friction, relentless waves of pressure bearing down upon me, forcing me to retreat step by step until I reach the edge of the arena. I cannot retreat any further. I must not lose. I cannot afford to lose. With my wand crossed over my chest, I bellow. As I unleash my power, a warm energy surges within me, coursing through my arm and into the wand. I feel an exhilarating lightness, finally exhausting the energy of the sphere. I collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath, a trickle of blood escaping my lips. That warm energy envelopes me, healing my damaged meridians. It is little Jean, assisting me in this crucial moment. Where is Mark? Where has he gone? Regaining my breath, I begin to search for his figure. "Longbow, if you cannot rise within 5 seconds, I shall declare the match a draw." It seems Mark is unwell as well. I chuckle, quickly standing. It turns out that Mark was knocked out as his energy sphere entered my radiance of the 9 provinces halfway, and he had little energy left to withstand the compressed spell. Now, Teacher D is tending to him. He has been quite thoroughly defeated. I never anticipated victory would be so arduous. I even had to rely on little Jin's energy. This is a violation of the rules. But surely no one will know, as a magical beast within its master cannot exert power without summoning. I am weak and am assisted back to my dormitory by 2 roommates. Just as I am about to sleep, Teacher D's voice rings out once more. "What is wrong with you? Winning against someone of Mark's caliber should not have been this draining. You truly are a fool." As I am unaware of Teacher D's location, I cannot respond. Even if I knew, in my current state, perhaps Teacher D understands my inability to reply, for he begins a tirade, berating me for not taking the initiative to attack from the outset, asserting that I would not have suffered such a crushing victory. He criticizes my carelessness and the many flaws in my magic. Unable to endure any longer, I seal my mind with the little magical energy I have regained, slipping into a restful slumber. Due to the excessive exhaustion, the following day, I do not attend the match between Woke and the girl from Class D, reasoning that Woke will undoubtedly prevail. However, even Woke cannot be as fearsome as Mark's energy sphere. Tomorrow, I shall emerge victorious. After lunch, I visit Mark's dormitory to check on him. He appears considerably weakened, even more so than I. "Boss, you are truly ruthless. You have utterly defeated me." "You call me ruthless? You're not in any better shape than I am. However, you have indeed made significant progress. I did not anticipate that your strength would be so closely matched to mine before the match. It seems I must exert myself more, lest you surpass me." We exchange glances and share a laugh before I return to my dormitory, determined to gather my magical energy in preparation for tomorrow's competition. I awaken to find it is already evening. Green Hair and my 2 roommates have returned. "Longbow, you are truly my idol. My admiration for you flows like an unending river." "Get lost. I don't need your flattery." "Longbow, I have astonishing news. Do you wish to hear it? You. What good news could you possibly have? I regard him with skepticism. It will certainly benefit you. You know? Today, Woke actually lost, and rather swiftly too. Green Hair declares mysteriously. What? What did you say? Woke lost. That's impossible. Woke was defeated by a girl from Class D. I am well aware of his strength. Although we have never crossed blades, I know that being the top of the second-year class is no simple feat. Are you trying to deceive me? If you are, you shall pay dearly, I threaten, gathering magical energy in my hands to intimidate Green Hair. Longbow, please don't. I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, ask them. I turn to my two roommates with uncertainty. Dragon, speak. Longbow, Green Hair speaks the truth. Today, Woke suffered a humiliating defeat. He likely does not even comprehend how he lost. Chapter 38. The unpredictable turmoil. Pray tell, what transpired? The situation unfolded thus. Today, we all assumed that Hiku would emerge victorious. However, upon entering the arena, a girl from Class D employed an unfamiliar water-based magic, seemingly of a sealing nature, encircling Hiku with blue rings. Hiku was unable to break free, and with astonishing ease, the girl launched a water projectile that brought him down. From my observations, it appeared that Hiku's magic was restrained by those blue rings, resulting in an unjust defeat. How peculiar. My heart was filled with uncertainty. Changgong, you must not falter tomorrow. Our Class A cannot allow Class D to claim the championship. Rest assured, I shall prevail. Though I spoke with confidence, my heart was laden with doubt. I must seek out Teacher D for guidance. Under the pretense of a stroll, I made my way to Teacher D's quarters. He was engrossed in a tome of magic. Upon noticing my arrival, he offered a faint smile, as if to say he anticipated my inquiry about Hiku's loss. Please, enlighten me on how Hiku was defeated and how I might avoid being ensnared, I implored. Teacher D sighed heavily. You should concede tomorrow. His words struck me like a bombshell, leaving me utterly bewildered. Was that girl truly so formidable? Not exactly, he clarified. It is her lineage that is powerful. I learned today that this girl is the younger sister of Heir, known as Hai Shui Xing. You may not be aware, but Ri, you, and Xing are the three most ancient families in our Aisha kingdom, each possessing inherited magics. The magic employed by Hai Shui is the most enigmatic sealing magic of the Xing family, unpredictable turmoil. This sealing magic is peculiar. Only one family member may inherit it per generation. Regardless of the user's magical prowess, each use of this spell consumes a third of their magical energy, meaning it can be employed a maximum of thrice in a day, sufficient for competition. So many convoluted tales lie beneath the surface. Is it true that even you cannot unravel this sealing magic? It is not a matter of inability. Should I attempt to break it, I would need to employ an 8th level offensive spell. Otherwise, I would have to endure using defensive spells. Can you wield an 8th level offensive spell? While the opponent is sealed, she can still employ offensive magic, leaving her adversary in a position of passive defense. If you wish to triumph tomorrow, you must withstand until her magical energy is depleted. A nearly impossible feat, since once ensnared by unpredictable turmoil, your defensive magic will deplete rapidly. If you come into direct contact with unpredictable turmoil, you will be unable to use magic for an entire day. It is precisely for this reason that I have lowered my expectations for you. Do you think I do not wish for your victory? It is not solely you. Within the academy, no student can unravel the magic of unpredictable turmoil when she wields it. Emerging from Teacher D's quarters, my mind was consumed by thoughts of unpredictable turmoil. Regardless, even if I were to lose, I must attempt to confront it. Perhaps a miracle awaits. Upon returning to my dormitory, I pondered for half the night. Yet no strategy to counter unpredictable turmoil materialized, and I eventually drifted into a fitful slumber. I awoke to the sun high in the sky, roused by the green-haired companion. Changgong, rise. The competition is imminent. I struggled to open my still fighting eyelids. What is it? Let me sleep a little longer. We have a match. If you don't hurry, you'll miss it. Green Hair shouted in my ear. Startled awake, I suddenly remembered the competition. I sprang from my bed, hastily dressing and rushing out, exclaiming, "Thank you, Green Hair, I'm off." Green Hair, evidently taken aback, murmured to herself as she watched my departing figure. He actually thanked me. It's the first time someone has expressed gratitude to me in my life. Helping others truly feels rewarding. She chuckled to herself, blissfully unaware that my casual remark had the power to alter her life. I dashed to the center of the arena, where I first spotted Longda and Shui Yang. They appeared relieved upon seeing me and approached to greet me. Changgong, why did you arrive just now? I sheepishly replied, I overslept. Thankfully. Green Hair woke me. Enough chit-chat. Let us head to the stage. The match is about to commence. As I surveyed the stage, I noted that the supervising teacher and my opponent were already in position. Utilizing my teleportation ability, I arrived on stage, exchanged pleasantries with the supervising teacher, and scrutinized my opponent. She was an adorable young girl. Indeed, it must be Hai Shui Xing. She bore some resemblance to Hai Yu, yet possessed a greater charm and less gravity. Noticing my gaze, she returned it with curiosity. Students from various classes in the second year had gathered, including Teacher D in the esteemed guest area. Though he held little hope for me, he still attended. Now that both competitors are present, I declare the match to commence, proclaimed the supervising teacher as she exited the stage. Aware of the finalists' formidable powers, 5 supervising teachers collectively erected a defensive barrier for safety. Hai Shui Xing and I performed a courteous bow to the supervising teacher and the surrounding students. You must be Hai Shui Xing. Greetings, I am Chonggong. Hello, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Judging by the magical energy emanating from her, she was still a distance away from my level. It seemed I had no choice but to take the offensive. I am aware of your exceptional magic. Let us see who prevails today. Upon her subtle nod, I launched my magical assault. Knowing the rapid deployment of her unpredictable turmoil, I refrained from using high-level magic and instantaneously teleported behind her, unleashing a light arrow. My light arrow is an enhanced form, possessing an attack power equivalent to that of intermediate magic. She appeared somewhat flustered, yet her reflexes were swift, conjuring a water shield to deflect my attack. I could not afford to grant her reprieve, otherwise my fate would be sealed. I initiated a flurry of rapid-fire attacks, employing only the most basic light arrows, as they were the only spells swift enough to surpass the release speed of Hai Shui's unpredictable turmoil, preventing her from gathering the energy to seal me. The audience observed as I darted across the arena, left, right, forward, and backward, each position punctuated by a light arrow aimed at Hai Shui, leaving her in disarray as she struggled to respond. Teacher D, seated in the stands, wore an expression of approval, though I was oblivious to it. Chapter 39. Breaking the seal of demonic magic. The sea water was inadvertently struck by my attack. Although she possessed defensive magic, it seemed to have taken a toll on her. Clearly, my strategy was proving effective. Perhaps because of the pain, the sea water wrinkled her adorable little nose, and a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. As she resisted my onslaught, she muttered something under her breath, speaking rapidly. It did not resemble a spell, so I paid it little mind and continued my aggressive maneuvers. However, I began to sense a shift. Her speed was increasing. Or perhaps it was I who was gradually slowing down. Why was that? A buzzing noise began to resonate in my ears, growing increasingly intense. Could it be the unstable winds? Yet, the description provided by my teacher did not match this experience. The buzzing crescendoed, crashing against my ears like relentless waves. My head started to spin, and both my magical prowess and mobility began to dwindle. On the sidelines, Teacher D gasped in alarm, turning to Teacher Long and remarking, I never expected this young lady not only to wield the unstable winds, but also to master another of the star family's 3 ultimate techniques, Water Dragon's Song. It seems the longbow is destined to lose. Indeed, the students of this realm were remarkably powerful, far surpassing our own generation. Teacher Long, delighted by my victory over Mark, reveled in his misfortune. You. Teacher D fumed, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. In the arena, I realized the gravity of my situation and hastily summoned a holy shield, though it provided little respite, merely a slight improvement. Seizing the opportunity, the sea water spread her arms wide, tracing circles in the air. Rings of green light encircled me, and I recognized her signature move, the unstable winds. There was no retreat now. I could only hope to fortify myself with every defensive spell I knew, praying to withstand the onslaught of her magic until its potency waned. Alas, the promising situation crumbled before me. Countless halos enveloped my defensive magic, transforming me into a green sphere of light. Within this prison, I felt an indescribable pressure bearing down from all directions. The golden sphere within me spun rapidly, layer upon layer of defensive spells straining against the impending seal. At that moment, I truly understood the terror of being sealed. My magical energy dissipated at an alarming rate, far exceeding my expectations. What to do? I pondered various solutions, yet none offered relief from my predicament. The sea water, meanwhile, wore a charming smile, aware that victory was tilting in her favor. She refrained from launching any further magical attacks, choosing instead to wait. Once my energy was fully expended and I was completely sealed, her victory would be assured. She simply watched me, her soon-to-be vanquished foe, with a smile. My defensive circle grew smaller, the relentless pressure pushing inward. Finally, the power of the seal shattered my magical defenses, enveloping me in a cocoon of green light. I felt no pain, only a profound weakness from the depletion of my magic. The singular difference was the inability to sense any magical elements. I realized I had been completely sealed. Gazing at the water sphere coalescing in the sea water's hands, I had to concede. I was losing. Just as I was about to surrender, a sudden surge of agitation surged within me. What was happening? I was perplexed, for my magical energy had been sealed, and the golden sphere within me should have been similarly restrained. Why was it stirring? With its agitation came a sharp, piercing pain in my head, intensifying until it felt as though my skull might split. I could endure no longer. Cradling my head, I let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was this very scream that saved me. Startled by my sudden change, the sea water lost focus, causing her water sphere to dissipate. Using magic requires utmost concentration. She thought to herself, no, the unstable winds should only immobilize a target, not produce offensive effects. How could he be reacting this way? Overwhelmed by pain. As I teetered on the brink of collapse, an explosive sensation surged through my mind. I felt as if I had ceased to exist, losing all 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness. Yet, those observing the scene witnessed a remarkable phenomenon. From my brow emerged a tiny speck of light, gradually expanding into a golden halo that spread outward. The water enveloping me melted away like snowflakes upon contact with this radiant glow, leaving the spectators in utter astonishment. The sea water's mouth formed a na shape in disbelief. Teachers D and Long exchanged astonished glances, simultaneously exclaiming, breaking the seal of demonic magic. Teacher D was incredulous. How could this be? This is a skill unique to the Dragon Clan. Note, the Dragon Clan is the most powerful race in the entire continent, possessing formidable physiques with exceptional resistance to all forms of magic. They are unparalleled in physical combat, the second being the behemoth. High-level dragons possess magical abilities and intelligence surpassing that of humans. The Dragon Clan is a peace-loving race, rarely seen across the continent, and only those who can match their immense power may forge equal treaties with them. Fewer than 300 dragons currently exist, and they possess remarkable longevity, living for over 10,000 years. However, due to the difficulty of reproduction and the lengthy incubation period, their numbers remain exceedingly scarce. Today, dragons are but a legend, and few have witnessed one in reality. Thus, the manifestation of a dragon's unique magic within me astonished both teachers D and Long, while the others were equally astonished at my ability to dispel the sea water's sealing magic. Unaware of the unfolding situation, I felt as though I resided in an ethereal void, detached from all sensation. Gradually, I regained my senses, one by one. Supporting myself with my magic staff, I raised my gaze to the sea water, who remained in a state of shock. Testing my magical energy, I could only describe it as pitifully scant, barely sufficient for a basic spell. I could not afford to lose, not for Teacher D, not for the little golden sphere, not for Teacher Xiao, and certainly not for myself. Summoning every ounce of willpower, I gathered the meager magical energy I possessed. In an instant, I teleported behind the sea water and, with all my strength, charged at her. Unprotected, caught off guard, the sea water was sent tumbling from the stage, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the audience. Despicable. How shameless. Resorting to such underhanded tactics. Using a mere collision. A cacophony of reproaches filled my ears. Leaning on my magic staff, I addressed the astonished proctor. Teacher, will you not declare the victor? Only then did the proctor snap back to reality, announcing, the sea water contestant has entered, and the longbow contestant emerges victorious. Chapter 40. The 5-clawed golden dragon having finally achieved victory, I sank onto the ground in exhaustion. 2 of my roommates and green hair rushed onto the stage, lifting me up in jubilation. Boss, you've won. You've won. I glanced at them wearily and muttered, stop shaking me. Disperse quickly. I need to sleep. Before I could finish my sentence, I fainted. My magical energy had been completely depleted, and having unwittingly drawn on powers not my own, my body succumbed to unconsciousness as a protective reflex. Upon awakening, I found myself in Teacher D's quarters. My entire body ached, and I felt utterly drained. I attempted to gather a modicum of magical power, but only a small fraction was restored. The tiny, pitiful golden sphere within me was sluggishly circulating, gradually replenishing its energy. It appeared that full recovery would take at least a day or two. I was alone in the room, and though it was daytime, I had no clue of the hour. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Teacher D entered. "Ah, you're awake. How do you feel?" "Still a bit soft and weak." I replied. "Why am I here, Teacher D?" "I brought you here to ask you some questions once you regain consciousness. During the finals, how did you manage to unleash that magical seal?" Teacher D inquired, urgency evident in his voice. I truly do not know. What is that magical seal?" "I'm quite hazy about how I won," I admitted, feeling perplexed. "How can you not know? You used it. How can you be unaware?" Teacher D was becoming increasingly frantic. "Please, calm down and explain what is going on. Why is this seal so urgent?" I urged, sensing the importance of the matter. Teacher D took a moment to compose himself. "It is this way, that day, just as it seemed you were on the brink of defeat. When you were sealed by the uncertain winds, a unique magic of the dragon race suddenly manifested from you. The magical seal, which took the form of a golden halo." "A golden halo?" I pondered. I strained to recall the events of that day, and indeed, there had been a golden halo. It appeared to counter the turbulent waters of the uncertain winds, but I couldn't fathom how it came to be. "Is that really important?" "Extremely important. You must understand. That golden halo is a unique magic of the dragon race, accessible only to high-ranking dragons. There has never been a record of a human wielding the dragon's magical seal. Think carefully. Did you form any pact with the dragon race?" "No, I only have Xiao Jin. I haven't made any contracts with any beings." I exclaimed. "Oh wait, Xiao Jin." My eyes lit up. The sudden restlessness of Xiao Jin that day had caused my headache, which then led to the appearance of that golden halo. It must be related to Xiao Jin. "What happened with Xiao Jin?" Teacher D asked anxiously. I recounted the circumstances in detail. After pondering for a moment, Teacher D remarked, "Could it be that Xiao Jin is not merely a serpentine phantom beast, but rather—" Our eyes met, and we simultaneously uttered, "A dragon. Could Xiao Jin be a dragon? Hurry, summon Xiao Jin so we can see." I too wished to discover whether Xiao Jin truly was a dragon, and it had been a while since I had called upon it. I wondered if there had been any changes. After Teacher D cast a barrier around the room, I began to chant for my friend, Xiao Jin, to appear before me. As I recited the simple summoning incantation, a flash of white light enveloped the space, and Xiao Jin materialized before me. Xiao Jin had grown considerably since I last saw it, though it appeared lethargic. Through our mental connection, I sensed that it had expended a significant amount of magical energy during the last competition and had not yet recovered. Its two horns seemed to be growing closer together, and the golden stripes on its body extended from its head to its tail. The fin-like structures on its back had thickened and elongated, almost covering the front half of its body. The 5 protrusions beneath it had also grown, each adorned with a small round pad at the tip. Has it grown this much? Teacher D had never seen Xiao Jin in this form. Indeed, after our life-sharing experience, it has grown, though perhaps not as much as now. I replied, "Teacher D, is it really a dragon?" "I cannot say for certain. I have never encountered a dragon. However, in my recollection, dragons should possess 2 claws. If the protrusions beneath it are claws, it seems rather excessive. Wait, let me consult a book. I haven't perused it in ages." With that, Teacher D retrieved an ancient-looking tome from his vast bookshelf. I leaned closer to see the title, "The True Rulers of the Continent, Dragons," evidently a specialized volume on dragons. "Let me see," I exclaimed as Teacher D flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, skimming each one until he suddenly paused, comparing the book to Xiao Jin as if assessing a rare treasure. "Did you find something? Is Xiao Jin truly a dragon?" I stood on my tiptoes, eager to see what Teacher D held. "If this book is accurate, you may have stumbled upon a treasure," he declared. "What does it say?" "Take a look at this section." Teacher D handed me the book, his gaze fixed on Xiao Jin with an expression of admiration. I read aloud. The title capturing my attention, "The Royal Family of the Dragon Race, the 5-clawed Golden Dragon." Introduction. The 5-clawed Golden Dragon is the sovereign among dragons, commonly referred to as the Dragon King. Each realm's Dragon King is the strongest within the dragon race, endowed with extraordinary power. The lifespan of a 5-clawed golden dragon is approximately 20,000 years. It will mate with the most beautiful female dragon only when it surpasses 15,000 000 years, or since is its life nearing its end, nurturing the offspring for over a millennium. After a lengthy maturation period of 3,000 years, the new five-clawed golden dragon ascends as the true Dragon King, succeeding its father to govern the dragon race. At this point, the previous old Dragon King gradually ages, retreating to a sanctuary for the dragon race. Thus, in every generation, only one five-clawed golden dragon reigns as the true sovereign. The five-clawed golden dragon excels not only in physical combat, but also masters the dragon language magic, exhibiting a remarkable level of intelligence. Could it be that Xiao Jin is a five-clawed golden dragon? I gasped. If that were the case, it would take 3,000 years to mature. By then, I would have turned to dust, and it hasn't even reached 1 year yet. I voiced my skepticism. End of excerpt. All rights reserved. Do not reproduce without permission. Chapter 41. I want to go home. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher D observed the remarkable growth of Xiao Jin. Unlike the texts that describe the dragon race's growth rate, which typically spans at least 600 years to complete the juvenile stage, Xiao Jin was nearing the end of this phase within just a year of life. I surmised that Xiao Jin's accelerated development was intricately linked to the life sharing bestowed upon him. Perhaps it was only after the recent incident that his growth surged? Indeed, since that event, Xiao Jin had been flourishing, absorbing magical energy at an unprecedented rate. Chonggong, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. It is imperative that you keep Xiao Jin's true nature as a dragon a secret. Once he enters the mature phase, there will be no cause for concern. By then, his scales, wings, and claws will manifest, and he will become a formidable ally. How wonderful it is that my magical beast is a dragon. But do not celebrate too soon. This book is for you. It has been passed down through generations, from my master's master. You must safeguard it, as it will prove useful in the future. The final page contains instructions and a map to the dragon tribe's gathering place. After you graduate from the Advanced Magic Academy, you may wish to visit. If the current Dragon King demands the return of Xiao Jin, you must comply. I am perplexed as to how Xiao Jin ended up in our possession. Must I return him? I cannot bear the thought of Xiao Jin leaving my side, even if he is not truly a dragon. Yes, you must, Chonggong. You must understand the anguish of parents losing their children. Consider Xiao Jin's well-being. Indeed, if my parents were to lose me, they would surely be devastated. Once I graduate and have the opportunity, I shall visit Dragon Valley and do my utmost to persuade them to allow Xiao Jin to remain with me. Oh, it has been so long since I last saw my parents. With the holidays approaching, I long to return home and show them how my magical abilities have flourished. Teacher D, when may I return home? I miss my parents. I hadn't felt it until now, but the thought of home strikes me with yearning. Do you miss home? Rest for a couple of days. Once you have recuperated, you may return. The school will officially break for the holidays the day after tomorrow. Teacher D said with a warm smile. By the way, Teacher D, I no longer wish to challenge the upperclassmen. I feel there is still much I need to improve upon. I must diligently practice magic and solidify my foundation before proceeding. That is a commendable mindset. I was concerned you might become complacent due to your rapid progress. Were it not for Xiao Jin, you would not have claimed the championship. I too hope you will continue to train earnestly, as it will expedite your graduation from the Advanced Magic Academy. Now rest. I have some matters to attend to. Teacher D gently patted my head before turning to leave. I never anticipated that this competition would lead to so many events, yet it is fortuitous. For I have discovered Xiao Jin's true identity. When I step into society, I will certainly take the time to help Xiao Jin search for his parents. I gazed at Xiao Jin with warmth, stroking his large head. The lazy little dragon seemed to sense something and leaned his head against me. With Teacher D gone, and the barrier likely opened, it would be wise to return Xiao Jin home promptly. With a chant, Xiao Jin returned to my side. I lay on my bed, yearning for sleep, yet it eluded me. The day after tomorrow, Teacher Xiao should come to collect me. His expectations of me are so high. He will surely be delighted to see my progress. I wonder how my parents are faring. They must miss me, and I miss them dearly. As I gazed out at the stars, a wave of homesickness washed over me. Since I could not sleep, I decided to practice my magical abilities. As restoring my magic was of utmost importance, I began to concentrate, gathering light elements, compressing the constantly flowing light into a form akin to a golden sphere, merging it within. This method would be far more efficient than allowing the golden sphere to recover on its own. 2 days later, early in the morning, I rushed to find Teacher D. Teacher D, My magical energy has nearly fully recovered. May I return home now? He looked up from his book, smiling slightly. Oh, you're in such a hurry. Are you tired of this old man already? You wish to leave me so soon? Not at all. I could never bear to leave you, for you are the finest teacher I have ever known. I spoke sincerely, for it was under Teacher D's guidance that I had advanced so swiftly, achieving the rank of top student in just 1 year. Seeing my anxious demeanor, Teacher D's smile broadened. I was merely teasing you. Go on, pack your things, and you may return home. Be careful on your journey. Do you have someone to meet you? He asked, knowing my home was quite distant. Yes, but I am unsure if he has arrived. He is my former teacher from the Junior Magic Academy. Oh, I would love to meet him and inquire how he laid such a solid foundation for you. Not at this moment, as Teacher D wished to keep my student status a secret. That won't be necessary, I quickly declined. Not wanting him to employ Teacher Shio's methods against me, I wish to enjoy my remaining days. Your teaching far surpasses that of any other, so there is no need for further comparison. Hearing my praise, Teacher D beamed with delight. Is that so? I must have taught you well. By the way, as you prepare to leave, I have something for you. There is no need to gift me anything. The magical robe you previously bestowed upon me is already quite splendid. Although the robe may offer limited protection against certain sealing spells, it provides formidable defense against ordinary magical attacks. I am not bestowing you a gift. It is something you have rightfully earned. He produced a card made from the rarest purple crystal. What is this? I inquired with curiosity. This is a purple crystal card for storing diamond coins. Few possess such a card on the continent. It is infallible. I have already input your information, and it cannot be altered. Within it is the 100 diamond coins you earned as champion, more than sufficient for your needs. Whenever you require funds, simply present it. Its greatest advantage is that only you can use it, and it is guaranteed never to be lost. The purple crystal card can be summoned using magic. Just keep it concealed within your being. It is so beautiful. I accepted it with joy, realizing I had acquired a significant fortune. How splendid. Teacher D, I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. I shall return once the holiday concludes. With that, I turned and dashed towards the dormitory, eager to gather my belongings and return home. Be cautious on your journey, and do not let your magic falter. Teacher D's voice echoed behind me. Copyright. Do not reproduce without permission. Chapter 42. I committed murder. I hurried back to the dormitory, only to find that several of my roommates were absent, presumably having returned home. I swiftly packed my belongings, as I too was eager to leave. After gathering my things, I went next door and discovered that Mark had not yet departed. His injuries had nearly healed. Upon seeing me approach, Mark rose from his bed. Hey, you're back. How's your recovery? I'm doing well. How about you? I'm about to head home. Mark stretched his arms and replied, No problem. I'm all good now. If you didn't hurry back, I might have left without you. Then let's meet again next semester. I really want to get going. I'm suddenly feeling quite homesick. Wait a moment. Let me tidy up, and we can leave together. Mark quickly gathered his things, and we exited the dormitory side by side. Has Haichi come by? I asked, recalling that I had not fulfilled my promise to challenge him again. He did. He asked about your injuries and remarked on your strength, suggesting that he might not be able to defeat you. There will be other chances. You have nothing to regret. You performed exceptionally well this time. Well, let's save the challenge for next academic year. There should be another opportunity. Upon reaching the college gate, it was time to part ways. Take care, I said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. I noticed Mark's eyes glistening with emotion. Being with you has truly been a joy. Take care, my home is in the capital. See you next semester. All right. I turned and dashed away, fearing that lingering would make it harder to leave. I had not gone far when I heard someone call out, Changgong. I turned around and was instantly filled with excitement. Teacher Xiao, you truly came for me. I thought you wouldn't show up. Teacher Xiao appeared as he always did, though a hint of emotion softened his typically stern demeanor. How could I not come? Let us head home. As we embarked on the journey back, I asked, Teacher Xiao, have you seen my parents? I visited your home before coming here. They are well, but miss you dearly. How have you been at the academy? Quite well. I scored first in the entrance exam, and the academy placed me directly in the second year. Really? Are you keeping up with everyone? Yes, I even made a good friend named Mark. I animatedly recounted the amusing events at the academy, sharing laughter with Teacher Xiao along the way. However, I chose to conceal the incident where I had risked my life to save Xiao Jin, as I did not wish to cause Teacher Xiao or my family any distress. Teacher Xiao expressed envy upon learning that Teacher D had taken me as his apprentice. repeatedly saying how fortunate I was and advising me to study magic diligently under him, as Teacher D was a top magician on the continent. I was unaware of just how fortunate I truly was. We took few breaks along the way, utilizing teleportation magic to traverse unpopulated areas. Before long, we had covered 2/3 of the journey. However, as we entered an unfamiliar forest, a small trouble arose. A dozen rugged individuals emerged from the trees, blocking our path. Teacher Shio glanced at me and quietly instructed, "Chonggong, wait here while I assess the situation." Confronting the group, he asked, "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" The leader, a burly man, sneered, "Not much, just that we're short on funds and thought we could relieve you of some. You look like a magician. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, let us just say we're not to be trifled with. Hand over your money. We understand your predicament, but I only have 10 gold coins. Take this and let us pass." The leader fumed, "Do you take us for beggars? This won't do. Hand over all your valuables." As he spoke, the group advanced menacingly. All right. Just wait a moment while I retrieve it." Teacher Shio quickly stepped beside me and whispered, "Chonggong, these robbers possess weak magical auras. Show me what you can do. Do not disappoint me." "What? You want me to handle this?" "Teacher Shio, I can't. You should take care of it." Panic surged within me as I faced this unfamiliar threat. "Absolutely not. You can only improve your magic through real combat. I will protect you from the sidelines. Be bold." Teacher Shio's expression turned serious. Truly, he was a formidable teacher. Realizing escape was no longer an option, I steeled myself and approached the group. "Gentlemen, we have nothing of value. Please let us go. Enough with the pleasantries." One of them swung a fist towards me. Instinctively, I teleported 5 meters away and cast several defensive spells upon myself. A magician. This kid is a magician. Everyone charge. The group surged forward. What should I do? I had never faced a real battle before, and panic set in. I resolved to unleash my most powerful spell. I began teleporting to change my position while chanting my most formidable attack magic. Great light element, grant me the strength to fill the earth with boundless light. Shine forth. Radiance of the 9 provinces, emanate a dazzling brilliance that cannot be resisted. Wow, such a powerful spell. Teacher Shio quickly teleported to a safe distance. With no barrier for protection, the radiance of the 9 provinces unleashed its full might, enveloping a 200-meter radius in blinding light. The dozen men were reduced to ashes under the force of my magic. I witnessed them being consumed entirely, disintegrating into countless particles until they simply vanished. Dazed, I withdrew my magical energy. By this time, Teacher Shio had returned. "Chonggong, your magic is remarkably powerful. What spell was that? You nearly scared me. Why use such force against mere thieves? A simple enhanced light arrow would have sufficed." I was terrified. I involuntarily cast the radiance of the 9 provinces. It is the most powerful spell I can wield. Where did they go? I still had no realization that I had taken lives. They have turned to ash. Do you think this is your academy? Each of them was a high-level magician. What? Have I killed someone? I was momentarily stunned. Do not fret. They were criminals. You did well. Remember, you are still a child, and you possess the privilege of being a distinguished student at the Royal Academy of Magic. Perhaps no one will know of your actions. Chapter 43. 5 years of learning. The remaining journey was rather uneventful, and I gradually emerged from the terror of having taken a life. Although I had no desire to kill, I could not simply await my demise for the sake of my own safety. I resolved to prioritize defense and escape in the future. Teacher D once stated that every individual, indeed every creature, possesses the right to exist, a right that no one can arbitrarily strip away. As long as I could ensure my own safety, I chose to evade danger, a lesson from Teacher D that has profoundly influenced my life. At last, I returned home. Upon entering the village, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. My homeland. I was back. I inhaled deeply, savoring the earthy aroma of my hometown, a warm and comforting sensation enveloping my entire being. Teacher Shio accompanied me to my doorstep, and I beheld the familiar fence and house once more. Mother, I'm home," I exclaimed loudly. "Foolish child, they must have gone to work," Teacher Shio reminded me. Indeed, it was still morning. They would be at their jobs. I swiftly transported myself inside, where everything remained unchanged. My room was impeccably tidy, undoubtedly the result of my mother's frequent cleaning. I invited Teacher Shio into the house. Finally, I had returned. My longing to see my parents was overwhelming. "Teacher Shio, please wait here while I go find them," I said, darting towards the village committee where my mother worked. Upon reaching the entrance of the committee, I spotted a familiar figure. Mother! I rushed forward. Before my mother could react, I had thrown myself into her arms. Long Gong, you're back, she exclaimed, enveloping me in a warm embrace. Let me see you. She held my face in her hands, scrutinizing me closely. My features had matured, and I appeared more vibrant. Tears streamed down her cheeks. At long last, I was reunited with my mother. I could no longer contain my emotions and broke into tears, crying out, Mother, I missed you so much. I missed you too. Long Gong, she replied, holding me tightly as the villagers gathered around us. After a considerable time, I finally released my mother. My affection for her deepened by our reunion. I clung to the hem of her garment, fearful of losing her again. The village chief approached. Hai Kaixing has returned. Enjoying your break from studying in the capital? Uncle Village Chief, it's going well. How is Aoda? Where has he gone? Unlike you, that lad hasn't made much of himself. He is on holiday. Off enjoying himself. The villagers were exceedingly warm, bombarding me with questions, and to my surprise, I felt no annoyance at their inquiries, which I usually found bothersome. The village chief granted my mother time off so we could reunite. Upon returning home, I found my father had already arrived, likely notified of my return. He was chatting with teacher Xiao, and upon seeing my father, I was once again enveloped in affection. My parents incessantly inquired about my life at the academy. I presented them with the 80 diamond coins I had earned from the Magic Guild. I kept 20 for myself, of course. Their astonishment was palpable, and their joy was immense upon learning that I had earned it through my own efforts. I hoped this would alleviate their burdens of working tirelessly for my education. My parents appeared slightly older than when I had left, a testament to the sacrifices they had made for me. I fervently urged them not to exert themselves so, assuring them that I had acquired skills comparable to those of a grand sorcerer and would take responsibility for my own tuition henceforth, relying on my own diligence. Thus commenced my vacation. Each day, I either spent time with my parents or played with Aoda and other friends from the village. However, joyful days always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon it was time to return to the capital to continue my studies. Although I dreaded leaving everyone behind, I knew I must enhance my abilities to provide them with a better life and protect them more effectively. On this journey, teacher Xiao did not accompany me. I was now familiar with the path. Tearfully bidding farewell to my loved ones, I set out for the academy once more. The 5 years at the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, originally intended to be 4. But Teacher D had me repeat the second year to solidify my magical foundation, were the most pivotal years of my life. During this time, I laid a robust groundwork in magic. Now in the 5th grade, although my magical prowess still lagged behind Teacher D, he assured me that I was among the elite in the ranks of sorcerers. My magical energy orb was nearly transparent, and more significantly, my innovative magical techniques astonished even Teacher D. Throughout these 5 years, no one could rival my position as the top student, and my efforts had significantly widened the gap between myself and Mark. I had become the foremost expert among all the students. Notably, Xiao Jin's growth was remarkably swift. It had developed a basic dragon form and was nearing the latter stages of its growth, exceeding 15 meters in length and surpassing any magical beast known to Teacher D in strength, particularly in physical attacks capable of easily shattering intermediate defensive spells. In a duel between Xiao Jin and myself, I could not guarantee victory. Perhaps due to our past bond of shared life, it could utilize all the spells I employed, and I could wield the unique magic of dragons that it possessed, resulting in a qualitative leap in my own abilities. Teacher D remarked that together, Xiao Jin and I could contend with a magic tutor. I was now 16, and each year I would return home. My parents were thrilled to witness my growth, and I used the prize money from the annual graduation competitions to provide them with a more comfortable life. Long Gong, you're nearing graduation. What are your plans? One day, Teacher D summoned me to his office. Ahem, what plans could I have? I aim to enroll in the Advanced Magic Academy. With my status as the top student, I can be directly admitted without an entrance exam. No, I do not wish for you to follow that path. Teacher D said thoughtfully. What? You mean you don't want me to attend the Advanced Magic Academy? I asked in astonishment. Yes, because if you tread the same path I did, you must understand that while you may be strong now, you will never surpass me. Teacher D's words struck me deeply. Chapter 44. No longer attending school. Why? I implored with great urgency, for I knew I was the youngest mage in history. Why could I not surpass Teacher D? I had always optimistically believed in my own talents, confident that I would reach the legendary status of a grand mage. Teacher D's words left me utterly astonished and shattered my self-assurance. Do not be anxious. Allow me to explain. Teacher D paused. Do you know how old I am? Over 80, perhaps? I am 83. Do you know how old the Vice Dean is? I do not. But he must be younger than you. He is 62. He was the youngest mage before you, having graduated from the Royal Advanced Magic Academy at the age of 20. By 30, he had become a mage. Yet in the subsequent 30 years, he made no progress. Do you know why? I shook my head. While the number of mages is scarce, over the millennia, hundreds have emerged across the continent, yet not a single grand mage has appeared. Once one reaches the rank of mage, they encounter a bottleneck. Only further refinement of magical techniques can be attained, while the foundation, magical power, cannot be augmented. Currently, the 10 mages on the continent possess nearly identical magical powers. Any ranking is merely based on fame and certain magical techniques. Is the bottleneck truly so difficult to overcome? Does that mean I have no hope? I said, feeling somewhat disheartened. Thus far, there has been no effective method. Long ago, some attempted to break through, but only 3 outcomes emerged. One gave up, another went mad, and the last perished from an explosion of magical energy. It's that difficult? I felt a retreating impulse. After all, I was doing quite well. Becoming a mage should suffice as a commendable choice. This is why I do not wish for you to follow my old path and enter the Royal Advanced Magic Academy so soon. I know that if you attempt to enhance your magical power, the inevitable result will be surrender. Having studied magic with me for these years, I understand your character quite well. I scratched my head and smiled awkwardly. I do not intend to force you to become a grand mage, but I want you to explore new methods, at least to have the hope of achieving that without peril. Hope. A glimmer of dawn. Indeed, there is hope. A critical reason mages ultimately fail to break through is that their bodies cannot sustain the magical power, and another reason is a lack of true understanding of magical elements. Your greatest advantage now is your ability to harmonize with magical elements, which is why you can create numerous new spells. So what must I do? I shall heed your guidance. After a lengthy discourse, we finally arrived at the crux of the matter. It is quite simple. You still need to attend the Royal Advanced Magic Academy, but I would prefer you to delay your enrollment. I want you to venture out and gain experience for a few years before returning to continue your studies in magic. Venture out? Is it really that simple? I thought it was something arduous. It seems like merely going out to play. Excellent. I wish to explore. Do not underestimate this endeavor. I will assign you several tasks during your time of experience. You must elevate your magical power to the level of a mage, which is a challenging process. Thus, do not think you can slack off while outside. Additionally, you must engage in physical training to enhance your physical abilities, and if possible, even learn some basic combat chi. Combat chi? Can chi and magic coexist? I interjected. Theoretically, it is possible, but if you pursue both, the outcome will likely be mediocrity in both pursuits. I do not intend for you to master combat chi. It should merely serve to strengthen your body. The focus remains on magical cultivation. Oh, I see. The benefits of gaining experience are plentiful, such as enhancing combat experience and understanding magic in practical applications, which are crucial. However, there are inherent dangers in this journey, and I will strive to mitigate those risks for you. Furthermore, I will impart to you a formidable task to seek the legendary artifact, the Holy Sword. Once wielded by the Creator God, the Holy Sword? Does it truly exist? Indeed, and I possess a general sense of its location. Whether you can obtain it will depend on your fortune. It should significantly aid you, as the Holy Sword contains remnants of the Creator God's divine power, which is critical to your aspiration of becoming a grand mage. Therefore, you must endeavor to seek it. Such a marvelous object. I am eager to search for it. Rest assured I will. Your graduation is not far off, so you must intensify your efforts to improve further. This way, you will be safer during your experience. In about a month, I will accompany you to inform your parents of the situation, and then you shall embark on your journey. I tentatively estimate a 2-year time frame. After 2 years, regardless of whether you complete the task, you must return. I nodded, realizing that leisure would not be part of this endeavor. The weight of the task ahead was significant. I could not disappoint Teacher D's expectations of me. I must strive diligently. I do not seek fame, but rather to grow stronger. Leaving Teacher D's office, I headed directly to my dormitory to find Mark, for he was my closest friend now. Only he and I had studied for a year. The others had all advanced to the Royal Advanced Magic Academy, and Green Hair, influenced by our first end-of-term competition, had become our friend, though we still referred to him as Green Hair. It is worth mentioning that the Heir siblings also became our friends, with Hai Shui having entered the Royal Advanced Magic Academy last year. Mark was nearing the level of a mage, and I sought him out immediately to invite him to join me in this journey. He would be a tremendous ally, and with his assistance, achieving our goals would surely be much easier. He had called me boss for many years, and I was confident he would not refuse my request as I walked toward the dormitory with great optimism. From the next chapter onward, we shall embark on the first major section of this book, the final volume of the third part, The Journey of Experience. I invite all devoted readers of this book to continue following along. Chapter 45. Brotherhood. Mark was engrossed in a tome of magic within the confines of our dormitory when I inquired, "What does Teacher D want with you?" "He doesn't want me to attend the Royal Advanced Magic Academy," he replied. Mark's reaction mirrored my own astonishment. "But your magic is exceptional. It would be a shame not to pursue it. What could be the reason behind Teacher D's decision?" "Please, do not fret. Allow me to explain." I proceeded to recount our conversation in Teacher D's office. "What do you say we embark on an adventure together? As brothers, we should explore the world. Even if we do not enhance our magical prowess, we can at least broaden our horizons." Contrary to my expectations, Mark did not readily agree. He pondered for a moment before responding, "Let me think it over. I wish to consult my family first, and will let you know the outcome by tomorrow." "If that is acceptable." I playfully punched him. "What has gotten into you? This isn't like you. I recall you were never one to hesitate." "Fine. I won't pressure you. We can discuss it tomorrow," I conceded, though Mark's reaction left me somewhat irked. I chose to immerse myself in my magical studies instead. Having matured significantly, I now appeared as an adult, though traces of youth still lingered on my face. Below are the personal profiles of Mark and myself. Name: Chonggong Wei. Height: 181 centimeters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Major in magic. Light minor in magic. Space phantasm. Shaojin, 5-clawed golden dragon. Comprehensive magical strength. Magus, not certified by the Mage Association. Magic control, S, graded S. A, B, C, D, D. F, magical power, a magical insight. SS, magical defense, a magical attack. A speed. A, cannot fly, physical attack. F, physical defense. F, physical fitness. D name, Mark. Seed. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 74 kilograms. Major in magic. Fire minor in magic. Wind phantasm. Fire lion. He somehow acquired this growth type Fire lion. Now exceeding level 8. Comprehensive magical strength. Magus, not certified by the Mage Association. Magic control. S, magical power. B, magical insight. A magical defense. A magical attack. A speed. A, can fly, physical attack. F, physical defense. F, physical fitness. E, perhaps due to our hearty appetites. Our physical development was notably rapid, especially in height, surpassing many adults. Coupled with our striking appearances, we garnered considerable attention from female students in the academy. Yet, I remained somewhat oblivious to such matters, finding them rather troublesome, and thus had not pursued any romantic developments. Mark, on the other hand, was fixated on Heir, dismissing all other girls. Ironically, despite becoming friends with me, Heir paid little attention to Mark. Perhaps the nickname Rice Cake had left its mark on him. The following day, before I could seek out Mark, he came to find me. He appeared despondent, resembling a wilted plant, and I immediately sensed something was amiss. Indeed, Mark, who had never denied me anything before, declined my invitation today. "I'm sorry, I cannot accompany you on this adventure," he murmured. I felt a surge of frustration. "Why not? Don't you wish to explore alongside me? Are we not good brothers?" "Yes," he affirmed resolutely. "However, I have reasons I cannot disclose." "I apologize. I truly cannot go with you." "What could be so secretive that you cannot share? We can face it together. After all these years of brotherhood, I genuinely wish not to part ways." "I cannot speak of it. I can only tell you it concerns my family. They do not permit me to go." Throughout our years at school, I had never visited Mark's home, only knowing that his family was quite affluent. Gradually, I regained my composure. After all, I could not force someone to undertake what they were unwilling to do. We fell silent, sharing a moment of reflection, until I finally broke the stillness, resignedly saying, "Very well. If your family forbids you, then so be it. Focus on your studies at the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. I shall return in a couple of years." Loneliness and helplessness washed over me. It seemed I would have to face everything alone. Perhaps this was destiny's design. One must forge their own path. Suddenly, Mark lunged at me, embracing me tightly. "I wish I could join you," he sobbed, tears flowing uncontrollably down my cheeks as I clung to his broad shoulders. Gradually, our emotions stabilized. As I gently pushed him away, I reassured him that though we might be separated for a time, we would remain brothers for life. Indeed, brothers for life, Mark echoed, pausing briefly before continuing. Do you know how much I long to accompany you? Yet, I cannot defy my fate. I must heed my family's wishes. Though I am not the eldest son, I bear the responsibility to fulfill my obligations within our vast family. Enough of this. As brothers, I understand your situation. You need not explain further. Let our bond speak for itself. The sincerity of our friendship filled the room, and we chose silence. I once contemplated informing Teacher D that I would not pursue the adventure either, but recalling his silver hair and the earnest expectations he held for me, I could not bring myself to do so. While I could see Mark again, what about Teacher D? Would he have the strength to nurture another potential Grand Magus to realize his dreams? Note: Teacher Shio ceased visiting me during my 3rd year of school, claiming he wished to travel. In the month that followed, Mark and I were virtually inseparable, cherishing every fleeting moment together. We shared a dormitory, practiced magic side by side, and dined together. Yet, the day of departure inevitably arrived. Given my abilities, I was exempt from the graduation examination and successfully obtained certification as a Grand Magus from the Mage Guild. Teacher D wished to prevent me from revealing my prowess too early, as a 16-year-old Magus would certainly astonish many. Even so, my mere presence left many in awe. Chapter 46: Departure from the Academy. I am about to leave the Academy, the place where I have learned and lived. It feels like a second home to me, and I truly find it difficult to part with it. I gaze longingly at every blade of grass and every tree, pondering why time passes so swiftly, allowing me to arrive in haste only to depart just as quickly. Teacher D, who stands beside me, observes my reluctance and gently sighs. What must be left behind will be left behind. You will return. When you do, I believe you will bring even greater glory to the Academy and to me. You are no longer a child. It's time to let go. Come now. With measured steps, we reach the entrance of the Academy. I turn back to gaze at the grand inscription of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy embedded in the hard granite, and once again, my eyes brim with tears. Wait, big brother. I came to see you off. Mark rushes over, panting. I had not informed him of my departure today, as I wished to avoid the sorrowful scene that would ensue. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? That's not very brotherly of you. Mark's face is a mixture of laughter and tears. This is for you. You must return quickly. I will be waiting for you at the Advanced Magic Academy. We still have much to learn together. With that, Mark produces a dagger from his pocket, its ornate design adorned with various gemstones. I accept it without closely examining it, as the emotions of parting overwhelm my heart, leaving little room for other thoughts. However, I notice a peculiar glint in Teacher D's eyes. I cannot linger any longer, otherwise my reluctance to depart will intensify. Gritting my teeth, I turn my head and begin the journey home with Teacher D, fighting the urge to look back. Yet tears flow uncontrollably down my cheeks. Longbow, don't dwell on it too much. Have you ever thought about soaring into the sky? Teacher D's words successfully divert my attention. To the sky? How could I possibly do that? Have you forgotten? The magic I taught you is wind magic, which allows for flight. With that, Teacher D casts a wind flight spell and gently lifts off the ground. This is the first time I've seen you fly. But how can I fly? I don't know wind magic. I will take you. Just hold on to my waist. Thus, I ascend into the sky alongside Teacher D, and the sensation is truly delightful. The forests and villages below appear as mere ants, and a gentle breeze caresses my face, reminiscent of a celestial experience. When will I be able to fly on my own? I exclaim with envy. It's not impossible, although you don't know wind magic. If you have the opportunity to learn some advanced fighting techniques, you can fly at a certain level. Can one really fly using fighting techniques? I ask, filled with curiosity. Indeed, and flying with fighting techniques is considerably swifter than using magic, though it cannot be sustained for long. Teacher D's words ignite a yearning within me for the art of fighting. The ability to fly is enticing, and I resolve to learn it thoroughly whenever the opportunity arises. After soaring through the skies for about an hour, I notice Teacher D's complexion has grown pale. After all, prolonged flight is quite taxing on magical energy, especially while carrying another person, even for a powerful sorcerer like him. Teacher, let us descend. You need to rest, I express with concern. Very well, he concedes. Oh, age has caught up with me. I can no longer endure such strain. We land on a small hillside, take a brief respite, and continue on our journey. Eventually, we arrive back in my hometown, where I am now a source of pride for the village. When the villagers learn that I have passed the certification for a grand sorcerer, They elevate me to great heights in their admiration. My parents are overjoyed at my return, rendered speechless with happiness. I dare not disclose that the old man who returned with me is one of the top 10 sorcerers in the entire continent. Otherwise, it would cause quite a stir. After resting for a day, Teacher D discusses with my parents the intention of sending me for training. They remain silent. For in their hearts, the Royal Advanced Magic Academy represents the most legitimate path, and they are concerned for my safety. However, they hold great respect for Teacher D and refrain from voicing their objections. Astute as ever, Teacher D perceives their apprehensions and patiently explains the purpose of my training, his expectations for me, and the various methods he has devised to ensure my safety. Gradually, my parents come to terms with the idea and agree to my undertaking. That evening, I stroll with Teacher D outside the village, enveloped in the enchanting night. Suddenly, Teacher D stops and, with a grave expression, says, "Longbow, the task you are about to undertake is quite formidable. For your safety, I will provide you with a few items." He then produces 3 small magical scrolls from his robe. These scrolls serve the same function. Rather bluntly put, they are escape scrolls. They allow you to instantly teleport to a location 50 kilometers away. Take good care of them. I accept the magical scrolls, expressing my gratitude. Additionally, I have arranged for the continent's foremost sorcerer to set up a teleportation array at the academy. If you encounter insurmountable challenges or complete your task, you can use this array to return to the academy immediately. The design and usage instructions are contained within this small booklet. You must master it quickly. He hands me a thin book. I take the book, and Teacher D adds, "You must be aware that using this teleportation array requires your magical energy to be at its peak. Otherwise, deviations may occur." Understood. I will prioritize mastering it. I have deposited 1,000 diamond coins into your purple crystal card, which should suffice for your needs. Don't be too frugal. The artifact you are to retrieve is likely located in a valley somewhere in the Kinha province of the Dalo Kingdom. You can search there. That is all I have to convey. I diligently commit Teacher D's words to memory, and then he seems to recall something else. By the way, the dagger mark gifted you before your departure is not an ordinary dagger. Though it may not compare to an artifact, it possesses considerable power. It can bypass all forms of fighting and magical defenses. Use it with caution. I am pleasantly surprised to learn that Mark has given me a treasure. Truly, he is a wonderful brother. Chapter 47. Far from home, the dazzling sunlight roused me from slumber, evoking memories of my childhood disdain for the sun. It truly felt as though I had matured. After completing my morning rituals, I stepped outside, inhaling deeply the fresh air, invigorating the elemental light within me and filling me with vitality. Today marks the beginning of my journey, a departure from the familiar. "Chonggong, breakfast is ready." My mother's voice called from the kitchen. "I'm coming." I cherished these moments with my family, rushing back inside. Everyone had gathered around the dining table. "Chonggong, eat more. It will be a long time before you can savor my cooking again," my mother said kindly, serving me heaping portions. "Mother, you must eat as well. Rest assured, I shall return safely." Observing my family's concern, I began to question whether it was wise to embark on this journey. Teacher D joked, and with that, our meal, steeped in familial affection, came to an end. Finally, the time to depart arrived. "Be careful on your journey," my mother said, her eyes glistening with tears. "Do not disappoint me," my father added, his hands trembling. "Do not forget the escape techniques I taught you," Teacher D reminded me. With a heavy heart, I bid them farewell and embarked on my quest for knowledge and experience. As I exited the village, I found myself glancing back repeatedly, the sorrow of parting weighing heavily on my heart. According to Teacher D's instructions, my first destination was the Kingdom of Shoda, to seek out his dear friend, the headmaster of the Night Academy, Mr. Li Ku. I was to spend some time training there before undertaking the task he had assigned to me. I was in no hurry, leisurely walking along the path while admiring the breathtaking scenery. How beautiful my homeland is. The mist ahead caught my attention, and upon consulting the map provided by Teacher D, I realized I was making good progress. I had already reached Lake Shining. Just one more province, and I would arrive at the border of the Kingdom of Shoda. Teacher D had often spoken of the beauty of this place, and I felt compelled to witness it for myself. I quickened my pace toward Lake Shining. What a magnificent lake. Its expanse was endless. The azure waters so clear that I could see the fish swimming beneath the surface. It was breathtaking. I knelt by the water's edge, cupping the crystal clear water in my hands and splashing it onto my face, feeling an exhilarating refreshment. With summer in full swing, This cool lake water was a delightful reprieve. I removed my shoes and dipped my feet into the water, relishing the exquisite sensations brought forth by the harmonious blend of lake and mountain. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind me. I turned to see a group of 7 or 8 individuals clad in black, approaching me with agile movements, indicating they were skilled in martial arts. Their slender figures revealed they were all women. As they drew closer, I counted 9 of them. Despite the sweltering heat, they all wore cloaks that concealed their bodies. It appeared that one, taller than the rest, was their leader, with the others surrounding her like stars adorning the moon. I wondered what they looked like and why they chose to shroud themselves in cloaks. I couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Perhaps my gaze was too conspicuous, for one of them noticed me. "Hey, you little brat. What are you staring at? Scram. We're trying to rest here. Look again, and I'll poke your eyes out." How fierce. She truly was a formidable woman. Shouldn't a lady be allowed to rest? As a gentleman, how could I simply walk away? Yet, her words only fueled my defiance. Ignoring her, I held my head high and hummed a tune from my hometown. Sometimes in haste, socks get worn inside out. Sometimes I truly wish to wash the dishes tomorrow. Call me confused and a bit lazy. Don't mind if I occasionally indulge in some whimsy. This song, often sung by my father, was titled Big Woman, perhaps in jest of my mother's authority. Seeing my lack of response, the irate woman approached me, evidently ready to confront me. "Humph, who's afraid of whom?" The leader spoke up. "Lindsay, don't cause trouble. Have you forgotten what my father said before we left?" Her voice was melodious, outshining even the sweetest of birds. I wondered how she would sound while singing. The girl named Lindsay huffed indignantly. "Fine, I'll let you off this time. Now scram." Unsure whether to be irritated by her words or entranced by the leader's enchanting voice, I defiantly retorted, "Is this your territory? What is so impressive about it? I'm not leaving." As expected, my wish was granted. The leader spoke again. "Lindsay, teach him a lesson, but don't take his life." What a lovely voice. I wished she would speak more. Just as I was lost in admiration, trouble brewed. Lindsay, who had clearly taken a disliking to me, immediately heeded the leader's command, unsheathing her sword and launching a fierce attack. A gust of cold wind rushed toward me, and I shivered, suddenly realizing, oh no, she is trying to kill me. In an instant, I teleported 10 meters away, narrowly escaping with just a few strands of hair lost. Such speed. This was no jest. It turned out she was a mage. No wonder she was so audacious. Dressed in common attire, I had not revealed my own magical abilities. Wow, mages have no shame? I mused inwardly. Though she insulted me, my teachers, friends, and family are all mages. For their sake, I must teach her a lesson. Element of light, my friend. Coalesce into sharp arrows, vanquish the foe before me. A radiant arrow of light shot forth from my hand. Upon seeing it, she appeared quite disdainful, swiftly cutting through my arrow with a silvery gleam from her sword and charging at me. A warrior would naturally seek to close the distance with a mage. Wow, this is heavenly fighting chi. I've only heard of it before. Now I truly witness it. It seemed time to demonstrate my true skills. Element of light, my companion. Transform into sacred light. A surge of brilliant white light enveloped me, forming a protective barrier, the advanced light magic known as sacred light. Upon entering my barrier, she appeared exceptionally distressed, retreating rapidly, trembling all over. You are a light mage. Chapter 48. First encounter with the demon clan. Before she could finish her words, she collapsed. This cannot be, for my holy light is purely a defensive spell, devoid of any offensive capabilities. How could this happen? As I pondered in confusion, the leading girl took action. She murmured a few incantations, and a deep purple orb materialized in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, she did not direct it towards me, but rather towards the girl named Ayako. Ayako seemed to relax considerably. Her trembling ceased, and she let out a sigh of relief. What kind of magic is this? I have never seen anything like it. What magic is this, young lady? I have never encountered it before, I inquired with curiosity. The girl's melodious voice reached me again. Do not let him escape. Silence him. Surely, they could not be so ruthless as to seek my demise over a mere exchange of words. While I spoke, I found myself encircled by them. I fortified my defensive spells, opting for a stance of stillness to observe their intentions. The leading girl did not attack. Instead, she commanded her 8 subordinates to surround me. They began to rotate, and I initially thought they were preparing for a martial technique, but soon realized they were chanting incantations. A dense black mist emanated from them, enveloping me entirely. My protective holy light hissed as it made contact with the dark fog, akin to a corrosive solvent. I felt an overwhelming pressure. The situation was dire. My holy light could not withstand this. O great element of light, I beseech you to lend me your formidable power, to fill the earth with boundless light. Shine forth. The brilliance of my magic had reached new heights. I could now fully control its direction. Surrounded as I was, I unleashed magic in all directions. As I chanted, I began to levitate, radiating a dazzling white light. I tilted my head back, and a third of the magical energy from the golden core at my forehead enveloped my entire being. The light around me initially contracted before erupting forth, swiftly consuming the black mist and surging back toward the 8 girls who had encircled me. I held back, unwilling to kill, for the memory of my first kill still haunted me. At that critical moment, the leading girl swiftly cast a circle of purple energy, encasing her 8 subordinates and shielding them from the onslaught of my light. The defensive force was evidently hasty. Although it mitigated the attack, it still inflicted some damage. The cloaks of the 8 girls were shredded by the light elements, revealing their form-fitting magical armor, which bore cracks. What stunning girls they were! Not only were they beautiful, but their figures were also remarkable, even stirring feelings within me, someone who typically had little interest in women. However, when I raised my gaze, I was entranced, unable to articulate the breathtaking scene before me. The beauty of this moment dwarfed even that of Lake Heining, which seemed merely a flickering firefly compared to the radiant moon. The leading girl appeared less disheveled than her subordinates, yet her cloak had slipped to her back, revealing an indescribably exquisite visage, a sight that left me in awe. So beautiful, truly beautiful. No collection of all the beauties I have known could compare to her. She embodied transcendent beauty, an ethereal grace as if all the world's splendor had converged within her. I, who had never wavered, found myself slack-jawed, realizing her cloak had fallen. The beauty quickly draped it back over herself. "Teacher, please come and eliminate this lecher." A chilling voice echoed. "Who has dared to provoke my little princess?" The icy tone extinguished all my fervor. With that terrifying voice, a dark mist surged, and beside the beauty appeared a figure shrouded in a tightly wrapped bamboo frame. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a bamboo pole. Though I could not discern his form clearly, he appeared to be no wider than a palm. "Teacher, it is him. He has discovered our secret and seen my appearance. Please, you must help me kill him." How unappealing the beauty was in that moment. How could such a melodious voice utter such deadly words? "You are rather fierce, my lady, but I find it intriguing. Shall we be friends?" I teased lightly. Before she could respond, the bamboo figure glided forward. As it approached, an overwhelming pressure constricted my breath. This was a master. Instantly, I became alert, for no one besides Teacher D and Teacher Long had ever exerted such pressure upon me. I cautiously cast several defensive spells upon myself, enveloping my body with the light element. The ominous voice returned, revealing him to be a practitioner of light magic. "Is it not true that practitioners of light magic are quite scarce here? Who claims it is scarce? Have you no knowledge, you bamboo pole? Light magic has become widespread across the continent. I am merely the least among them." "Humph," I defiantly countered, unaware that my words would inadvertently save humanity from a calamity. "What did you say? Is that true? The people of the continent study light magic?" Our intelligence did not suggest that. He was indeed straightforward, unable to discern truth from falsehood. Feigning seriousness, I replied, "Of course it is true. Would I have any reason to deceive you? Indeed, you would. There is no risk in lying, and it would cost you nothing." I inwardly chuckled maliciously. "Teacher, do not listen to his nonsense. Kill him first. We cannot allow him to divulge our secrets." The beauty exclaimed from the sidelines. "What a beauty, seeking to take my life." I resolved then that no beauty could be trusted. I would never marry one. "Very well, I shall eliminate you before verifying your claims." The bamboo figure began to chant. "O great god of darkness, your servant beseeches you. Transform into the all-consuming devourer. I am willing to offer my soul for this." Even in my ignorance, I could discern that he was invoking dark magic. I exclaimed in alarm, "Demon clan." A shadow emerged from behind the bamboo figure, swiftly lunging towards me. I immediately countered with my light magic, hoping for a clash. Unexpectedly, the shadow did not engage in combat with my light magic, but instead transformed into a large dome that encapsulated the energy of my converging light magic. I sensed a disconnection from the magic I had summoned, watching helplessly as the energy of the light elements gradually dissipated within the black dome. Chapter 49. Successful escape, how formidable. Is dark magic truly that powerful? They are of the demonic race, harboring a profound hatred for humanity. Can they really spare me? I have never encountered a demon, nor do I possess any knowledge on countering dark magic. No, I must flee. Safety comes first. I will devise a strategy to confront them later. With this thought, I swiftly executed a short-range teleportation while the black shroud still neutralized the energy of my Radiant 9 provinces, and I fled desperately in one direction. In truth, I had no reason to rush so hastily. They were not in pursuit. Although that lanky mage had managed to dissipate my Radiant 9 provinces, it took considerable effort. Dark magic and light magic inherently counteract one another, and he had gained no advantage. After expending the energy of Radiant 9 provinces, the mage let out a long sigh. Such an impressive light magic. He also possesses spatial magic. It seems I cannot catch up to him. To possess such strength at such a young age, princess. It appears you are outmatched. Teacher, how are you? Can even you not handle him? Is he truly that strong? The beauty rushed to support the lanky mage, her voice laced with indignation. Princess, if what that human youth said is true, we demons are in peril. Indeed, he is a demon. His light magic is unlike anything I have encountered before, exceedingly powerful. He has clearly not yet unleashed his full potential. While he may not currently be my match, in a few years, he will undoubtedly surpass me. Moreover, he is aware of our invasion of humanity and will surely take countermeasures. It seems we must temporarily halt our advance against humanity. We should first ascertain the extent of their strength before proceeding. Understood. Shall we still go to the Aisha kingdom? We must, but you all should settle there first. I need to return to my homeland to report this situation to His Majesty and seek his counsel on whether to alter our strategy. Very well, we shall depart immediately. The beauty turned to her 8 maidens and inquired, How are your injuries? Hurry and change your clothes. We shall set forth. Let us find a place in the city to rest and recuperate. As for me, I had been running for an unknown distance, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. I glanced back and saw no one in pursuit. It seemed safe now. I decided to stop, finding a shady tree to sit beneath, wiping the sweat from my brow. What were these demons doing here? How unfortunate that I should encounter them. My luck is truly abysmal. It had hardly been long since I emerged. Yet I stumbled upon such a formidable foe. Thankfully, I had been swift. The memory of the black shroud used by the lanky mage still sends shivers down my spine. However, the leading girl was undeniably stunning. Are there truly so many beautiful demonesses? I had thought that the Shuei sisters were the pinnacle of beauty. But this demon girl was in an entirely different league. I couldn't help but shake my head. Even I, who had never been swayed by beauty, felt a stir of emotion. Yet, she was rather fierce, intent on violence upon seeing me. If I were to marry her, wouldn't that be disastrous? A single affectionate gesture could lead to my demise. It seems wise to seek a more gentle companion. Appreciating beauty from afar may be the better course. Little did our protagonist realize the gravity of his thoughts, constantly preoccupied with matters concerning himself, neglecting to consider how the demons had traversed the Strand fortress to reach the Tianwu continent and their true intentions. The exhaustion of my body, coupled with the extensive use of mental energy, lulled me into a deep slumber beneath the tree's shade. I slept soundly, and after an indeterminate period, I was awakened by the chill of the night. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered it was already evening. My body was drenched in a mixture of dew and sweat, clinging uncomfortably to my skin. I needed to find a place to wash up quickly. Where am I? I glanced around and noticed a faint light in the distance, resembling a village. Without hesitation, I sprinted toward it. As I approached, I discerned indeed that it was a small village, comprising perhaps 20 households. I walked up to a relatively larger home and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? An elderly voice responded. Who is it? Hello. I am a traveler who happened upon this place. May I stay here for the night? I shall leave by morning. Thank you. After a brief wait, the door swung open, revealing a man with a face etched with wrinkles. He scrutinized me from head to toe and beckoned. Come in. Thank you, I replied, following the elder into the modest abode, which consisted of approximately 3 rooms. The living area was quite simple, featuring only a long bench, a tea table, a few stools, and some essential household items. The elder poured me a glass of water, which I gratefully accepted. You need not be so polite. Young man, where do you hail from? He inquired with a smile. I come from Senkei City, hoping to travel through the Shoda Kingdom. There was nothing to conceal. This was no secret. Senkei indeed. That is the second largest city in Aisha. I visited in my youth. By the way, You haven't eaten yet, have you? Look at me, getting old and forgetful. Let me prepare something for you. I was indeed quite hungry. It would be impolite to refuse. That would be much appreciated. I did contemplate adding, please make extra. I have a hearty appetite, but refrained. I found a wooden basin and splashed some water on my face from the courtyard's water tank, feeling noticeably refreshed. I would wash properly after the meal. Time to eat, young man. The elder called from within. I'm coming. Upon re-entering, I was greeted by an array of dishes laid out on the tea table, steaming sweet potatoes and old corn in a bamboo basket, alongside a fragrant bowl of sweet potato porridge. It was splendid. The aroma of the food evoked a sense of homecoming. Dig in. We don't have much to offer in the countryside. This is already quite wonderful. I often eat similar meals at home. I could no longer contain myself, diving into the assortment of food on the table, devouring it with gusto. The elder observed my voracious appetite, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Once the meal concluded, I patted my slightly protruding belly and contentedly remarked, I am thoroughly full. I haven't eaten so well since leaving home. Thank you so much. The elder began to clear the remnants of our feast, and I quickly lent a hand, unwilling to leave a mess for him to deal with. He did not object, merely directing me to the kitchen's location. Chapter 50. The Mercenary Guild. Having finished my tasks, I returned to the living room where the elder seemed to be waiting for me. Now that everything is settled, I shall take you to your resting place. We entered a modest little room on the left. Though it was simple, it was clean. Young lad, he said, this will be your accommodation. Rather basic, but suitable enough. By the way, I haven't caught your name yet. I am Lei Jiena. You may call me Uncle Na. I have never married, so it's just me here. This is quite adequate, Uncle Na. My name is Chang Gongwei. Thank you. I sat on the bed and engaged in conversation with Uncle Na. He informed me that we were near the border of the Aisha Kingdom, and beyond lay the Shouted Kingdom. The local customs were quite straightforward, and the people were exceptionally hospitable given its border status. However, he cautioned that there were not many who wielded magic here. He warned me to be cautious if I intended to travel to the Shouted Kingdom, as the area had recently become unstable with some banditry occurring along our border. Curious, I asked, so, is it impossible to cross over there now? Not quite, he replied. Typically, many gather in our border town of Pulima, hiring mercenaries for safer passage. Oh, I see. I must head to Pulima, then. Perhaps I shall also try my hand at being a mercenary. I might earn some pocket money, I chuckled. Uncle Na seemed to misunderstand my intent. Indeed, if you wish to travel to the Shouted Kingdom, it is wiser to go with those merchant caravans. It is considerably safer. I refrained from elaborating further, instead inquiring about a small river behind the village, before rising to wash myself. I rinsed off the dust and fatigue with the crisp river water, feeling rejuvenated. After bathing, I retrieved a clean set of clothes from my dimensional bag and returned to Uncle Na's home. As I lay on the bed, reflecting on the day's events, I recalled my vow to avoid beautiful women as wives. Yet the enchanting visage of a certain fairy-like lady lingered in my thoughts, lulling me into a dreamy slumber. The next morning, after sharing breakfast with Uncle Na, I bid him farewell and set forth in the direction of Pulima, as he had advised. Despite being a border town, Pulima bustled with prosperity, filled with a throng of merchants and a multitude of shops displaying a variety of wares. I approached a passerby to inquire about the location of the Mercenary Guild. The emblem of the Mercenary Guild featured a diamond coin pierced diagonally by a long sword, symbolizing how mercenaries earn their livelihood through their skills. I wondered if I could find a job heading to Shouted here. Upon entering the guild's grand entrance, I was met with a spacious hall surrounded by various counters. Within, a diverse assembly of individuals clad in distinct attire caught my eye. Some donned samurai garb. Others wore robes of sorcery, and there were even elves with pointed ears and stout dwarves. Both elves and dwarves are considered minority groups, known for their peaceful nature. Elves are born archers endowed with keen perception and extraordinary eyesight, capable of mastering natural magic. Dwarves are renowned as formidable warriors and skilled craftsmen, responsible for forging many high-quality weapons. I approached a counter resembling a reception desk and inquired of the young lady behind it. Could you please tell me how one might accept mercenary tasks here? The attendant glanced at me, noting my unremarkable attire, and replied with a hint of indifference. First, please fill out a form over there on the left to apply for mercenary status. Once you receive your task card, proceed to the right to accept a mission. Oh, thank you, I replied, collecting the form. It merely required my name, occupation, and skill level, which I filled in as Grand Sorcerer. when I submitted the form to the registering attendant. She expressed surprise. "You are a Grand Sorcerer?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" I replied, unaware of the rarity of such a title among sorcerers due to my prolonged studies at the prestigious Royal Magic Academy. "Do you have a certification from the Magic Guild?" "Of course," I said, retrieving my Magic Guild proficiency card. A sorcerer's abilities and experiences are recorded on their magic card, which is unique to each individual. The attendant eagerly verified my credentials, murmuring, "Chonggong Wei graduated from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy as the top of his class. Due to exceptional performance, you were granted the title of Grand Sorcerer without examination." "Wow, you are a Grand Sorcerer from the Royal Magic Academy?" Her voice rose, capturing the attention of everyone present, making me the center of a sudden interest, which left me feeling somewhat bashful. "Yes, is there an issue? Am I permitted to become a mercenary?" She momentarily paused before quickly affirming, "Absolutely. As a Grand Sorcerer, you will directly qualify as a sea-level mercenary, able to undertake any tasks you deem feasible." "Sea-level mercenary? Are there levels among mercenaries?" I asked, bewildered. She smiled, perhaps amused by my ignorance. "Of course. Mercenaries are ranked from S to G, with tasks categorized similarly based on their difficulty and quantity, which determines promotion." "Oh, I see. Thank you." After accepting the mercenary card she handed me, I proceeded to the right counter, seeking tasks leading to Shouda. Being a mercenary seemed rather entertaining. The attendant at the right counter, aware of my status as a Grand Sorcerer, greeted me warmly. "What level of task are you interested in?" "It doesn't matter much." "Do you have any tasks heading to the Shouda Kingdom?" "I wish to explore that region while working along the way. Please hold on a moment. I will check for you." As she searched, I noticed that the first task listed on the board was the one assigned by Teacher D, to acquire the legendary weapon once wielded by the Creator God, the Holy Sword. Classified as an SSS task, the triple S rating indicated its immense difficulty, accompanied by a staggering reward of 1 million diamond coins, likely equivalent to the annual tax revenue of my nation. Chapter 51. I eat. I inquired of the service attendant. "This 3S mission bears such a significant cost. Who funds it?" This time, not only did she chuckle at my ignorance, but everyone around me regarded me with the incredulous gaze typically reserved for simpletons. "What are you staring at?" "I am genuinely unaware. I have only just emerged into this realm. Best to ignore them. This mission is the highest ranked in history, having existed within the Mercenary Guild for over a millennium. Should anyone succeed in completing it, they would be handsomely rewarded in any nation. The significance of claiming a divine artifact far surpasses its inherent power. As Teacher D once mentioned, even if one were to find such an artifact, obtaining it requires the artifact's acknowledgement. This I have now come to understand." "Ah, so this is the sought-after mission, is it? With so many eyes upon me, I must hasten my departure from this place. There is one that suits you quite well. It is a B-level task. The objective is to safeguard a merchant caravan as it traverses the border to reach the capital of the Kingdom of Shouda, Shouda City. The reward for this task is 300 diamond coins. However, such substantial missions are typically undertaken by mercenary teams. Do you believe you can manage alone? How many individuals does a mercenary team require? It would be prudent to find companions for enhanced safety." "Not necessarily. The smallest teams usually comprise around a dozen members." I surveyed my surroundings and suddenly called out, "Does that mercenary group wish to undertake this task? I would like to join." This was my clever strategy, for I had no desire to shoulder such a considerable task alone. Joining a mercenary team would be far more secure, perhaps even sparing me from encountering thieves. Even if I did cross paths with them, I would have allies for support, thus ensuring my safety. I am truly quite astute. While I reveled in my own cleverness, a booming voice resonated in my ear. "Then you may join us. We are also eager to take on this mission." Such a powerful voice startled me, and upon turning, I beheld a towering figure, standing over 2 meters tall, with a full beard and a massive axe slung across his back, a clear indication of a formidable warrior. "Greetings. Are you a mercenary group?" I politely inquired. "Indeed, we are the Dragon Might Mercenary Group, quite renowned, mind you," the giant replied with a hearty grin. "How many of you are there?" "There are more than 20 of us, all skilled in martial arts, hailing from the Kingdom of Shouda. We aim to undertake this mission and return home simultaneously. We are currently in need of a magician. What do you say? Join us." 20 individuals is quite a number. Yet, I am uncertain of their capabilities. Judging by his appearance, he might possess decent strength. "What level warrior are you currently?" As for me, I am on the cusp of achieving knight certification. In our team, Most possess strength equivalent to intermediate warriors. Intermediate warriors are comparable to novice magicians. Oh, so you are an advanced warrior then. Very well, I am willing to join your ranks until the task is complete. However, I have a few conditions I hope you will accept. Though their strength may not be overwhelming, I find myself rather fond of this simple giant. The giant paused. What conditions? I pondered for a moment and stated, there are 3 conditions. First, I require a carriage for my journey, as my stamina as a magician is not optimal. Second, I do not belong to your mercenary group. I wish to remain an ally without being commanded by you. In the face of danger, I will act as needed. Third, I request 1/10 of the reward upon task completion. The first 2 conditions might be somewhat demanding, yet the last condition is rather beneficial for them. After some contemplation, the giant agreed, considering it a fair trade for a ride. I do not need a large sum of money. A little pocket change will suffice. Especially since they number over 20, taking more would yield them little profit. I suppose I am quite benevolent. We formally accepted the task, established a time to gather for departure, and then exited the mercenary guild. I intended to find a decent restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal to reward my weary stomach. Aside from a substantial meal at that uncle's place, I had been subsisting on meager rations, and my stomach was nearing rebellion. Not far from the guild, I spotted a prominently signed establishment called the Nomination Tavern, an intriguing name. Indeed, I decided this would be the place. Upon entering the tavern, a server promptly approached me. Good day, sir. How many in your party? Just myself. Please find me a quiet spot. Certainly. The second floor is quite tranquil. Allow me to escort you. Following the server to a window-side table on the second floor, I found it indeed serene, likely due to the early hour, with only a few scattered patrons. What are your signature dishes? I asked eagerly, my stomach clamoring for nourishment. We have specialties such as fire-roasted duck heart, Eastern braised pork. He listed over 10 dishes, each sounding delectable, and I could feel my mouth watering. That's enough. I'll take one of each of those dishes you just mentioned, along with 10 steamed buns and a basin of porridge. Please, make haste. Can you manage all that? The server appeared skeptical, as if he had encountered a glutton. Just bring it quickly. Why ask so many questions? I assure you I will pay. After dismissing the server, I eagerly awaited my feast, which soon arrived, an extravagant spread, sans wine. I have yet to indulge in that, but perhaps another time. My appetite was insatiable as I picked up my chopsticks and began my culinary battle. My speed at consuming the meal was remarkable. Within approximately an hour, I had polished off everything. In truth, many of the dishes I scarcely savored before they vanished into my belly. I patted my contented stomach, quite delightful indeed. Server, the bill, please. The server approached. Your total comes to 3 gold coins and 4 silver coins. Oh, I retrieved my violet crystal card and handed it to him. Is it acceptable to pay with this card? Upon seeing the violet crystal card, the server's expression shifted to one of respect. Please, wait a moment. I shall fetch our manager. Must one consult the manager for card transactions? What a bother. Very well, I shall wait. After all, I am rather full and can hardly move. Chapter 52. Encountering robbers. A stout middle-aged man approached me. Good day. Are you here to settle your bill with the amethyst card? Indeed, what's the matter? I replied lazily, feeling quite full and yearning for sleep. May I inquire about your profession? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. I am a wizard. What does that have to do with dining? Please expedite the checkout. I must be on my way. Well, the reason our establishment is called the Nomination Tavern is that anyone dining here, possessing a certain social status or capability, can waive a meal's cost by simply leaving a signature for our establishment. Such a delightful arrangement. I shall gladly provide my inscription. Indeed, a meal without charge sounds splendid. And what level of wizard are you? I produced my identity card from the Magic Guild. A grand wizard. Does that suffice? The proprietor's face brightened with surprise. Indeed, that is more than sufficient. Thank you for your generosity. Casually, I inscribed the words delicious cuisine, thereby waiving several gold coins from my bill. It appears that this magic certification card is quite advantageous. History would later prove the proprietor's wisdom, as the inscription fetched a staggering 20,000 diamond coins at auction. After a night's repose at a modest inn, I made my way to the East City Gate early the next morning, the rendezvous point with the burly man from the previous day. To my amazement, there were indeed many people present. With numerous carriages lining the roadside, likely the merchant convoy we were to escort, there stood the burly man, engaged in conversation with several individuals who bore the unmistakable air of merchants. Ah, you've arrived. When do we depart? Ah, you're here. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Litzmont, the leader of our merchant convoy. He gestured toward a portly merchant. This is the Grand Wizard. By the way, I have yet to learn your name. I am Longming Hai. I am Changong Wei. It is a privilege to escort you, Longming. Mr. Mont regarded me with skepticism. You are a Grand Wizard? Indeed, do you doubt it? Oh, great element of light. Heed my call. Gather before me and manifest the holy radiance that vanquishes all. Only by demonstrating my prowess could I hope for a smooth journey ahead. In an instant, a dazzling white light enveloped me, casting aside all within a 5-meter radius. Those present, drawn by the sheer power of my magic, gasped in awe. You must now believe me. True to form, Mr. Mott, ever the merchant, approached with a beaming smile. My apologies for our earlier skepticism, Great Wizard. With your presence, our journey is sure to be safe. Longming also approached, visibly humbled by the display of my power. To be honest, I had my doubts about your capabilities at first, but now I realize how foolish I was. For this escort, I have decided that my entire mercenary group will heed your command. Flattered by their praise, I felt a sense of elation. There is no need for that. I merely wish to avoid being seen as a freeloader. You shall continue to lead. I am not adept at command. Just call upon me when needed. Thus, under the protection of Longming's mercenary group, we commenced our escort of over 100 carriages laden with merchants and goods. Due to my display of strength, the group respected me greatly, offering me the most luxurious carriage and the finest provisions. I found myself enjoying the privileges of a lord, realizing that my studies in magic had indeed not been in vain. As we journeyed, my carriage was situated in the center of the convoy, an arrangement said to offer protection from both the front and the back. Just as I was drifting into slumber, I was abruptly awakened by Longming, who appeared flustered and drenched in sweat. What is the matter? I inquired lazily. We seem to have encountered bandits, he replied, his voice tense. Is that so? Would anyone dare to rob us with such a sizable convoy? I mused, assuming the thieves would number only 20 or 30. Our numbers are indeed considerable. You should go have a look. Longming encouraged, visibly anxious. Something felt amiss. Stepping down from the carriage, I was taken aback by the scene before me. Now I understood Longming's perspiration as my own cold sweat began to form. Charging down from a nearby hill was a band of over 300 raucous brigands, brandishing their flags. What a stroke of misfortune. I had anticipated a comfortable mission, but it appeared that trouble lay ahead. Longming, his mercenary warriors, and I approached the front of the convoy, only to find the bandits encircling us, leaving no escape. Bring forth your leader. The bandit chief bellowed arrogantly. Longming, Mr. Mott, and I exchanged glances, contemplating who should step forward. Suddenly, they thrust me into the spotlight. This was rather ungracious, I thought, yet I had no choice but to comply. Should things go awry, I could always flee. With that thought in mind, I stepped forward. Might I inquire what business you gentlemen have? My question was met with raucous laughter from the bandits. What do you think we're here for? Hand over all your valuables, or we'll leave you with no option but to regret it, shouted a burly thief clad in black armor, evidently their leader. Esteemed brothers, times are hard for us all. Could you perhaps grant us mercy? I pleaded. Spare you? After waiting over a month for such plump sheep to arrive. You think we'd let you go? Clearly, negotiation was futile. A spark of inspiration struck me, recalling what my teacher, D, had once said about the pride of the citizens of the kingdom of Shida, especially their adherence to chivalric values. Perhaps I could leverage that. Tell me, noble leader, are you a knight? As soon as the words left my mouth, a lackey beside the armored chief interjected. Of course. Our leader bears the title of Sky Knight. The chief stood proudly, evidently pleased with this revelation. Indeed, I am. Thus, I had managed to ensnare him in my verbal trap. Chapter 53. Clash with the bandit leader. How about a wager? I proposed. What sort of wager? He retorted, clearly underestimating me. Feigning contemplation, I declared, I wager that you cannot defeat me. My words ignited a raucous laughter among the thieves, save for one seemingly reserved bandit beside the leader. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader replied, Very well, I accept your bet, but not only must you wager your possessions, but also the lives of all your companions. Do you dare to gamble? It appeared he was no fool, having turned the tables on me. Caught in a dilemma, I could not disregard the fates of the hundreds of lives at stake. Allow us a moment to confer, I requested. Returning to my team, it was evident they had overheard my exchange with the bandit leader. What are your thoughts? I inquired. Dragon Mang, filled with fervor, exclaimed, I entrust my life to you, great sorcerer. I have faith that you will prevail. Brothers, what say you? The mercenaries under Dragon Meng's banner responded in unison, "We shall wager." What a band of valiant men. I turned to Mr. Meng, the caravan leader, and asked, "And what of you? Are you willing to entrust your lives to me?" Mr. Meng hesitated, suggesting that perhaps I could negotiate further with the bandit leader. Though the mercenaries glared fiercely, I remained silent. "Very well, you may attempt it," I conceded. Accompanying Mr. Meng to the bandit leader, he addressed him with utmost courtesy. "If our merchants refrain from participating in this wager, might we simply relinquish our goods and spare our lives?" The bandit leader, visibly impatient, snapped, "Fine, but do not dally. Decide quickly. Originally, we could have easily overpowered you, but we consented to your request merely to ensure your compliance. Should you not decide soon, I shall show no mercy." After a moment of reflection, Mr. Meng, with a resigned tone, remarked, "I must prioritize the safety of everyone. I hope you understand." Before turning to the bandit leader, "We are willing to surrender all our goods." A sigh escaped my lips. The opportunity for a complete retreat had slipped away, rendering this contest meaningless. Yet, words once spoken could not be retracted. Observing the leader's smug demeanor stirred a tempest within me. I coldly addressed Mr. Meng. "Since you do not place your trust in me, let it be known that from this moment forth, my association with you and your caravan has come to an end." Mr. Meng shook his head, exhaling deeply as he walked away, seemingly to prepare for the inevitable surrender of goods. "I shall confront you on my own behalf, along with my 20 or so brothers. If I win, you shall let us go. If I lose, our lives will be yours," I declared, my teeth clenched. I refused to believe that with my strength, I cannot best a Sky Knight. "Very well, boy, you have courage. Let us proceed," the leader replied. The bandits cleared a vast space, demonstrating their regard for the fairness of this contest. Dragon Meng and the others encircled the perimeter, cheering me on, while the merchants watched from a distance, awaiting the outcome to determine the fate of their goods. Offering a confident smile to the mercenaries of Dragon Meng, I proclaimed, "Brothers, have faith in me. I shall lead us through this adversity." Standing face to face with the bandit leader at the center of the arena, I felt his formidable presence emanate from him. Calmly, I removed my upper garment and waved my right hand, summoning my dimensional pouch. "Boy, you are a sorcerer. Surely you do not ride. I shall not either. Let us have a straightforward duel," the bandit leader asserted, showcasing his knightly demeanor. From the dimensional pouch, I retrieved the robe of light, for the stakes were too high. Dozens of lives hung in the balance, necessitating utmost caution. Donning the robe revitalized my spirit, and I cast several defensive spells upon myself. "Now, let me witness the extent of your prowess as a Sky Knight." With a wild laugh, the bandit leader drew his sword and charged at me with remarkable speed. In an instant, he was upon me, his shadow slicing towards my shoulder. His speed was staggering, leaving me no time for a teleportation spell. I raised my right hand, unleashing a beam of white light to deflect his attack. Halting before me, he questioned, "Are you a sorcerer or a warrior? How do you wield such fighting spirit?" "This is not fighting spirit. It is a method of magic," I clarified. This was my true strength, as I had mastered casting certain lower-level spells without incantation, merely by concentrating light elements into desired effects, an understanding I had cultivated over nearly 3 years. Although I still lagged behind Teacher D, the sudden manifestation bore a striking resemblance to fighting spirit. It was fortunate that the bandit leader had ceased his assault, while I had successfully deflected his attack. The entirety of my right side had gone numb. Engaging in close combat was not a sorcerer's forte, and I would not grant him another opportunity. I swiftly teleported to a safer distance, recognizing the necessity of employing more potent magic. His fighting spirit was formidable. A mere probing strike had nearly harmed me. Had he attacked with full force, I surely would not have been able to withstand it. Continuously teleporting to alter my position, I realized his speed was nearly equal to my magical displacement, and I feared that should I pause, I would be vanquished. This situation was untenable. As I dodged, I began chanting an incantation, my hands emanating a soft white glow that intensified. This was not the same as the previous mental attack. I had refined the light/sword, allowing me to directly control the magical force with my hand movements. A level 6 spell, its singular attack power was exceptionally strong, perfectly suited for the current predicament. Employing the radiant light of the 9 continents would likely prove ineffective against his speed. Its broad area of effect would not suffice to inflict damage upon him. Thus, I resolved to gamble on the light/sword. I abruptly halted, pivoting to unleash a beam of white light. The bandit leader quickly summoned his fighting spirit, his knightly sword radiating a similar brilliance, successfully blocking my magic. Indeed. Do not keep running. That is what makes it exhilarating. Very well, then let me give you something truly exhilarating, I retorted, rapidly unleashing a barrage of light/swords. His knight's sword swung up and down. While it failed to inflict harm, it also prevented him from mounting further attacks. Now it was a question of whether my magical energy would endure longer than his fighting spirit. Chapter 54. The terrifying little gold. The entire arena was suffused with my magic and his fighting spirit, and I inwardly lamented my misfortune at encountering such a formidable brigand. Is every warrior of this caliber? It was truly terrifying. Gradually, it seemed his fighting spirit was not as abundant as at the outset. He appeared somewhat flustered. I finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Although my energy reserves were also dwindling, I could still persist. Seizing the opportunity, I hastened my assaults, knowing that effort would not be in vain. In a moment of oversight, I landed a blow upon his shoulder. The power of a 6th-level spell is indeed formidable. It sent him sprawling, hurtling some distance away. Despite his protective aura of fighting spirit, I surmised that this strike had not been trivial. I ceased my magical onslaught, for I understood that in knightly contests, one must refrain from attacking an opponent incapable of retaliation. If he could display grace, why could I not embody the virtues of a knight as well? He rose from the ground, his left shoulder appearing somewhat awkward. With an odd smile, he remarked, "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong. At such a young age, you possess remarkable prowess, which I truly admire. Regardless of the outcome of this duel, I could allow you and your companions to depart. I understood that if he wished to leave, we could not impede him. Yet, I appreciated his willingness to stay for the sake of his friends. That spoke volumes of his character. What did it mean to speak of victory or defeat? Did he still possess the strength to counter? I replied calmly, "Then I thank you in advance. I also hold great respect for your chivalric spirit." This was indeed a sincere sentiment. He brushed off the dust from his attire and declared, "Allow me to showcase my true strength. Come forth, battle tiger." At the sound of his powerful roar, a gigantic, striped tiger materialized in the arena. "This is my phantasm, battle tiger. You too may summon your phantasm, and let us unleash our full might. It has been ages since I've experienced such exhilaration." Battle tiger merge. The tiger let out a resounding roar and charged towards him. In an instant, man and beast became one. Gradually, armor resembling the stripes of the tiger adorned his body, enveloping his vital areas with over 60% coverage. Even his knightly sword bore a similar pattern, radiating brilliance. The aura he exuded was overwhelming. Wow, this is the armor formed by the fusion of a warrior and their phantasm, I thought. As Teacher D had explained, the phantasms of warriors and mages serve similar purposes, enhancing their attack and defense. Yet, when a phantasm surpasses level 7 and the master attains the level of heavenly fighting spirit, they can merge to form protective armor, significantly augmenting the master's combat capabilities, far surpassing solitary battles. Knights capable of such fusion are nearing the level of radiant knights, akin to archmages. "Allow me to witness your phantasm," I urged. It seemed inevitable that if I did not summon Little Gold, I would face defeat. However, I had yet to overcome the shadows of Little Gold's previous battle. I resolved to summon him. Circumstances had changed, and Little Gold would surely not be so easily vanquished. "Come forth, Little Gold." In a flash of golden light, Little Gold's massive form nestled beside me. His sudden appearance evidently startled my opponent, who exclaimed, "What sort of phantasm is this? It's enormous." Little Gold now measured over 10 meters in length. His body cloaked in thick, white scales adorned with 3 shimmering golden stripes. His horns had grown considerably, and his expansive wings were nearly equal to his body length. 5 sharp claws scraped against the ground, exuding an aura of ferocity. I noticed that Little Gold, upon emerging, bore no inclination to fight. He had not appeared in a while and emitted joyous sounds, likely believing I had released him for play. Only when I conveyed a mental message indicating the presence of an adversary did he become alert, nervously surveying his surroundings. He seemed to sense that only the brigand posed a threat to me, inquiring through our mental link if this was indeed an enemy. I affirmed his query. Without warning, Little Gold unleashed a formidable presence akin to that of a king, glaring fiercely at the brigand across from us. His scales bristled, wings unfurled, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. The sheer intensity of his aura sent the other brigands scattering in terror, echoing with cries of fear. "Stop, stop! I concede. came the brigandess voice amidst the swirling dust. I quickly commanded Little Gold to halt, puzzled as to why he wished to surrender before we had even engaged in combat. What kind of phantasm is this? It's utterly terrifying. My battle tiger seems to be quaking in fear, as if it wishes to retreat within me. I concede. Please summon it back. It became clear that the brigand, recognizing the overwhelming power of Little Gold, understood he could no longer contend with me and chose to forfeit. Indeed, Little Gold's might was astonishing, leaving me in disbelief. I realized that I was undeniably not a match for Little Gold, especially after it had exuded such a regal aura. Was this truly the adorable Little Gold I had known? Reluctantly, Little Gold returned to my being, and I was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue. My magical energy had been severely depleted. Although the match had drained my reserves, the significant factor was my connection with Little Gold, whose formidable nature required considerable energy from me. Had we not yet begun our offensive, I might have been utterly drained. It was evident that my journey was far from over. Should I ever achieve the ability to harness our combined strength fully, I would be closer to the legendary status of a Grand Mage. As the dust settled, the brigand stood a short distance away, covered in grime, his battle tiger recalled. He gazed at me with resignation, and from his expression, I could discern no trace of animosity. Thanks to Little Gold's immense power, I had emerged victorious. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Brother, your phantasm is simply monstrous. How did you come by such a creature? What species is it?" I replied with a smile, "I am uncertain of its species. I only know it is my dearest friend. In truth, you have not lost. Your phantasm simply could not measure up to mine. In terms of strength, we are quite evenly matched." Evidently, my words flattered his vanity, and he could not conceal his excitement. "Good. You are indeed a genuine brother. I hereby declare our friendship." Chapter 55. A friendship with bandits. The bandit leader cheerfully remarked, "Well, brothers, you and your friends may leave. I shall now collect the spoils." Haha, I never imagined this would be the outcome. It is quite dramatic that I have become friends with a bandit. Mr. Meng, the leader of the merchant caravan, felt a pang of discomfort upon witnessing our transformation from foes to friends. He incessantly berated himself for his lack of insight and hurried over, too intimidated to approach me directly. Instead, he pleaded before Long Meng. "Long Meng, could you persuade the Grand Bao Mage to intercede on our behalf? Please, let these gentlemen spare us. The loss of this cargo would be catastrophic." Long Meng regarded him with disdain and coldly replied, "Isn't it a bit too late? Who can you blame for this? It's your own fault for not trusting the Grand Bao. I have no face to advocate for you. Yes, it is entirely my fault for my lack of foresight. I was too selfish. However, we have families relying on us, and many will face ruin due to this loss. I beg you, please help me," Mr. Meng implored, tears streaming down his face. Despite his rough exterior, Long Meng's heart was kind. Seeing a grown man weep softened him, and he reluctantly said, "Fine, stop your tears. I will give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that the Grand Bao will agree." Thank you. You are truly a good person." I had been listening to their exchange and reflected on the plight of the merchants. Survival was a struggle for them as well. I thought it best not to stoop to their level. Before Long Meng could speak to me, I interjected, "All right, Long Meng, you need not say more. I will plead with them." I approached the bandit leader, who was busy counting the spoils, and awkwardly said, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but I must trouble you." The bandit leader boisterously replied, "What is there to be embarrassed about? Speak your mind." "Well, you see, these merchants have had a hard time as well. Might you consider sparing them this once? After all, this is my first commission as a mercenary, and I do not wish to abandon it midway." The bandit leader shook his head and said, "It is unlikely that we can spit out the meat we have already bitten into. Why do you still wish to help them? Did you not see the avaricious faces of those merchants? They do not trust you in the slightest. Why trouble yourself so for their sake?" I too felt conflicted and sighed. First, they are my clients. Second, they also have families. I merely hope you will not be too ruthless. I understand you have your own grievances, but we all need to leave ourselves a way out. The bandit leader's expression darkened, and he ominously inquired, "Are you threatening me?" I fixed my gaze upon him, unwavering, clarifying that I had no intention of threatening him, but simply wished for him to consider my request. I promised that I would owe him a favor in return. Under my steadfast gaze, he gradually softened and sighed. "You are quite a character. I can agree to let them off, but not entirely. I shall take half of the spoils. I cannot allow my brothers to leave empty-handed. And I have one condition." His response was already satisfactory. These deceitful merchants deserved some punishment, and this outcome seemed ideal. I smiled, saying, "Thank you in advance. Please state your condition. I will do my utmost to meet it. My condition is rather demanding, so be prepared. If you cannot meet it, our previous agreement is void." My heart raced, and I bit my lip. Go ahead, as long as I can fulfill it. Would he intentionally make it difficult for me? Surely he wouldn't demand a limb or something similar. He laughed heartily, drawing out the suspense. My condition is, he paused for effect, to invite you to our mountain stronghold as a guest. Upon hearing this, I felt as though the air had been let out of a balloon, nearly collapsing in relief. What kind of condition is that? It's too simple. I weakly replied, "Boss, I concede." He was taken aback. "What, do you not wish to visit us? Very well. The agreement is cancelled." I quickly countered, No, I would love to go. I am curious to see what your place is like." "You wouldn't scare me to death, would you?" He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, I've outwitted you. Now I have my revenge." At the bandit leader's approval, the bandits returned half of the spoils to the merchants, who were immensely grateful to me, though I paid them no mind, merely informing Long Meng of the bandits' conditions. I instructed them to escort the merchant caravan to Shoda, while I would be a guest in the bandits' lair for a few days. Initially, Long Meng vehemently opposed this, but after my persistent assurances that the bandits would not harm me, he relented, declaring he would follow me closely to ensure my safety to the kingdom of Shoda. Unexpectedly gaining so many little brothers, I felt a mix of surprise and amusement. I told him that we would discuss these matters further once I arrived in Shoda. As I watched Long Meng and the others depart, I turned to the bandit leader and smiled. "Boss, shall we be off? By the way, I still do not know your name." "I am Chang Gong Wei, nearly 17. Everyone calls me Zhan Hu. You may call me that as well. I am 29. Quite a bit older than you. Is it all right if I consider myself your elder brother?" I pondered quietly that he must have some past he preferred not to revisit, so it was best not to pry. I responded, "Of course, you are indeed my elder brother. Now, let us see your stronghold." With that, I urged a bandit to lend me a horse and charged ahead. "Do you know the way? Should I lead?" Zhan Hu's horse, clearly more majestic, quickly caught up to mine, and we rode side by side. Their lair lay nestled in the mountains at the border of Aisha and Shuda. Rather than a den of thieves, it resembled a sizable village. Zhan Hu was evidently the village chief, and as the villagers witnessed the return of the bandits with their plunder, they welcomed them like heroes. The scale of this bandit village was indeed impressive, with the mountains serving as a natural barrier. The small settlement was enveloped by the surrounding peaks, forming a basin-like terrain, lush and verdant. If one were unaware, they might very well mistake it for a paradise hidden from the world. Chapter 56. Brother Zhan Hu. As Zhan Hu and I entered the village, he was revered as a local idol. Every villager greeted him warmly, and he reciprocated each salutation. He dismissed his subordinates and led me to his modest abode. A few dilapidated thatched houses nestled at the village's heart, enclosed by a rickety fence. Playfully, I remarked, "Your dwelling could use some repairs, lest a gust of wind sweep you and it away." He seemed unfazed by my jest, as if my words stirred a deep-seated nostalgia within him. He murmured, "In August, the autumn winds howl, sweeping away the thatch from my roof, drifting across the river to the countryside. Some soar high, clinging to the treetops, while others swirl low, sinking into the ponds. I once lived a life of luxury and abundance, but now I have seen through it all. This simple, unadorned existence is what I truly seek." I patted his shoulder, sensing his unspoken sorrows. "It seems you carry many burdens from the past. Would you share them with me? I am here to listen, and it might ease your heart." He looked at me, his eyes reflecting a profound understanding, and with a bold spirit, he replied, "Very well. I have kept this bottled up for too long, and it pains me. Let us retreat indoors, where we can drink and converse." He lived alone, having no spouse. He procured a jar of wine and brought forth some simple dishes and wild delicacies. "Let us feast, brother. Tomorrow I shall arrange something finer for you." "This is already splendid," I insisted. He produced 2 large wine cups and declared, "Come, let us drink." Hesitantly, I confessed, "I have never drunk before." "Perhaps you should indulge alone. You must drink. Wine is a fine companion, and as men, we have endured enough hardship. To live without smoking or drinking is less than the life of a dog. Come, drink." Unable to resist his enthusiasm and curious about the taste of wine, I acquiesced. I filled our cups and raised mine in salute. "To you, brother." He smiled broadly and drank deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, refreshing," as the wine coursed down my throat. It initially stung, yet there was a pure fragrance to it that rendered it palatable. However, once it settled in my stomach, it ignited like a fire, causing my face to flush crimson. It took a while for me to regain my composure. Jean chuckled. Perhaps you should pace yourself. This wine packs quite a punch. You will surely develop a tolerance in time. Most people can barely handle a single cup. Blushing, I replied, so this is what wine is like. I hastily reached for the dishes. After a while, I inquired, brother, why did you choose the path of a bandit? With your skills, you could thrive anywhere. Jean sighed. Ah, my brother, you do not know. I, too, was once brimming with ambition and hailed as a prodigy of the Shoda kingdom. By the age of 20, I had already attained the rank of Sky Knight, a symbol of honor for my family, the target of many admirers. He paused, taking a hearty swig of wine. Then what happened? I prompted. I enlisted in the military, and due to my remarkable performance, I garnered universal admiration, swiftly rising to the coveted position everyone dreams of. You must be aware of the elite forces of the Shoda kingdom? Is it the Earth Dragon Legion? I recalled hearing from Teacher D that on the plains, a single Earth Dragon Legion could easily vanquish any foe, possessing formidable magical defenses. Only the Shoda kingdom produces Earth Dragons, albeit in scarce numbers. Indeed, you are correct. I was the commander of one of the 3 Earth Dragon Legions at that time. Ah, I never knew you were so formidable. What became of your Earth Dragon? I have heard that once bonded, they remain loyal to their masters forever. Jean downed several cups of wine and lamented, my Earth Dragon, named Jean, was one of the strongest in the Legion. The primary reason for my current plight is due to it. During a training exercise, through my negligence, Jean perished, sacrificing itself to save me. He clutched his hair in anguish. I grasped his hand, urging, do not dwell on it. The past is past. Regret serves no purpose now. You must find the strength to move forward. Perhaps my words held some weight, for he gradually calmed, and we continued to drink and converse. He revealed that since Jean's death, he had never forgiven himself. Everyone blamed him for the loss of the precious Earth Dragon, stripping him of his command. It was then that he learned to drink heavily, drowning his sorrows in wine and enduring the disdain of others until he could bear it no longer and fled. Wandering aimlessly, he eventually encountered the bandits, those who now inhabit the village. With his skills, he easily subdued them. Later, moved by compassion for their plight and seeking a place to belong, he decided to stay and became their leader. His story touched me deeply, and after a sip of wine, I declared, brother, I truly admire your character. Shall we forge a brotherhood? My tongue felt heavy, and the wine now tasted sweet, my vision swirling with 2 images of Jean. He, too, had imbibed enough to feel the effects, and hazily replied, yes, good brother, I accept you as my sibling. Should you ever need anything, I will be here to assist you. Embracing his broad shoulders, I raised my cup, swaying slightly, to our brotherly bond. Let us drink to this. Thus, we toasted back and forth until we were both thoroughly inebriated. Upon awakening the next morning, I felt a throbbing headache. Brother, you are awake. Jean voice reached me. Oh, brother, why does my head ache so? I groaned. Huh, with how much you drank last night, how could it not hurt? Jean chuckled. But how come you seem fine? I asked, puzzled. I drink daily, so I am accustomed to it. Brother, were you truly sincere about our brotherhood? As clarity returned, I affirmed, absolutely. It is my honor to have you as an elder brother. Jean, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, excellent. I shall accept you as my brother. Now rise, wash your face, and eat something. Your headache will fade. It was through Jean support that the Son of Light ultimately discovered true love, becoming an indelible figure in history. Chapter 57. Mutual Transmission of Skills. Name, Jean height, 184 centimeters weight, 85 kilograms. Major in magic, none minor in magic, none phantom beast. Jean comprehensive magic strength, Sky Knight magic control, F, graded as S. A, B, C, D, E. F, magic power, F, magic comprehension, B, magic defense, a magic attack, F, speed. A, cannot fly, physical attack, a physical defense, a stamina, S. After finishing breakfast, I accompanied Jean to a hillside, where we basked in the beauty of our surroundings. I remarked, brother, after expressing my feelings yesterday, do you feel better? Jean sighed. It has been a long time since I felt so liberated. I now feel utterly at ease. We exchanged smiles, and I inquired, brother, what form of fighting spirit do you employ? Its power is remarkable. My fighting spirit is called the Rising Dragon technique, he replied. It is a family heirloom. a technique reserved for the royal lineage of the Shoda kingdom. Since we have become brothers, I shall not conceal the truth from you. My father is the younger brother of the current emperor of Shoda, General Chalu Shoda, and my birth name is Jingyan Shoda. I chuckled. Ah, I did not realize you were of royal descent, brother. I truly feel honored. Jean, who smiled wryly, saying, Am I truly of royal blood? I am merely a wandering soul. Why do you inquire about my fighting spirit? Do you wish to learn? My face flushed with embarrassment as I murmured. I had intended to learn from you, as this was one of the tasks assigned to me by my teacher before he departed. Due to my frail constitution, I need to acquire some foundational fighting techniques to bolster my strength. However, your fighting spirit is a royal secret. How could I possibly learn it? Foolish little brother. There is nothing that cannot be learned. Such notions of exclusivity have stifled many talents. Besides, your major is magic, and I shall teach you the rising dragon technique. Jean, who declared robustly. I felt grateful, realizing that my teacher's task was about to be fulfilled. That would be wonderful. Thank you, brother, I expressed. Jean, who then explained. The rising dragon technique is a method of cultivating fighting spirit with origins dating back several millennia to a holy knight. The cultivation process is divided into 9 stages: foundation, entry, basic proficiency, minor achievement, comprehension, excellence, transformation, pinnacle, unmatched, and unfathomable. The initial stages are relatively easy, achievable through diligent practice. But the difficulty escalates significantly from the comprehension stage onward. Progress requires not only effort but also insight. I have reached the middle stage of transformation. Cultivating fighting spirit shares many similarities with cultivating magical power. Both are methods of self-enhancement, albeit one manipulates external magical elements while the other develops one's inherent potential. Let us begin with the fundamental practice of meditation. Jean, who was a strict instructor, any hint of negligence or laziness on my part met with stern admonishment. He allotted 2 months for my training before permitting me to proceed to Shoda. Mornings were dedicated to physical conditioning under his supervision, prohibiting the use of magic, focusing primarily on running and strength training. Afternoons were reserved for meditative practice of fighting spirit, while evenings were spent in contemplation and magical practice. Initially, I struggled to adapt. The intensity rivaled that of my former teacher's grueling training. Gradually, however, I discovered that despite the fatigue of the mornings, a brief afternoon session of fighting spirit cultivation restored my vigor, ensuring I awoke refreshed each day. As I practiced, my fighting spirit began to coalesce in my lower dantian, harmonizing seamlessly with my magical power, which put my mind at ease. One afternoon, after completing my meditation, I rose to stretch and took up an iron sword to practice a basic sword technique. As I trained, I channeled my fighting spirit from my dantian through my arms and into the sword. To my delight, I succeeded, likely aided by my remarkably strong will. The sword felt weightless in my hands, and with a gentle swing, I could sense the energy emanating from it, creating a refreshing breeze. Suddenly, an idea struck me. What would happen if I infused my magical power into the sword as well? I decided to experiment. I drew a small amount of magical energy from my golden core, slowly infusing light elements into the iron sword. At first, the fighting spirit and magical power seemed to operate independently, each ignoring the other. Gradually, they began to resonate, merging into a single energy that combined the strengths of both. With a decisive swing at a massive boulder, the rock split in two. It appeared I had made a new discovery. Under certain conditions, magical power could enhance fighting spirit. I was eager to share this exciting news with Brother Jean, who, upon hearing my account, he urged me to demonstrate once more. His excitement was palpable as he declared, I have not been able to improve for years. If we can fuse magical power and fighting spirit into a magical sword, my strength will undoubtedly increase. I shared in his joy, knowing that the task of teaching him magic now fell to me. Unlike fighting spirit, which is easy to initiate yet challenging to master, magic is difficult to begin but relatively easier to cultivate. Since Jean, who had never studied magic, I needed to help him first perceive the existence of light elements before progressing to teaching him light-based magic. We entered his humble abode, and I spoke earnestly, Brother, shortly. I will use my magical power to guide you in sensing the light elements. You must concentrate and direct your mental energy toward the light elements, allowing them to embrace you. This opportunity is singular. Please pay close attention. Jean, who nodded, All right, let us begin. I instructed him to sit cross-legged before me and slowly raised my index finger to his forehead, saying, We shall commence. I condensed my magical power into a thread and guided it through my finger into his forehead, opening his upper dantian. As the magical energy flowed in, he shuddered, then gradually settled. I began. Light elements embody a serene essence. Their true nature lies in generosity, tolerance, tranquility, and love. Light is essential for all life to flourish. Embrace this essence and allow it to accept you. We are all children of light. Upon finishing my words, I sensed that Jean who had comprehended the light elements, and I too experienced a remarkable transformation within myself. Chapter 58, Journey to Shoda. I felt the surrounding light elements begin to envelop me, bathing my entire being in an ocean of luminosity. What was happening? I retracted my finger, allowing the battle tiger to contemplate the mysteries of the light elements on its own. I settled cross-legged opposite the battle tiger, concentrating my thoughts on the translucent golden sphere, which exhibited no unusual reactions, quietly resting at my brow. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to rise, the light elements around me surged violently toward me, permeating every part of my body. The force was overwhelming, and I dared not resist. I could only relax and accept the baptism of the light elements. Within me, the light elements gathered rapidly, inflating my entire being like a balloon. I felt I might reach my limits. At that moment, the golden sphere began to move, racing through my meridians, swiftly absorbing the excess light elements. The swelling sensation gradually faded, and the sphere absorbed the light elements at a much faster rate, quickly reaching a balance with the tumultuous influx. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining this state until no more light elements surged in. Taking a deep breath, I controlled the golden sphere to rotate within my body before gently retracting it back to my brow. To my astonishment, the sphere had transformed from its original translucent state to one of complete transparency, shimmering with radiant light. The small golden entity within me exuded joyous emotions, evidently having benefited greatly from the recent influx of light elements. I recalled that Teacher D had mentioned it would take at least 4 to 5 years for the sphere to become fully transparent. What could have caused this? Reflecting on the earlier events, could it be that my discourse about the light elements had once again earned their recognition? This was truly marvelous. I could hardly contain my elation. I had now ascended to the rank of the 11th mage master on the continent, at least in terms of magical prowess. Given some time to adapt, I would not be inferior to anyone. How splendid! Opening my eyes, I found the battle tiger already awake, staring intently at me. Upon noticing my awakening, he quickly asked, "Longbow, what happened?" "Just now, you were radiating brilliant golden light, making it impossible for me to approach." "What was that about?" With excitement, I replied, "Brother, I have succeeded. While I was sharing my insights on the light elements with you, for some unknown reason, I underwent a baptism by the light elements. Now, the source of my magical power, the golden sphere, has become completely transparent." The battle tiger appeared somewhat perplexed, smiling as he said, "Slow down, speak more clearly. If you rush, I want to be able to understand you." I gazed deeply into the battle tiger's eyes, articulating each word. In other words, my magical power has now reached the level of a mage master. Upon hearing this, the battle tiger's mouth formed an O shape in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Brother, you did it. You've succeeded. Now, I am no match for you, haha. This is wonderful. I now have a mage master brother. Let us go celebrate with a drink." During the feast, I inquired about his experience with the light elements. He responded that it felt very comfortable. I reminded him to meditate diligently using the methods I had taught him. After my ascension to Mage Master, we continued to hone each other's unique skills. 2 months swiftly passed, and I had mastered the Rising Dragon technique to a competent level. The battle tiger was astounded by my rapid learning pace. I explained, "My mental strength has become formidable, allowing me not only to control magical power, but also to enhance my fighting spirit effectively. My body had grown significantly stronger. My weight increased by 5 kilograms due to my hearty appetite, and my daily training had tanned my skin somewhat. I had learned 3 sword techniques from the battle tiger. My fighting spirit had also been primarily refined to assist my magical prowess. The battle tiger made considerable progress as well, now capable of utilizing basic light magic. I primarily taught him some enhancement spells, as mastering advanced offensive light magic is not an overnight endeavor. He effectively combined the light magic with his knightly sword and fighting spirit, yielding excellent results. My advanced magical attacks no longer had much effect on him, as he could easily counter them. Excitedly, he told me he had begun his journey toward becoming a paladin, confident that he would succeed in the near future. He vowed not to let me outpace him. 2 months of shared experience had forged a bond between us akin to that of brothers, to the point where we could share anything. I confided in him about the task entrusted to me by Teacher D. He expressed a desire to accompany me upon my return from Shoda to tackle this formidable challenge together. I was overjoyed, knowing that his formidable support would be invaluable. United in purpose, brothers can achieve great feats. To my surprise, though Mark had not come, I had the battle tiger by my side. It was time to depart. The battle tiger accompanied me to the village entrance, gifting me a suit of his former knightly attire. Although not extravagant, it made me appear quite spirited when worn alongside the iron sword he had given me, exuding an impressive aura. The battle tiger remarked that such attire would be well received in Shoda and would earn me the respect of others, facilitating my movements in and out of the city. Standing at the village entrance, I cast a lingering glance at this idyllic little village, sighing, "Brother, I truly feel reluctant to leave this place." The battle tiger embraced my shoulders, saying, "Brother, all feasts must eventually conclude. Take care on your journey, complete your trials in Shoda, and return to me. I eagerly await the day we can venture forth together to claim the holy sword." "Rest assured, brother, I shall return swiftly," I replied, with a hint of sorrow. The battle tiger said, "While you are in Shoda, if the opportunity arises, do visit my home. But please do not disclose anything about me. I only wish for their peace of mind." It was evident that he remained deeply concerned about his family. "Why not return with me? It would be wonderful. And we wouldn't have to part ways," I suggested, considering that his father was not getting any younger. Even if he had high hopes for him, he surely would not want his son to leave. "It's not possible, you don't understand. Everything must wait until we retrieve the holy sword. Now go, return swiftly," he insisted. Seeing that I could not persuade him, I bid farewell to my brother, who had shared 2 months of companionship, and set off toward Shoda. Chapter 59. The Knight Academy. Upon entering the realm of the Shoda Kingdom, I immediately discerned a stark contrast with Aisha. Yet the simplicity and purity of the people remained a common thread. Warriors clad in samurai attire were a ubiquitous sight, even in the most remote villages, reflecting the kingdom's deep reverence for martial prowess. Along the journey, I diligently practiced the level 8 light magic spells from the tome bestowed upon me by Teacher D, which I had previously struggled to master. The enhancement in my abilities filled me with renewed confidence for the trials ahead. Donning the attire of an Earth Knight, a gift from the valiant battle tiger, I traversed the roads without hindrance and arrived at the capital, Shoda City. What magnificent architecture greeted my eyes! The towering city gates instilled a sense of awe, and the soldiers stationed there appeared formidable, composed entirely of high-ranking warriors, a testament to their strength. The guards, upon noticing my Earth Knight garb, regarded me with expressions of reverence, gratifying my vanity. Just as I was about to enter the city, a loud shout echoed from within, urging those ahead to step aside. Instinctively, I sidestepped to gaze into the city and beheld a sight of wonder. Were those the Earth Dragon warriors? Emerging from the city were 10 colossal creatures, each bearing a knight clad in armor, brandishing enormous dragon spears measuring an impressive 3 meters and 60 centimeters. Such grandeur! I scrutinized the creatures, recognizing their resemblance to the smaller golden dragon, albeit on a grander scale, stretching around 5 meters in length and towering 2 meters high. Their robust hind limbs supported their massive forms, while their forelimbs ended in powerful claws, undeniably capable of rending flesh with ease. I turned to a nearby soldier and inquired, "Excuse me, are those the Earth Dragon Legion?" The soldier, glancing at me, replied, "You must not be from around here. The Earth Dragon Legion conducts routine patrols daily. They are our idols." I smiled and remarked, "Indeed, I am here to study at the Royal Knight Academy. I have never encountered an Earth Dragon before. They are truly magnificent." The soldier displayed a look of respect and earnestly said, "You, too, shall become a member of the Earth Dragon Legion one day." As I entered Shoda City, the streets buzzed with life. A mere inquiry led me to the Royal Knight Academy's location. Upon arriving at the entrance, I was halted by a guard. He courteously asked, "Good day, whom do you seek?" I promptly replied, "Greetings. I'm a graduate of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy of Aisha Kingdom, sent by Dean Lalwin D to meet with Dean Rikowen." "Ah, from Aisha Kingdom. Allow me to escort you to the Dean," he said amiably. "Thank you kindly." After relaying my purpose to another guard, he guided me into the Knight Academy. Upon entry, I was greeted by a striking sculpture of a galloping steed, a symbol of knighthood. We navigated through several teaching buildings and expansive training grounds until we reached a secluded corner of the academy, which resembled a tranquil forest filled with exotic flora. At the center stood a quaint wooden cabin, and as we approached, I overheard voices within. A deep and irate voice exclaimed, "How can you be so foolish? Don't rigidly adhere to the techniques. Learn to adapt and apply them. Such mindless practice will never make you a paladin." A clear and respectful voice responded, "Yes, master." I turned to the guard and asked, "What is happening here?" He chuckled. "The dean is instructing his prized disciple. Come, let us observe." A twinge of anxiety gripped me. Would it be impolite to intrude? Just then, the commanding voice called out, "Who goes there? Did I not instruct that no one is to disturb me without my permission?" The guard respectfully replied, "Esteemed dean, this is an envoy from Lord Laluindi of Aisha Kingdom." "Oh, come forth." The guard and I entered the yard, where I beheld two figures, a towering elder, over 2 meters tall, with a weathered visage and clad in warrior garb, wielding a wooden sword, and beside him stood a youth of similar stature to myself, bare-chested, showcasing his muscular physique, also brandishing a wooden sword, seemingly engaged in practice. I approached the elder, bowed deeply, and humbly stated, "Master Rico Wan, greetings. I am Lomboway, a graduate of the Intermediate Magic Academy of Aisha Kingdom, sent to pay my respects on behalf of Teacher D." Master Wan appraised me with a smile, saying, "Ah, Laluin's young protege. I assumed he had forgotten me. So, you are willing to study his so-called light magic? Judging by your potential, why not learn martial skills under my guidance instead?" His jovial demeanor was disarming, yet his words left me feeling somewhat awkward. With poise, I replied, "Teacher D's light magic is indeed formidable, and your martial skills are equally impressive. I fear I cannot excel in both." I presented him with a letter from Teacher D for his perusal. As he took the letter, he remarked, "No need for such formality. It makes me uneasy. Let's see what old D has written." After a swift reading, he scrutinized me anew, causing me to feel somewhat exposed. Finally, he said, "Old D holds you in high regard, claiming you are a magical prodigy. I wonder just how prodigious you truly are." I refrained from answering, wary of provoking the elder's fiery temperament. Fortunately, his disciple intervened, saying, "Master, he has just arrived. Let him rest before you intimidate him." "Very well. You young ones should cultivate camaraderie. Come, let us enter the cabin." "You may leave now," he instructed the guard. Upon entering the wooden cabin, Master Wan inquired about Teacher D's well-being, and I sensed a profound friendship between them through his questions. He then added, "Ah, I have yet to introduce you to my disciple, Dongri Hua, a half-elf with a keen sensitivity and a temperament akin to that of a scholar." Dongri, slightly embarrassed by the introduction, offered me a friendly smile as I nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Greetings, I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 60, Rigorous Physical Training. Let us dine while we converse. We arrived at the director's exclusive dining hall. Initially, I felt somewhat restrained, nibbling my food cautiously. However, witnessing Teacher Wan's voracious appetite made my previous demeanor at the table seem utterly refined. With one foot perched upon the bench, Teacher Wan devoured his meal with abandon, leaving remnants of food scattered across his person. Winter, feeling a tad embarrassed, offered me a shy smile. "Chonggong, why aren't you eating? Come, indulge yourself." Teacher Wan's encouragement prompted me to abandon my hesitance, and I began to feast with the ferocity of a tempest. Having subsisted on a mere morsel of rations since morning, my hunger was insatiable. This time, it was they who were left astonished. As I effortlessly cleared a substantial portion of the meal from the table, while Teacher Wan was momentarily distracted. "By the heavens, are you always this starved? Or have you come here to seek balance?" Teacher Wan jested. Since I had already commenced my feast, I could not afford to be polite any longer. I resolved to satiate my hunger first. I mumbled, "Teacher Wan, if you don't hurry and eat, you'll find yourself famished." "Ah, Winter, eat swiftly. If you don't, there won't be any left." With such a frenetic pace, conversation was rendered impossible. It felt more like a competition. Once the dining frenzy concluded, I estimated that I alone had filled my belly. "It appears I shall need to prepare more food henceforth," Teacher Wan lamented. "Old D has provided me with a meal bucket." Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Teacher Wan remarked, "Chonggong, you shall reside in the left chamber alongside Winter. Old D has tasked me with intensively training you for 6 months. Can you endure?" A glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. It seemed the days ahead would be arduous. Yet, I could not bring disgrace upon Teacher D. I resolutely replied, "No problem, I shall persevere." With the foundation I had built under my elder brother's guidance, I felt confident in my ability to cope. As we engaged in casual conversation, I learned that Teacher Wen was a knight of light, while Winter was a knight of earth, his golden locks concealing the hallmark of his half-elf heritage, pointed ears. Half-elves are exceedingly rare, a result of the union between humans and elves, possessing the wisdom of humankind and the innate abilities of elves. Winter, for instance, boasts a human physique but an elven visage. Elven beauty is renowned, and in that regard, I found myself outshone. Teacher Wen mentioned that Winter's archery skills were ancestral and exceptionally formidable, to the point where he himself felt humbled. I inadvertently suggested, if Winter's archery is so exceptional, wouldn't it be wise to learn some magic to enhance the potency of his arrows? Silence enveloped the room as they exchanged peculiar glances, and I discerned an insatiable yearning in Winter's eyes. I inquired, what is it? Did I say something amiss? For the first time, Teacher Wen adopted a serious demeanor, stating, no, you are absolutely correct. Had you not arrived, I would have sent Winter to seek Old D for some magical training. Now that you are here, you may both share your knowledge, and in exchange, I shall impart martial skills to you. I chuckled. Do not take it so earnestly. Winter and I, as brothers, shall certainly live up to your and Teacher D's expectations. Beginning the following day, Teacher Wen mandated that Winter and I engage in physical training together. His standards were exceedingly stringent, even more so than Brother Jean-Hu's, and had I not possessed a certain foundation, I might have succumbed to exhaustion. Teacher Wen praised my physical prowess, oblivious to the fact that I had trained for 2 months prior. Finally, in the afternoon, we were granted a brief respite. Teacher Wen intended to instruct me in fighting energy, but I revealed that I had already learned some basics from a friend and preferred not to switch. When he insisted I demonstrate, I feigned ignorance, claiming my friend had forbidden me from disclosing the specifics. Teacher Wen, somewhat exasperated, ceased to concern himself with me, only to increase the intensity of my physical training the following day, nearly pushing me to my limits. Fortunately, the ascending dragon technique proved to be an excellent method for cultivating fighting energy. A brief period of meditation allowed me to recuperate. My magical power seemed to have hit a plateau, rendering further progress elusive, yet I felt a profound surge of capability, as if I could move mountains and fill seas. My magical energy flowed like the mighty Yangtze River, unrestrained. Employing the same techniques I had used to teach Brother Jean-Hu, I instructed Winter in light magic, and he grasped it even more swiftly than Jean-Hu had. I also witnessed the sheer terror of his archery skills within an 800-meter range, guided by his keen eyesight. He could shoot the left wing of a fly without ever hitting the right. Teacher Wen had once exaggeratedly claimed that just a glance from Winter was enough for him to discern the gender of a fly. Winter's disposition was amiable, with a personality strikingly similar to mine. Though our acquaintance was brief, we had already forged a strong friendship. Every evening was our most joyous time, as we were allowed to stretch our legs outdoors. Time flew, and I had already spent over a month in Shoda City. On this particular day, Winter and I ventured outside for some fresh air. Just as we departed the academy, someone called out to Winter. "Winter, brother," came a delicate voice. Turning around with Winter, we beheld a girl with fiery red hair approaching, likely a year or two our junior. I was 2 months older than Winter. With bright, expressive eyes and long flowing hair, I nudged Winter and whispered in his ear, "Is she your girlfriend?" Winter's face flushed crimson, and he quickly clarified, "No, she's just a friend." I teased, "Is that so? It doesn't appear that way." At that moment, the red-haired girl had reached us, greeting Winter with, "Winter, it has been so long. Has Teacher Wen been too strict? You seem to have lost weight." Such concern for him, and yet he claimed she was not his girlfriend. Winter murmured, "Hello, Miss Hualuen." Miss Hualuen, appearing somewhat displeased, replied, "Haven't I told you? Do not call me Miss Hualuen, just call me Hongxue." "Oh, and who is this? Have you only just noticed me? Am I so insignificant that I am treated as heir?" "Hualuen, Hongxue, this is my friend, a disciple of Teacher Wen's acquaintance, studying magic." I smiled and introduced myself. "Greetings, Miss Hualuen. I am Chonggong Wei." She responded warmly, "Hello, I am Hongxue Hualuen. It is a pleasure to meet you." I turned to Winter and said, "Winter, I have a few matters to attend to. You may chat with Miss Hualuen. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Winter's response, I swiftly departed. A chance for the lad. Chapter 61. The Orphan Winterday. As I turned to leave, Miss Hualuen smiled at Winterday and remarked, "Your friend is quite perceptive, leaving so swiftly." Winterday, however, silently lamented his lack of camaraderie, realizing he had slipped away. leaving himself ensnared by Hongxue for an indefinite period. Not to dwell on how Winterday managed with Hongxue, I wandered aimlessly down the street, reveling in the rare moment of leisure. Suddenly, I noticed a crowd gathered ahead, piquing my youthful curiosity. Approaching, I discovered it was a notice board. Pushing my way to the front, I read the announcement. A national martial arts competition would be held next month, welcoming skilled practitioners from all corners to participate. With no restrictions on the use of techniques, including magic, the top 10 would gain direct entry into the Dragon Legion. This did not particularly interest me, as I was a 5-clawed golden dragon, naturally indifferent to the notion of joining a mere foe dragon. Upon returning to the academy, I found Winterday had not yet returned. I shared my encounter with the competition notice with Teacher 1. He inquired, "Changgong, will you participate? This is a splendid opportunity." I shook my head. I think not. Everyone else is a knight, while I am merely a magician. It would lack meaning. Besides, I have no desire to join the Dragon Legion. You should encourage Winterday to participate instead. Only then did Teacher 1 realize Winterday had not returned with me and asked, "Where has Winterday gone?" With a mysterious smile, I replied, "He is currently enjoying himself, on a date with a girl named Hongxue Hualuan." Teacher 1 frowned. "Ah, it's that girl, Hongxue. You know of her?" I inquired. "Of course, she is the niece of His Majesty, the child of the Queen's sister. Ever since I brought Winterday to a royal banquet, she has relentlessly pursued him. I worry her presence may distract him from his studies, so I've advised him to keep his distance." "That may be a misstep on your part," I chuckled. "Young men are meant to marry, and young women to wed. How can you impede their pursuit of love? You impudent rascal! You are just like that old fellow, Laoluan." "Humph. When Winterday returns, I shall inquire about this." "Winterday, do not blame me. I did not intend for this to happen." An hour later, Winterday finally returned. Upon entering, he was met with Teacher Wen's stern expression. "So, you know how to come back, do you? Your martial arts are lacking, yet you indulge in romantic escapades, bringing shame upon my face." Contrary to my expectation of a fearful apology, Winterday calmly responded, "I am an orphan, and she is of noble lineage. What right have I to court her? I shall retire now." With that, he turned and retreated to his room, leaving me and Teacher Wen exchanging bewildered glances. Teacher Wen remarked, "What has come over this child? He has never spoken back to me before." After pondering, I suggested, "He must have faced some grievance outside, feeling inferior due to his background." "Do not worry. I shall speak with him. I bear some responsibility for leaving him alone." Upon entering his room, I found Winterday sitting in a daze. I approached him and asked, "What troubles you, Winterday? Has someone wronged you?" "It was wrong of me to abandon you." Winterday responded coolly, "It has nothing to do with you." "What is the matter then? Please do not shut me out. I am a commoner too. Let them say what they wish." I shook his shoulder earnestly. Suddenly, Winterday violently pushed me away, shouting, "Though you are a commoner, you still have parents. What do I possess? I am an orphan. Do you know what they call me? They say I am a bastard, a bastard. Do you understand?" At that moment, Teacher Wen burst in and embraced Winterday tightly. "Child, do not despair. You still have me. I am your family." In Teacher Wen's embrace, Winterday seemed to find solace and began to weep openly, while Teacher Wen's tears flowed freely as well. "Child, tell me. Who called you a bastard? Please, tell me." A chilling aura emanated from Teacher Wen, and I believed that if Winterday uttered a name, Teacher Wen would rush out and exact vengeance. Perhaps aware of this potential outcome, Winterday wept. "Please, do not ask. Tell me," Teacher Wen insisted, gripping Winterday's shoulders tightly. I hurried over and grasped Teacher Wen's hand, saying, "Teacher, do not intervene. Such an act would allow others to accuse you of bullying the weak. Let us handle our own affairs. I will seek justice for Winterday." A surge of fury welled within me at the thought of anyone daring to bully my friend. Teacher Wen gradually calmed, sighing, "Changgong, then I entrust this matter to you. I fear you might not be aware, but prior to arriving here, my magical prowess had already reached the level of a mage. To bolster his confidence, I can no longer conceal my strength." Teacher Wen and Winterday were taken aback. A mage at such a young age was inconceivable. Believing their disbelief would persist, I summoned a powerful surge of light element, manifesting a completely transparent golden orb from my forehead, which circled around me before settling back in place. This was one of the most direct and formidable attack spells of the 8th level of light magic, a pure energy assault. Winterday appeared to forget his humiliation, exclaiming, "Changgong, you are truly formidable." I retracted my magic and resolutely stated to Winterday, "My dear brother, Tomorrow we shall confront those who have wronged you. What does it matter that we are of lesser status? In the future, we shall forge our own paths. My words rekindled Winterday's spirit. He grasped my hand tightly, and an unspoken understanding passed between us. Teacher when retired to rest, and I finally inquired about the events that transpired. Winterday, gritting his teeth, recounted his ordeal. It turned out that after I departed, Hongxue had insisted Winterday accompany her for a stroll. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a group of noble youths, sons of dukes and earls, all of whom were suitors to Hongxue. Consumed by jealousy at her companionship with Winterday, they unleashed a torrent of scornful remarks. Having had little interaction with others, Winterday was unable to retaliate, relying solely on Hongxue to defend him. In a fit of anger, he struck a few nobles before running home, consumed by his own frustrations. Chapter 62. Provocation on a winter's day. I assured Dongri, rest assured, tomorrow I shall seek justice for you. I spoke with fervor. I suggested that Dongri join me in meditation, believing it would hasten our descent into slumber. Tomorrow, I was determined to avenge him. In the morning, as Dongri and I prepared for physical training, we were unexpectedly halted by Teacher One. Today, I grant you both a day off. Take this opportunity to rest, he declared before turning away. Dongri and I exchanged glances, understanding that this was Teacher One's way of allowing us time for retribution. It was splendid news. I hastily urged Dongri to change his attire, eager to confront those ruffians. Dean, is the esteemed Dean present? A familiar voice echoed from outside. I dashed out to find it was the doorman. Greetings, good sir, I smiled. Is there something amiss? Teacher One seems to be inspecting the academy. It was long gone, and the situation was dire. A grave matter has arisen. Duke Qingning has arrived with several noble lords to seek an audience with the dean. Their demeanor suggests they come with ill intent, and they are accompanied by nearly 100 retainers. The entrance is nearly overwhelmed by their numbers. The doorman panted, visibly anxious. What? Surely not. We have yet to settle our own scores, and now they come seeking retribution against us. I replied, suppressing my frustration. Good sir, please go find Teacher One, Dongri, and I will investigate at the entrance. We hurried to the academy's entrance, where a raucous crowd had gathered, akin to a bustling marketplace. Dongri whispered in my ear, Look, those few lads over there are the noble scions I bested yesterday. I mused to myself, my brother possesses quite the prowess, targeting children of high rank. Yet, there was no time for reflection. We approached the group together. Dongri, hesitant to speak, I took the initiative, calling out, Silence, everyone. What is the cause of this uproar that has drawn you to the Night Academy? A rotund figure ambled toward us, inquiring, And who might you be? Call your dean forth. I am Duke Qingning. Despite his corpulence, I perceived a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, indicating the Duke was no ordinary man. I responded courteously. Greetings, Your Grace. I am but a student of the Academy. It may not bode well for you to gather so many at our gates. Teacher One will be along shortly. Would you kindly step aside and await him? He furrowed his brow and retorted, Which house do you hail from? I do not recognize you. You are a commoner, are you not? I nodded, affirming my humble origins. Before I could elaborate, he interrupted, merely a lowly peasant. You have no right to converse with me. Begone. His words ignited my anger. What of being a commoner? Are commoners not human? Do you nobles consider yourselves superior? Without us, what would you eat or drink? Is it merely the legacy of your ancestors that grants you significance? I refuse to cower. What do you intend to do about it? My retort resonated with the commoners present, who had long endured the oppression of the nobility. Dongri tugged at my sleeve, apprehensive. I later learned that Duke Qingning wielded considerable influence. You insolent peasant dares to defy me? The Duke seethed. Seize him, and teach him a lesson. In the presence of witnesses, he could not act too brazenly. Otherwise, he would have had me eliminated on the spot. His henchmen, understanding his intent, prepared to render me incapacitated. At that moment, Dongri emerged from behind me, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? This is the Night Academy, and you shall not wreak havoc here. Dongri's intervention, far from alleviating my predicament, ensnared him as well. Instantly, voices within the Duke's entourage cried out, That's him. He struck us yesterday. Duke Qingning glared at Dongri, seething, So, you are the one who assaulted my son. I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Surround them, and do not allow them to escape. His followers quickly encircled us, and the situation looked grim. I sensed Dongri wavering beside me. Through mental connection, I reassured him. What is there to fear? Have you forgotten I am a mage? My words bolstered Dongri's confidence. With a mage at our side, we had little to fear. We were enclosed like fish in a barrel, a situation exaggerated by the Duke's command. Seize them. Clearly, he sought a secluded place to punish us. Although the crowd disapproved of such noble tyranny, they were intimidated by the Duke's considerable power and dared not voice their dissent. I felt a surge of indignation. Normally, I would have retreated, but perhaps due to my newfound strength, coupled with the Duke's brazen arrogance, I resolved to confront them head-on. Murmuring an incantation, I summoned a protective aura around Dongri and myself, enveloping us in a soft white glow. To all but Dongri, it appeared as if I were wielding formidable combat energy. In truth, it was merely my radiant aura spell. Duke Qining was taken aback, realizing the strength we possessed. No wonder my son was bested, he mused, relieved that many had accompanied him today. Let us all advance. I do not believe these children can withstand us. Unashamedly relying on numbers? I scoffed. Upon hearing my words, many of the Duke's followers hesitated, indicating they still held some regard for honor. The spirit of knighthood had deeply rooted itself in their minds, making them more manageable. I chanted, "Great element of light, my friend, I beseech you to radiate your boundless brilliance." This was a level 5 light-based offensive spell, visually impressive yet not overwhelmingly potent. As I completed my incantation, a dazzling light erupted from my being, illuminating a 50-meter radius. Those within 10 meters of me were forcefully pushed back, with some of the weaker ones sustaining notable injuries. Coldly, I remarked, "Anyone who wishes to perish may approach. Let us see if we can handle this gaggle of inebriated fools." The onlookers hesitated to make a move. Sensing the tide turning, Duke Qining staggered forward, his small eyes narrowing into slits. "Did you just employ magic? Impressive, young one. I underestimated you. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Know that my title of Duke is not without merit." Barely had he spoken when I felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon me. The Duke, despite his petite stature, exuded an astonishing aura. Surprised? I, too, am a knight of light. You thought only you possessed such power? There are others who wield strength beyond your comprehension. Chapter 63. Displaying weakness to the enemy, I steadied myself, forcing down the rising tide of fear within. I sensed that if a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome would be unpredictable. After all, the title of the Radiant Knight was one reserved for warriors of equal prestige to the Archmage. I could not afford to be careless. I subtly adjusted my magical energy to its optimal state. To Beach, however, I presented a different picture. Initially, he perceived my pallor under his pressure, convinced that I was unable to withstand it, which brought him a sense of smug satisfaction. Suddenly, a faint white aura emanated from me, completely suppressing the force he had projected. I could not help but think, does this young man possess strength that can rival mine? If so, does he not then bear the prowess of an Archmage? How astonishing it would be at such a tender age. As we stood in tense opposition, a voice reached my ears, distinct from the telepathic communication typical of magic. It was conveyed through a more direct auditory method, thus audible only to me. It was the voice of Teacher One, filled with urgency, instructing me, "Longbow, quickly abandon resistance. Let him sense no trace of your strength." A jolt of realization struck me. Indeed, revealing my power so openly was unwise. Hastily, I began to retract my magical energy, allowing a fade of inability to surface on my face. Beach, relieved, assumed my display was merely a fleeting moment. After all, the disparity in our strengths was vast. Just as he was about to take further action against me, an old rival of his made an appearance. "What wind has blown the Duke to my presence?" he remarked with feigned amusement. "What is the meaning of this grand display?" Teacher One's manner of speaking belied his robust exterior, revealing a distinctly slippery demeanor. Upon seeing Teacher One, Beach reluctantly withdrew his imposing aura, sarcastically commenting, "I thought you, old ghost, would remain in seclusion. I am not here for idle chatter. I demand justice." Teacher One feigned surprise. "Justice? What justice? I have not offended you, your grace." The Duke's corpulent visage quivered with anger as he retorted, "Are you unaware? Your disciple has assaulted someone, and you expect me to remain ignorant? You must provide me with an explanation. Yesterday, your disciple struck my son, and numerous noble youths were also harmed. What do you propose we do?" A troubled expression crossed Teacher One's face as he replied, "It seems there is some truth to that, though it differs from your account. My pupil claims the noble youths insulted him first, prompting his response. Ethically, their provocation initiated this conflict." Beach appeared to regain his composure. Yet those familiar with him recognized the simmering fury beneath his placid exterior. He coldly remarked, "So, you intend to shield your disciple?" Teacher Wen maintained his amiable demeanor, smiling as he asked, "May I first examine the injuries of your son?" Before Beach could respond, a plump, extravagantly dressed youth emerged from the crowd of provocateurs, wailing, "Look! Look! He struck my face." He displayed his chubby visage for all to see. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, including Teacher Wen, for the boy bore merely a slap mark on his face, indicative of a surprisingly gentle strike from Winter. Initially, I had anticipated a far more severe outcome, prompting such a gathering for vengeance. I discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Why were you so gentle?" He replied, "One cannot harm indiscriminately. A lesson sufficed." Teacher Wen addressed Beach, "It appears your son's injuries are not severe enough to warrant such an uproar, especially within the Royal Academy of Chivalry." His words carried an unmistakable threat. Enraged, Beach kicked his son back into the group, muttering, "You imbecile! Who allowed you to show your face? You've brought disgrace upon me." He then turned to Teacher Wen, insisting, "Do not press me. If you fail to provide an explanation today, I will not let this matter rest." Teacher Wen's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor as he replied, "What would you have me do? Your son and his companions insulted my disciple. Should my disciple apologize instead? I have yet to seek retribution, and now you dare to accuse me? Do you think me weak?" At that moment, a throng of students from the academy, accompanied by various instructors, surged forth. These students were the nation's future, each one formidable, and their instructors were all of knightly stature or higher. Such strength, one could surmise, would rival even the Dragon Legion of the Kingdom of Shoda. Beach's complexion shifted dramatically. "Fine, you are bold. Should we go to His Majesty for judgment? What does it matter if you have numbers on your side?" Teacher Wen dismissed him with disdain. "You think your numbers intimidate me? I fear you not." Having been appointed as the national teacher by the King of Shoda, Teacher Wen held immense respect and influence. Although his title may not have equaled Beach's, his standing was no less significant. Beach instructed the nobles to await his word, while Teacher Wen dispersed the students. As he departed, he conveyed to me through a whisper to refrain from any action until his return and to keep a close watch on Winter. Indeed, after witnessing Beach's prowess, both Winter and I were left astounded. Who would have anticipated such depth of skill from a duke? One could only speculate what other talents lay hidden among the aristocracy, thus we refrained from acting rashly. Under my counsel, Winter gradually began to let go of her frustrations, reasoning that it was unnecessary to be upset over such provocations. As Beach and Teacher Wen made their way to the palace for judgment, Winter and I were filled with concern. Upon returning to our wooden abode, my usual appetite abated, and I found no desire for food. Instead, Winter reassured me. "Do not worry, with Teacher Wen's connections in Shoda, all will be well." True to his words, within an hour, Teacher Wen returned, though his countenance bore an unmistakable air of displeasure. Chapter 64. The Battle of Reputation. I hurried over to inquire, "What is the matter? Is His Majesty favoring the Duke?" Winter's anxious gaze mirrored my own as we looked at Mr. Wen. With a sigh, Mr. Wen replied, "Not at all. His Majesty is a wise and astute ruler. He judges both sides equally, showing no favoritism." "Then why do I perceive your displeasure?" I pressed on. Mr. Wen continued, "Although His Majesty does not favor either party, he has presented me with a dilemma. He has instructed me to dispatch a team from the Academy to participate in the national martial arts competition held in Shoda every 5 years, and has also mandated that the Duke of Beiki send a team. It is explicitly stated that the side whose team ranks higher will be deemed correct in this matter, and the losing side must publicly apologize to the victors. What? Such a conclusion seems rather unreasonable. We are the ones in the right. Ah, Longbow. You must understand that Beiki wields considerable influence in Shoda. Even His Majesty must tread carefully around him. Moreover, martial prowess is highly esteemed in Shoda, and many matters are resolved through combat." Mr. Wen elaborated with significance. Winter interjected, "But we need not fear. Our academy boasts many formidable students. How could we possibly be intimidated by Beiki? Indeed, with our strength, those noble scions should pose no challenge." Mr. Wen furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. "This is precisely what troubles me. Beiki has specified that you both must participate, and he will also send his eldest son to compete. Each team must comprise 5 members. Although our academy's students possess talent, they are still quite young and lack deep cultivation. Beiki's eldest son, in particular, is no trivial opponent." I scoffed. What can that fat pig possibly achieve? His foolish younger son is evidence enough. Mr. Wen grew serious and admonished me. Longbow, do not underestimate any adversary. You must be aware that the most formidable dragon legion in Shoda is led by his eldest son, who commands the second legion. Such a position cannot be attained through mere influence or bribery. At 38, he was once a prodigious knight in Shoda, having become a sky knight by the age of 30, second only to the former commander of the 3rd Dragon Legion, the Imperial Prince Qi Lu of Shoda, known as the War Tiger. What? Is he not the elder brother? So it follows that no duke's eldest son would be inferior to him. Mr. Wen added. After 8 years, who can say whether he will reach the level of a radiant knight? While Longbow possesses the strength of a mage, his training has been relatively brief. We are also unaware of what other experts Beiki may dispatch, which is why I am genuinely concerned about this competition. I felt a knot of unease in my heart. Although becoming a radiant knight is no trivial feat, nothing is absolute. If the 5 participants on the opposing side possess strength akin to that of my elder brother, we would surely face defeat. In the midst of my internal turmoil, Winter spoke passionately. Teacher, rest assured, even if it means risking our lives, we will achieve ultimate victory. We are the side of justice and must not allow them to prevail. His fervent words inspired me. Yes, we would undoubtedly triumph. Mr. Wen chuckled lightly, addressing Winter. Oh, foolish child, do you understand what justice truly means? Only the strong embody justice. The victors are kings, while the vanquished are deemed thieves. Moreover, fundamentally speaking, Beiki is not an entirely malevolent figure. He merely possesses a few flaws. Winter and I exchanged glances, and I remarked, with such behavior, he cannot be considered a good person. Mr. Wen laughed softly. You are still young and overly naive. In truth, there are no absolute villains or heroes in this world. Notions of good and evil reside within one's thoughts. Therefore, you must strive to act, no matter how small the good, and to refrain from committing even minor evils. Take Beiki, for instance. He is simply obstinate, holds strong racial biases, and is somewhat protective of his own. Yet, when it comes to matters of great importance, he can still make the right choices. Would you deem him truly wicked? Mr. Wen's words profoundly impacted me, solidifying the principles I would carry into my future endeavors. But that was a matter for later. The competition in Shoda was imminent, and there was no time for extensive training. I shall select the 3 strongest students to join you, and in the coming days, I will ensure that you 5 work closely together, maintaining peak performance to secure a commendable rank. In truth, even if you were to lose, it would not be a tragedy. I could simply swallow my pride and seek acknowledgement of error from Beiki, who would likely not make it too difficult for me. As he concluded, Mr. Wen offered a self-deprecating smile, yet I discerned a bitter undertone in his words, clearly lacking faith in our prospects. Winter and I silently resolved to surpass Beiki's team. Mr. Wen was of advanced age, and the people of Shoda were exceedingly proud. We could not allow him to suffer humiliation. Very well, it is late. Rest early. Tomorrow morning, I will assemble your team for training, he said. Winter, you are my greatest concern. Your strength is relatively weaker, and you must train diligently. With that, Mr. Wen retreated to his quarters. After dinner, Winter and I practiced in the courtyard. I pondered aloud, Winter, this competition will be arduous. You should fully exploit your strengths. Winter, curious, asked, what strengths do I possess? I smiled. Undoubtedly, your greatest asset is your archery. Upon hearing this, he immediately deflated. Archery? I have only precision. My strength is lacking, which is of little consequence against masters. I cryptically replied, how can that be useless? What I require is your precision. We can employ magical arrows. With that, I whispered my plan into his ear. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and Winter playfully punched me, exclaiming, how clever of you. Let us proceed with this plan and train our coordination over the next few days. I anxiously cautioned, keep your voice down. This is our secret weapon. Winter quickly covered his mouth, his comical antics making me burst into laughter. Realizing I was teasing him, he rushed over, and we engaged in playful banter. Watching us from the window, Mr. Wen shook his head and murmured to himself, ah, the youth, blissfully unaware of the weight of their troubles. What secrets could they possibly possess? What secrets indeed? Let us await the competition to find out. Chapter 65. New teammates at the break of dawn. Winter and I rose early, exchanging smiles as we reminisced about the fruitful training session from the previous night, filled with confidence for the upcoming competition. However, we noticed that Teacher Wen was absent from the room and the surroundings. Perhaps he had gone to find companions for us. I was eagerly anticipating the arrival of new partners. The wait proved to be quite exasperating, and it was not until midday that Teacher Wen finally returned. I inquired, "Have you found our partners? Why did you take so long?" My tone bore a hint of reproach. With a smile, Teacher Wen replied, "Look at you, so anxious. I am even more eager, but we must carefully select the most suitable candidates." "Does that mean you have already found them? Where are they?" I asked, my impatience rising. "They will arrive in the afternoon. They need to have lunch first, so I asked them to come report back in the afternoon. When they arrive, I will discuss the rules and format of the competition with you. In the meantime, you two should practice a bit more and then have your meal. It is crucial not to overexert yourselves. Maintaining optimal condition is paramount, and it is unrealistic to expect significant improvement in such a short time." "Oh, then we shall practice," I said, somewhat dissatisfied, as I dragged Winter back to the training area. Afternoon arrived swiftly, and while we rested in our room, we heard voices from outside. "Xiao Mali, Xing Aoli Si, Gao Jin, please report." It seemed our teammates had arrived. Teacher Wen responded, "Good, come in." Winter and I hurried outside to greet our new companions. Externally, the trio presented a diverse appearance. Two of them were exceptionally tall, standing around 2 meters. Their physiques robust and muscular, exuding a rugged masculinity despite not being conventionally handsome. Their features bore the marks of arduous training, likely around the age of 27 or 28. The third individual was shorter, measuring about 180 centimeters, slightly shorter than both Winter and me. He had a refined appearance, with deep-set eyes that sparkled with intelligence, probably around 24 or 25 years old. Teacher Wen emerged from the room with a beaming smile, saying, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Xiao, who hails from the kingdom of Aisha and specializes in magic. This is Winter, my apprentice, who is currently the weakest among you. Please take care of each other." He gestured towards the burly man clad in a red warrior's outfit, introducing him as Xing Ao Li Si, who possesses strength nearing that of a sky knight. He could have graduated long ago but chose to remain at the academy to pursue advanced martial arts, making him one of the elite in the warrior hall. Winter and I promptly approached him, performing a respectful bow. Despite Xing Ao's courteous demeanor, I sensed a lack of regard for both Winter and me. Teacher Wen then pointed to the other burly man, continuing, "This is Gao Jin. His situation is similar to that of Xing Ao, also a master in the warrior hall. Indeed, their attitudes towards us were strikingly alike." Lastly, Teacher Wen approached the quiet young man, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "This is Xiao Mali, the foremost expert in the warrior hall, highly respected and known as a sky knight." His formidable strength was evident as Xiao fixed his gaze upon me, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Xiao." I offered a smile, reciprocating the handshake. "Greetings. I am Chang Gong. Welcome to our team." Noticing Xing Ao and Gao standing behind Xiao, I realized that Xiao was their leader. Teacher Wen instructed, "All right, take some time to get to know each other, practice together in the courtyard, and foster camaraderie. I will discuss the competition details with you shortly." We 5 bowed to one another before Teacher Wen departed back into the house. Before I could speak, Winter quickly chimed in. "So you are Xiao, the renowned top expert. I have heard of your reputation, and I look forward to your guidance." Xiao replied coolly, "Guidance is not necessary. We will simply train alongside each other." Winter chuckled awkwardly at his aloofness. I found his demeanor rather off-putting and interjected, "Shouldn't we organize ourselves into a team? We need to elect a captain and decide on a team name." Xing Ao spoke up with enthusiasm. "Why bother with that? The captain should naturally be our leader." Xiao frowned. "Xing Ao, do not speak so lightly. My abilities are not sufficient for the role of captain. Who else could it be, leader? With your strength, if you do not lead, who will?" He cast a disparaging glance at us. "Such arrogance." I smiled faintly. "I hope we can coexist harmoniously. Our shared goal is to surpass Duke by Chi's team and ultimately claim victory, bringing glory to our academy. There is no need for disputes over trivial matters. Let us do this. Each of us will showcase our skills, and whoever demonstrates the greatest prowess shall assume the role of captain." Xiao thought to himself, "Though he is but a child, he possesses some insight. He must have considerable strength." "Very well," he replied. Xing Ao and Gao willingly withdrew, while Winter also opted out, lacking any competitive spirit. I, however, wished to prove that Winter and I were not weaklings. So I stepped forward to challenge Xiao. Xing Ao and Gao clearly believed I was overestimating myself. Gouda even suggested I concede to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Ignoring their remarks, I turned to the impassive Xiuxi. Shall you go first, or shall I? Xiuxi, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, You may proceed as you wish. Feel free to demonstrate. Without hesitation, I responded, Very well. I moved to the center of the courtyard, closed my eyes, and began to shift my body slowly in place. Gradually, my speed increased, and soon, the courtyard was filled with my fleeting shadows. Suddenly, there were no moving figures, but 10 identical versions of myself encircled in the center. Xing Ao exclaimed in astonishment, What is this illusion? How did so many appear at once? The 10 versions of me spoke in unison. This is not an illusion. It is a form of my spatial magic, a short-distance teleportation spell of my own design. Each shadow is both me and not me. This was indeed a unique spell of my creation, unseen even in Aisha, derived from the principles of rapid short-distance movement. In reality, it merely involved swift relocation. Yet it required immense magical power. I had only managed to develop this spell after reaching the level of a mage. Chapter 66. The Radiant Squad. Certainly, I would not rely solely on this. This magic merely serves as a temporal foundation for my grand spell. I commenced a simultaneous incantation with 10 of my duplicates. O great element of light, dearest companion of life, manifest the most exquisite halo upon the earth. This was the gentlest of the 8th level light magic I could wield, known as Radiant Halo, which also serves as a sealing spell. It was my inaugural use of an 8th level spell. As I chanted, each of my 10 selves radiated a soft golden light, conjuring delicate golden halos that encircled those present. They appeared somewhat dazed, with the exception of Shuji. All were ensnared, including Winter. Shuji, relying on his profound martial energy and swift reflexes, emanated a white aura to resist the onslaught of the halos. Yet this proved futile as one halo after another enveloped him. Once more, the 10 of us spoke in unison. Whoever can break free from my magic, I shall recognize as the captain. If none can escape, the leadership shall be mine. Winter chose to forego resistance, knowing this magic would only confine him without causing harm. However, the 3 new teammates proved more formidable, desperately struggling and unleashing their own energies to counter the halos. I took particular care of Shuji, whose form was nearly encapsulated by the halos, resembling a luminous cocoon. After a time, no matter their efforts, they could not dismantle my magic. This disparity in strength was evident, the chasm between a mage and a sky knight. Shuji voluntarily conceded, stating, I surrender. I am willing to acknowledge you as captain. Upon hearing their leader's admission, Gouda and Xingao also relinquished their resistance. I retracted my magic, prompting Xingao to exclaim in anger, You are truly despicable, ambushing us. Smiling, I replied, Would you care for a rematch? This time, I shall grant you ample preparation to see if you can evade my spell. Xingao retorted in fury, You then turned to Shuji, saying, Leader, speak up. We cannot accept a mere brat as our commander. Shuji interjected, Xingao, cease your protests. Ambition is not confined to age. You underestimate the capabilities of Longbow. Even with preparation, we could not withstand his magic. If I am not mistaken, only a mage could render us all defenseless simultaneously. Longbow, you are indeed a mage. His final statement was directed at me, affirming his belief. I nodded, recognizing there was no need for deception. Very well, I concede. I once believed myself a genius. Yet in comparison to you, I still have much to learn. However, I shall strive harder, and when I surpass you, I will reclaim this title. Shuji spoke with a calm assertiveness. Acknowledging my status as a mage, Xingao and the others fell silent. All right, I await your progress and hope you can achieve it. From now on, we shall be both comrades and friends, I expressed sincerely, grasping his hand. Though Xingao and Gouda feigned reluctance, I sensed their acceptance in their hearts. Scratching my head, I asked, Shuji, what do you think we should name our squad? For the first time, Shuji smiled, his expression radiant. What was the magic you just employed? I just cast an 8th level light magic known as Radiant Halo. Then let us henceforth be known as the Radiant Squad. This name received unanimous approval. Shuji gave me the impression that his intellect undoubtedly surpassed his martial prowess. Teacher Wen appeared, whether by coincidence or design. Just as we resolved all matters. It seems you have grown quite fond of one another. This is splendid. I hope you will support each other in forging your own path to success. Come gather around. I shall share details about the competition. We encircled him as Teacher Wen continued. You are about to face a formidable contest. This competition will not only feature numerous skilled individuals from Shuji's homeland, but also participants from the Kingdom of Dalu and the Kingdom of Aisha. For example, Longbow hails from Aisha. Given the multitude of competitors, securing victory will entail overcoming numerous challenges. He paused, glancing at us before continuing. First, there will be a group stage, which I believe you will manage quite well as all are formidable. The matches may consist of one-on-one duels or team battles. When facing strong opponents, I recommend you engage in team battles, for Longbow's magical prowess will offer you a significant advantage. My investigation reveals over 10,000 teams will participate, divided into 1,024 groups for competition. Each group will engage in 10 rounds of matches. Only the group champions will advance, followed by elimination rounds leading to the final showdown. None of us had ever participated in such a competition, and the prospect of winning so many matches felt akin to a marathon of contests. The rules were straightforward. If a competitor was thrown off the stage or voluntarily surrendered, the opponent would be deemed victorious. Aside from the prohibition against taking lives, there were no significant restrictions, allowing participants to fully demonstrate their comprehensive abilities. However, my requirement for you all is that, unless absolutely necessary, you must refrain from causing harm. We must win others over with virtue, embodying the knightly spirit we, as practitioners, ought to uphold. Except for my skepticism, the other four nodded earnestly. Longbow, your role in this competition is pivotal. You are primarily tasked with assisting in offensive maneuvers. When faced with impasses, you must also engage in the assault. I am confident that with your formidable magic, we shall achieve remarkable results. I witnessed your earlier sparring. While practice is commendable, do not let it disrupt camaraderie. In the future, the team you form will recognize Longbow as the captain, but Shuji shall take the lead in decision-making. I trust in Shuji's wisdom. Teacher Wen nodded at Shuji, who responded with a mere acknowledgement of the praise. With 3 days remaining until the competition, I hope you will utilize this time to practice and coordinate effectively. Your combination is potent. To be candid, I genuinely wish for you to preserve my reputation. I also hope you emerge from this battle as renowned heroes. Together, we responded with resounding conviction, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Thus, the initial Radiant Squad, led by the Child of Light, was established. In the subsequent journey of the Child of Light, the formidable Radiant Squad would achieve countless feats and accolades. Chapter 67. The Shoda competition. 3 days swiftly passed, and the members of the Radiant team had developed a preliminary rapport. Time did not permit further refinement. They embarked on their journey to compete. The contest unfolded in the grandest square of Shoda, sprawling over an area equivalent to 10 football fields, where 51 competition arenas had been meticulously constructed. Except for the central arena designated for the semifinals and finals, all other venues hosted simultaneous group matches. By lottery, we were assigned to Group 198, while the Wind Dragon team from Biki was placed in Group 803, and we had yet to encounter their members. As our quintet approached our designated arena, we found ourselves surrounded by competitors from various teams. The audience was cordoned off in the outermost circle of the platforms, where numerous newly constructed tents served as seating. I surveyed the vicinity. Most participants donned samurai attire, with only a scant few representing other professions. Clad in identical white samurai garments, we resolved to refrain from utilizing magic in our preliminary matches. The organizing committee announced the competition rules, and the event commenced. According to the draw, we were to compete third. In the first match, both sides fielded samurai engaged in a one-on-one duel, revealing relatively mediocre strength, lacking even a contender of Earth Knight caliber. The bout devolved into mere exchanges of blows, culminating in a narrow victory of 3-2 for one side. The second match unfolded similarly, nearly lulling us to sleep as we awaited our turn. Finally, the referee for Group 198 announced, in the third match, the Radiant team faces the Iron Legion team. Xing Ao quipped, I hope the Iron Legion isn't merely a heap of scrap metal, provoking laughter among us. Xiaoxi suggested, let us just engage in a team versus team match. It will save us time. I nodded in agreement. Taking to the stage, our uniform white attire, coupled with our heights exceeding 180 centimeters, left the other competitors momentarily stunned. From the opposite end of the arena, a thunderous sound of heavy footsteps approached. The Iron Legion team made their entrance, an impressive sight indeed. 5 individuals clad in cumbersome black armor, their average height surpassing 2 meters, wielded formidable two-handed swords. Xiaoxi leaned in to whisper, they are quite cunning. The confined space of the arena allows them to rush at slightly weaker opponents, and sheer force could secure them a win. I replied, unfortunately for them, they are facing us. We exchanged confident smiles. As the captain, I stepped forward to negotiate, and they readily agreed to a team battle, which favored them. At the referee's signal, the 5 members of the Iron Legion charged forward, wielding their massive swords with considerable bravado. However, their speed was lacking. I, Dong Ri, and Xiao Si remained stationary at the edge of the arena, while Gauda and Xing Ao, brandishing great swords, stood at the forefront. Xiao Si had previously informed me that few could best them in a raw strength contest. As the opponents closed in, Xing Ao let out a fierce roar, his sword emanating a pale yellow aura as he met the leading foe. Their swords clashed, and the once mighty adversary was sent flying, sword and all, while a significant gash was carved into the enemy's blade. What followed was Xing Ao's solo showcase. With a series of swift strikes, he sent their team members reeling. Gauda complained, "You didn't leave me any opponents. You took them all." The other competitors watched in astonishment, many lamenting their misfortune at being grouped with us. I stepped forward to halt Xing Ao's advance and address the opposing team. "I advise you to concede. You should recognize the disparity in our strengths." The leader of the opposing team, propping himself up with his sword, replied solemnly, "Brother, did your teammate just employ Earth Aura?" I nodded in affirmation. What transpired next was quite unexpected. The 5 imposing figures knelt before Xing Ao, the leader imploring, "Brother, please take us as your disciples. We came to this competition seeking a master skilled in aura." Xing Ao's face flushed crimson, having dedicated his life to martial arts. He was unaccustomed to such an encounter. It was Xiao Si who intervened, instructing the 5 to seek us out after the competition concluded and providing them with our contact information. After finally dismissing the Iron Legion team, we concluded our first match. On our way back to the academy, Gauda nudged Xing Ao, saying, "Nice going, brother. You've already gained 5 disciples on the first day of competition. If this continues, we could form an entire legion." Xing Ao ignored him, turning to Xiao Si, asking, "Boss, do you think I should accept them?" Xiao Si smiled, "In my view, they are straightforward and earnest. Accepting them would entail no harm, but the decision lies with you." Subsequently, we partook in one group match each day. The process was remarkably smooth, with Xing Ao, Gauda, and Dong Ri triumphing in each bout, while Xiao Si and I observed with keen eyes. We emerged from Group 198 with an impeccable record of 10 victories. During the intermissions, we observed the Wind Dragon team dispatched by Biki, astonishingly. They sent only one competitor of Earth Knight caliber, easily defeating 5 opponents to progress to the next round. All other members remained elusive, and Teacher Ju remarked that this individual was likely their weakest link. The situation appeared rather grim. With the preliminary rounds concluded, we enjoyed a 2-day respite before the draw for the elimination rounds. The first round was scheduled to last 4 days, with our match set for the 3rd day, affording us a total of 4 days to recuperate, a schedule we found quite agreeable. We chose not to analyze our opponent's strengths further, instead focusing on enhancing our teamwork. Among us, Dong Ri exhibited the most rapid progress, while his aura remained stagnant. His innate affinity for natural elements, combined with my magical guidance, enabled him to grasp some intermediate light magic. He successfully integrated the basic light spell, Light Arrow, into his archery, significantly augmenting its power. Chapter 68. Demonstrating strength today marks the commencement of the first round of the semifinals. Uncertain of the opponent's prowess, we nonetheless remain confident that no force can impede our progress. We arrive at Shoda Square, where the audience has gathered in droves around the arena. As we ascend the platform, the referee announces the competing teams. We are now set for match 384 of the 1024 to 512 elimination round, pitting the Radiant Knights Academy's glorious team against the Demon Squad, formed by a coalition of warriors from various nations. A wave of applause greets our introduction, while hisses accompany the mention of our opponents. I later learned that during the group stages, the Demon Squad's adversaries suffered severe injuries, with some barely clinging to life. The Demon Squad comprises 3 warriors and 2 mages, and I can sense their formidable strength. I turn to Xiosher and remark, "It seems our time to shine has arrived." Clearly adept at teamwork, the Demon Squad takes their positions on the platform. As the referee signals the start, the match begins. The 3 warriors do not rush into battle. Instead, their mages cast various protective spells upon them, a revelation that astonishes me. Both mages exhibit the prowess of grand sorcerers, though their capabilities far exceed mine. The protective spells they wield are remarkably sophisticated. I intercept Xing'ao and Gouda, who are eager to attack, insisting, "Allow me to handle this." Since they have mages, let them witness the true essence of magic. As the match progresses, my anticipation grows. Seeing their mages ignites my competitive spirit. Xiaoshi calmly advises, "Do not grant them an opportunity. Eliminate them swiftly." Xing'ao, recognizing the challenge posed by our opponents, quietly confides, "If you can defeat them single-handedly, I will concede to your strength." I glance at him and respond, "So you still harbor doubts? Very well. Today I shall demonstrate my offensive magic. You all may stand down." The last remark is directed at the team. Though Xing'ao and Gouda appear apprehensive, Xiaoshi reassures them, "Let us go. They are fundamentally outmatched." As everyone steps down, the opposing team, having cast their protective spells, is taken aback to find only one warrior in the arena. A mage questions, "Are you the sole contender? Can you truly represent your team?" I smile and reply, "Certainly. As long as you defeat me, you shall claim victory." One of the warriors clad in red armor, incensed, bellows, "You underestimate us. Even a radiant knight may falter against our combined might. Brothers, charge forth and let him pay for his arrogance." The three warriors rush at me, while the two mages begin chanting their spells. "Great fire element, gather beside me. Coalesce into a dragon of flame, and vanquish the enemy before me." A fire dragon manifests, indicating that he is a fire mage. "Great water element, gather beside me. Coalesce into a dragon of water, and vanquish the enemy before me." A water dragon emerges, revealing the presence of a water mage. They commence with dual 6th-tier spells of water and fire, complemented by the assault of three warriors with the strength of earth knights. Their capabilities are indeed impressive, and it is evident that my provocation has incited them to unleash their full power. Had such magic and martial prowess been directed at me 3 or 4 years ago, it would have posed a significant threat. However, now, they are no match for me. As their magic takes form, I swiftly teleport to a corner of the arena to buy myself some time, then begin my incantation. "Great light element, permit me to harness your formidable power. Let boundless light fill the earth, shine forth." A blinding radiance emanates from me, instantly consuming the approaching water and fire dragons. The dazzling light envelopes the entire arena, and the members of the demon squad are forcefully expelled from the platform by my potent magic, illumination of the 9 provinces. When my magic contacts them, I retract some of my mana, ensuring that they are merely displaced and unharmed. The water and fire dragons possess considerable power, rivaling my own spell in sheer force. Yet, their magical energy pales in comparison to mine, and the disparity in the warrior's fighting spirit is stark. Moreover, my psychological tactics have yielded success. Had they not been provoked into reckless aggression, but rather consolidated their defense, victory would not have been so easily attained. Under such advantageous circumstances, I naturally emerge victorious with ease. The audience erupts into fervent applause, and, buoyed by the atmosphere, I cannot help but throw my head back and roar, exuding an aura that challenges all heroes of the world. Descending from the platform, Dongri rushes over, exclaiming, "Changong, you were simply magnificent. I never realized magic could be so effective." I boastfully reply, "Study diligently, master this art, and you shall shine in your own right." Following this display of strength, both Gouda and Xing'ao finally comprehend that my earlier victories over them were not mere flukes, and they are thoroughly impressed. In the subsequent matches, we encounter little resistance, facing no team stronger than the Demon Squad, and we triumphantly advance to the top 32. Through careful observation, Xiaoshi and I note that several other members of the Wind Dragon Squad have appeared, all of whom are warriors. As we anticipated, apart from the Earth Knight who led the initial charge, the others possess the strength of Sky Knights. Whether they harbor any hidden prowess remains uncertain. The most formidable threat looms in the form of Biki's eldest son. Throughout all these matches, I have yet to witness his true capabilities. He has only offered guidance to his teammates during their moments of peril, enabling the Wind Dragon Squad to navigate through challenges seamlessly. This commander of the Earth Dragon's 2nd Legion possesses an innate aura of leadership, exhibiting remarkable composure regardless of the match's circumstances, embodying the spirit of remaining unshaken even in the face of overwhelming adversity. He stands approximately 190 centimeters tall, lean yet radiating explosive power from his very core. I cannot help but feel a twinge of concern. I hope he does not surpass the threshold of the Radiant Knight, for that would spell trouble for us. Our next adversaries are the prince's team, dispatched by the guardian Prince Chilushoda. This squad is highly favored to claim victory and, at present, appears to be the strongest, with all 5 members being Sky Knights, evidently a result of years of synchronized training. Surpassing the Wind Dragon squad, dispatched by Beaky, will pose our greatest challenge yet. I wonder if I shall encounter Prince Chilu, the father of my brother, the Battle Tiger, to fulfill the singular task entrusted to me by my elder sibling. Chapter 69. The Battle of Strength. As long as we reach the top 16, we will encounter Duke Beaky's Wind Dragon team. Therefore, we must successfully overcome the Prince team. After a day of rest, we arrived at the arena, ready to endure the most arduous battle since the beginning of the competition. For today's fight, I deliberately changed from my previous white attire to don the robe of light, while Shosi and the others also donned their armor. Standing on the arena, an unsettling feeling washed over me upon seeing my opponents. The 5 members of the opposing team exuded an aura of unity. However, to complement one another, we chose to engage in a group battle, with the match not yet commenced. I encouraged my teammates to warm up while I stepped forward with my magic staff and politely said, "Greetings. It is a great honor to compete against your Prince team." The adversaries, clad in silver samurai attire, were taken aback by my courtesy. A tall member among them stepped forward and replied, "Hello. We observed your performance yesterday and are aware of your formidable magic, but today we shall ensure your journey ends here. Our goal is the championship." Although his tone was courteous, confidence radiated from his words. I scrutinized him closely, noting his resemblance to Brother Xantigar, albeit older. I couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask, are you Prince Shoda's son?" He appeared quite surprised and responded, "How do you know? I am Shanyun Shoda, the commander of our country's Earth Dragon 1st Legion." While I had mentally prepared for him being Brother Xantigar's sibling, I was taken aback to learn he was the commander of the Earth Dragon Legion. Steadying myself, I asked, "How is Prince Shoda?" Shanyun looked at me quizzically and replied, "Quite well." "Why do you ask?" I smiled and said, "I will tell you after the match. Let us give our all and see if you can truly block my path forward." My words ignited his spirit, and he declared, "Very well, young brother. Let me see if your magic is truly as powerful as you claim." The referee announced the commencement of the match. According to our prior arrangement, Shiosi, Xingao, and Gouda took the front, tasked with intercepting the opponent's attacks, while Dongri and I stayed behind. My role was to unleash magic, while Dongri would provide cover and support. I took the lead in offense. With trepidation, I waved my staff and began to chant, "Light element, my friend, dispel evil with your endless radiance. Holy light, grant clarity and a measure of defense to my allies. Light element, my friend, transform into a sacred halo to protect my comrades." Sacred halo enveloped Shiosi and the others, merging with their fighting spirit to forge a stronger defensive barrier. Light element, my friend, become a blade of light to vanquish the foes before me. Light/sword, a level 6 attack spell, directly targeting the 5 opponents. I unleashed 3 level 6 spells in quick succession, under the protection of my magic. Shiosi and the others charged forward, wielding their knightly swords alongside my light/sword. Leading the charge was Shanyun, forming a conical formation with his teammates, their swords emanating white fighting spirit. As we approached within 3 meters, Shanyun shouted, "Starshine, shatter the wicked." The 5 swords swung in unison, converging into a powerful white energy sphere that surged toward us. There was no time to evade. My light/sword met the energy sphere first, only to be swiftly devoured by its might. Next, Xingao and Gouda, caught off guard, could only parry with their blades, unable to execute their own combat techniques. Shiosi, reacting slightly quicker, shouted, "Illusory slash," as his sword emitted a shadowy light in counterattack. The initial clash ended in our dismal defeat. Gouda and Xingao were sent flying beside me. Had Dongri not caught them in time, they would have been thrown from the arena, blood spewing from their mouths, rendering them nearly incapacitated. Shiosi fared somewhat better, retreating 5 or 6 steps with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast to our plight, the opposing team appeared relatively unscathed, with only minor tears in their samurai attire, likely from my light/sword. Their combination technique was overwhelmingly powerful. Had I not cast protective spells on Shiosi and the others, we might all be lying down now. Shanyun, embodying the knightly spirit, did not pursue us further. Calmly, he said, "You should concede. Although you managed to withstand this blow, the next one will not be so easily endured. Surrender." With his sword braced against the ground for support, Xiaoxi glared with fury, vehemently declaring, "We will never surrender. If you have the skill, then defeat us all." Shan shook his head, stating, "You leave me no choice." The 5 members of the prince team simultaneously raised their swords. I could wait no longer. I rushed to Xiaoxi's side, raised my magic staff high, and chanted, "Great light element, the closest companion of life, form the most beautiful halo to bestow upon the world." As I recited the incantation, a small light spot appeared on my forehead, gradually brightening into a pale golden orb, which then transformed into a magnificent golden halo aimed at Shan Yun and his team. To concentrate my power, I poured all my magical energy into this single halo, amplifying its strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shan Yun's eyes as he raised his sword and shouted, "Gathering stars, slash." The 5 swords lifted simultaneously, emitting 5 white energy streams that coalesced into a massive energy sword, cleaving toward my radiant halo. I focused all my concentration on maintaining the integrity of the halo. When the energy sword collided with it, my entire body trembled, straining to keep the halo intact. In terms of magic, this was equivalent to 5 magicians unleashing their spells simultaneously. The opposing energy sword shattered against the halo, which rebounded, and blood trickled from the corners of Shan Yun's mouth, indicating they had sustained some internal injuries. I, too, felt discomfort, only slightly better than they were, as I struggled to stabilize the halo and gathered magical power for another assault. In this dire situation, the remaining combat-capable Xiaoxi and Dongri were pushed to the edge of the arena by the overwhelming energy and fighting spirit. I knew that if I could ensnare the opponents with the halo, victory would be within our grasp. Chapter 70. Another encounter with little gold. Shan Yun wiped his mouth, offering a bitter smile as he lamented, "It seems I have underestimated you. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, you would have already attained the level of a magus? Truly astonishing. It appears I can no longer hold back my strength." This technique was originally intended for Bill and the Wind Dragon team, but it seems you shall be the first to experience it. Come, my brothers, let us show them our true power. With that, he raised his long sword high, and his 4 companions unleashed 4 beams of white fighting spirit that soared into the sky. Shan Yun appeared to struggle as the white light on his longsword gradually transformed into a crimson radiance, suddenly ascending to merge with the 4 white beams above, forming a colossal blood-red longsword. Xiaoxi exclaimed, "This is bad. It's divine fighting spirit." Shan Yun's face was pale, yet a victorious smile graced his lips as he declared, "Indeed, it is divine fighting spirit. Let us see if my paladin's might can rival that of a magus. Behold my ultimate technique, bloodstained elegance." Just as I regained control of the aura and charged towards the prince's team, I heard Xiaoxi's cry of alarm. Retreat was no longer an option. It was time to fight. Gritting my teeth, I released all my magical energy, the aura flashing with an even more brilliant golden light as I surged forward once more. 2 formidable forces collided in midair, sending shockwaves that shattered the arena. Shan Yun and his companions were knocked to the ground, but I was the worst off, spewing blood and feeling my mind cloud over as I collapsed into Dongri's embrace. I sensed that my magical energy had nearly evaporated, leaving the golden orb pitifully small. Fortunately, the audience, seated at a distance, remained unscathed, their astonished gasps echoing in response to our overwhelming power. Dongri and Xiaoxi, behind me, seemed to have escaped the brunt of the impact, albeit looking a bit disheveled. Shan Yun rose from the ground, exclaiming, "Such powerful magic. It took the combined strength of all 5 of us just to withstand it. I, too, am left without any combat capability." Glancing at his fallen teammates, he shook his head with a bitter smile. "They can no longer fight either." Xiaoxi coldly stated, "Then you should concede. We still have 2 fighters who can continue." "Concede? Absolutely not. Come, little eagle, merge." Though my body could barely move, I knew that Shan Yun was employing beast fusion, capable of restoring part of his combat strength. With the aid of the beast's power, we still had a chance alongside Dongri and the injured Xiaoxi. I quietly called out to Little Gold, "Little Gold, I have no magical energy left. Can you still fight? Please help me." Little Gold replied that its accumulated energy could sustain it for approximately 3 minutes. I weakly reached out to grasp Dongri, who was about to charge forward, whispering, "Save your secret technique for the next match. Let me handle this. Arise, Little Gold." With a flash of golden light, Little Gold emerged, taking a draconic form and unleashing a mighty roar. Aware of the urgency, I immediately commanded it to attack. instructing it to conserve energy by executing a physical assault. Little Gold flapped its enormous wings, soaring toward Shan Yun, who seemed momentarily stunned by fear. Realizing the danger, he swung his longsword, enveloped by the beast's aura, and shouted, "Divine Wind Eagle Sword." A beam of eagle-shaped fighting spirit shot forth toward Little Gold. In truth, Shan Yun's strength was nearly depleted, relying entirely on the beast for support. Little Gold, with a mighty flap of its wings, extended a massive foreclaw and seized the eagle-shaped energy, akin to capturing a falcon. In a display of overwhelming power, Little Gold crushed it, then dove toward Shan Yun. Fearing for Shan Yun's life, I urgently communicated with Little Gold, instructing it not to harm him. Little Gold retracted its claw and used its wings to send Shan Yun flying, rendering him unconscious on the ground, unable to rise again. Once more, victory was achieved through Little Gold's formidable strength. I was utterly exhausted, managing to retract Little Gold before slipping into unconsciousness. Gradually, I regained consciousness, blinking in confusion as I found myself in a small wooden cabin, alone. The slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through me, as if my body were on the verge of collapse. I focused my energy to assess my magical power, and the result could only be described in one word: dire, extremely dire. My remaining magic was at less than 30% of optimal capacity, and I had no idea how long I had been resting. Outside, I heard Dong Ri's voice. "Teacher, I think I heard a commotion from the longbow." Dong Ri entered. "Longbow, you're awake. How do you feel?" "Yes, I ache all over." "What time is it?" I replied weakly. "It is already the afternoon of the second day." "You have been unconscious for an entire night and day," Dong Ri informed me. "Ah, tomorrow is the match against the Wind Dragon team. What about the others?" Dong Ri sighed and shook his head, saying, "Gouda and Xingao will definitely not be able to participate tomorrow. They are both severely injured. Even if Xiuxi fights, he likely won't be fully recovered. I never imagined the prince's team would be so formidable. We truly achieved a Pyrrhic victory, and I have no idea how we will proceed tomorrow." Just then, we heard Teacher Wen's voice. "Is Longbow awake?" "Yes, he just regained consciousness," Dong Ri replied. Teacher Wen entered, and I felt ashamed as I said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Wen. I have let you down." He laughed heartily. "Silly child, what are you saying? You have performed remarkably well. I never anticipated that Chalu would send Shan Yun to battle, nor that he had reached the level of a paladin. Originally, there were 6 paladins on the continent, 4 in Xiuda and the rest in the Dalo Kingdom. With Shan Yun, that makes 7. If Bill possesses similar strength, victory would be impossible for you tomorrow. I am already overjoyed that you managed to defeat opponents far stronger than yourselves. Even if you lose tomorrow, it is no great matter. Rest well. If it comes to it, you can forfeit the match." With a determined tone, I replied, "No, we must compete tomorrow. No matter what. Even if it's just Dong Ri and I, we will participate." Deep down, I understood that winning would require a miracle. Teacher Wen merely smiled and said, "Rest well. We shall see what tomorrow brings." Once he left, I fixed my gaze firmly on Dong Ri's eyes, gritting my teeth as I declared, "No matter how I recover by tomorrow, we must go into battle, giving everything we have." Tears glistened in Dong Ri's eyes as he grasped my hand, affirming, "All right, we will fight with all we've got tomorrow. We must restore Teacher Wen's honor. We are just, and justice shall prevail." Chapter 71. The fatal arrow winner has departed, and my thoughts are consumed solely by the desire to swiftly restore my magical power. I close my eyes, concentrating all my spirit on the significantly reduced golden orb within me, which is gradually rotating, absorbing, and compressing magical energy. This process is far too slow. I release my mind and summon the light elements from the air. In my perception, numerous tiny light points rush towards me. Much quicker than my previous self-repair method. I feel relieved and devote all my energy to the restoration of my magical power. As the match is about to commence, only 3 of us stand on the arena. Myself, Xiuxi, and Winter. Xingao and Gouda are too severely injured to continue. If I still possess magical power by the end of this match, perhaps I can assist in their recovery, but even now, my magical energy is barely at 70 of its optimal state. Nevertheless, I believe I must give it my all. Earlier this morning, upon realizing that my magical power could not fully recover, I had tried to communicate with Xiao Jin in hopes of leveraging its strength to secure victory. However, no matter how I called, I could not awaken it. Later, I discovered that during the last match, I had overexerted my magical power, causing Xiao Jin to fear for my well-being. It returned all its stored magical power to me, falling into a deep slumber due to its energy depletion. Otherwise, I would not have even regained 30 of my magical power. Today, the crowd in attendance is vast, including Duke Beachy and Teacher One. It is too late for words now. We must fight. Just like the previous match, we opt for a team strategy, though this time I stand at the forefront. Holding my staff, I gaze across at Bill Ning. Despite their undeniable advantage today, he does not exhibit any arrogance. He stands there, serene like a towering mountain, impenetrable to my scrutiny. I am aware that I am about to face a formidable opponent. For Bill's strength is certainly on par with that of the last match as Shanyun. We must employ an unexpected strategy for victory. Silent, I raise my staff, close my eyes, and attune my senses. Rather than reciting incantations, I channel my meager fighting spirit into the staff, simultaneously drawing a portion of magical power from my core to merge with it, allowing the two to slowly resonate. This is the magical fusion technique I inadvertently developed under the tutelage of Brother Body, where magic serves as the primary force, complemented by fighting spirit, creating a harmonious synthesis. Though I am not yet proficient in this technique, I have no alternative. Given my current magical power, I cannot afford to cast many large spells. Yet this method conserves energy. Bill senses the formidable aura emanating from me, particularly from the staff, which accumulates terrifying energy. Uncertain of the magic at play, he and his teammates form a robust defensive network. I telepathically inform Winter to prepare for his shot. This is our singular opportunity, and failure is not an option. Extending my left hand, I gather all remaining magical power, which emanates a faint golden glow. I chant, "Light elements, my friends, I implore you. Unleash boundless flames and obliterate the enemies before us." This is a 7th-tier light magic, Light Flame Devourer. As the incantation concludes, vast waves of light elements coalesce into an overwhelming inferno, launching towards Bill. Aware that pure defense would render him too passive, Bill reveals his strength, emanating a soft golden glow. He instructs his teammates to fortify their defenses, raises his knight's sword, and shouts, "Sky-splitting cross slash." However, he does not strike at me, but instead targets the air above my magic, creating a cross-shaped rift that absorbs all the light elements I unleashed. Another light knight. Truly, Shuda is a realm of exceptional talents. Teacher when S expression shifts dramatically, he realizes the implications. I am taken aback. His technique bears a striking resemblance to my dimension slash, but with far greater potency. I can no longer hesitate. I urgently swing my staff, transforming the explosive energy into a razor-sharp beam directed at him. This is my decisive strike. The previous magic was merely a distraction. I know it would not have been effective. Exerting my all into this nameless fusion technique, my magical and physical strength are nearly depleted, and I kneel on the ground, thinking to myself, "Winter, the rest is up to you." Bill calls out, "Not good. Everyone be cautious." He quickly moves to the front of his team, sweeping his knight's sword horizontally, emitting a beam of golden light, sword-dragging slash. If he had been prepared, the outcome might have been equal. But he had just endured a 7th-tier magic attack and is now responding too hastily. Engaging my fusion technique, which rivals an 8th-tier attack magic, he is bound to suffer. A tremendous explosion reverberates through the arena, enveloping it in smoke. I am thrust backward by the intense recoil, and Shosi catches me. At that moment, my ultimate strike is unleashed, the true fatal blow. 5 faint light shadows emerge from behind me and Shosi, piercing into the smoke. Almost immediately, muffled groans echo from within the haze, and my heart swells with joy. We have succeeded. Indeed, the light shadows were not conjured by me, but were the result of Winter, who had been waiting for the opportune moment. He concentrated all his fighting spirit and magical power into these 5 arrows, and with his elven eyesight, he unleashed the fatal arrows at a moment when visibility was obscured. Duke Beachy and Teacher One rise from their seats, and as the smoke begins to dissipate, we see Bill's companions collapsed on the ground, each with a short arrow embedded in their left shoulders, writhing in pain. Bill supports himself with his knight's sword, bearing a similar arrow in the same spot on his shoulder. Winter exclaims, "Longbow, we have succeeded." Just as we prepare to celebrate our victory, Bill's voice carries over. "While I commend your strategy and strength, you have not yet won." Slowly rising from the ground, the audience gasps in astonishment as he grips the arrow shaft and yanks it free, revealing no blood, for he has evidently sealed his pressure points with fighting spirit. He calmly states, "In truth, had this been an ordinary match, I would have conceded, for you showed mercy. Otherwise, none of them could withstand the magic arrows unleashed just now. He enunciates the final 3 words with deliberate gravity. Chapter 72. The end of the match, he regarded me with an air of indifference, inquiring, "Am I correct, Longbow?" I struggled to rise from Xiuxi's embrace, swaying slightly before he steadied me. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, offering a wry smile as I replied, "You are indeed correct. Though I have yet to achieve my anticipated goal, otherwise, you should not be standing." Bill chuckled, expressing, "To be honest, I truly admire you. Given the arduous victory you achieved against the Prince's team 2 days ago, I initially believed you would have no capacity for resistance today. Yet, to my surprise, we have lost 4 men. Were it not for my father's honor, I would not have engaged with you at all." To me, his words felt mocking. I waved my hand dismissively and said coldly, "Enough of this. What purpose does it serve? Do you think we have lost our fighting spirit? Can you guarantee your victory? Come on, we will not concede. Defeat me until I can rise no more." Xiuxi and Dongri supported me on either side. In a tone only they could hear, I whispered, "I may not last much longer. You must take over and defeat him." Dongri swiftly drew his bowstring with lightning speed, sending a shadow hurtling toward Bill. Bill smiled faintly, muttering, "Do you wish to employ the same tactic again?" Meanwhile, he deftly positioned his knight's sword to intercept the arrow's path. The powerful impact of the elven arrow forced Bill to take a step back. He praised, "Excellent archery. You are the finest archer I have ever encountered. I cannot evade your arrows. If given the chance, I would certainly recruit you into my 2nd Legion." Standing on opposing sides, Dongri interpreted his words as derision. She retracted her bow and lunged forward with her knight's long sword. I quickly urged, "Xiuxi, you must join. He cannot face him alone." Xiuxi lowered me to the ground and joined the fray. Although Xiuxi was only 1 rank below Bill, the disparity in their combat abilities was significant. Bill effortlessly countered their assaults while stating, "Longbow, why do you not summon the beast you used yesterday? Only then might you have a chance at victory." A bitter smile crept across my face. If I could summon Xiao Jin, would he still be so arrogant? My magical energy had been nearly depleted. What could I use against him? Bill, sensing my silence, deduced my inability to summon and laughed heartily, intensifying his offensive. Instantly, both Xiuxi and Dongri found themselves in dire straits. I hastily called out, "Xiuxi, defend. Dongri, shoot." Upon hearing my command, Dongri hesitated not a moment, withdrawing from the fray to release an arrow. His unparalleled precision vexed Bill, who bellowed, the essence of the Thunder Leopard sword technique, Furious Leopard Thunder. The knight's sword in his hand transformed into a torrent of blades, raining down upon Dongri and Xiuxi. Dongri's arrow was shredded by the ferocious sword curtain, while Xiuxi managed to absorb much of the force. They were both sent soaring by the overwhelming power, blood raining down like a storm. In the VIP section, Teacher 1 and Duke Bitch stood, alarmed. When I next beheld Dongri and Xiuxi, they lay beside me, battered and bruised. Dongri had lost consciousness, while Xiuxi was in a similarly dire state, his armor shattered, the knight's sword reduced to a mere hilt, countless wounds adorning his body. It was over. Had we truly no means to defeat Bill? Bill stepped forward, apologizing. I did not wish to employ such a formidable technique, but Dongri's archery proved too challenging to counter. I had no alternative but to resort to this. He urged us to concede. Now, I was the only one capable of action. I could not afford to lose. Never before had I yearned for victory so fiercely. Bolstered by this fervent desire, I somehow managed to stand once more, casting a cold glance at Bill. Trembling, I raised my magic staff and began to chant, "O great God of creation, I beseech your aid. With your boundless power, awaken the source of my life." Just as I uttered these words, a towering figure appeared behind me, striking my neck with a palm. I gasped, collapsing to the ground. It was Teacher 1 who had arrived at this critical moment, emotionally embracing my unconscious form, murmuring, "Foolish child, how could you be so reckless? How could you invoke life magic? Had I arrived a moment later, I would never have forgiven myself." Tears streamed down Teacher 1's cheeks. Indeed, I sought to use life magic to unlock my potential, yet the cost would have been no less than half my life force, perhaps even my very existence. Thankfully, Teacher 1 had heard my incantation in time to stop me. The spectators below erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, many recognizing Li Ku 1, and others shouting, "Foul play! Foul play!" The referee approached respectfully, inquiring, "Director, what is this?" Teacher 1, holding me aloft, waved his hand, announcing, on behalf of the Radiant team. I concede. He turned to Bill, stating, I will apologize to your father. Bill attempted to say something, but upon seeing the profound sorrow etched on Teacher Wen's face, he ultimately remained silent. The match concluded with our disheartening defeat. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an unfamiliar place, my neck aching as I surveyed the spacious room. In addition to my own bed, there were 4 others, occupied by the remaining members of our Radiant team. Gouda and Xingao were seated and conversing, while Dongri and Xiuxi lay still, either unconscious or asleep. I groaned in pain, prompting Xingao to exclaim, Ah, Longbo is awake. How are you, Longbo? I weakly replied, I am not dead yet. How do we end up here? What happened at the end of the match? Xingao sighed and began recounting our experiences following our unconsciousness. After the match concluded, King Shuda, having heard of our indomitable spirit, granted us permission to recuperate within the royal palace, allowing the imperial physicians to tend to our injuries. Surprisingly, Duke Bitch did not penalize Teacher Wen nor accepted his apology, merely stating that the matter would be forgotten. Hearing that Teacher Wen had not been humiliated, I breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting, it appears I still have a long journey ahead. Xingao chuckled warmly, replying, Come now, Longbo, I must sincerely say that I am completely devoted to you. The fact that we managed to defeat the prince's team astonishes me, and the 3 of you nearly triumphed over the Wind Dragon team. Teacher Wen mentioned that had he not intervened, you would have resorted to life magic. You truly are tenacious. Without you, we might not have had the strength to fight back at all. Xiuxi, Gouda, and I resolved that when we triumphed over the prince's team, we would definitely venture forth with you, not for any other reason, but for you as a person. Chapter 73. Preparing for departure. The words spoken by Xingao enveloped me in warmth, prompting a smile as I reassured him, Rest assured, we are a united team. I shall never forget you all. How are Dongri and Xiuxi faring? I inquired. Though their injuries are severe, they are no longer in mortal danger. They simply require ample rest. You should also take a break. Refrain from speaking too much. I will call you when it's time for dinner. All right, I replied, my eyelids feeling heavy. I shall rest for a while. With all matters resolved, though not entirely to my satisfaction, I felt a wave of relaxation wash over me, and I comfortably drifted into slumber. I lost track of time until an alluring aroma roused me from my dreams, pulling me back to consciousness. As I groggily opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of everyone gathered for a meal. Weakly, I asked, Is there anything for me? I am quite hungry. Teacher Wen, who was also present in the room, smiled upon seeing me awake. I was just about to call you, he said. You are quite the glutton. Come, join us. A maid assisted me into a semi-reclined position as she set a small table atop my bed, bringing forth a bowl of rich soup and some pastries. With a hint of embarrassment, I expressed, I apologize, Teacher Wen, for not fulfilling my mission. Teacher Wen gently shook his head. Child, you have done exceedingly well. However, you must not recklessly employ life magic. I cannot afford to be as lenient as Lauren, and Beachy is not so unreasonable. In a fair contest, we would undoubtedly prevail. In truth, your failure may not be such a misfortune. It has illuminated your shortcomings. Strive diligently in the future, but for now, let us eat. His final remark was directed to all of us. At that moment, my hunger took precedence, and I could hardly engage in conversation. The delicate, pale yellow broth wafted an enticing fragrance. I took a sip and exclaimed, This is exquisite. What kind of soup is this? Xiuxi replied. This is the royal secret concoction known as zhangxiantang, made from various game meats and mushrooms, simmered with precious herbs such as ginseng, reishi, deer antler, and Heisho Wu for an extended period. It is truly a rare delicacy, and you are fortunate to partake in it. My cheeks flushed, and I mumbled, What do you mean by fortunate? Did you not have any? This incited laughter among everyone, and I too could not contain my amusement until I felt a twinge in my wounds. Friendship, much like the rich soup, permeated the room. Our shared experiences of life and death had profoundly strengthened our bonds. I devoured my portion with fervor while others were still eating. Glancing around, I noticed Dongri was the slowest eater, so I asked him, Are your pastries delectable? He met my eager gaze with a chuckle, saying, Here, catch. He tossed a piece my way, which I expertly caught with my mouth. Turning to Xiuxi, I exclaimed, Wow, why does your soup taste different from mine? What flavor is this? My words triggered an uncontrollable fit of laughter, causing pastries to be spewed forth. I cried out, Don't waste it if you aren't eating. Ultimately, Teacher Wen intervened, advising, Long Gong, if you wish to take their lives, continue your jesting. Their wounds are on the verge of bursting. You ought to eat less. You are too weak, and overeating would do more harm than good. Heeding Teacher Wen's counsel, I reluctantly reclined, having never tasted anything so exquisite. I resolved to consume more at the next meal and discreetly whispered to the maid to prepare a larger portion for me. The daily feasts provided us with ample nourishment, and our injuries healed remarkably quickly. After just over 10 days, we were nearly fully recovered. However, I found myself reluctant to heal too swiftly, for I had yet to savor all the royal delicacies. One day, Teacher Wen, observing our near full recovery, decided to take us to meet the emperor. I deemed this necessary. We could not simply indulge in their bountiful offerings without expressing our gratitude. The palace felt akin to a labyrinth, and within mere minutes, I found myself disoriented, noticing that my companions were similarly affected. We arrived before a grand edifice, which Teacher Wen informed us was the Hall of Diligence of King Shoda. Together, we approached, and under Teacher Wen's guidance, we knelt as he instructed us to shout, "Long live the king." After the chant, I dared to lift my gaze slightly. Was this truly King Shoda? Seated upon the dragon throne was a man clad in splendid robes, likely in his 70s. With a straight posture and eyes that sparkled with vitality. No need for formalities. Rise, he commanded. King Shoda evidently held us in high regard, inquiring if we would be interested in serving as officials. After a prolonged silence, I realized they were all looking at me, wondering what I would say. I was not a citizen of Shoda, yet I felt compelled to speak, crafting an elaborate response about our youth and the lessons learned from the competition, which had revealed our need for further training. I expressed our commitment to serve our nation once we had mastered martial arts. Teacher Wen listened with a quiet amusement. Fortunately, King Shoda was quite enlightened and did not press us further. He offered us a few encouraging words before permitting us to take our leave. At long last, we returned to Teacher Wen's humble abode. Though it lacked the sumptuous meals we had grown accustomed to, it was comforting in its familiarity and freedom. Following our return, the 5 of us remained inseparable, engaging in daily physical training and practicing martial arts together. I imparted what I could of light magic, while simultaneously learning from both them and Teacher Wen. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 months had elapsed. Though I was loath to part from my close companions, I knew I must fulfill my mission. I approached Teacher Wen and expressed my gratitude for his guidance and care during my stay. I believe it is time for me to depart and pursue the mission bestowed upon me by Teacher D. Teacher Wen patted my shoulder, sighing wistfully. To be honest, I shall miss you dearly. You have become like one of my own students. I smiled in response. I have always been your student, and I shall return to visit you all. Teacher Wen sighed again. Very well. Inform the others and prepare to leave tomorrow. I nodded and returned to the courtyard. When I shared my intention to embark on my mission with my friends, they surprisingly did not express sadness, which left me somewhat disheartened. I retreated to my room to pack my belongings, awaiting the dawn of our journey. Chapter 74. A visit to Shanyun. Upon returning to my chamber, I sat on the bed, reflecting on the myriad events that transpired during my time in Shoda. Not only did I enhance my magical prowess significantly under the tutelage of Brother Janti, but I also acquired some rudimentary martial techniques. My Rising Dragon technique has nearly reached an exceptional level. I believe I possess the strength of a knight now. Everyone expressed astonishment at the rapidity of my progress in combat energy, yet I alone understood that this was inextricably linked to my formidable mental fortitude. As my departure approached, I recalled that I had yet to inquire about Brother Janti's father. Thus, I resolved to visit the princess residence. A casual inquiry revealed that the prince's abode was situated in the southeast of Shoda City. What pretext could allow me to gain an audience with the prince? I pondered, until I remembered a certain individual, Shanyun of Shoda. He is Brother Janti's elder sibling and has sparred with me before. It would be prudent to seek him out to assess the situation and determine whether I might meet the prince. Upon arriving at the entrance of the princess residence, I requested a servant to announce my presence and seek an audience with the young prince, Shanyun. In a short while, Shanyun personally emerged to greet me. Visibly delighted to see me, he exclaimed, "Changgong, it's you. What a rare visitor. Come, let us converse inside." I politely replied, "I apologize for the intrusion." Nonsense. The strongest individuals are those I admire most in my life. Only those stronger than myself are worthy to be my friends. Regardless of your thoughts, I consider you my friend now. He chuckled heartily. His candor warmed my heart. With a smile, I retorted, "I too am pleased to have you as a friend." That day's match was purely a stroke of luck. Had you employed your illusion beast fusion technique from the outset, I might have met my end. As we spoke, We made our way into the princess residence, which was truly vast and magnificently constructed, with courtyards interwoven in a manner reminiscent of a small labyrinth. Albeit not as grand as a royal palace. Shanyan remarked, "And what of your illusion beast? It seemed extraordinarily formidable. What kind of beast is it?" I scratched my head. Somewhat embarrassed, it's a serpentine illusion beast, rather large in size. While its power is considerable, it also consumes a great deal of my magical energy. After our match, it succumbed to slumber to absorb my mana. In truth, had you persisted a moment longer, it would have lost its strength. Thus, my victory was indeed fortuitous. Shanyan escorted me to his private quarters, where we engaged in a wide-ranging conversation. From our dialogue, I discerned that Shanyan's character closely mirrored that of Brother Zhanti. He too was a forthright and straightforward man. With determination, I resolved to speak candidly. "Brother Shanyan, I have a matter of some importance to discuss with you. Do you have a younger brother?" Upon hearing my words, Shanyan was visibly stirred, seizing my arm. "Do you have news of Jingyan?" "Whoa, gentle now. I cannot withstand the grip of your radiant knightly hands," I replied, prompting him to release me, albeit somewhat sheepishly. I continued, "In truth, one of the objectives of my visit to Shioda City was to convey his well-being to you and to inquire about the family." With palpable excitement, Shanyan asked, "Why does he not return? Where is he now?" I shook my head slightly. "I can only tell you that he is safe. As for his whereabouts, I promised him I would not disclose that information. He is yet to untangle the knots in his heart. Once I assist him in doing so, he will undoubtedly return." Shanyan sighed. "It's all for his Earth Dragon battle. Jingyun is truly foolish. We all share in the blame for not showing him enough care, which led to his departure. In truth, our father does not harbor any resentment towards him. Who among us can guarantee perfection? Jingyun possesses the greatest talent among the three of us. It pains me deeply to see him in such a state. Since you have pledged not to reveal his whereabouts, I shall not press you further. When you see him, please urge him to return swiftly. We all miss him dearly." I nodded. "That reassures me. I can return to Brother Zhanti with peace of mind. I forgot to mention that he and I have sworn brotherhood, as you are the elder brother of my brother. You too are my elder brother, haha. I believe that once Brother Zhanti's skills reach the level of a radiant knight, he will surely return. And that day is not far off. How is His Highness? Is his health satisfactory?" Shanyan replied, "Father is indeed quite robust, though he has aged considerably. Though he has never voiced it, I know he is deeply concerned about Jingjun. By the way, Brother Shanyan, please do not disclose Brother Zhanti's news to His Highness just yet. I must take my leave soon. Grant me a year's time, and I will definitely bring Brother Zhanti back," I said. "Very well, I trust you. I am immensely grateful for your concern regarding our family matters. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Here, take this, my 2nd Legion Command token, which holds considerable influence in Shioda. It will facilitate your endeavors," he said, handing me a gleaming golden token inscribed with the title of Earth Dragon's 2nd Legion Envoy, the reverse adorned with an intricately carved Earth Dragon. I accepted it with gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Shanyan. I shall take my leave now, as I must return to bid farewell before my departure tomorrow." Shanyan accompanied me to the entrance, and I retraced my steps back to the academy. Upon entering the wooden cabin, I found a new presence, Hongshui Hualuan, the very individual whose actions had instigated our previous contest. I wondered if she had come to cause trouble once more. Before I could utter a word, she greeted me first. "Changong, you've returned. I heard you were leaving tomorrow. I sincerely apologize for what happened last time." Teacher Wen chuckled from the side. "You've expressed your apologies numerous times today. It is not your fault." I replied coolly, "Greetings, Miss Hualuan. Winter is a dear brother of mine. You are well aware of his temperament. If you genuinely care for him, please take good care of him henceforth. I would hate to see my brother suffer any grievances. I shall rest now, as I must prepare for tomorrow's journey." My words left both Winter and Hongxue blushing. Even the usually reticent Xioshu chuckled. "Changgong speaks so candidly. I am impressed." Haha. Gouda and Xingao joined in the laughter. Hongxue, flushed with embarrassment, protested, "I'm not coming back. You all are bullying me." Though she spoke thus, my words had already etched themselves deeply in her heart. Hongxue resolved to ensure that Winter would accept her, helping him shed his insecurities and boldly face the world ahead. Meanwhile, Winter harbored a different sentiment, one of evasion. Chapter 75. Companionship at the break of dawn. I meticulously packed my belongings and approached Teacher Wen's quarters to bid him farewell. He handed me a letter, saying, "This is for that old rascal, Lauren. Be cautious on your journey. Regardless of whether you accomplish your task, return early. You've been away for so long. Your family must be quite anxious. Do remember to stay safe. A wave of emotion surged through me as I reflected on the myriad experiences of recent days, causing a bittersweet pang in my heart. Grasping Teacher Wen's hand, I said, "Teacher Wen, I promise to visit you in the future. Take care of your health. I must take my leave." He flashed me a mysterious smile, but said nothing further. I did not wait for Dongri and the others. It was pointless. I stowed my belongings in my dimensional bag, donned the attire I had arrived in, and departed from this place I had cherished for nearly a year. As I walked, memories of my friends here flooded my mind, and I couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Shaking my head, I reassured myself that everyone has their own path. Where there is gathering, there is parting. We would meet again someday. Ah, that sign ahead looks familiar. As I drew closer, I realized it was the Mercenary Guild. Recalling my first task, whether it was a success or a failure, I couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. It had been quite some time since I last sought out Long Ming. Having been preoccupied and, regrettably, forgotten about him, perhaps I should venture in and see if fate would favor me. Upon entering the Mercenary Guild, I noticed it was significantly larger than the previous one I had visited. Clearly, the size of the city impacted various industries. I glanced around, and to my astonishment, amidst the raucous crowd, I spotted that tall, familiar figure. "Long Ming," I called out. The towering figure turned, startled, and upon recognizing me, exclaimed, "Chong Gong, it's you. I thought you were done for with those thieves." He rushed over, grasping my arms tightly. I sighed, feigning a melancholic demeanor. I wasn't caught by thieves. I simply haven't found the time until now to visit. My apologies. Long Ming chuckled heartily. "No worries, as long as you made it. I've completed quite a few tasks myself, and am now a D-rank mercenary. What are your plans now? Let us find a place to grab a drink." "Actually, I mainly came to greet you. I must fulfill the task assigned by my teacher. If I delay any longer, I won't have enough time." Long Ming appeared anxious. "No way. We finally meet, and you want to leave so soon? I want to accompany you. You are the person I admire most in my life. I won't leave your side again. Is that so?" I'm not exactly a captivating figure, I mused, contemplating the situation. I then led him to a quieter corner. As his volume was too high, and I wished to avoid drawing unwanted attention, "Long Ming," I said softly, "you must understand that there is a considerable gap in our abilities. If I bring you along this time, it may not only be unhelpful but could also place you in significant danger. I am not afraid of danger. Please take me with you. I will listen to whatever you say." What a spirited character he is. A solution struck me as I grinned slyly. "How about this? I will introduce you to a renowned master. If you train diligently under him and achieve a certain level of skill, then you may join me on my adventures." Long Ming looked puzzled. "A master? That sounds great. I've always wanted to find a mentor, but those with skill look down on me. And those without skill aren't worth my time. Is there truly a good teacher?" I did not answer him immediately. Instead, I borrowed some paper and a pen from the counter and wrote a letter. Handing it to him, I instructed, "Take this to Principal Rico 1 at the Night Academy. He will make arrangements for you. If the gatekeeper refuses to announce you, simply mention my name." Long Ming accepted the letter, murmuring, "The Night Academy, it's the martial arts paradise I've always dreamed of. Is it really possible? Thank you so much, Chonggong. When will you come to find me?" This posed a dilemma for me, as I had no idea when I would return. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "I will come to find you in 3 years. Be sure to study hard. After all, it will be nice to visit Teacher Wen again." Little did I know that when I returned 3 years later, I would have endured countless trials and tribulations. With a heavy heart, I bid farewell to Long Ming and made my way towards the city gate. I kept my head down, but suddenly, I sensed a powerful presence blocking my path. Startled, I took a few steps back and looked up, only to be astonished. A row of familiar figures stood before me: Xiao Si, Dongri, Xing Ao, and Gouda. It seemed they had come to see me off. "You all came. I thought you wouldn't send me off," I exclaimed. With company to bid farewell, my spirits lifted. Yet their next words left me dumbfounded. Xiao Si remarked, "Why are you so slow? We've been waiting for ages. Let's set off, shall we? You lead the way, Captain." He flashed me a sly grin. "What? We're setting off? Aren't you all?" They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Yes, we're going with you." Haha. Taken aback by their unified response, I mechanically asked, "What about Teacher Wen? Did he agree?" Xing Ao chuckled. "Of course he did. Otherwise, how could we have come out? Let's go, Captain." "Oh, by the way, we've unanimously decided to rename the Radiant team to the Radiant Mercenary Corps. This will make it easier to navigate the outside world, and if funds run low, we can earn some money. You will be the leader, and Xiao Si will be the deputy leader." At that moment, I recalled Teacher Wen's enigmatic smile before my departure, and everything fell into place. It seemed he wished for my companions to join me on this journey, which was indeed a splendid idea. With so many of us, our safety would be greatly enhanced, especially since they all possessed commendable skills. I sighed. I truly cannot argue with you all. "Very well, let us go, my friends." They erupted in cheers. Having initially thought I would leave them behind, their satisfaction was palpable. Thus, we joyously embarked on the true path of adventure together. Chapter 76. Arrival at Daru. I led them directly to the border between Shioda and Aisha. Initially, they believed I had taken a wrong turn, but after my explanation, they understood that I was seeking someone. I had promised Brother Xanagar that I would visit him first after finishing my business in Shioda to inform him about the situation at home. Although it would require a bit more travel, it was inconsequential to us. Along the way, I felt as if they were merely on a leisurely excursion. Both Xingao and Gouda, nearing 30, acted like children, marveling at everything they saw. The winter scenery only heightened their excitement, and even the usually composed Xiosher seemed much more cheerful. After an arduous journey, we finally reached our destination. As we entered the mountains, we encountered trouble. Over 20 individuals leaped down from the trees surrounding us. The leader shouted, "Halt! Is this really where you should be? Be wise and hand over your money. Then turn back, or else we shall deal with you harshly." It appeared we had run into the underlings of a certain big brother. I stepped forward and recognized one of the ruffians from my previous encounter with the big brother. I wondered if he would remember me. Before I could speak, he exclaimed, "Ah, is that you, second in command?" I was taken aback and incredulous, replying, "When did I become the second in command?" The bandit leader insisted, "It truly is you, second in command." Seeing the puzzled expressions on Xiosher and the others, I felt dizzy. They wouldn't mistake me for a bandit leader, would they? "Please don't call me second in command. Just Brother Xantigar, all right? You are our leader's sworn brother, so of course, you are the second in command. He speaks of you daily. You've returned. Come, brothers. Clear the way for the second in command." Without further ado, we followed the 20-odd men into the mountains. Along the way, I explained to everyone how I came to know Xantigar, and they were eager to meet this sky knight of comparable skill. Upon reaching the village, Xantigar greeted us, indicating that his informants had reported our arrival swiftly. I rushed towards him and embraced him excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm back." Good. It's wonderful that you've returned. Let us go home and talk," he replied. Back at Xantigar's humble abode, I introduced him to my companions. The sight of fellow villagers brought him immense joy, and he ordered a lavish feast to be prepared for us. At the dinner table, I could see the eagerness in Xantigar's eyes, indicating he was anxious to inquire about my journey. I smiled and said, "Brother, your family is doing quite well. I will tell you all the details after we finish eating." Instantly, he appeared relieved. The meal was delightful, and everyone joined in calling Xantigar brother during the winter festivities. Xantigar intentionally drank less, while I merely nibbled at my food. That night, as everyone drifted into a peaceful slumber, Xantigar and I ascended a small hill to share stories of our recent experiences. He was elated to hear that his second brother had reached the level of a light knight, yet he grew worried upon learning of my severe injuries. Brother Shanyan mentioned that they all miss you and have never held any grievances against you. They wish for your swift return. He promised me not to inform His Highness of your situation just yet. What do you think? I believe you should return after all these years." Xantigar sighed, "Indeed. It is time to pay my father a visit. He is growing old, and as an unfilial son, I cannot allow him any more sorrow. Once I accompany you to retrieve the holy sword, I shall return to Shioda." "What? Brother, you intend to come along?" "There is no need for that. You should head straight back to Shioda," I urged. "Foolish boy, do you think acquiring the holy sword is a simple task? There will be perilous challenges ahead. How can I rest easy without accompanying you? Do not attempt to persuade me otherwise. My mind is made up." "Brother," I exclaimed, embracing his broad shoulders, at a loss for words. The next day, as we prepared to depart, our group welcomed a new member. Since Xantigar is my brother, everyone held him in high esteem, and we embarked on our journey of trials together. What began as my solitary quest had now evolved into a party of 6. I wondered if this would deviate from Teacher D's original intention, but the enthusiasm of the others was too overwhelming for me to decline. I had tried to persuade Xantigar to remain in the village to lead his men, but he countered that the village had accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years, and while he was away, they should refrain from hunting. What more could I say? Thus, we set our sights on the Kinna province of the Daru Kingdom, the only lead provided by Teacher D. The journey was still quite long. The Daru Kingdom lay on the opposite side of the Shoda Kingdom, meaning we would need to traverse the entirety of Shoda. As we departed, each of us selected a fine steed from Xanagar's bandit village. Except for me, everyone possessed titles of knight or higher, each adept at riding. I had never ridden a horse before, and they had chosen a tall steed for me. Almost immediately, I found myself jostled painfully. Had I not employed my energy to shield myself, I would have been unable to bear it. At least I would learn to ride, and with their continuous guidance, I managed to keep up, albeit feeling utterly exhausted. I contemplated discussing the possibility of using teleportation magic to accompany them, but the consensus was against it, leaving me to endure the discomfort of the journey. After nearly 2 months of relentless travel, we finally arrived at the border of the Daru Kingdom. Consulting the map, I noted that we were still over 400 kilometers from Kinna province, with the city of Lunwa lying ahead. I suggested to the group, let us rest for a couple of days in the nearby city. I am utterly exhausted from our relentless pace. Shingao chuckled, the esteemed Magus fears fatigue? It's a pity you cannot utilize wind magic. Otherwise, you could have flown. His words sparked a thought in me. As we progressed towards Lunwa City, I inquired of Brother Xanagar, Brother, I once heard my teacher mention that at a certain level of martial skill, one could achieve flight using energy. Is that true? Xanagar looked at me in surprise. I didn't expect you to know of this. Yes, it is possible to fly using energy, but one must possess the strength of a Sky Knight or higher. This is one of the origins of the Sky Knight title. I exclaimed with excitement. So you and Shoshir can fly? Shoshir interjected, indeed, but I can only manage about 5 kilometers at a time before my energy is depleted. Brother Xanagar should be able to fly for a longer duration. Not by much, Xanagar humbly replied. I dreamily mused, how envious I am of you. To soar through the skies must be a wondrous feeling. Chapter 77, Lunwa's Respite. Zhanhu chuckled. What is so good about it? Unlike you magic users who can leisurely enjoy the scenery, our consumption of fighting spirit while flying is quite rapid. Thus, we generally rush forward with all our might, leaving little room for appreciation. At least we can fly, right? I wonder when I'll hone my skills to such a level. Dongri interjected, enough of that. You're already formidable enough. At just under 20, you've become a sorcerer. Aiming for the Sky Knight title is asking too much. Dongri's words garnered widespread agreement. Even Zhanhu advised me not to be overly ambitious and to focus on mastering magic. Although I held the strongest power in our group, I was the youngest aside from Dongri, rendering me unable to argue with them. I resolved to remain obedient and cease any further discussions about flying. Lunwa City was the first town we entered after arriving in the Kingdom of Daru. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a commercial kingdom. Even this peripheral city thrived with vibrant trade. The streets bustled with life, as if all the inhabitants were immersed in the joys of commerce. We first sought out a respectable inn to stay in, as funds were not an issue. The 1,000 diamond coins bestowed upon me by Master D had hardly been touched since I left home. Not to mention that Zhanhu carried a substantial amount of money as well. After dinner, we gathered to deliberate our route. I spread the map across the table, pointing to the area representing the Kingdom of Daru. Everyone, look here. We are currently situated here, and if we journey south for over 400 kilometers, we will reach the province of Kinna. Master D mentioned that the Holy Sword is located somewhere within that province, in valleys or forests, which we must search. Any suggestions? Zhanhu remarked, this map is too vague. I believe it would be best to purchase a detailed map of the province of Kinna. We can mark all potential locations and then search them one by one. What do you all think? His suggestion was immediately met with consensus. Shozi added, it seems we have no other choice. Our clues are too scant. We can only cast a wide net. We must be meticulous during our search and not overlook any suspicious locations. Dongri stated, currently, we are not afraid of encountering danger, given our strength. We should be able to cope. The greatest fear is finding nothing at all. I sighed indeed. Let us go, Dongri. We'll first procure a map of the province of Kinna and return to further analyze our plans. You all can take a break until we return for dinner together. Dongri and I ventured onto the bustling streets, where a quick inquiry led us to a small shop selling maps. I scanned the establishment, noticing its extensive collection of maps. The shopkeeper approached and asked, Sir, which area's map are you interested in? We possess the most comprehensive collection. We have maps of nearly the entire continent, including the West Continent. I exclaimed in surprise, oh, you even have maps of the West Continent? May I take a look? The demon and beast tribes had always been shrouded in mystery for me, so I was curious to see how their terrain compared to the eastern continent. The proprietor retrieved a small tube with sealed ends, opened one side, and poured out a parchment map made of sheepskin, which appeared somewhat yellowed, indicating its age. Handing it to me, he said, "Sir, this is a family heirloom, a map of the West Continent from over 200 years ago. Although the West Continent may have changed since then, the general locations should still be accurate." Upon receiving the map, I noticed the meticulous details marked upon it, including small places. I found the capital of the demon race, Satan City, located in the middle left of the map. This brought to mind the enchanting demoness I had encountered. I wondered if she might be there. Lost in thought, I daydreamed about her stunning visage. "Chandong, what are you doing? Why are you staring at a map of the West Continent? Focus on the task at hand," Dongri urged from beside me. I was jolted from my reverie. "Huh, what did you say? Oh, I understand now. Sir, please provide me with a map of the province of Kinna, as well as this West Continent map. How much do I owe you?" The shopkeeper replied. "The map of the province of Kinna costs 2 copper coins, while the West Continent map will be 2 diamond coins." Dongri exclaimed, "2 diamond coins? You might as well go rob someone. Chandong, return that worthless map to him." I raised my hand to stop Dongri and produced a purple crystal card from my pocket, presenting it to the shopkeeper. Upon seeing the card, the shopkeeper's expression shifted, clearly realizing we were not ordinary customers. He smiled broadly, saying, "I truly failed to recognize your esteemed status. The map of the province of Kinna is a gift to you, but for the West Continent map." Impatiently, I waved my hand. "Just charge me what is due. Hurry up." Seeing my determination, Dongri refrained from further protest. The shopkeeper processed the transaction with the purple crystal card and respectfully returned it to me. I stowed the West Continent map in my dimensional bag and, with the map of the province of Kinna in hand, made my way back to the inn with Dongri. As we walked, I teased Dongri, "So, you didn't tell your beloved Hongxue that you were leaving, huh?" "Haha." Dongri sighed, "Please don't tease me. I didn't inform her of my departure. What status does she hold, and what is mine? It's simply impossible for us." "Enough. I've told you countless times not to be so self-deprecating. You are no less than anyone else. Just admit whether you like Hongxue." Dongri's face flushed, and he stammered, "She is acceptable, I suppose." "Ah, so you do like her. I can tell Hongxue is quite fond of you as well. What could be happier than mutual affection? Just pursue her. Teacher Wen will surely support you. You left without a word this time, and Hongxue will be quite upset. When we return, you must make amends." Dongri awkwardly replied, "Let us discuss it when we return." The rest of the way, Dongri fell silent, seemingly lost in thoughts of his beloved Hongxue, and I chose not to disturb him. Upon returning to the inn, Zhanhu grinned upon seeing the map in my possession. "You managed to get it. Let us set it aside for now. Let us eat first. Everyone is starving, and we can study the map upon our return." We found a quiet table in the inn's dining area and ordered a lavish feast, treating our weary stomachs. After so many days without a proper meal, we indulged heartily, spending over 40 gold coins, which truly pained my heart. Chapter 78. Nature Spirits. Upon returning to the chamber, I unfurled the newly acquired map of the Kinna province. My, what a vast expanse this Kinna province is, boasting 8 cities and an abundance of valleys and forests. "So many forests and valleys, how shall we ever find our way?" exclaimed Hang Ao in awe. Yet, it was Shuji who remained composed after a moment of contemplation. He suggested, "Let us divide this valley into several sections and search them one by one, starting with the nearest forest over here." He pointed to a patch of woodland at the southernmost tip of Kinna province. 2 days later, our party of 6 stood at the edge of the Longjing forest in Kinna province, poised to embark on our true adventure. Since our destination lay deep within forests and valleys, we temporarily left our steeds at the nearest city, ensuring we had ample supplies of fresh water and essential provisions for the wilderness. As for food, it was a trivial matter. Should we feel hunger, we could simply hunt. Our journey was relatively uneventful, save for the occasional small creatures accompanying us. I pulled out the map once more and said to Zhanhu, "Brother, look here. We are currently situated at this point, and moving forward will lead us into the depths of Longjing Forest." Zhanhu nodded, but suddenly appeared to sense something amiss. He turned to the group and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. There may be dangers ahead." With that, he unsheathed his knight's sword. I, too, felt a powerful presence lurking nearby, uncertain whether it signified friend or foe. "O great light element," I implored, "may you transform into sacred radiance and banish all evil." This invocation unleashed a radiant light from my being, enveloping the area within a 100-meter radius. From deep within the forest, a chilling voice echoed, "Ignorant humans, who has granted you permission to desecrate my sacred land? If you do not withdraw immediately, you shall remain here forever. This is your final warning." Beside me, Dongri suddenly seemed entranced, stepping forward to bow deeply towards the depths of the forest. "May I inquire if the one speaking is a member of the elven race?" The rest of us observed Dongri's actions without intervening, curious to see how he would handle the situation. The cold voice resonated once more. "Do not think that knowing our identity makes you significant. If you do not retreat, I will be forced to attack." Dongri hastily replied, "Wait. I, too, am an elf." The voice remained silent for a moment, and shortly thereafter, a faint figure emerged, moving with astonishing speed toward us. It was an ancient elf, appearing to belong to a very old lineage of forest elves, for he bore wings, a rarity among many elves and half-elves today. He approached, scrutinizing Dongri with disdain. "You call yourself an elf? You are but a half-elf, assimilated by humans. What purpose do you have in bringing these humans to the elven forest?" Unable to contain myself, I interjected, "What of being a half-elf? All life is valuable. There is no distinction of worth. You, old man, have you purchased this forest? What gives you the right to deny us entry, unless you harbor some nefarious intent?" The old elf, incensed by my words, waved his hand, unleashing a stream of pale green energy towards me. Taken aback, I thought, is this the natural power of the elves? It is a unique force that lies between magic and martial skill, one that only pure elves might wield. I swiftly countered with a wave of my hand, summoning a surge of white energy that neutralized his attack. The force of his power staggered me slightly. Truly, this was formidable. I surmised that this old elf possessed at least the strength of a sorcerer. Encountering such a powerful elf was indeed unexpected. Surprised by my defense, the old elf realized I possessed some skill, perhaps accounting for his earlier arrogance. He contemplated, if these individuals all wield such strength, they may prove troublesome. Finally, Shuji stepped forward, addressing the elder elf. "Esteemed elder, we are the Radiant Mercenary Guild, and we come with no ill intent. We are merely tasked with locating an object. Might you inform us of our whereabouts?" Shuji's words provided the old elf a means to soften his demeanor. His expression softened slightly as he replied, "You are somewhat polite. This is the outer boundary of our elven forest. What is it that you seek?" Shuji glanced at me, to which I nodded in affirmation. He continued, "We are in search of the Holy Sword. Could you guide us on our quest?" The old elf burst into hearty laughter, finally ceasing after a moment. "You wish to find the Holy Sword? Over the years, there have been thousands who sought it, yet none have succeeded." Upon hearing that the elder knew of the Holy Sword, I quickly inquired, "Then you know its whereabouts?" With an air of superiority, the old elf replied, "Of course I do. If you wish for me to divulge this information, you must first assist me with a task. Complete this, and I shall reveal its location." "Very well, we shall endeavor to assist you," I declared, recognizing an opportunity that could not be squandered. Suddenly, Shuji interjected, "Wait. How can you prove that you truly know the location of the Holy Sword? What if we complete your task, and you fail to uphold your end of the bargain?" The old elf scoffed. "Do you presume that all beings are as untrustworthy as your kind? We elves are known for our integrity. As the elder of the nature spirits, I swear that if you can fend off the attacks of the dark elves on behalf of our nature spirit clan, I shall reveal the location of the Holy Sword to you. Should I break this oath, let me face divine retribution." With his proclamation, an imposing aura emanated from him. It appeared he spoke the truth. "Very well, we accept your challenge," I responded. "However, what exactly are these dark elves?" The elder elf regarded me with a piercing gaze before explaining, "Our nature spirits and the dark elves have always been bitter enemies. Our powers were once balanced, but of late, that equilibrium has been shattered. The dark elves have gained a significant increase in strength, pushing us back relentlessly. At this rate, our very existence is at stake. I am one of the elders of the nature spirits, and I had intended to seek aid from an old friend when I unexpectedly encountered you." Chapter 79. The War of the Elves. At this juncture, the aged elf revealed a more human side, appearing far less unapproachable than at the outset. He continued, "If you please, let us converse as we walk." With that, he gently flapped his ethereal wings, leading the way ahead. Curious, I inquired, "How can you be so certain that we are not malevolent beings who might turn against you and aid the dark elves?" The elder elf chuckled softly, saying, "Ah, you are but a child. Do you know how old I am?" I have seen one, 446 winters, which is quite venerable among our kind. I have witnessed much in my time. If I am not mistaken, you just employed light magic, and your prowess must be at least that of a mage. Those who wield light magic possess pure hearts and kindness, which is precisely why I have entrusted you with this task. Suddenly, Donri interjected. Do you know to which kind of elf I belong? It seemed he was eager to uncover his lineage. The elder elf smiled. Of course I do. Broadly speaking, elves can be categorized into two main factions, our nature elves, of which you are a part, and our adversaries, the dark elves. In terms of numbers, we possess a significant advantage across the continent. However, when comparing strength, we must consider only the pure-blooded elves, for only they can truly unleash their combat potential. Take yourself. For instance, you are unable to harness the powers of nature. Donri's expression fell slightly. So, you do not know my precise origins. The elder elf sighed. There are simply too many nature elves in the world. If you were a pure elf, I could assist you in tracing your lineage, but as it stands. Noticing Donri's disappointment, I quickly interjected, how many pure elves are there in each faction, and what is their combat capability? The elder responded. The number of pure elves has dwindled considerably due to years of conflict. Each faction has over 1,000. When I departed this morning, the dark elves were already nearing our village. This forest is the only place on the continent where elves can thrive, which is why the dark elves seek to annihilate us and claim it for themselves. I shook my head. Why can't we all coexist peacefully? With over 2,000 inhabitants in such a vast forest, what is there to fight over? Must it come to rivers of blood before satisfaction is found? The elder elf sighed. If only everyone shared your perspective, there would be no wars. I find myself increasingly fond of you, my young friend. I find you less disagreeable as well, old man. I chuckled, and we both laughed heartily. Shiozi then asked, Elder, how much farther to your village? Let us hasten to avoid unnecessary casualties. The elder replied, Very well, stay close to me, and transformed into a faint shadow, soaring ahead. Brother Zhanhu took Donri by the left and followed suit, while Shiozi trailed behind with Gouda. I leisurely utilized my teleportation to keep pace with them. After an indeterminate distance, the elder elf halted, waiting for us to gather before offering an encouraging smile and slowing his pace. Ahead lay the rear of our village, and we rushed to see its condition. As we rounded a small hill, a sprawling elf village came into view, much larger than Brother Zhanhu's bandit camp. We had no time to admire the scenery as we entered the village with the elder, who seemed to command a bustling atmosphere. The elder approached an adult elf, asking, Shan Yen, what is the situation? The elf, referred to as Shan Yen, replied, Third elder, you have returned. You must hurry, we can hardly hold on. The dark elf king is battling our king, and a melee is imminent. The elder beckoned us onward, moving toward the other side of the village. I noted that the elves here possessed wings and exuded a significantly stronger energy than those outside. Most wielded swords as weapons. Upon reaching the front lines, chaos reigned in the battlefield. I observed that the dark elves and nature elves bore striking similarities. The nature elves had green hair, blue eyes, and green wings, while the dark elves sported black hair, purple eyes, and black wings. Only these slight distinctions set them apart. In the midst of the fray, two adult elves clashed fiercely. The energy fluctuations indicated they were the respective leaders of their factions. On the side of the nature elves stood three elders, of an age akin to the elder, anxiously watching the battle. The elder approached them, asking, What is the situation? Another elder responded, Old three, you have returned. Did you bring reinforcements? We have fought 10 rounds since morning, and it is decidedly one-sided. If our king loses again, they will surely rush in to overwhelm us. The third elder sighed. How could this be? Is our fate truly so grim? I stepped forward to comfort him. Do not despair. We shall surely assist you. The third elder nodded gratefully and introduced me to the other three elders. At that moment, the battle escalated dramatically. The nature elf king, wielding his sword, cried out, Eternal spirit of nature, heed my call. Channel the forces of destruction and eradicate the evil before us, nature's retribution. As he swung his sword, a wave of green energy surged toward the dark elf king. The dark elf king smirked disdainfully, retorting, After all these years, you still rely on the same old tricks. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. Endless malice, boundless hatred, coalesce into infinite darkness, devour the unending. As he chanted, a vast cloud of gray-black smoke erupted from him, accompanied by piercing wails, surging toward the nature elf king. The two energies clashed in the sky, with the Nature Elf King's force being gradually overwhelmed. Clearly at a disadvantage and on the brink of collapse. Chapter 80. Repelling the formidable foe. What manner of sorcery is this? Could it be a skill unique to the Dark Elves? From the astonished expressions of the elders, it was evident they too had never witnessed such magic. It bore a resemblance to the technique wielded by the demon race's bamboo pole, yet there was an undeniable distinction. The third elder murmured, "This is not the power of the Dark Elves. Such malevolent force must originate from elsewhere." At that moment, the Nature Spirit King could no longer withstand the overwhelming, malevolent force and plummeted from the sky. The four elders of the Nature Spirit clan hastily caught their king using their natural powers. The dark energy relentlessly pursued, and it was time for me to intervene. O great element of light, grant me the strength to fill the earth with your boundless radiance. I invoked, illuminate the realm. This spell was one I was quite familiar with. I gently levitated from the ground, advancing toward the dark force, my entire being radiating a brilliant white light. As I tilted my head back, 1/3 of the magical energy from the golden core at my brow enveloped my body, coalescing into a pillar of light approximately 2 meters in diameter, surging forward. Upon contact with the consuming darkness, a mournful wail emanated from the gray-black mist, likely due to the significant energy expended earlier. My spell shattered the darkness, and the Dark Elf King swiftly swung his long sword to deflect the remaining energy. "Who are you to meddle in our elven affairs?" he demanded. With a slight smile, I replied, "Greetings, Dark Elf King. Your question is rather foolish. I am, of course, human. As for my reasons for intervening, why can't we coexist harmoniously within this vast elven forest? The strife only sows discord." The Dark Elf King exuded a chilling malice, ominously stating, "What do you know? These sub-elves are unworthy of existence in the elven forest. Only we, the Dark Elves, are the true sovereigns among elves. Depart at once, or face utter annihilation." Why do elves place such importance on lineage? Is it not akin to the struggles between human nobles and commoners? I shook my head, sighing, "You are truly deluded. Do you believe you can seize the elven forest with powers that do not belong to you?" The Dark Elf King gasped. "How do you know I wield powers not my own?" "Huh. You have unwittingly confirmed my suspicion," I replied calmly. "The Dark Elves should employ dark magic. Yet what you utilized moments ago was not dark magic. I offer you a chance. Retreat, or face the annihilation of your clan." I sensed a flicker of trepidation in the Dark Elf King's demeanor. As I enveloped myself in elemental light, I intoned, "O great element of light, my friend, bestow upon me your pure strength to dispel all hatred, and let the warmth of springtime grace the earth, illumination of the world." This was one of the most potent spells at my disposal, an 8th-level support magic, the highest among its kind, capable of purging various adverse conditions on a grand scale, while delivering devastating power against dark forces. As I chanted, I gradually ascended, emanating a sacred white glow. As my magical energy surged forth, the white light transformed into a dazzling gold, and just as it reached its zenith, I unleashed a golden beam, approximately 1 meter in diameter, directed toward the sun. Initially startled, the Dark Elf King soon dismissed my display, scoffing, "Is this meant to frighten me? Dark Elf warriors, prepare for battle." The members of the Dark Elf clan unfurled their ebony wings and raised their black swords, poised for a bloody confrontation when an unexpected change occurred. The sky transformed. No longer blue, but radiantly gold, casting warmth across the land. All nature spirits, including their king, basked in the beauty of the light, their wounded warriors gradually regaining strength, as the light banished darkness and malevolence. Conversely, the Dark Elves writhed in agony under the illumination, those of lesser prowess rolling on the ground in torment. While the Dark Elf King cried out, "What have you done to my kin?" he charged at me, sword raised. With a raised hand, I released a beam of light energy, forcing him back, gently admonishing, "This is light magic, designed to eradicate evil. Cease this madness, Dark Elf King. Will you stand idly by as your kin suffer? Do you wish for the extinction of the Dark Elves?" Though the Dark Elf King was formidable, he too felt the adverse effects of my magic. His powers diminished to a mere 50% of their usual strength. After a moment's hesitation, he realized that today he could not overpower the nature spirits. Bitterly, he conceded, "Very well, withdraw your magic, we shall leave." I smiled softly, retracting my magical energy, inwardly relieved. In truth, my own burden was immense. Maintaining such a vast high-level spell was nearing my limits, so their retreat was most welcome. The dark elf king shot me a venomous glare, declaring, "I shall remember this debt, and I will not let you escape unscathed. We withdraw." He summoned his followers and departed in disgrace. As I descended, the nature spirits erupted into jubilant cheers. The third elder approached, grasping my hand, exclaiming, "I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, we would have faced dire straits." I swayed slightly, and Winter hurried to support me. With a wry smile, I remarked, "Had they not retreated, we might have truly been compelled to fight. Supporting such a grand spell has taken its toll on me." Fortunate indeed. The nature spirits escorted us 6 back to the village, but the third elder soon wore a troubled expression. I inquired, "What troubles you?" "The dark elf king has retreated. Yet you appear forlorn." He replied, "Though they have departed, our king sustained grave injuries during the battle, and no matter our efforts, he remains unhealed. How can I not be troubled?" After assessing my internal magical energy, I concluded that a spirit recovery spell should suffice. It was time to embody the essence of a good Samaritan. Come, let us see what can be done. Chapter 81. The hospitality of the elves. Accompanied by the third elder, I entered the royal chamber of the nature elf king, my gaze unfocused on the opulence surrounding me. I hastened to the bedside, where I found the nature elf king writhing in evident agony, moaning softly, a faint black mist emanating from his visage. It appeared he was locked in a fierce struggle against the malevolent forces invading his essence using his pure and potent natural energy. I felt compelled to assist him. "O great element of light, as your ally, I implore you to expel this evil and use your boundless power to save this noble being before me." This was my enhanced spirit restoration spell, which not only healed but also dispelled adverse conditions. A beam of pure white light radiated from my hands, enveloping the elf king. Gradually, the black mist receded under the luminous glow, and he began to calm. Sighing in relief, I turned to the third elder and remarked, "All should be well. The prince's mental energy has been excessively drained, but I have largely healed his wounds. He requires rest. Let us take our leave." The third elder grasped my hand in excitement, but I silenced him with a gesture and led him out of the chamber. "My deepest gratitude to you. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness to our nature elf clan." "Very well, then. Quickly provide us with delightful food and drink, and arrange for our accommodations. That shall suffice as repayment. I am utterly exhausted, so let us not linger." I pulled him back toward our companions. Upon learning of my healing of their king, the elves erupted in joyous cheers. I, however, was too fatigued to join in their revelry and sought out a comfortable chair to rest, instructing Winter to summon me when it was time to dine. What is that delightful aroma? My senses stirred as I awoke, and through my haze, I beheld a lavish banquet spread before me, rubbing the lingering drowsiness from my eyes. I stretched my aching limbs. Such delectable fare. How could you all not call me to partake? "See, I told you," laughed Battle Tiger, "whenever there is good food. Longbow doesn't need to be summoned. His nose is as keen as his magic." His words prompted a chorus of laughter among the elves. I approached the table, where a place of honor had been reserved for me, a testament to the elves' understanding of etiquette. Without hesitation, I took my seat. "What is wrong with my nose?" "This is merely a gift of good fortune," I exclaimed. "Ah, esteemed elders are present. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Let us indulge, unless you were waiting for me." I seized an unfamiliar purple fruit and took a generous bite. The sweetness exploded on my palate, flooding my senses with delight. Winter, seated beside me, tugged at my sleeve, signaling me to adopt a more refined demeanor. I disregarded his attempt. Hunger took precedence over decorum. "Everyone, please eat without reservation," the Grand Elder urged, and at last, the feast commenced. The elves' banquet featured an array of fruits, and the delightful fragrance I had noticed earlier emanated from their exquisite fruit brew, a delightful concoction that was nothing short of ambrosial. The rich aroma intermingled with the essence of various fruits, warming my insides and providing a soothing respite for my weary body. Battle Tigers savored it immensely, to the point of eliciting concern from the elders. I learned from them that this fruit brew was a rare delicacy, reserved for the most esteemed guests, possessing restorative and beautifying properties. Though it lacked immediate potency, its after effects were formidable, and they urged us to drink sparingly, which I found rather stingy. Most of us, save for Winter, were quite the drinkers, and thus, politeness was cast aside. I had intended to inquire about the holy sword, but the thought dissipated in the face of my hunger. I would address it tomorrow. After indulging in the feast, I followed the elves to the designated quarters. Truthfully, I was quite fatigued, having expended much mental energy. As I lay upon the bed, a slight dizziness overcame me. Indeed, the fruit brew had a potent after-effect. I assessed my magical energy, relieved to find approximately 30% remaining. Tomorrow, I would likely restore it to 80%. With these thoughts, I drifted into a slumber. Awakening early the next day, excitement coursed through me, for I discovered that my slumbering companion, Little Gold, had finally awakened. Through our mental connection, I realized that it had conserved its energy after the last competition and was now nearly fully replenished. Little Gold was an indispensable ally. However, in certain respects, it remained quite vulnerable. Without my magical support, it could only sustain external attacks for 3 to 5 minutes, far too brief against formidable foes. Alas, I had no immediate means to enhance either its abilities or my own. For now, I decided to set those concerns aside. As a mage, I had little need for its assistance at present. My magical energy was recovering as anticipated, nearing 80%. I requested an elf attendant to fetch the third elder so that we might ascertain the location of the holy sword and prepare for our journey. The attendant returned, informing me, "The elder requests your presence in the council chamber. Allow me to escort you." Following the attendant, we arrived before a grand chamber. The third elder greeted us warmly, saying, "Longbow, you have arrived. I have sent for your companions. They should be here shortly." I replied politely, "Greetings, elder. I am grateful for your hospitality yesterday. Is the elf king recovering well? Thanks to your healing, he is much improved and awaits you inside." "Then let us proceed." Entering the opulent chamber, I noted the exquisite stone flooring, the 12 intricately carved pillars surrounding us, and a grand oval table at the center, flanked by 30 to 40 chairs. An array of fruits adorned the table, indicating that they had prepared for our arrival. The nature elf king occupied the seat of honor. Upon my entrance, the elf king rose swiftly from his seat. "Mighty mage, you have come. Please, take a seat." Given my demonstrated prowess, it was no surprise that they recognized me as a mage, yet being addressed in such a manner felt novel and slightly disconcerting. I took the first seat on his left. "Your Highness, you may simply call me Longbow." Instead of sitting, the elf king bowed deeply and expressed, "I must first thank you, esteemed mage, for your salvation of my people and my own life." His gesture caught me off guard, prompting me to rise hastily from my seat. "Please, there is no need for such formalities. Assisting you is the least I could do. We equally require your aid. It is a mutual benefit. No thanks are necessary. Moreover, I am a proponent of peace, and it brings me great joy to see no lives lost in repelling the Dark Elves' assault." Chapter 82. Guiding the path regardless of the circumstances, without your assistance, would we not face the fate of extinction? I must extend my gratitude to you. I mused silently. Why is the Elven King so excessively courteous? It is truly exhausting. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I whispered into the ear of the Elven King, in a tone only he could hear. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, please gift me some of your exquisite Baigua wine upon my departure." Upon hearing my words, the Elven King's expression changed slightly, and he quietly replied, "Master Waymaw, you consumed half a year's production yesterday. I can only offer you a small amount more. If it proves too burdensome, then let it be." The Elven King smiled wryly. "Do you have any idea how much our Baigua wine fetches in human territories? A small bottle can be sold for over 10,000 diamond coins. I shall gift you a few bottles when you leave, but please do not mention this to your friends. Otherwise, they will all want me to." I threw him a knowing glance and chuckled. "What has brought you such joy?" The warriors, including Jean Hu, entered one after another and took their seats beside me. I feigned innocence, saying, "Brother, you've arrived." I was merely sharing a joke with His Highness. The Elven King remarked, "Now that everyone is gathered, Elder San, please share with them all we know about the Holy Sword." Elder San nodded and began. "First, I would like to express the sincerest gratitude of the entire Nature Elf clan for your assistance in helping us overcome this crisis." Jean Hu laughed heartily and replied, "No need for formalities. Just ensure you provide us with some of your Baigua wine later." The others nodded in agreement. Even the usually sober Winter was vigorously nodding, proving the Elven King's intuition correct. For the sake of my delectable Baigua wine, I must deceive them just this once. Perhaps it is best. After all, we consumed a year's worth of their production yesterday, and they have no stock left. The Elven King and I exchanged peculiar glances. Jean Hu licked his lips in disappointment, repeatedly lamenting, "Had I known, I would have drunk less yesterday." I gestured for Elder San to continue. Elder San continued, "The Holy Sword is said to be a weapon left behind by the King of Gods, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. According to our ancient legends, it should be located within the Forest of the Gods. The Forest of the Gods? I have never heard of such a place. I inquired in confusion. Yes, indeed, it is the Forest of the Gods. In ancient times, our nature elf clan was referred to as the messengers of the gods, which is why only we are privy to this secret. In truth, we have encountered many treasure seekers like yourselves, yet few have ever found the Forest of the Gods. And even those who have, none could breach the divine barrier established there. Over time, few have sought the holy sword. You are the first treasure seekers in 300 years. A barrier, you say? Are we truly unable to enter with our combined strength? We six together could easily contend with a small army. Your strength is indeed formidable, but in my youth, I encountered humans of equal power who also could not gain entry. It is said that to enter this barrier, one must not only possess strength, but also gain the approval of the gods. That is all we know. As for what lies within the Forest of the Gods, we are unaware. However, the dangers should not be excessive. At worst, you may simply be driven out. Initially, I believed our strength would make this task straightforward. Yet I did not anticipate such complexity. I smiled wryly and said, "Thank you for sharing this information. Now, where is the Forest of the Gods? Perhaps we shall test our luck." Elder Sin smiled and said, "Longbow, do not be in haste. I perceive a certain warmth in you that draws others close. Although we have not spent much time together, I find myself unable to resist considering you a friend. A kind-hearted individual is surely favored by the gods. Additionally, since you wield light magic, your chances of being accepted by the divine are quite high." Shiozi added in agreement. Indeed, both Xing'ao and Gauda share this sentiment. Initially, we were somewhat reluctant to trust you, yet the more we interacted, the more we realized you are indeed a trustworthy person, and before we knew it, we became friends. I glanced at everyone. It appeared to be true. I truly had no absolute enemies. Many who I had not known for long placed their trust in me. I had thought my appearance was the reason. It seems it was merely my amiability, which was somewhat disappointing. Enough flattery, everyone. Elder San, please reveal the location of the Forest of the Gods. Elder San chuckled softly. In truth, you are already within the Forest of the Gods. His words left us astonished. He continued, however, this is merely the periphery. Our elven forest is the outer boundary of the Forest of the Gods, and further in lies the sacred woods. Jianhu laughed, saying, Longbow, our luck is remarkable. We haven't taken a single wrong turn. Elder San, please guide us there. Elder Sin pondered for a moment and replied, our elven ancestors decreed that none of the elven clan may approach within 100 kilometers of the Forest of the Gods. I can only provide you with a general direction. If you follow my instructions, you should be able to find it. That is acceptable. Let us set off at once. I stood to leave, but suddenly noticed the elven king appeared troubled, as if he wished to say something. Your Highness, do you have any further matters to address? The elven king offered an awkward smile and said, while the dark elf clan has retreated, I fear. I suddenly realized they are concerned about potential further attacks. This indeed poses a problem. I scratched my head and said, very well, let us proceed as such. From my dimensional pouch, I retrieved a book and handed it to the elven king, saying, this is my own compilation of introductory and intermediate light magic, containing many of my original spells. You should encourage your warriors to study it. With your elven affinity for magic, they should grasp it swiftly, thus alleviating any fears of future assaults. The elven king glanced at the book and remarked, this does not seem right. This is a compendium of magical formations. My apologies. I must have taken the wrong one. I quickly exchanged the book, realizing I had yet to explore this volume on magical formations. I must take a look when I have the chance. In truth, magical formations are an incredibly profound discipline. And only when the child of light encounters the greatest of challenges does he recognize the folly of not studying their application sooner. Chapter 83. The Forest of the Gods. As dusk settled over the periphery of the Forest of the Gods, a resounding explosion of magical brilliance erupted into the sky. I collapsed in exasperation. This was yet another futile assault on that vexatious barrier. 7 days had passed since we, guided by the wisdom of the third elder, had successfully located the edge of the divine veil. However, despite our relentless efforts over these days, employing every conceivable method, magical assaults, martial prowess, combined strikes, and focused attacks on the same point, we found ourselves utterly incapable of breaching this formidable barrier. Exhaustion enveloped me. It seemed hope was once again slipping away. Having just cast 2 8th-level offensive spells, I sank wearily beside my battle companion, the war tiger. Shuji furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Is this truly a barrier set by the gods? Our indiscriminate assaults have yielded not a scratch upon it. How terrifying is that? Ko angrily retorted. I refuse to accept this. I shall try once more. With that, he concentrated his energy into his knight's sword and charged forward, only to be rebuffed again by the barrier. This translucent shield shimmered with a spectrum of colors upon impact, leaving me to wonder about its impenetrable strength. Even a forbidden spell might not suffice to penetrate it. I murmured to myself, must we truly concede defeat? To enter a treasure trove and leave empty-handed? How could I face Master D? Winter approached, offering words of consolation. Do not dwell on it too much. Sincerity can yield wonders. Let us rest for today and resume our efforts tomorrow. His words struck a chord within me, prompting an urgent inquiry. What did you just say? Winter blinked in surprise. Responding, I said we should rest and continue our efforts tomorrow. What of it? Not that. I pressed. There was something before that. He recalled. I mentioned not to overthink it. Sincerity yields wonders. Yes. Sincerity yields wonders. Could it be that our approach is flawed? Shuji's eyes brightened at my revelation. Indeed. Should we not adopt a gentler strategy rather than confronting it head-on? After a moment of contemplation, I concluded, let us call it a day. Everyone is weary. We shall rest and delve deeper into our strategies tomorrow. As I lay on a bed of leaves, gazing at the star-studded sky, I pondered how to breach this seemingly indestructible barrier. If brute force fails, perhaps a softer approach is warranted. What does sincerity truly entail? These thoughts swirled in my mind, preventing me from finding solace in sleep. Since slumber eluded me, I resolved to meditate, focusing on replenishing my magical energy. Gradually, I centered my thoughts on the golden core, allowing myself to fully relax and attune to the surrounding elemental light. Countless shimmering orbs converged towards me, and I mused, dear friends, come forth. I require your aid. As the golden core absorbed the light, it swelled with energy. I lost track of time until I opened my eyes to the dawn's faint glow. The others remained ensconced in slumber. I crept to the barrier's edge, lightly brushing the impervious surface, my heart heavy with emotion. After more than a year of striving, we had arrived here only to be stymied, which weighed heavily upon my conscience. Peering through the barrier at the lush forest within, my spirits began to calm. What a magnificent display of nature! Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through the barrier. Could it be? Tentatively, I reached out, harboring thoughts of peace and beauty, cautiously channeling my mental energy. The barrier trembled, then gradually accepted my essence. A warm, benevolent voice resonated within my heart. Who dares disturb my long slumber? Startled, I wondered if the barrier possessed sentience. I conveyed my thoughts to it. Greetings, I mean no intrusion. I seek the holy sword. The holy sword? The voice replied. It has been ages since anyone has come. I advise against your quest. Why? I inquired. I sense your noble heart and wish to spare you from peril. This is a task bestowed upon me by my mentor. Regardless of the challenges, I must see it through. I beseech you, allow me entry. A prolonged silence ensued. Barrier Elder, please respond. Very well. The interior is fraught with danger. 3 formidable trials await you, each more daunting than the last. Exercise caution. Enter with your companions for mutual support. Should you falter, retreat swiftly. Do not sacrifice your lives in vain. Thank you, Barrier Elder. It seemed my respectful address pleased it. Little did I realize how fortunate I was. This barrier, established by the Creator God, had likely existed for eons, impervious to any malevolent forces. Unintentionally, my display of goodwill had awakened this enigmatic guardian. Furthermore, my steadfast resolve gained its admiration, which was crucial for my passage through the barrier. Without its consent, entry would have been impossible. I returned to my companions and called out, everyone, awaken quickly. With gentle nudges and shakes, I roused them from their slumber. Ko, bleary-eyed, mumbled, what is it, Changong? Let me sleep a while longer. The dawn has barely broken. Indeed, why the early commotion? Grumbled voices echoed throughout our temporary camp. I smiled broadly and exclaimed, I have discovered a way to enter the barrier. Startled, they turned to me. Shuji was the first to respond. Is that true? We can enter the barrier? Indeed. Now, lazybones, rise and let's embark. Winter let out a jubilant shout and sprang to his feet. Changong, how did you manage this? I recounted my conversation with the barrier. Changong, this barrier has likely been here for an eternity. It may well have become a deity itself. Your luck is truly remarkable. Let us proceed before it changes its mind. Fear not. It shall not, I reassured them. Once more, we gathered at the barrier's edge, placing our hands upon its surface, transmitting feelings of respect, peace, and warmth. Suddenly, our hands felt lighter, the barrier vanished. We exchanged glances, then erupted into joyous cheers. Bowing deeply to the spot where the barrier had stood, we swiftly dashed into the unknown. Chapter 84. The Forest Giants. Finally, we entered the forest, and a sense of clarity washed over us. By dawn, we had ventured approximately 3 to 4 kilometers into the divine forest. We proceeded cautiously, as Grandfather Barrier had warned us of potential dangers. I urged everyone to remain vigilant. Towering trees surrounded us. Where could the holy sword be? Wait a moment, I instructed. There seemed to be a sense of impending danger. I suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, a sensation that Little Gold had sensed and conveyed to me. If it instilled fear in Little Gold, it certainly merited our caution. We instinctively scanned our surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Even as the sense of danger relayed by Little Gold intensified, Jean-Hu pointed to the ground and exclaimed, "Something is off. Take a closer look at the earth." Following his gesture, I noticed the grass appeared normal, but upon closer inspection, I observed the blades quivering ever so slightly. Experienced Yushi immediately knelt down, straining to listen. I asked anxiously, "What do you hear?" Yushi raised his hand to signal me to remain silent. After a brief moment, he sprang to his feet, his expression grave. "It seems we are being approached by unknown creatures from all directions. Judging by the sounds, they are approximately 2 kilometers away, and their footsteps are heavy." Dongri asked in alarm, "What should we do?" Everyone fell into deep contemplation. Jean-Hu decisively stated, "We must find a densely wooded area to evade their encirclement. It appears we are already surrounded. Our only hope is that they are weaker." Jean-Hu's suggestion received unanimous agreement. Soon, we discovered a small clearing enveloped by several large trees. Yushi proposed, "When they arrive, let us form a circle and block the gaps. Longbow, you will cast spells from the center." "All right," I replied. "Dongri, you can join me in the center since you're somewhat less experienced. Yushi and I shall form one group, while Jean-Hu and Gouda will team up to provide mutual support." Just as we were finalizing our strategy, the sound of heavy footsteps became distinctly audible, causing our hearts to race with anxiety. What could it be? At long last, we beheld the source of the commotion, and we exchanged incredulous glances, collectively inhaling sharply. A dense line of towering giants approached us, their numbers unfathomable. Each appeared to be hewn from stone, standing around 2.5 meters tall, steadily advancing toward us through the trees. Their murmurs echoed ominously. "Eliminate the invaders. Eliminate the invaders." Could this be real? How terrifying. Were these stone giants? As they drew closer, Jean-Hu unleashed a fierce howl, preparing for battle. In this dire moment, my mind sharpened with clarity. We could not afford to remain entrenched, especially without knowing the extent of their numbers. Retreat was no longer an option. We had to plunge deeper into the forest. Jean-Hu and Yushi would lead the way, with me and Dongri in the center, supporting our comrades as we fled. The stone giants loomed before us. I shouted, "Everyone charge." Jean-Hu surged ahead, his longsword gleaming with energy as he struck at the nearest giant. The creature raised its arm to block his attack, but Jean-Hu's prowess as a radiant knight proved insurmountable. With a brilliant flash, he cleaved the giant in half, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Jean-Hu's magnificent strike bolstered our morale, and Yushi followed suit, dispatching another giant with similar ferocity. "Oh, luminous element, my friend, form a shield of light to repel our foes." I quickly cast a protective light shield over everyone, while deftly dispatching another giant behind us with a burst of energy. Thus, we found ourselves embroiled in a fierce battle, with me at the forefront of the fray. The situation was manageable for a while, as Jean-Hu and Yushi swiftly eliminated 7 or 8 stone giants. However, the danger grew on our flanks, where Gouda and Xingao struggled to maintain our rear guard. This pace is unsustainable. We cannot break through this wall of giants. I internally called out, "Little Gold, I need your assistance." Without warning, Little Gold's imposing figure materialized before us, dwarfing the stone giants around it. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a torrent of white dragon breath, carving a 5-meter path through the horde. I bellowed, "Little Gold, lead the way. Everyone, follow closely." Little Gold's formidable physical prowess proved invaluable, as its sweeping tail and powerful claws rendered the nearby giants defenseless. Yet, I could sense Little Gold's magical energy waning rapidly. As we advanced, my companions shielded me in the center, while I channeled my magic to sustain Little Gold. Had Little Gold reached full maturity, we could have easily flown to safety on its back. Alas, it could currently bear only 2 riders at most. Even if Yushi and Zhanhu could manage to escape, 2 of us would have to remain behind, a fate none wished to contemplate, nor was success guaranteed. Thus, no one suggested this course of action. As time slipped away, the stone giants fell one by one beneath our might. We forged ahead, covering a distance of at least a kilometer. Yet the ranks of giants showed no sign of diminishing. My magical strength had increased, yet the prolonged strain of supporting Little Gold was gradually depleting my reserves. Little Gold, too, bore numerous wounds and fought to maintain its earlier vigor, panting heavily at the front lines. The others were in no better shape. Zhanhu's sword had shattered, and he now wielded a hefty branch to sustain himself. Everyone but me had sustained significant injuries. If this continued, we would surely perish here. Dongri, Gauda Xingao, quickly mount Little Gold and be light on your feet. Zhanhu, you and Yushi take to the skies, I urged. I will hold them off for a moment. You must flee. Zhanhu, fiercely striking down another stone giant, roared defiantly, no, I cannot abandon you. Furious, I shouted, hurry. Do you wish to meet your end here? Chapter 85. Fortunate escape. I summoned the remaining vestiges of my magical energy and began to chant. Oh, luminous element, my esteemed friend, I beseech you to transform your power into boundless radiance, into countless stars, and obliterate the foes before me. This was my most potent area of effect spell, the Radiant Starburst, a level 8 light magic. Though it was daytime, I could still perceive the flickering white lights converging upon me, enveloping my form in a golden orb of light as I gently ascended from the ground. Upon reaching approximately 5 meters in height, I unleashed a magnificent explosion of golden starlight, completely enveloping the stone giants within a radius of 100 meters. The starlight pierced through their robust bodies, creating transparent voids. Within that 100-meter vicinity, the stone giants were utterly annihilated, granting us a fleeting moment of safety. However, the excessive use of my magical energy caused me to cough up blood, and I began to plummet. In a flash of golden light, Xiaojin caught me upon its back. As I gazed at the slowly advancing stone giants 100 meters away, I cried out, Xiaojin, with your last ounce of strength, swiftly carry everyone away. Hurry. Xiaojin emitted a mournful cry, clearly reluctant to abandon me. The others gathered around, each bearing their own wounds, exchanging bittersweet smiles. I implored, you must leave at once, or it will be too late. Zhanhu chuckled softly and said, silly brother, do you think we still possess the strength to fly? Your phantom beast may not even be able to carry anyone now. Just look at its wings. Indeed, Xiaojin's left wing bore a significant scar, rendering it incapable of flight. With a heavy heart, I lamented, must we all perish here? It is my fault. My fault for bringing you along. My fault for disregarding grandfather's warnings, leading you all to your doom. I am so sorry. If only I had let you go from the start, perhaps we could have escaped. Tears of regret streamed down my face. Xingao interjected, enough of that, Changgong. We are all brothers. Is it not fitting that we share life and death together? Once underground, we can form a radiant battle team to sweep through the realm of spirits. He grasped my hand tightly. Xiaoxi added, Xingao is right. We shall always be brothers, and you are not at fault. Xiaojin climbed down, affectionately licking me with its large tongue, closing its eyes, clearly indicating its intent to share my fate. Our hands clasped together. A profound sense of camaraderie filled our hearts as we gazed at the stone giants approaching within 50 meters, resolute in our acceptance of death. At that moment, resistance seemed futile. No one spoke as we awaited the inevitable. The giants drew nearer, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. We exchanged glances and then closed our eyes. 10 minutes passed, and I wondered, why am I still alive? Death was not terrifying, but the anticipation was exasperating. Unable to contain my restlessness, I opened my eyes, only to be astounded by the scene before me. The forest of the gods appeared just as it had when we first arrived, lush and beautiful. The towering ancient trees surrounded us, yet the menacing giants had silently vanished. Had everything that transpired been a mere illusion? If not for the injuries we bore, I might have thought nothing had occurred. Perhaps others felt the same impatience. As one by one, they opened their eyes, equally astonished by the sight. After a moment of stunned silence, we collectively released cries of joy at our miraculous survival. I exclaimed, "We are alive. We are alive." Xiao Jin transformed into a beam of golden light and re-entered my body. What had transpired? Where had the giants gone? Was it possible that time had simply run out? Regardless, we were alive, and that was all that mattered. We collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the great trees. I gathered my thoughts and declared, restoring our strength is of utmost importance. Xiao produced rations and water, while I retrieved healing salves from my dimensional pouch. We bandaged our wounds and consumed the provisions, soon succumbing to exhaustion. I could not tell how long we slept until I was roused by my companions. They seemed to have regained some strength, and I, too, felt considerably better, my magical energy restored to about 30%. It was already late at night. After finishing the rations, we sat around the campfire. I broke the silence first. We should not continue forward. We ought to return the way we came. Zhanhu countered. No, we have come this far. We cannot abandon our quest now. But I did not wish for my friends to accompany me any longer on this perilous journey. You should all go back. I will complete my task alone. Xiao retorted angrily. Changgong, what do you take us for? Are we so cowardly? Speak up. Who wishes to retreat? Xing Ao's voice rang out. Xiao is right. We are not the sort to falter at the last moment. I looked around, astonished that none of them wished to depart. Sighing, I stood and bowed deeply to them. Thank you all. You are my dearest brothers. Tears of gratitude welled in my eyes. Dong Ri also stood, embracing my shoulder. Changgong, what is this? We are brothers, after all. Besides, we all wish to witness the sacred sword. To alleviate the somber atmosphere, Zhanhu suggested, let us devise a plan for our next steps. Xiao advised, I believe we should first tend to our wounds and strive to regain our optimal states before proceeding. It is the safer approach. I nodded in agreement. Indeed. We cannot foresee what dangers lie ahead. Zhanhu concurred. Let us chop down some trees to form a protective circle, taking turns to keep watch while the others rest. After 10 days of recuperation, our physical conditions gradually returned to their peak. I noticed that after this overexertion, Xiao Jin seemed to have matured somewhat. Now capable of absorbing a small amount of energy from the surroundings, allowing it to accompany me in battle for longer durations. The golden sphere within me felt more solid than before, radiating pure golden light. My magical mimicry attack, where I directly transformed my magical energy into desired forms without incantations, became significantly more adept. It appeared that I had made progress. Teacher D was right. Only through relentless honing can one achieve greater advancement. Chapter 86. The quest for the Holy Sword. Zhanhu and the others have undergone various transformations, particularly Dongri, who has made remarkable progress. Among the group, he was initially the weakest, but every member could offer him guidance. I sensed that during the fierce confrontation with the stone giant, Dongri fully grasped his shortcomings. He humbly sought counsel from everyone, and despite only having 10 days, through relentless effort, he felt as if he had been reborn, his strength subtly catching up to Gouda and Xingao. After tidying up, we resumed our treasure-seeking journey. 3 more days have passed, and surprisingly, it has been quite tranquil. Nothing has crossed our path, as if the forest of the gods had no end. Suddenly, I felt a faint surge of magical energy. I halted, urging everyone to pause, as there was a magical fluctuation nearby. The group stopped, drawing their weapons and surrounding me. Gouda chuckled wryly. I hope it's not like last time. Although the others refrained from voicing their concerns, I knew the previous encounter with the stone giant had left a shadow in their minds. I remained silent, closing my eyes to summon the golden orb within me, searching for the source of the magical fluctuation. It seemed to emanate from the northwest. I pointed in that direction and said, everyone, be cautious. The magical energy is coming from over there. Let us investigate. We maintained our formation and moved cautiously toward the northwest. The further we walked, the stronger the magical energy became. Although the intensity seemed high, it exuded a sense of tranquility. What could it be? As we continued, a modest hill appeared before us. I confidently stated, it must be this hill. Let's go take a look. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, we cautiously approached the hill. To our surprise, apart from a patch of green grass, there was nothing else. Even the forest halted 50 meters away from the base of the hill. I looked around in confusion. It was just an ordinary hill, devoid of any hiding places or caves, yet I distinctly felt that the magical energy was emanating from here. I instructed the group to encircle me as I sat cross-legged, focusing intently on locating the source of the magical energy. It felt as if waves of magical energy radiated outward from the hill's center. Rising to my feet, I frowned and remarked. The magical energy should be emanating from within the hill, yet there isn't even a cave. Jean patted my shoulder, suggesting, "Let us circle the hill and see if we can make any new discoveries." I nodded in agreement. For 2 full days, we meticulously searched every suspicious spot, but to no avail. The hill appeared as a seamless monolith, without a single crack. Finally, we returned to the grassy area at the foot of the hill. The enthusiasm for treasure hunting had nearly waned, and I felt a growing urgency. As I paced back and forth, I suddenly noticed that the ground at the edge of the grass differed from the center. I quickly retraced my steps, confirming this sensation. The grass's edge was soft, akin to the forest floor, while a 10-meter square in the center felt unusually hard. Could it be? I felt a surge of exhilaration. "Everyone, come quickly. I believe I found something." Upon hearing my words, the group swiftly gathered around. An impatient Xing'ao asked, "What did you find, Longgong? Have you noticed? This patch of ground is particularly hard. Something must be beneath it." Initially, the others exchanged puzzled glances, but then they simultaneously erupted in cheers, drawing their weapons to clear the knee-high grass. Before long, the grass was entirely removed, revealing a large magical hexagram on the ground, adorned with many peculiar patterns. The grass had sprouted from the crevices of these designs. Among us, I was the only one versed in magic, and the others turned their curious gazes toward me. I smiled, stating, "If I am not mistaken, this should be a teleportation magic array, though I am uncertain of its destination." Xiaozi remarked, "Then we should give it a try. Perhaps it will transport us to the Holy Sword." I chuckled awkwardly. However, I don't know how to activate it. My studies have been focused on light magic, and I have little experience with magic arrays. Gauda exclaimed, "Oh no, what should we do? Are we to leave the treasure mountain empty-handed?" I chuckled, reassuring them, "Don't worry, while I may not know how, I do have this." With that, I retrieved the book on magic arrays that Teacher D had given me from my dimensional bag. "Everyone, please take a moment to rest while I examine this." The group exchanged wry smiles, even Jean showing a hint of skepticism as he commented, "Is it wise to prepare at the last moment?" I scratched my head, replying, "There's no other option. We must try our best. With our combined wisdom, we shall succeed." The group broke into nervous laughter. If there weren't a glimmer of hope, I might have faced their ire. I forced a laugh and began to study the crucial booklet with utmost concentration. Although I jested about being desperate, I approached the task with serious intent. This was my first time immersing myself so deeply in a book since I began learning magic, and thankfully, despite my childhood laziness, I was still well-versed in reading. Initially, I focused solely on deciphering the magic array, but as I delved deeper, I found myself captivated. This book revealed the myriad ways magic could be employed. I became fully absorbed in the ocean of magic arrays. The text provided comprehensive coverage of everything from principles to applications and practical examples. Truly a priceless treasure. The language was exceedingly concise. For instance, it succinctly described the essence of magic arrays as follows. A magic array, as the name implies, is a formation activated by magic. The array creator bases it on the properties of various elements, achieving resonance with magical elements and nature through complex diagrams, thereby releasing magic in a manner that transcends their natural capabilities. Magic arrays generally include barrier-type arrays, teleportation arrays, amplification arrays, auxiliary arrays, and special arrays. The more advanced the magic array, the greater the demands placed upon the user's abilities, and the more intricate the array. Chapter 87. The adventure in the secret cave. In the absence of any disturbances, I diligently honed my skills, devoting nearly 10 hours each day to my studies. Aside from the necessities of eating and sleeping, after 3 arduous days of relentless effort, I had comprehended the entirety of the text. Gaining a fundamental understanding of the magical array, I stretched comfortably, exhausted from this intellectual endeavor. Rising to shake off the stiffness from 3 days of minimal movement, my companions gathered around, with Battle Tiger inquiring, "So, have you discovered a solution?" I sheepishly replied, "The book does not contain details about this magical array." The group exchanged worried glances, with Xing'ao expressing disbelief. "Could it be that we are truly at a standstill here?" "Do not despair," I urged. "While the book lacks specific instructions for this array, I surmise that the operation of magical arrays is generally similar. We can attempt to activate it." I instructed everyone to disperse and position myself at the center of the 6-pointed star. From my readings, I understood that a mage's formidable magical energy was essential to initiate the array. Crucially, the mage's power must suffice to meet the array's demands. Otherwise, it would remain dormant, potentially causing harm to the mage. With my capabilities as a magic master, I believed I could manage. Ancient magical array. Arise with my power as the conduit, I intoned. The text had specified that the focal point of the array lay at its center. I gathered light elements into my right hand and infused them into the focal point with an incantation. The focal point resembled a bottomless pit, rapidly consuming my magical energy. The vast array shimmered with a gentle golden light as I fervently urged the golden sphere to coalesce the surrounding light elements and feed them into the focal point. However, the rate of my input could not match the output, causing my magical energy to wane. The golden radiance of the array grew increasingly brilliant. Just as I felt my energy nearly depleted, the focal point ceased its absorption. I sighed in relief, but at that moment, the magical array erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Realizing the array was about to activate, I shouted, "Quick, everyone, to the six-pointed star. The array is initiating." I hurried to one corner of the star, aware that standing at its vertices offered maximum protection. As my companions swiftly took their positions at the other 5 corners, we simultaneously experienced a disorienting whirl. The golden light enveloping us, along with our 6 forms, vanished into thin air. With a sudden rush, we found ourselves on the ground. The surrounding darkness hinted at our location deep within the mountain's belly. The golden glow that once surrounded us gradually dimmed, plunging us into complete darkness. "Everyone, remain still and vigilant," I instructed. "I will replenish my magical energy, and then we shall proceed." For reasons unknown, the light elements here were remarkably vibrant. Within 2 hours, I had fully restored my magical energy to its peak. "Light elements, my friends, please illuminate the earth," I declared, recalling my first learned spell, illumination. A beam of light shot from my hand, instantly transforming our surroundings into a bright day. I first noticed my companions seated around me, the sudden brightness momentarily disorienting them. The cavern was approximately 2 meters high and 5 meters wide, its depths obscured by darkness, while the walls and floor appeared unnaturally smooth, indicating they had been meticulously crafted. As we began to scrutinize our surroundings, Xiaoxi remarked, "It seems we are within the mountain's belly. This must be the location where the sacred sword is hidden. Everyone, tread carefully," Battle Tiger advised. "Xiaoxi and I will lead the way, with Long Gong in the center. Gouda, Xing Ao, and Dong Ri will follow behind. Let us proceed." We maintained our formation, advancing cautiously. The illumination spell only brightened a radius of about 10 meters, and as we ventured deeper, the environment remained unchanged for what felt like an interminable stretch. "Hold on." Sensing something amiss, I halted the group. I retrieved my magic wand from my dimensional pouch. Feeling unease wash over me. It seemed we had been traversing in circles. "Let us leave this mark and continue to see if we can return here." I share the same sentiment, Xiaoxi concurred. "Let us quicken our pace." We hastened our steps, and indeed, after approximately half an hour, we found ourselves back at the spot where I had placed the wand. I picked it up, furrowing my brow. "What now? Is this place a maze?" Dongri asked. "No, it should not be a maze. It appears we have yet to locate a critical point. There must be some mechanism at play," I replied, settling into a meditative position to project my mental energy in search of an exit. I sensed the surrounding robust mountain walls, but the ground seemed somewhat hollow. Rising, I instructed everyone to spread out and pointed to the ground. "The surface appears relatively void. Let us see if we can bore a hole." "I'll take care of it," Battle Tiger declared. With a swift motion of his knight's sword, a stream of white energy surged toward the ground. The impact produced a resounding crash, sending dust swirling into the air. Before the dust settled, the entire cavern began to tremble. "This is not good. Everyone, gather your strength," I shouted. We clustered together as I cast a protective barrier around us, bolstering it with their energies to create a formidable shield. Just as the energy shield formed, the ground beneath us gave way, and we plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. I could not ascertain how far we fell before the energy shield collided with the ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The force shattered our protective barrier, scattering us apart and inflicting various injuries from the violent impact. We all fell unconscious simultaneously. I found myself ensnared within a vortex of darkness, numerous indistinct shapes swirling around me, and the sensation of dizziness engulfed me. Suddenly, a warm voice called out, "Child, return. Do not give up, come back." A comforting energy enveloped me, and the swirling scenery around me began to slow, eventually vanishing entirely. I again sank into darkness. yet gradually regained my capacity for thought. Chapter 88. The tale of the divine. The pain coursed through my body, as if my very bones were shattered. Yet, amidst the agony, a soothing warmth enveloped me, a gentle energy nurturing and healing my battered form. What could possibly be happening? With great effort, I opened my eyes, only to be astounded by the sight before me. I found myself within an immense temple, surrounded by countless divine statues. The space sprawling over 10,000 square meters and towering above 100 meters. Enormous crystals adorned the ceiling and walls, illuminating the grand hall as if it were daylight. Such a magnificent structure. Everyone was present, including myself, all encased within a luminous barrier, seemingly still in slumber. The warm energy emanated from this protective shield. I attempted to move, but a sharp pain shot through me, causing my body to convulse. I opened my mouth to utter a cry of anguish, but no sound emerged. In a flurry of anxiety, I lost consciousness once more. Time passed, though I could not tell how long. I awoke to the sound of Winter's voice. The longbow has awakened. The longbow has awakened. As I opened my eyes, I found my companions gathered around me. I moved my body, relieved to find the pain had subsided. It seemed the protective barrier had mended my wounds. Is everyone all right? I weakly inquired. All is well. We are all fine. Shu Si reassured me. I smiled. That's good to hear. It appears we are in a temple. This must be our destination. Have you searched for the holy sword? Xing Ao replied. We all just awakened not long ago. We searched but found nothing. Winter helped me rise from the ground. I took a deep breath, assessing my condition. My magical energy had fully returned, though I felt slightly weakened. The world around me appeared transformed. Distant sights were extraordinarily clear. Could it be that the barrier had altered my very being? I hastily asked my companions, do you sense anything different? Gauda responded, indeed, there is a significant difference. It feels as though our bodies have undergone a transformation. My senses have notably heightened. Although my martial skills remain similar, I can feel that with diligent training, my improvement will be much swifter than before. Zhanhu nodded in agreement. Yes, it feels as if I've been reborn. Just as I was about to speak, a gentle voice resonated throughout the temple. Welcome, kind children. The voice was familiar. We looked around, but the source remained elusive, as if it emanated from all directions simultaneously. The kind voice continued, do not search. You will not find me. Have you forgotten who allowed you entry? Suddenly, it dawned on me, and I exclaimed, are you the grandfather of the barrier? Haha, you remember. However, I am not merely that. I am more accurately referred to as the king of the gods. His words left us all in stunned silence. Winter stammered, the king of the gods? Indeed. Do you not consider that without my consent, you could not have breached the barrier I set? We had encountered a deity. Did he resent our quest for the holy sword? That seemed improbable. The luminous barrier was surely his doing. If he wished us harm, he would not have saved us. Yet, caution was prudent. Thus, I spoke, king of the gods. We have come seeking the holy sword. If you disapprove of our quest, we shall depart immediately, asking only that you spare my companions. I am willing to bear full responsibility. My companions immediately protested. Zhanhu declared, no, if blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. I am the leader here, and they followed my encouragement. Others echoed similar sentiments, insisting on taking the responsibility. At that moment, the king of the gods fell silent, seemingly amused by our quarrel. I raised my voice, do not argue. You all came here for me. You are my dearest brothers and friends. I shall not allow you to suffer for my sake. The gentle voice spoke again, enough, children. Do not quarrel. You are all good children, and none of you are at fault. You have endured numerous trials to arrive here. Upon entering the forest of the gods, you faced tests of courage, strength, wisdom, and character. Otherwise, you would not have reached this place. Then, does this mean you are willing to bestow upon us the holy sword? Longbow asked eagerly. Patience, Longbow. Allow me to share a story first. We raised our heads, listening intently to the tale of the king of the gods. Long ago, on this continent, there existed a powerful race, endowed with extraordinary wisdom. The origins of their existence are shrouded in time's mists, but they evolved over generations, attaining remarkable abilities. However, when they achieved immortality, they lost the capacity to reproduce, maintaining a population of around 300. They were benevolent, pure-hearted, and cherished all that is beautiful, earning the title of the divine race. Upon hearing this, I could not suppress a gasp. The king of the gods continued, yet, with such a vast land and only over 300 of them, it became exceedingly lonely. In their quest for companionship, They created various new races to coexist, believing this would enrich and beautify the world. They brought forth wise humans, free-spirited demons, kind-hearted elves, honest dwarves, strength-loving beastmen, and powerful dragons. Each race possessed its own strengths and weaknesses, and as their populations flourished, the continent thrived. The king of the gods paused, then continued. Just as the land was filled with beauty and peace, an evil race emerged from an unknown origin, dubbed the demon race by the divine race. They wielded power comparable to that of the divine race, yet their numbers were vast. Their ideology revolved around invasion, conquest, slaughter, and plunder. Upon their arrival, they ruthlessly slaughtered many from the various races. Under the leadership of the divine race, the races united like never before, fiercely resisting the demon race's onslaught. As he spoke, the king of the gods appeared pained, as if he were transported back to that time of smoke and conflict. Chapter 89. The Divine Mission. What was the outcome? I inquired anxiously. A benevolent voice resonated once more. Child, do not be hasty. Allow me to recount the tale at a measured pace. Although the demon race is formidable and outnumbers the divine race significantly, their strength pales in comparison to the united front of various races. After the sacrifice of countless valiant warriors from all factions, the once arrogant demeanor of the demon race was finally subdued. However, the divine race also endured substantial losses. Under the leadership of the divine race, the allied factions launched a final assault against the demon race, ultimately annihilating them. The leader of the divine race engaged in a fierce battle with the demon king, resulting in both suffering grievous injuries and the demon king being sealed away. When the war concluded, only a pitiful handful of divine beings remained, and the other races had suffered similarly devastating casualties, particularly the dragon race. When the divine race created them, their overwhelming power necessitated restrictions on their reproduction. Following the Great Conflict, the dragon population dwindled rapidly, now barely numbering around 200. Gradually, the divine race retreated from the annals of history, and through continuous propagation, the human, demon, and orc races flourished, emerging as the new dominators of the continent. With that, this segment of the story reaches its conclusion. And what became of the divine race afterward? Winter asked. Upon hearing this tale, you should realize that I am the leader of the divine race, one of the last remnants of our kind. In the battles of yore, with the aid of my fellow divine beings, I managed to seal the demon king, though I sustained severe injuries that have yet to heal, even after millennia. Perhaps you wonder why I share this story with you and its relevance to your quest for the sacred sword. This is the very reason I require your assistance. Do you also require our help? Aoki inquired. Jean Hu, standing nearby, tugged at him, whispering, do not speak out of turn. The king of gods chuckled heartily. No matter. He speaks the truth. I indeed need your aid, which, in turn, will benefit you, for this matter concerns the very survival of the continent. Ah, how grave! I exclaimed. What is this matter? Has the demon king broken free from your bindings? If you could barely overcome him, how can we humans assist you? You are only partially correct. It indeed pertains to the demon king, yet he has not escaped my seal. After I imprisoned him, he underwent thousands of years of recuperation, gradually regaining his strength, incessantly assaulting the barriers established by the remaining divine beings. On one occasion, a lapse in vigilance allowed a fragment of his demonic essence to escape. This essence retained part of the demon king's power and consciousness, wreaking havoc upon the continent. To prevent the remaining forces of the demon king from emerging, your task is to locate and eliminate this fragment. Can we truly accomplish this? How powerful is it? Susi queried. Though it is merely a fraction of his strength, it is indeed formidable, far beyond your current capabilities. You must continually enhance your abilities to have any hope of eradicating it. Once you vanquish the demon king's presence on the continent, we shall concentrate our efforts on obliterating the residual power he retains in his seal, ensuring his eternal disappearance. Why did you not eliminate him directly back then? I asked, perplexed. The king of gods sighed. At that time, our powers were nearly depleted, and had we eliminated him, the entire demon race would have perished. I believe that every race had the right to exist, and perhaps, given time, he could be reformed. In a moment of compassion, I chose to seal him instead. However, I did not foresee that after countless millennia, his malevolent essence would remain unaltered. Now, eradicating him has become exceedingly difficult. Only by eliminating his avatar on the continent can we diminish his overall power, paving the way for his ultimate destruction. Upon hearing this, We finally grasped the intent of the King of Gods. I mused, is this not a summons for us to risk our lives? How can we ascertain the extent of the Demon King's power? In an attempt to evade, I asked, will we be able to find him? Is he still causing havoc on the continent? The King of Gods, evidently perceiving my trepidation, replied, Child, evasion is not the solution. You must confront him to resolve this matter. The Demon King has orchestrated his plans on the continent for many years, not acting alone but cultivating numerous subordinates who operate in secrecy. The conflicts between humans, demons, and orcs are instigated by the Demon King from behind the scenes. Led by the Demon King, they seek to disrupt the peace of the continent. Should he succeed in dominating it, all other races, including our divine race, shall face annihilation. So terrifying. Before I could respond, Jean-Hu interjected, Rest assured, we shall vanquish the Demon King. With my elder's declaration, I too felt compelled to acquiesce. Where should we commence our search for him? I inquired. The King of Gods replied, You need not fret about this. You will not need to seek him. He will reveal himself when the continent descends into war. During this interval, not only must you diligently train to elevate your powers, but you must also gather like-minded allies to bolster your strength. You are the hope of the continent. You must strive with all your might. Except for me. Everyone else was ablaze with fervor, expressing their ambitious aspirations. Though I felt a twinge of fear, I knew that to survive, I could not falter. Will you not bestow upon us the sacred sword to enhance our strength? I proposed, seeking a favorable agreement with the King of Gods for the sake of our survival and security. You little rascal, fret not. I shall certainly provide you with items to augment your strength. Upon your arrival, I have already used my divine power to transform you fundamentally, ensuring that your future training yields exponential benefits. Now, I shall grant you additional treasures. Heed my words and approach the statue in the center, one by one. Jean-Hu, I bestow upon you the armor of the war god, hoping that you will truly become a formidable warrior. Jean-Hu approached the towering statue, and a golden light enveloped him. As the brilliance faded, a deep blue armor adorned his form. A trident helmet crowned his head, featuring an oval blue gemstone at its center. His shoulder guards bore 4 layers, each one shorter than the last, arching gently downwards. The breastplate was broad, with a larger blue gemstone at its center. The abdominal armor mirrored the contours of his physique, while scale-like armor enveloped his limbs entirely, even encasing his hands. Draped over his back was a black cloak, and standing at over 2 meters tall, Jean-Hu exuded an extraordinary and majestic presence, reminiscent of the resurrection of a war god. Chapter 90. The blessing of the gods. Brother Jean-Hu gazed at his brand-new armor, attempting to move, his inner excitement evident to all. He fell to the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times, and declared, Your Majesty, I shall not disappoint your earnest efforts. Vanquishing the Demon King shall be my sole objective. The King of Gods replied with approval. Well, you must diligently cultivate to live up to this divine armor. Returning to his companions, Brother Jean-Hu proclaimed, Wearing this fills me with an overwhelming power. It feels as light as air, truly magnificent. Envy sparkled in the eyes of his peers as they pondered what treasures awaited them. The voice of the King of Gods resonated once more. Next, Shiosi. Upon hearing the divine summons, Shiosi hurried to the statue. The King of Gods announced, Shiosi, I grant you the horn of the celestial, with which you may restore the vitality of those who have not yet perished. A flash of golden light appeared, revealing a delicate horn in Shiosi's hand. As for its usage, you must discover that on your own. Shiosi bowed and respectfully said, Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty. He returned, lovingly toying with the elegantly spiraled horn. Next, Xingao. Upon hearing his name, Xingao swiftly approached the statue, his gaze filled with anticipation. Xingao, I bestow upon you the hammer of the mighty god. Though you originally wielded a heavy sword, this hammer shall grant you even greater power. A golden light enveloped him, and a massive hammer, 5 meters long with a 50-centimeter diameter, materialized in Xingao's grasp, seemingly light in weight. Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty. Xingao was delighted with his new weapon and joyfully returned. Gauda. The King of God's voice echoed once again, and Gauda rushed to the statue with exuberance. I grant you the shield of the Thunder God, capable of withstanding any physical attack. Golden light flickered, and a finely crafted small shield, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, appeared on Gauda's left arm. Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty. Gauda regarded the small shield, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. Only I and Dongri were left without gifts. and I couldn't help but murmur, "Why have I not been called? It should be my turn now." Donri. Donri stepped forward, responding, "Yes. I bestow upon you the bow of the wind god, hoping you will elevate the wind god archery to new heights." A flash of golden light revealed a small, golden short bow in Donri's hands. "Thank you for your gift, your majesty." "Very well. I hope each of you can fully comprehend your weapons. You must engage with them earnestly to unlock their true power. Each artifact possesses its unique essence, and discovering how to wield them lies with you. Therefore, you must strengthen your cultivation, enhance your capabilities, and remain humble and cautious, lest you disappoint my expectations of you." In unison, everyone bowed. "We humbly respect your majesty's teachings." I glanced left and right, noting that everyone had received divine weapons. Why was I left empty-handed? Had I offended the king of gods? I, too, desire a gift. I cautiously inquired, "Your majesty, why is there no weapon for me?" The king of gods laughed heartily. "I thought you were not anxious." Haha. Is it possible that even the divine can jest? I awkwardly scratched my head and replied, "Of course, I am anxious. Obtaining the holy sword has been my objective all along. Come forward." At last, my moment had arrived. I rushed to the statue, awaiting the treasure I had longed for. "I grant you the holy sword of light, hoping you will lead everyone in vanquishing evil." How splendid. Just hearing the name, I knew it was extraordinary. Unlike the others, a golden light did not shine upon me. Instead, a golden sphere floated gently toward me. I reached out to grasp it, but just as it approached, it swiftly entered my chest. What is happening? I touched my chest, searching for the holy sword, but it was nowhere to be found. Stop searching. The holy sword of light resides within you now. At your current level, you cannot wield its power. But why can everyone else use theirs? The voice of the king of gods echoed in my ear, as if only I could hear it. They can only access a fraction of their artifact's power. And there's our secondary artifacts, making them relatively easier to control. The holy sword of light was once my companion's sword, later bestowed upon the Archangel Michael. It was reclaimed only after he sacrificed himself in the war against the demons. Your strength is currently far too lacking compared to the sword. Thus it must remain dormant within you for now. When you attain the ability to command it, it shall awaken. I see. How can I reach the level necessary to wield its power? That is your next destination. In the western region of the human-demon border lies a place called the Rift Canyon. You must go there, before the Archangel Michael perished. He transferred some of his energy to that location, sealing it with a magic circle. Only by obtaining the legacy of the light god there can you truly wield the holy sword. However, there is no need to hurry. You must continue to cultivate. I estimate that within 5 years, the Demon King will not pose a significant threat. During this time, you must enhance your strength. The stronger you become, the greater your chances of obtaining the legacy. So that is the plan. However, I cannot showcase the divine artifact to everyone. The King of Gods continued, "Children, you have received divine weapons. I shall now impart a forbidden spell to you, a crucial artifact for restraining the Demon King. You may only begin practicing it when your strength approaches that of a battle god. The requirements for the longbow are even higher. You must reach the level of a grand mage to practice together." I interjected, "What must one achieve to become a grand mage?" "My teacher said that having 6 golden spheres within is sufficient. Is that true?" The King of Gods replied, "That is partially correct. When you reach 6 acupoints, as you refer to them as golden spheres, you indeed enter the realm of a grand mage. But that is merely the beginning, slightly stronger than a sword saint among warriors. You must cultivate to 9 acupoints to truly become a grand mage. 9 does not literally mean 9 golden spheres. Rather, it signifies that when golden spheres exist throughout your body, you become the largest golden sphere, achieving the true realm of a grand mage. Only then will you possess the strength to contend with gods and demons." In a voice audible only to me, he added, "Once you accept the legacy of the light god, you will likely unlock the gateway to the realm of grand mage. Therefore, that is where you must go." Chapter 91. The Forbidden Within the Forbidden. Very well, I shall certainly go. To harness the power of the holy sword, to become the legendary Archmage. How could I possibly refrain? First, I shall impart the incantation of the forbidden spell to you. Thereafter, it shall depend on your own endeavors. As soon as I finished speaking, 6 beams of golden light emanated from the statue, illuminating the foreheads of the 6 of us. And we felt something new etched within our minds. The King of Gods declared, "I have inscribed the incantation into your minds, ensuring it shall never be forgotten." A wave of haziness washed over us, and a line of clear, small characters appeared. Unconsciously, we began to recite them aloud. Jean, who proclaimed, "The King of Gods grants me the armor of the war god, impervious to all malevolence." Xiao stated, "The King of Gods bestows upon me the horn of the celestial being, its sound piercing the heavens." Xing Ao announced, "The King of Gods grants me the hammer of the mighty god, shaking the heavens and earth to protect the righteous path." Gauda asserted, "The King of Gods bestows upon me the shield of the thunder god, able to withstand 1,000 blades." Dong redeclared, "The King of Gods grants me the bow of the wind god, swiftly unleashing invisible arrows." I said, "The King of Gods grants me the sword of light, its radiance illuminating the firmament." "Enough," I interjected. "If we continue, we shall be unable to cease the forbidden spell. As your powers grow, you will come to appreciate the might of this incantation. It is of a higher order even among the divine, far surpassing the forbidden spells known to humankind. Thus, I name it the forbidden spell of forbidden spells, the ode of the awakening of the gods." Upon hearing the words of the King of Gods, we ceased our recitation. Though we had not completed it, one could only imagine the overwhelming power of such a spell. The King of Gods continued, "Very well, children. I have imparted all that I needed to convey. The remainder lies in your hands. I trust you shall vanquish the malevolence and bring everlasting peace to the world." Even I was moved by the compassionate words of the King of Gods, and we bowed deeply before the statue. The King of Gods remarked, "There is no need for such formality. By the way, your divine artifacts can be concealed within your bodies, controlled by your mental energy. Before you confront the Demon King and his minions, I hope you shall not expose your strength prematurely. Even during practice, seek solitude. Now, I shall transport you to the outskirts of the forest of the divine. Within 5 years, you must diligently cultivate your skills. I implore you soon. There shall be no more forest of the divine. It will transform into an ordinary forest. After your departure, I must hasten back to the temple to reinforce the seal against the Demon King. Farewell, children." We all knelt, and I addressed the statue. "You shall forever remain our deity in our hearts. We shall miss you." The King of Gods chuckled, saying, "When you have vanquished the Demon King, we shall meet again. By my name, the King of Gods, I shall return these humans and elves to their rightful place." A broad beam of golden light shot forth from the statue, enveloping us. As the radiance faded, we found ourselves at the entrance of the forest of the divine. Had it not been for the divine artifacts gleaming in our hands and upon our bodies, one might have thought nothing had transpired. We exchanged glances, each feeling as though we had been reborn. Jean, who sighed, "I never expected that our adventure would yield the legacy of divine artifacts. Now we have a purpose. Let us strive diligently." Xiao toyed with the horn of the celestial being, saying, "Indeed, we must not allow the demon race to prevail. Let us visit the nature elves, and then we shall return." I knew we would soon part ways, each with our own responsibilities. Try to conceal the divine artifacts within your bodies. We cannot venture forth wielding them, lest we be mistaken for divine beings, I jested. Xing Ao waved the mighty hammer of the mighty god, inquiring, "How do we do that? This is rather large. Can it even fit?" His words amused me, and I replied, "These artifacts can exist as pure energy. They will occupy no physical space within you. Simply concentrate on returning them to your bodies." As I spoke, Dongri's bow of the wind god suddenly vanished with a whoosh. He exclaimed joyfully, "I did it." He attempted to summon the bow repeatedly until he became adept. Following my instructions, soon everyone had mastered the summoning of their divine artifacts. The village of the nature elves remained as beautiful as when we departed. Since it was daytime, the industrious nature elves were busily engaged in their tasks. Returning here, I felt a sense of homecoming. As we arrived at the village entrance, we were spotted, and a young elf flew over, saying, "Chonggong, you have returned." "Yes, how is the village? Is everything well? Have the dark elves attacked again?" I inquired warmly. "They wouldn't dare to return. If they do, we shall make them taste the might of light magic. Indeed, you must practice light magic whenever you can, striving to integrate it with your innate abilities. That way, you shall have no cause for fear." At that moment, the nature elf king, accompanied by the 4 elders, came forth to greet us. The elf king said, "Welcome back safely. Come, let us enter the village." Only then did I remember we were still at the village entrance. Following the nature elf king, we made our way to the council hall with ease. The elf king instructed all elves except the 4 elders to withdraw. As our acquisition of divine artifacts was to remain a closely guarded secret, known only to the Elf King and the Elders. The Elf King inquired, "So, what rewards have you brought back?" I recounted our adventures in brief, omitting the portion about receiving divine artifacts, merely mentioning the enhancements to our bodies bestowed by the King of Gods. Upon hearing our words, the Elf King and the Elders displayed expressions of reverence. The Elf King remarked, "I did not expect you to earn the recognition of the King of Gods. Rest assured, when you confront the Demon King, we of the Nature Elf clan shall join you. Contributing to the peace of the continent is our duty." Jean smiled. "That is splendid. With your assistance, our strength against the Demon King will be greatly enhanced. By the way, do you still have any of the 100 fruit brew? We would love to have some." The elders exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. The third elder said, "I fear we are out for the time being. You drank it all last time." In truth, they had a few bottles left, but I had taken them before I departed, so now there was none remaining. Upon hearing the third elder's words, disappointment spread across everyone's faces except mine. I interjected, "We wish to rest here for a day. Tomorrow we shall return. The King of Gods mentioned that the Demon King may launch an invasion in 5 years, and we know not what methods he may employ. During this time, we must intensify our training and preparation for his eventual defeat." Chapter 92. Returning home after bidding farewell to the warm-hearted nature spirits, we set forth towards home. At last, we arrived at the border of Shoda, where, aside from myself, everyone else felt a deep sense of nostalgia for their homeland. 3 days later, we paused at a fork in the road, with paths diverging towards Shoda City and the kingdom of Aisha. The time to part had finally come. Brother Zhanhu spoke, "Changgong, take care. I will first return to Shoda City to visit my father and family, and then I shall return to my lair to continue my training." I replied, "Brother, you too must take care. I will strive in my training upon returning to Aisha. I estimate it will take 3 years. And once I feel ready to seek the legacy of the Light God, I will come to find you." Xiuxi added, "Everyone must put forth their effort. Changgong, let us meet again in 3 years in Shoda." I nodded, my eyes moistening slightly. "Take good care of yourselves, and please convey my regards to Teacher One." I turned to Dongri, "And you, do not be so self-deprecating. Aside from us, how many can claim the legacy of the gods? We are all exceptional. Hongxue is a wonderful girl, cherish her." Dongri embraced my broad shoulders, tears streaming down her face. "Changgong, thank you. I will miss you. Take care on your journey." I shared heartfelt embraces with each of them, inhaling deeply the fresh air, wiping away my tears. "Take care, everyone. Our glorious battle team is the best. I must take my leave." With that, I turned and set foot on the path home, tears that I had held back now flowing freely. With 3 months remaining until the 2-year training I had agreed upon with Teacher D, I planned to return home to see my parents. It had been over a year, and I missed them dearly. Being alone, I hastened my pace, using teleportation in desolate areas, and within just over 10 days, I reached Senkei City, eager to see them. First, I would buy some gifts for them. I purchased a cake for my mother, who adored it, and fruits for my father, returning home with an armful of treats. My familiar village welcomed me back, though many of the children regarded me with curious eyes, clearly perceiving me as an outsider. Ahead, a familiar figure emerged about 50 meters away, broad-shouldered and robust, accompanied by a petite girl, their closeness evident. I quickened my steps and tapped the shoulder of the sturdy man. He turned, and I exclaimed joyfully, "Ode, it really is you." He looked at me in confusion at first, but his face gradually transformed from bewilderment to delight. "Changgong, is that truly you?" We excitedly embraced one another. Ode remarked, "You've returned. Mother speaks of you every day. You've grown taller and stronger. I envy you for studying magic in the big city." The girl beside Ode tugged at him, asking, "Ode, who is he?" Now taking a moment to assess her, I noted her beauty, large, intelligent eyes shimmering with brightness, a water-green dress accentuating her delicate frame, and a long braid cascading down. Ode smiled awkwardly at me and introduced, "Let me present my girlfriend, Le Yuhong. This is Changgong Wei, my childhood friend. He is quite the formidable magician." I smiled back at Ode and extended my hand. "Hello. You may call me Changgong. It is a pleasure to meet you." Luo Yu graciously shook my hand. "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you as well." I playfully punched Ode's arm, saying, "You've done well for yourself, securing such a lovely girlfriend. I must admit, I'm envious." He laughed heartily indeed. "Luo Yu is the belle of our school." I pursued her through relentless effort. "You, my friend, must have many admirers." Upon hearing this, Luo Yu pinched Ode, causing him to yelp in surprise. I scratched my head. I haven't given that much thought yet, Perhaps in the future, once I enroll in the Advanced Magic Academy. Ode inquired. I heard from Mother that your teacher sent you out to train. How has that been? Does it interfere with your studies? Not at all. Exploring the world greatly benefits one's cultivation, I replied. Well, you both should get back to your business. I need to hurry home. Join us for dinner tonight. All right. I will visit you later. Let us enjoy the evening together, I responded. Luyu playfully tugged on Ode's ear, chiding, no drinking. You're becoming quite the drunkard. I chuckled. You two continue your playful banter. I shall take my leave. With that, I hurried away. Standing at my doorstep, I called out, Mom, Dad, I'm home. I'm back. The door creaked open, and my mother came out. After 2 years apart, she appeared slightly aged. Changgong, my child, you finally returned. I've missed you dearly. She opened the gate and enveloped me in a warm embrace, and I returned it wholeheartedly. I have missed you too, Mother. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. My father emerged from within, smiling broadly. Changgong, you have returned. Since you left, your mother has shed countless tears, always speaking your name. I released my mother and warmly embraced my father. It is good to be back, he continued. Come, let us go inside. Today is a day of rest for your mother and me. Otherwise, you might have returned to find us absent. Your mother will prepare a feast, and we shall enjoy a drink together. Yes, I adore your cooking, Mother. Nothing outside can compare to home-cooked meals. It feels wonderful to be back. Once inside, my father inquired, how was your training this time? I replied, it was quite good, without any major setbacks. I consider it a successful mission. I then recounted my experiences from the past year, omitting any mention of danger to spare my parents' worry. Upon hearing my tale, my mother sighed in relief. It is good that you returned safely, I suggested. How about you both accompany me to the capital? I can certainly look after you now. My father exchanged glances with my mother and replied, No, as long as you study diligently, we are content here. Your mother and I have long adapted to this life. The simplicity and tranquility here are perfect for our retirement. I attempted to persuade them to join me, but my mother insisted, just return to visit us often. We shall remain here. Very well, I conceded, planning to return to the capital first, to study at the Advanced Magic Academy for 2 or 3 years, and then perhaps embark on further training. Chapter 93. The warmth of home. Upon hearing that I would be undertaking further training, my mother grew anxious and exclaimed, You still wish to pursue this? I was worried sick during your last endeavor, fearing for your safety. Is there any way you might reconsider? I embraced her gently and reassured her, Mother, even if I do go, it is a matter for 2 or 3 years hence. The future remains uncertain, and plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Only then did her worries begin to ease. Very well, you two can chat. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. Mother, please cook a little extra. I've invited Ode over for dinner, I added. Understood, she replied. As I watched her head into the kitchen, I turned to my father and said, Father, I fear that by the time I complete my studies at the Advanced Magical Academy, I will be away in the field for quite some time. I then shared with him the task bestowed upon us by the King of Gods, which I had not mentioned before. My father pondered for a moment before responding, My child, for the peace of our continent, you must go. Do not concern yourself with matters at home. I am proud that you shall receive the blessings of the divine. I choked back my emotions and said, Thank you, Father. From my dimensional bag, I retrieved a cloth pouch and handed it to him. This is a gift from Teacher D for my travels. I have scarcely touched the funds. Please keep it for yourselves. With a smile, my father accepted the pouch, exclaiming, Ah, my son is finally able to show us filial piety. Huh. When he opened the pouch, he was astonished to find it filled with sparkling diamond coins. Is this truly for us? You should keep some for yourself. There are 500 diamond coins here. I have more. You and Mother need not be overly frugal. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, Longbow. I have arrived. Open the door. Coming. I hurried outside to welcome Ode and Luyu. Hello, Uncle, Ode greeted. Good to see you. Please, take a seat. This must be Luyu, my father said with a smile. Luyu blushed and replied, Hello, Uncle. With a hearty laugh, my father said, Greetings, young Luyu. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Curiously, I asked, Father, have you met Luyu before? Of course. I see her often, as she and Ode are inseparable. Almost everyone in the village has met her, he chuckled. Just then, my mother emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes, saying, Indeed. Look at Ode's remarkable talent in finding such a lovely girlfriend. When will you bring someone home for me? I wish I could, but there is no suitable candidate. I lack Ode's charm. Who would choose me? My mother replied, I do not require you to find someone exceptionally beautiful, just someone who treats you well. A girl of average looks will suffice. I laughed and said, I share your sentiments. I would prefer a companion who is not overly striking, as I find that beautiful girls tend to be more difficult to handle, often with less agreeable tempers. Ode countered, who says so? Just look at Luoyu. Her temperament is delightful, and she is easy to get along with. Luoyu blushed, but remained silent. Look at your happiness. Come on, help me serve the dishes, I teased. With everyone's efforts combined, a sumptuous feast was laid out before us, and we dined joyfully. I produced a crystal bottle containing a rare fruit brew. The deep green liquid piqued everyone's curiosity. This is a brew crafted by the natural elves, exceedingly rare. They gifted it to me as a token of gratitude for my assistance. Do give it a try? I poured a small cup for each person. The rich aroma of the brew quickly filled the room. Everyone glanced at one another with intrigue, and my father, who often indulges in wine, declared, this truly is exquisite. The fragrance is remarkable. It tastes even better. Everyone, do try it. As I expected, the fruit brew enchanted all present. Within moments, the bottle was nearly empty, and they clamored for more. Naturally, I reminded them that we only had this one bottle. My dear Longbow, my mother reiterated, this time when you return to school, you must find a girlfriend. I shall not let you off the hook. You are nearly 20, while others marry at 18 or 19. Yet, you have yet to find anyone. I looked to my father for support, but he replied, this time, I shall not assist you. I too wish for you to marry soon, so I can hold my grandchild. Hearing this, I felt my face flush. All right, I shall bring home an unattractive bride for you. My mother laughed. That would be acceptable, as long as she is not worse than me. My father whispered, please, do not bring home someone like your mother. Find a girl with a gentler disposition, or you shall suffer for life. My mother, with her keen ears, caught every word and retorted, is my temperament truly that bad? What hardships have you endured? From now on, I shall cease cooking and doing your laundry. You will serve me daily, yet still claim I am difficult. My father immediately backtracked. No, my wife is the best, beautiful, gentle, and virtuous. She is the epitome of a good wife and mother. His comical expression set us all into fits of laughter, and my mother chimed in. You incorrigible old man. My father inquired, when will you return to the academy? My mother gazed at me in silence. With a smile, I replied, I plan to stay a few more days. I shall return in a month. Does that please you, mother? That is much better, she said with a nod. You are away for 300 days each year. Your father and I are left staring at each other, feeling quite lonely. Now it was my father's turn to react. You find me dull company? My mother chuckled, huh? That is what you get for saying I have a bad temper. I quickly interjected, by the way, father and mother, would you like to learn some advanced magic? I could teach you, allowing you to practice while I'm away, which would alleviate your loneliness. My mother exclaimed, what a splendid idea. However, you specialize in light magic, while your father and I are water and wind mages, respectively. Is it possible for us to learn? I assured them, it matters not, as your magical prowess is not particularly high. Even if you were to abandon your current studies, it would not be a problem. Simply learning light magic anew will suffice. The healing spells of light magic are far superior to those of water magic, and the advanced offensive spells are quite formidable. Very well, then. Starting tomorrow, your mother and I shall learn light magic from you, my father declared. Ode added, and we too wish to learn. Excellent. Let us all gather tomorrow morning, I responded. As a light magic master, I was confident in my ability to teach them with ease, as I ranked among the greatest in the continent, second only to Teacher D. Chapter 94. Returning to the academy the following day, early in the morning, Odd rushed in. I smiled and said, you seem quite eager. Where's Luoyu? Odd, panting, replied. I came to tell you not to start teaching yet. Luoyu lives in Senkei City. I'm going to pick her up and we'll be back shortly. You can begin your teaching once I return. All right, off you go. I'll be waiting for you. Watching Odd's retreating figure, I couldn't help but shake my head. Having a girlfriend is indeed exhausting. I must avoid dating beautiful girls in the future. They seem to bring trouble. Chonggong, breakfast is ready. Who just came in? My mother called out. It's Odd. He said he would pick up Liu first, and then return to learn magic. I hurried back into the house. The breakfast spread was quite sumptuous. Milk, eggs, fried bread slices, and much more. I began to eat, grabbing a piece of fried bread and nearly burning my mouth. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Just as we finished breakfast, Odd and the others arrived. I asked, have you eaten breakfast? You should have something first. Luoyu replied. We've already eaten. Odd keeps saying your magic is impressive. Let me see it already. Let's begin. You're even more impatient than Odd. Very well. With my father, mother, Odd, and Liu gathered in the courtyard, I announced, now we shall learn light magic. First, to wield light magic, we must learn to condense the light element. The light element embodies peace. It symbolizes illumination and justice. When condensing the light element, one must not harbor thoughts of commanding it. The light element is our friend. Thus, I commenced their training in light magic. Initially, Odd was reluctant to learn from me, haunted by the memories of the sack formation. But Luoyu's persistent encouragement left him no choice but to face it. After several days of study, the earlier chaotic experiences did not resurface, and he finally settled into the learning process. Over the course of a month, I helped them successfully condense the light element and taught them some basic light spells. I documented the intermediate spells for them to practice after my departure. The moment of farewell had arrived, and I was to leave once more. Father, mother, take care of yourselves. I will return in 6 months during the break. You must diligently practice light magic, as I shall check your progress upon my return. Father, this bottle of fruit wine is for you. Drink it slowly, for once it's gone, it will be no more. Initially, my parents were reluctant to see me go, but upon seeing the fruit wine, my father's eyes sparkled with delight. Even my mother chimed in, son, do you have any more? Save a bottle for me too. I had brought back only 5 bottles. After consuming one and giving one to my father, 3 remained. Reluctantly, I produced a final bottle and said, this is the last one, be sure to savor it. My mother eagerly accepted it, casting a wary glance at my father, we will drink separately. You are not to take mine. It seemed my mother had also developed a fondness for the exquisite fruit wine, perhaps due to its beauty-enhancing properties. I watched them, bemused, and declared, I must be off now. My father waved me away, saying, go on, go. I offered a bittersweet smile and turned to embark on my journey back to the academy. As I distanced myself, a smile crept onto my father's lips. What a foolish child. My mother, leaning on my father's arm, sighed. It's better this way. It saves him from more sadness. The thought of not seeing my son for half a year reddened her eyes once more. How about this? My father proposed. You give me the fruit wine, and I will take you to the capital to see our son. What do you think? My mother quickly clutched the wine to her chest. No way. I want to disturb our son in the capital. Let him focus on his studies. Having left home, I strolled through nature, reflecting on the nearly 2 years that had passed and wondering how Teacher D was faring. I found a secluded spot in the woods and retrieved the book containing the magic circle. I recalled Teacher D's words when I departed. As long as you use this magic circle, you can return to the academy. I decided to give it a try. With great care, I meticulously drew the magic circle, ensuring each line was perfect. A single mistake could lead to unpredictable outcomes. After 2 full days, I completed the long-distance teleportation magic circle. I set it to hidden mode, accessible only by me, allowing me to return here with a reverse magic circle. I also left a similar magic circle with the nature elves, enhancing it with a mental sensing feature so they could inform me of simple developments, primarily to safeguard against potential attacks from dark elves. I thoroughly inspected the magic circle once more. It seemed flawless. Standing at its center, I intoned, with my magical power as a medium, time and space shift. In an instant, I was drawn into the magic circle, which emitted a brilliant light, vanishing from the ground. I maintained control over the stability of the teleportation with my magical energy. Managing the magic circle was quite manageable given my current power. In a flash of white light, I found myself in the back courtyard of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Isn't this outside Teacher D's dormitory? I realized he had set the exit of the magic circle here, which was quite convenient and saved me a lot of trouble. As I approached Teacher D's dormitory, the door creaked open. His familiar figure appeared before me. I rushed forward and knelt before him, saying, Teacher, I have returned. Teacher D helped me up. I anticipated your return. I sensed a fluctuation of magical energy and hurried out to see. It truly is you. Come, let us go inside. I recounted my recent experiences without omitting a single detail, taking a full 3 hours. When I mentioned the words of the King of Gods about becoming a true Archmage by achieving the omnipresence of the Golden Sphere, Teacher D trembled with excitement. It seems this journey has yielded significant gains for you. Not only have you completed your mission, but your magical prowess has also reached the level of an Archmage. I find I have little left to teach you. What are your plans moving forward? I replied, I intend to further my studies at the Advanced Magic Academy for a few years. While there may not be much to learn, The environment there is conducive to my training, and it will help prepare me for the eventual confrontation with the Demon King. Teacher D agreed. Very well. I will make arrangements for you. Take 2 days to rest before you go. Chapter 95. A reunion of brothers at the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic of the Aisha Kingdom. In the 3rd grade class 3, our homeroom teacher, the water mage Sir Lanyu, stood at the podium and requested silence. I would like to introduce a new transfer student, Chonggong Wei. As her words echoed, I stepped into the classroom from outside, approached the podium, and offered a slight smile to everyone. Hello, everyone. I hope you will look after me in the future. I major in light magic and minor in space magic. Where did he transfer from? How did he skip straight to our 3rd grade? Shouldn't he have started from the 1st? 2 girls whispered to each other. You may not know, but he was quite renowned. He was a top student at the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, holding the 1st position for 5 consecutive years. He is said to possess the level of a mage. Another girl chimed in. Really? That's impressive. He must be on par with our teacher. It would be great to be his girlfriend, one girl mused. Don't get your hopes up. With your looks, you think you could date him? If he were to choose, it would definitely be me, retorted another. Stop being vain. Chonggong, please take a seat in the back. There is an available spot, said Teacher Yu. I nodded and replied, all right, thank you, teacher. I made my way to the back of the room and settled into my seat. Teacher D's efficiency was remarkable. Within 2 days, he arranged for me to join this class. I heard that Mark was in another class, and I had yet to see him since returning. I would find him during the break. All right, let's begin our lesson. Today we will discuss how to effectively control advanced magic. To control advanced magic well, one must possess powerful magical energy as a foundation. Only then can one discuss control. If you overexert your magic, it may go awry and inadvertently harm your allies. Teacher Yu remarked, adopting a mock terrifying expression. Laughter erupted among the students. Teacher Yu indeed had a humorous teaching style. I rested my head on my hand, observing this woman in her 40s. Thus, my previous insistence on strengthening magical energy training is crucial. Magical energy is the essence of magic. Now, returning to our topic, once you have robust magical energy as support, controlling magic relies on your mental strength. Mark from Class 1 possesses exceptionally strong mental fortitude, allowing him to manipulate the magic he can handle to achieve his desired effects. For instance, if you use a simple fireball to attack directly, your opponent may evade it. However, if you curve your attack, the likelihood of hitting the target increases significantly. If you can control it to track your enemy, success is within reach. I pondered. Mark has become quite well known. Even the teachers from other classes are familiar with him. It seems he hasn't been idle over the past 2 years and must have made substantial progress. I wonder if he has reached the level of a mage. Soon, the class concluded under Serlin's engaging explanations, and I resolved to find Mark. The dagger he had gifted me remained with me, and I often took it out to admire, as it reminded me of him. After all, Mark is one of my closest brothers. The thought of seeing him again stirred my emotions. I turned to the girl beside me and asked, excuse me, how do I get to class 1 of the 3rd grade? I want to find someone. The girl, though ordinary in appearance, had an impressive stature, standing over 1.7 meters tall. Her hands were delicate and fair, with a subtle radiance beneath her skin, suggesting she had considerable skills. When I looked into her eyes, I was momentarily entranced, feeling a sense of familiarity. Her large, beautiful eyes could be deemed captivating, and for some reason, I sensed an unusual light in her gaze, revealing a hint of complex emotions as she fixed her stare on me. I shook myself from the reverie and waved my hand in front of her eyes, asking again, could you please tell me how to get to class 1 of the 3rd grade? Oh, she finally snapped back to reality, lowering her head. Just turn left at the door, the 2nd classroom is it? Thank you. I did not dwell on it, eager to find Mark during the break. Following her directions, I arrived at class 1 of the 3rd grade, where the students were enjoying their break, creating a lively atmosphere. In one corner, a group of girls had gathered, seemingly engrossed in conversation. I raised my voice. Excuse me, is Mark Seed here? My loud voice drew the attention of all the students. Yes, I'm here. Who's that? Mark's familiar voice echoed from the cluster of girls. As he emerged, I smiled at him. He initially looked puzzled, but soon recognized me standing at the door. He pushed his way through the girls and rushed toward me, embracing me tightly. Brother, is it really you? You finally returned. I returned the embrace, replying, yes, it's me. Of course, I'm back. The reunion stirred a wave of emotions within me, and I felt tears of excitement welling up. I glanced around. Nearly every classmate in his room wore an expression of astonishment. I leaned closer to Mark and whispered, Let's find somewhere else to talk. I don't want to be the center of attention. Mark too recognized the awkwardness of the situation. Let us head to the playground, he said, pulling me away from the classroom. Behind us, murmurs arose. Who is that? Why is Mark so excited? Indeed, he looks quite spirited. I've never seen him before. Is he from our academy? Could Mark possibly be? You, if you dare speak ill of Mark, I will use fire magic on you. One girl declared. Yes, if anyone dares to speak poorly of Mark, we will not let them off easily. Several female voices echoed in agreement. I nudged Mark playfully and remarked, I didn't realize you had become so popular in just 2 years at the Advanced Magic Academy. You're no longer the old rice cake, but now a prized delicacy. Surrounded by such devoted admirers. Mark playfully punched me, laughing, stop teasing me. It's driving me crazy. If you want, you can have them all. Chapter 96. The situation at the academy. I never expected you to be so well-liked at the academy now. I remember the days when you were pursuing Highway with fervor. It seems you no longer have to worry. Upon mentioning Highway, I noticed a shadow cross Mark's face. I continued, what has become of Highway now? Mark did not answer directly. Instead, he gazed up at the azure sky and let out a soft sigh. What is the matter? Highway should still be attending school here, right? Mark nodded and replied, yes, she is still here, currently in class 2 of her 4th year. Highway is in class 2 of our year, and Harry is in class 1 of the 5th year. I fear there is no hope for me and Highway in this lifetime. I scrutinized Mark closely and remarked, I now realize you are genuinely sincere about Highway. Back when we were in the Intermediate Magic Academy, I thought you were merely playing around. I had no idea you were so deeply invested. Are you still pursuing her? Is Harry still blocking your way? You should be able to compete with him by now. Mark shook his head, saying, Harry not only does not discourage me from pursuing his sister, but actually supports it. The problem lies with Highway. She feels nothing for me, treating me like an insignificant insect. I have no chance whatsoever. I patted his shoulder and said, in this regard, my brother, I cannot assist you. I am even worse off. At least you know who you like. While I have no target at all, haha. However, I believe you should be a bit more proactive. With your qualities, why can't you win her over? Don't rush it, take your time. There's no hope. She already has a boyfriend, the eldest grandson of the RIH family. It is said he possesses the remarkable talent of sunset over the mountains, called Fenliang RH. Although we have yet to confront each other, he is unlikely to be inferior to me, and he is in the same year as Highway. If it comes to looks, I believe I am not worse than him, yet I cannot fathom why Highway chose him. Perhaps Highway's preconceived notions about you are too strong. Would you like me to deal with him? No matter how formidable he is, I will help you avenge this grievance. Mark hurriedly waved his hands, saying, absolutely not. That would only make Highway hate me more. I haven't interacted with her for quite some time now. I have been trying to let go of this unrequited love, hoping to redirect my affections elsewhere, but for some reason, I cannot erase her from my mind. Let us not dwell on that. It seems you have made great progress in your magical abilities, I said with a slight smile, extending my left hand to slice through the air. A flash of white light, infused with powerful elemental energy, darted through the sky. Mark exclaimed, wow, incredible. That certainly possesses the potency of a level 6 spell. How did you achieve this without reciting an incantation? It's simply astonishing. Could it be? I nodded and replied, indeed. I have reached the stage of a magic tutor. Mark was overjoyed, saying, that is fantastic. Brother, another magic tutor has emerged on the continent. I have been a magic officer for several years now, and still cannot break through. Do not be too anxious. Luck plays a significant role as well. What I can tell you is to delve deeply into the essence of magical elements. I smiled as I spoke. The essence of magical elements? Mark asked, puzzled. I shook my head, saying, don't ask me how to grasp it. You must experience it for yourself to find it useful. Now, let us return to the matter of Highway. You should try to appear cooler in front of her, accomplish some grand feats to impress her, and completely reshape your image in her eyes. That would offer you a glimmer of hope. Mark scratched his head, saying, reshaping my image, huh? I'll give it a try. By the way, brother, how was your journey? Did you obtain the Holy Sword? Mentioning the Holy Sword made me want to cry. Ever since the so-called Holy Sword's light orb merged with my body, I have been unable to locate it. I had searched my entire being countless times with my mental energy to no avail. Teacher D advised me to keep my encounter with the King of Gods to myself. So I had no choice but to remain silent. Let us not talk about it. What a farce. I didn't gain anything at all, I said, which was not entirely untrue. However, I did meet many friends. I recounted to Mark how I came to know Zhanhu and Dongri, and he listened with great interest. "I wish I could have gone with you," he expressed, his eyes gleaming with longing. I patted his shoulder and assured him, "Don't worry. We didn't team make it this time, but there will be opportunities in the future. We, as brothers, will surely make a name for ourselves on the continent. Yes, we will definitely succeed." Mark's eyes sparkled with a unique light. "By the way, Mark, since I just arrived, could you provide me with an overview of the Academy's situation?" "Of course. The Royal Advanced Magic Academy is quite complex, unlike our previous Intermediate Magic Academy, where we merely practiced daily. Upon entering the Advanced Magic Academy, one's status immediately escalates 100-fold, making one a target for various factions. Given that the king is aging and has no heirs, the entire Aisha Kingdom is shrouded in political undercurrents. You know that our Aisha Kingdom is renowned for its magic, so high-level magic users are naturally coveted by all major powers." I frowned and asked, "Is it really that complicated? How many major factions are there currently? If Aisha descends into civil war over succession, it would significantly impact our future resistance against the demon race." Mark replied, "Currently, there are 3 main factions. The first is Duke Tay. Brother, have you heard of him?" I pondered for a moment and said, "I have a vague impression, but am not familiar with him. He is quite formidable now, controlling the Royal Magic Guild and the economic arteries of most of the kingdom, making him a strong contender for the throne. The Royal Magic Guild consists entirely of graduates from this academy. Although there are only 500 members, their strength is unrivaled across the kingdom, with all being at least high-level magicians. The leader of the Royal Magic Guild is also one of the 10 magic tutors on the continent. Dunyui. Ah, wait. That's incorrect. It's 11 magic tutors now. Don't joke with me. How could Dunyui, as the leader of the Royal Magic Guild, be subordinate to a duke? Shouldn't he be under the direct command of the king? That's the remarkable aspect of Duke Tay. I don't know whether he used bribery or threats, but for some reason, Dunyui is currently aligned with him. And who are the other 2 factions?" As he began to answer, Mark suddenly halted, his gaze fixated ahead. Hey, what are you looking at?" I followed his vacant stare. Chapter 97. The situation at the academy too. It was Heir, who had blossomed into a young lady over the years. Her beauty remained unchanged, yet she exuded a newfound charm. I pondered, wondering why this fellow had fallen silent. It turned out he had spotted his dream girl. I remarked, "Heir is even more beautiful than before. No wonder you can't forget her." Mark sighed. "The man beside her is her current boyfriend, Phothark. Only then did I notice a man in his 20s next to Heir, approximately my height, around 190 centimeters. He had a lean physique that radiated strength. Though not striking in appearance, his large, expressive eyes paired with a resolute face certainly made him appealing to the ladies. I urged Mark, "Come, let's greet them." He protested, "No, she will definitely not treat me kindly." I feigned anger. "Why are you so timid? No wonder she looks down on you. Come on." With that, I strode forward, and Mark reluctantly followed. Upon approaching, I laughed heartily. "What's this? No greeting for an old friend?" Heir appraised me from head to toe, her expression shifting to one of recognition. "Ah, you are Changong. It has indeed been many years." I gestured towards Phothark. "Aren't you going to introduce him?" A flicker of wariness crossed Phothark's eyes. Heir blushed and said, "He is Phothark, my boyfriend." I sensed Mark tremble behind me. Heir continued, pointing at me. "This is Changong Wei, my former classmate from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. He even played with my brother." I extended my hand, and Phothark shook it. "Hello. Are you also attending the academy?" "Yes, I just transferred here to class 3 of the 3rd year. Today is my first day. I hope you will take care of me." I pulled Mark from behind. "We are all old friends. Come say hello." Given my stature, which was even taller than Mark's, Heir had not noticed him before. However, upon seeing Mark, her expression visibly soured. Mark awkwardly smiled. "Hello." Heir showed no courtesy, scoffing. "Hello? What kind of greeting is that? Seeing you is unwelcome. Changong, if you are here to act as a go-between, there is no need. It's impossible between us." I queried, "What do you mean by go-between?" "Oh, are you referring to Mark's pursuit of you in the past? You need not worry. After all these years, do you still harbor resentment? He never wronged you. We have known each other for so long. There is no need to act like enemies." This time, it was Heir who felt awkward, and Phothark interjected, "Changong is right. Heir, don't dwell on it too much. Class is about to start. Let us head back." Heir huffed and turned away without a backward glance. Mark, deflated like a punctured balloon, lamented, "Boss, you saw it. I have no chance anymore." I delivered a light smack to his head, exclaiming, "You are truly pitiful. I've never seen anyone so cowardly. With that timid demeanor, how could anyone like you? That girl prefers someone with a heroic spirit. I can't fathom your thoughts. You look like a mouse fleeing from a cat when you see Heir. Let us go. It's time for class." Mark, with his head hung low, followed me back to the classroom. Instead of returning to his own class, he sat beside me in the back row. I hardly paid attention to the lesson. I asked Mark, "Continue with the situation at the academy. We can discuss Heir later." Mark regained a bit of his spirit, saying, "The other two major forces are the Elders' Council formed by the three prominent families, Sun, Moon, and Star. These families have entrenched their power in the kingdom over many generations, wielding profound influence in various fields, and thus cannot be overlooked." I inquired, "If they are united, why does Heir encourage you to pursue his sister? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for their alliance if Heir were to marry the eldest grandson of the Re family?" Mark chuckled wryly. "Do you think Photons is a good match? He has had numerous girlfriends in the past, and they all ended the same way. He played with them and then discarded them. Perhaps Heir saw my sincere affection for his sister after all these years and disdained Photons, which is why he encouraged me to pursue her." "Oh, I see. Please continue. Who is the last major force?" Mark replied, "The final major force is His Majesty's younger brother, Prince Jia, who is also the Grand Marshal of the kingdom and holds significant influence in the military. If we were to assess open power, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable." He added, "Brother, there is something I haven't told you. You must forgive me when I do." I fixed him with a sharp gaze. "Speak. Is it about your family?" Mark was astonished. "How did you know?" I smiled slightly. "I suspected your family was anything but ordinary when you refused to join me on my journey. Now tell me, which side of the three major forces do you belong to?" Mark appeared taken aback by my perceptiveness, his mouth forming an O. At that moment, I sensed danger and quickly raised a light shield. A loud crash erupted, sending sparks flying. It turned out to be merely a small fireball. I glanced towards the source of the attack and saw an elderly mage standing at the podium, evidently the lecturer for this class. His furious demeanor suggested we had somehow irked him. His anger was tinged with surprise, clearly not expecting me to effortlessly thwart his ambush. The old mage barked, "Are you here to attend class or to chat?" Mark whispered beside me, "He is notoriously hot-tempered. Do not provoke him." Now, the entire class was observing us, including an average-looking girl sitting beside me. She seemed to have been eavesdropping on my conversation with Mark, although I had paid her no mind. After all, it was common knowledge. There was nothing new to hear. I offered an awkward smile. My apologies, teacher. I will refrain from speaking and focus on the lesson." The old mage's expression softened slightly as he replied, "You must be the new student. Come to my office after class." "Mark, why have you come to class 3? Return to your own class. If you continue to chatter, I will have you clean the bathrooms." Mark, glancing at his chuckling classmates, resignedly stood up and, as he left, whispered to me, "Tell me his identity later." Chapter 98. The Revenge Love Letter. The girl beside me whispered, "Serves you right." Had I provoked her? I wondered, casting a puzzled glance her way, but she feigned ignorance, fixated on the blackboard ahead. A mischievous thought struck me, and I quietly conjured a slender beam of light, piercing through my armpit to poke her at her laughing point. She sprang up, exclaiming loudly in front of the teacher and the entire class, "What are you doing, teacher?" He is harassing me. I was taken aback by her intense reaction. Did she really need to overreact like that? The old sorcerer's anger, which had just begun to subside, flared up once more. He bellowed, "You, the new one, step outside and stand in the hallway." My classmates cast disdainful glances my way, as if to say, "How could someone with your looks stoop so low as to harass a girl, especially one of average appearance? Such a lack of taste." I stood up with a bitter smile and walked out, shooting a furious glare at the girl. She met my gaze with a smirk, unyielding, leaning against the hallway wall. I cursed under my breath. How could I let a little girl play me like this? I must seek revenge. I must. But how? Perhaps I could toss some bugs into her backpack or use magic to embarrass her. No, those ideas were too mundane. I needed a more clever way to punish her. When class ended, the old man dragged me to his office. "Are you here to attend class or to play around?" He was quite fierce. I lowered my head and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. I know I was wrong." "Humph. Spare me the theatrics. I'll be watching your future actions. Did you sneak in through the back door to the academy? Even if you are here just to make a name for yourself, you must not disrupt others' classes. So tell me, which high-ranking official recommended you here?" His tone dripped with mockery, clearly perceiving me as a noble. I replied honestly, it was Professor Lauren D. who recommended me. The old man frowned. Lauren D., the esteemed head of the Intermediate Magic Academy? I nodded. Yes, indeed, that's him. I am his direct disciple. You are the direct disciple of Dean D? Even if that were true, you should not cause a ruckus in class. Be mindful of your behavior in the future. You may go now. His tone softened considerably, and I chuckled inwardly. It seemed Professor D's golden reputation had its merits. Upon exiting the office, I returned directly to the classroom. My classmates stared at me in bewilderment, surprised that I had returned unscathed. I sat back down next to the girl. I whispered to her, "You're quite ruthless for trying to harm me." She scoffed, "Did I harm you? Someone like you, a notorious scoundrel, deserves to be punished." How amusing it was that I, a seasoned sorcerer, was being toyed with by a mere girl. Very well. I vowed to take my revenge and ensure she understood my power. Suddenly inspired, I devised the perfect plan and pulled out a sheet of white paper, fervently writing away. I had no idea what subject we were studying. It mattered not, for the teacher's lecture was irrelevant to my training. I could meditate on it later each night. The girl beside me, noticing my diligent writing, looked at me with curiosity. I blocked her view with my body, preventing her from seeing what I was writing. After a considerable time, I finally finished, letting out a sigh of relief as I reviewed my work. Satisfied, I gently tapped the shoulder of the student in front of me. He turned, frowning, and asked impatiently, "What do you want?" Like a magician, I produced a diamond coin, and his frown instantly vanished, replaced with eager interest. "What is up?" he asked. I grinned slyly and whispered, "Tell me the name of that fierce girl beside me. And this is yours." He glanced at the girl, then leaned in closer to whisper, "Her name is Musi Mo." I chuckled inwardly. It seemed the allure of money was indeed powerful. I quickly scribbled a few words at the top of my paper. Musi, intrigued by my secretive demeanor, leaned in to sneak a peek at my writing. I unexpectedly leaned towards her, asking, "Do you want to see?" She jumped back in surprise, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" I handed her the paper, saying, "Here you go. Aren't you curious?" Her curiosity compelled her to take the paper, but after only a glance, her cheeks flushed. Though not particularly beautiful, her rosy face resembled a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. On the paper, I had written, "Dear Miss Musi, since the first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an extraordinary connection. Your captivating eyes draw me in, and I find myself inexplicably enamored with you. Even though you have remained cold towards me and even schemed against me, I harbor no anger, truly, none at all. 2,000 words omitted. I continuously tease you only to capture your attention, to make you aware of my existence. I lack the courage to express my feelings directly. Fearing your rejection, hence I convey my heart through this love letter. Would you consider going out with me? Yours sincerely, Long Bao." This was my most brilliant stratagem. If she accused me of harassment, I would instead win her heart before striking back. What a delightful plan it was. After reading my love letter, Musi surprisingly did not dare to turn and face me. After a moment of silence, as the flush on her face faded, she finally turned to me and said, "Boring. Don't try to play these tricks on me." She crumpled the letter and tossed it back at me. I had anticipated this reaction, given her poor impression of me. She would be unlikely to fall for my ruse immediately. No need to rush. I would ensnare her in due time. Lowering my head, I feigned a sorrowful demeanor, carefully smoothing out the letter and folding it back into my pocket. I remained silent, focusing intently on the blackboard while secretly plotting how to win Musi's heart and execute my revenge. Musi observed me, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and I strode out without looking back. I was uncertain whether my aloof act had made an impression on her, but I decided not to dwell on it. First, I needed to find Mark. He still hadn't revealed his identity to me. Chapter 99. The origins of Mark. After taking just a few steps, I encountered Mark, who was also seeking me out. I grasped his arm and said, "I was just about to look for you. Let us dine first, then return to the dormitory to rest before resuming our classes in the afternoon." At the dining table, Mark stared at me in astonishment as I devoured my meal with great enthusiasm. "Boss, you still eat like this? I truly admire you," he exclaimed. I shot him a glare, urging him to eat. A melodious voice chimed in. If he didn't eat like this, how could we call him a glutton of the light department? Don't you agree, Long Bao? With my mouth full, I turned to see a stunning girl who bore a resemblance to Heir. Suddenly, it dawned on me. It was the enchanting Hai Shui, the girl who once wielded the unstable wind and water dragon's lament. I quickly swallowed my food, offering an awkward smile. "It has been a long time, Hai Shui. You have become even more beautiful. A blush adorned Hai Shui's fair complexion as she replied, Really? I just heard from my sister that you were back. I thought you would rush to lunch just like before, and I was right. You haven't changed a bit, just taller and more robust. I chuckled. You are no less impressive. Truly, a girl transforms greatly by the age of 18. You must be the belle of the academy now, right, Mark? Mark, still at ease in Hai Shui's presence, grinned, indeed. The number of boys pursuing Hai Shui could easily form a battalion. Hai Shui playfully retorted, How rude. Big brother Mark. Stop taking advantage of me. There aren't that many. Feigning alarm, I glanced around and said to Mark, We should finish our meal quickly and retreat. Otherwise, we might be besieged. With that, we burst into laughter, drawing the attention of our fellow diners. Hai Shui approached me and playfully punched my arm. You are so annoying. Teasing me like that. What a delightful girl she is. I winked at her and said, How have I teased you? Pouting, she declared, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to eat. With that, she turned and walked away. I smiled at Mark. She is so different from her sister, so lively and adorable. You might as well pursue her. Suddenly, Mark leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, Boss, you may not know this, but she already has someone she likes. Really? Who is it? She likes you. I frowned. Come on, you must be joking. How could she possibly like me? You have no idea. Ever since you defeated her, she has been unable to forget you. When I entered the Advanced Magic Academy, she asked me several times where you had gone. I told her you were out training, but she didn't believe me. She insisted you must be studying at another academy, expressing her disappointment. That can't be true. How could she like me? Although she is a year older, we are nearly the same age. I have always seen her as a little sister, I murmured, pondering the absurdity of the notion. I imagined if we were together, and during a quarrel, she unleashed the unstable wind. I could not bear it. I vigorously shook my head. Even if she were fierce like her brother and sister, I could not consider her, especially since I had no romantic feelings for her. I warned Mark. Do not mention this again, do you hear? Now eat up so we can leave. As we prepared to leave, I stole a glance at Hai Shui, who was also looking at me. Upon noticing my gaze, her face flushed, and she lowered her head. I quickly averted my eyes. It seemed Mark had not deceived me after all. We hurried back to my dormitory, and after collapsing onto my bed, I caught my breath. Mark, visibly displeased, remarked, Boss, what was that all about? What is wrong with Hai Shui? You look like you saw a ghost. I replied, Don't conflate our feelings. You like Haiwa, but I could never like Hai Shui. Do not force us together, understand? Mark questioned, What is wrong with Hai Shui? She's quite charming. One of the most beautiful in the academy. I sighed in exasperation. Enough of this. Let us discuss your origins. I still have yet to hold you accountable. Mark quickly grinned and said, Hee, it's my fault, but I didn't intend to keep it from you. Only Teacher Long knows my identity. Not even Teacher D is aware. I teased, Come on, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me, you are the scion of a prominent family, right? Mark opened the dorm door to ensure no one was around. Most students would not return during lunchtime, locked it, and leaned in close, whispering, Here's the thing. My father is Prince Keza, also known as Keza or. My real name is Mark, or his second son. So you are also of noble birth. Does anyone else know your identity? Of course not. I concealed my identity to study at the academy, primarily to genuinely acquire knowledge and observe the dynamics within the academy while identifying potential talents. I continued his thought, to attract talents for your father, right? Just don't recruit me. I have no interest in holding office, let alone being a soldier. Mark smiled awkwardly. Why would we? We are brothers. All I ask is for your support in the future, haha. This fellow certainly had grand ambitions. As a mage lord, and with my teacher being the third-ranked light mage lord and the head of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, I could indeed play a significant role in this magic-esteemed nation. Despite his playful deception, I knew his friendship toward me was genuine. When we first met, neither of us possessed great power. I patted his shoulder and said, Enough. You don't need to say anything else. As a brother, I will certainly support you. Mark grasped my hand excitedly. You don't resent me, do you, big brother? I shook my head. Stop that. What would others think? They might assume we are comrades. Now, let us hurry to our afternoon classes.